What relevance does your light faith have to my dark faith? Gazing upon his awakened martial soul, Li Xian fell into a contemplative silence. In the sky, a violet figure stood serenely, an overwhelming divine power cascading downwards. The heavens transformed into a tapestry of purple, and from a distance, a divine halo gathered above its head. Yet, in an instant, the purple hue gradually morphed into a brilliant golden radiance. I am the sun. I am the night. Chapter 1. Having traversed realms, what more is there to say? Li Xian is undoubtedly a player from a prestigious school. The blue team support exclaimed excitedly to his teammates during their online match. At that moment, a crimson figure maneuvered through the opposing lane, wielding a dark red blade that relentlessly struck towards the enemy crystal. Li Xian silently glanced at the minimap, a smirk gracing his lips. He remained taciturn in light of his teammates' dire 4-versus-5 predicament, ever mindful that this was a tower-pushing game, not a brawl. Whoosh ha hey, bang. Observing the ascending victory icon, Li Xian quietly set down his phone. Another win, how utterly tedious. Shaking his head, he stretched his limbs. Regrettably, the days of his illustrious light, faith eye, and the sun were long gone. As for now, he might barely be likened to a flickering candle. After all, once the enemy acquired countermeasures against his light faith, he transitioned to embracing the dark faith. One must admit, what relevance does your light faith have to my dark faith? Noticing the time, which indicated it was nearly noon, Li Xian decided to head downstairs for a bite to eat. He also intended to catch a glimpse of the recently updated anime Soul Land, with the character Qianrenxue evoking his deep respect. As he strolled along, Li Xian suddenly spotted a dark object approaching from a distance. It resembled a truck. Standing still in puzzlement, he was about to leave when the truck seemed to lunge forward, barreling directly towards him. Amidst the terrified screams of the onlookers, Li Xian felt himself soaring into the sky, and then everything faded to black. The driver of the truck, oddly enough, muttered, "This year's task is complete, another one delivered." As for Li Xian, he remained oblivious to this remark. In the kingdom of Balak, there exist two pivotal cities. The first is Balak City, the capital where King Kindera resides, serving as the political and economic nucleus of the entire kingdom. The second city, known as Dou City, lies at the heart of the most fertile plains in Balak, renowned as the Granary of Balak. Both cities host significant military garrisons, being of utmost importance to the realm. Dou City, a grand metropolis, is evidenced by its third-tier Martial Soul Hall, indicating its stature. In the dense woods, a tall figure traversed with agility. Upon closer inspection, this individual appeared to be in his 40s. Despite his age, he possessed a robust physique. His facial features were distinctive, with a slightly protruding chin, broad cheekbones, a flat face, and a hawkish nose, akin to the soul of Shud. He adorned a pair of black-framed crystal glasses, the rigid square frames lending an odd impression. Wow. What is this? Following the sound of weeping, Flanders arrived at a thicket adorned with spirit flowers. As he extended his mental energy, he suddenly sensed movement approximately 50 meters ahead. In haste, Flanders flew over. What met his gaze was a diminutive child lying amidst the flowers, with remnants of mud on his small body. A peanut nestled between his legs was pointed directly at Flanders. Whose child is this, to be so callously abandoned here? A surge of anger ignited within Flanders. If sensing the presence nearby, the little one immediately burst into tears, and the peanut beneath him released a stream of urine that arched through the air. Flanders, this little rascal, truly. Amused by the scene before him, Flanders felt a wave of relief wash over him. He reached out and cradled the child in his arms. In an instant, the child ceased crying, his large eyes gazing up at Flanders. "From now on, you shall accompany me." With that, Flanders retrieved a thin blanket from his belt to cover the child. He then soared into the air, departing for the distance. At Shrek Academy, in the office of the dean, a muscular man stood to one side, his appearance quite ordinary, yet his physique was remarkably robust. Though not particularly tall, he exuded an aura of strength. His broad shoulders resembled fortress walls, and his coat could hardly conceal his iron-like musculature. Despite the amiable expression on his face, his imposing stature emanated an undeniable sense of pressure. Noticing the small figure lying on the bed, Zhao Wujie expressed confusion, pointing at the child before addressing Flanders. "Did you steal this one from your place?" Upon hearing this, Flanders nearly spat out the tea he was sipping. Wiping his mouth, he glared at Zhao Wujie, saying, "What do you mean by stolen? If you do not clarify your words today, I shall ensure you understand why the flowers bloom so brilliantly. And what shall we do with this little one? Let's adopt him into our Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujie said. Now, speaking earnestly that I in that case, why don't you give him a name? Zhao Wujie sat down on the sofa and spoke. This, as a man in his 40s and a lifelong bachelor, Flanders suddenly felt stumped. Fighting was never this complicated. After a moment of silence, Flanders remarked, I discovered this little one in the Leaf Forest, and then found him lying amidst the spirit flowers. How about naming him Li Xian? Flanders looked at Zhao Wujie, an odd gleam in his eyes. As a man of simple intellect and robust physique, Zhao Wujie had no objections. Then from now on, the little one shall be called Li Xian. With that, he displayed a hearty smile. Thus, little Li Xian began his life at Shrek Academy. 6 years later, on the mountainside behind Shrek Academy, beneath a tree, a young boy with a blue silver grass in his mouth lay with his hands behind his head, idly gazing at the azure sky. Quite inexplicable. One might say, did I really just traverse through time? The boy, named Li Xian, was indeed one among the legion of traversers. Feeling the warm breeze, Li Xian relaxed and closed his eyes. 6 years have passed since I arrived in the Douluo continent. It was said that traversers possess golden fingers, but it appears that was all a ruse. Alas, it seems I cannot awaken my martial soul under Brother Tao's guidance. I shall undoubtedly become a mere novice. Li Xian mused as he opened his eyes. Tomorrow marks the day of his martial soul awakening, though he has delayed it for several days, filled with apprehension about what his soul might be. At the age of 6, awakening one's martial soul in Douluo is a well-known rite. Yet he feels a twinge of anxiety regarding what form it may take as he bit down on the blue silver grass in his mouth. A fragrant yet slightly astringent flavor spread across his palate. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out on Li Xian's brow. Could it be that I am destined to awaken as blue silver grass? That would be a calamity indeed. After all, he was not like that Tang San fellow, who boasted a mother of blue silver emperor and a father wielding the Haotian hammer. In his previous life, he was an orphan, and to his surprise, he finds himself in the same predicament in this life. Although he's been taken in by Flander, he still refers to him as the dean most of the time. Sensing the weight of a bleak future, Li Xian's handsome visage suddenly fell. With a sense of disillusionment, he gazed at the distant Shrek Academy. He then rose to his feet, brushed off the dirt from his trousers, and cast one last glance at the setting sun before slowly making his way towards the academy. Chapter 2. Awakening of the Martial Soul. As Li Xian dined in the cafeteria, he listened to Flinder, Zhao Wujie, and others boast animatedly, his hand idly shaking the spoon. Perhaps due to the impending awakening of his martial soul the next day, tonight's dinner was exceptionally sumptuous compared to usual. The boisterous group seemed to sense something, turning their heads to gaze at young Li Xian. Just as he was lost in thought, a massive hand suddenly clapped down on his shoulder. Bang! Li Xian's bewildered face was abruptly thrust into his bowl. Instantly, the cafeteria fell silent. Old Zhao, can't you use a lighter touch? What if this brat gets hurt because of you? Flinder exclaimed, hurrying to pull Li Xian's head out of the bowl. Zhao Wujie's face flushed crimson as he stammered an apology. Sorry. Wiping the grains of rice from his face with a handkerchief, Li Xian shot a bemused glance at the hulking figure beside him. Once Li Xian had composed himself, Flinder pulled over a chair and settled down, eyeing Li Xian intently. What's the matter with you, kid? You look quite haggard these days. Glancing at Flinder, Li Xian quietly replied, well, I'm just anxious about awakening my martial soul tomorrow. What if I end up with a useless one? I might as well jump off a cliff. Hearing the dean's concern, Li Xian sighed, gritting his teeth. Well, I truly appreciate that. Flinder waved dismissively, indicating it was nothing. Suddenly, Flinder's expression turned serious, his usual sly demeanor replaced by an earnest tone. Remember, it's not the martial soul that's useless, it's only the person who is. Upon hearing this, Li Xian pouted, thinking to himself that he was well aware of who the master was, having read the original work. Not wishing to dampen Flinder's spirits, he nodded in agreement. This time, Zhao Wujie gently patted Li Xian on the shoulder. With a grave expression, he said, I've watched you grow up, kid. Regardless of whether your martial soul is exceptional or worthless, anyone who dares to bully you will have to answer to me. Witnessing this, a smile crept onto Li Xian's face. Perhaps in this life, he truly had family. As for whether he would become formidable, it mattered little. He had come to terms with it. After washing up, Li Xian lay in bed, turning to gaze out the window at the star-studded sky. One could not deny the beauty of the Douluo continent, especially with its abundance of enchanting maidens. Perhaps due to the cultivation of soul power, stunning women were indeed plentiful. With a chuckle, he wiped the corner of his mouth and gradually succumbed to slumber. The next morning, Flinder awakened Li Xian. Since Shrek Academy possessed its own awakening crystal, there was no need for assistance from the Martial Soul Hall, saving a considerable amount on travel expenses. a thought Flinder found quite advantageous. In the open area, Li Xian stood aside, watching as Flinder retrieved a round crystal from the soul guide device, clearly intended for the awakening of the martial soul. Extending his right hand, Flinder said, "Come on, you little rascal, place your hand on it. No need to be nervous." Observing the visibly excited Li Xian, Flanders displayed a subtle smile. Indeed, it appears that the awakening of his martial soul has occurred without the accompanying voice of the system. Perhaps he truly lacks a golden finger. With a sigh, Li Xian came to terms with this reality, hoping that his martial soul would not be a failure. He then placed his right hand upon the crystal. Suddenly, a radiant golden and crimson light enveloped him, as if two humanoid specters stood behind him. Witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, Flanders adjusted his glasses, filled with curiosity, and glanced at the others, who shared his bewilderment. The potent force of light and the palpable aura of killing intent were unmistakable. Flanders regarded the phantoms with a grave expression. Meanwhile, other teachers sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the martial souls, not a pressure of strength, but rather an oppressive aura. Only Li Xian, overwhelmed by the information conveyed by his martial soul, was perplexed. Is this not Li Xian from the game Honor of Kings? I have awakened as Li Xian. My martial soul is Li Xian. The two humanoid shadows dissipated like motes of light. Yet two beams of radiance continued to shimmer around Li Xian. Observing the unusually silent Li Xian, Flanders inquired, "What is the name of your martial soul?" Technically, it is Li Xian, but he could hardly claim that his martial soul is named Li Xian, lest he be regarded as foolish. "Light and Darkblade," he declared. "I have never seen such a thing before, but its aura unmistakably signifies a top-tier martial soul." Flanders pondered for a moment, recalling the martial souls he had encountered. To this, Li Xian retorted, "Of course, you wouldn't know since you haven't played Honor of Kings." Subsequently, Flanders asked Li Xian to test his soul power level. Again, he extended his right hand, watching as the crystal filled with light. Flanders exclaimed in astonishment, "Innate full soul power. You, young man, possess innate full soul power." His voice attracted the attention of several other teachers, who quickly approached to observe the crystal in Li Xian's hand. "Ha ha ha, a genius. A genius. I, old Zhao, did not misjudge." Zhao Wujia laughed heartily, stepping forward to give a light pat on the back. "Damn, not again." Li Xian promptly dodged to the side. The slap fell short, leaving Zhao Wujia a bit embarrassed, as this young man showed him no courtesy. Clearing his throat, Zhao Wujia turned to Flanders. "Dean, should we not celebrate the emergence of a genius from Shrek Academy?" At this, the other teachers also turned their gaze toward Flanders. Well aware of his reputation for being miserly, it seemed that due to Li Xian's brilliance, Flanders wore a broad smile and nodded in agreement. "Tonight, we shall dine at the Soto City Grand Hotel. It is my treat," Flanders announced. Having narrowly escaped Zhao Wujia's playful attempt, Li Xian asked, "Dean, what is innate full soul power?" Fully aware of the plot, he feigned the role of a novice seeking guidance. After a brief pause, Flanders continued, "Consider this. While others are still striving to enhance their soul power, you can directly acquire soul rings. Moreover, those with innate full soul power have a significant likelihood of becoming a soul Douluo, or even a title Douluo. There are only a handful of recorded individuals with innate full soul power, and now, you shall be added to that list." Flanders looked at Li Xian with an expression of delight. "Is it possible for me to acquire a soul ring and become a soul master now?" Li Xian inquired, lifting his gaze to meet Flinder's. Upon hearing this, Flinder did not nod. Rather, he conveyed the opposite sentiment, stating that this was not the most opportune moment to obtain a soul ring. "Why?" Li Xian asked, perplexed. "For the past few years, I have adopted a more relaxed approach towards your training. Starting tomorrow, I will prepare medicinal baths to strengthen your physique. When you were younger, you could not withstand the impact of the medicinal baths, but now that your martial soul has awakened, it is time to commence this preparation." After speaking, Flinder cast a glance at Xiao Xian. "I will leave this matter in your capable hands." Xiao Xian nodded in agreement, accepting the responsibility. In Chapter 3, Devilish Training, Flinder exclaimed boisterously, "All right, tonight we shall celebrate the awakening of our little one's martial soul." "Hooray!" Agreed. The teachers chimed in unison, quickly gathering to discuss how they might outwit Flinder, the proverbial miser. Li Xian stood nearby, his heart swelling with joy as he observed the camaraderie. Suddenly, he felt something peculiar within him and discreetly explored his martial soul. It seemed that Guang Xian and an Xian were separate entities, suggesting that he possessed two martial souls. Yet, something felt amiss. It did not quite resemble two distinct martial souls. After pondering for quite some time, without resolution, he relinquished his thoughts and joined the teacher's lively banter. With a smile, Li Xian inhaled the morning air, which felt remarkably fresh compared to that of Earth. Perched on his usual spot on the mountainside, he gazed at the slowly rising sun when a sudden surge of energy coursed through him. Hastily, he activated his martial soul, enveloped in a golden radiance. It seemed his martial soul was absorbing the sunlight. He murmured, the golden light is gradually transforming into a golden heavy sword. The weight of the sword pressed down on Li Xian, almost overwhelming him. Moments later, the golden sword dissipated into motes of light. Yet the sunlight continued to be drawn in by his martial soul. Li Xian, not one to be easily daunted, sat up straight. With each flicker of his martial soul, brilliant light surged into his body every second. An hour later, the sun had ascended high into the sky, and Li Xian found himself unable to absorb any more sunlight. These rays seemed capable of refining my physique, he mused, his youthful face alight with astonished delight. At the very least, this is a tenfold improvement compared to before. It may not seem like much, but it's free, and that makes it all the more precious. It appeared he could absorb sunlight for no more than an hour. He wondered if this was a daily opportunity. With these thoughts, Li Xian composed himself. Before long, Flinder's figure appeared beside him, observing Li Xian in a meditative posture. Flinder wore an enigmatic smile. Principal, you've arrived, Li Xian said, recognizing the familiar aura. He quickly opened his eyes to meet Flinder's gaze. Today, I will provide you with targeted training. It has been 6 years since the academy last admitted new students, and I find myself somewhat out of practice in the educational realm. As Flinder spoke in a calm manner, Li Xian's right eyelid twitched involuntarily, sensing that something was amiss. After recalling the rigorous training methods of Shrek Academy, he trembled slightly. Noting the quiver in Li Xian's legs, Flinder's lips curled into a slight smirk. Today, your task is to run 10 laps around the academy, all while bearing an additional weight of 10 kilograms. Goodness, 10 laps. Li Xian swallowed hard. Each lap was nearly 2,000 meters, meaning 10 laps would amount to 20,000 meters. Clenching his small fists, he felt a sense of dread creeping in. Before he could voice his concerns, Flinder interjected, don't even think about slacking off. If you do, you might as well skip meals and forego the medicinal bath. No need to act like a coward. Upon hearing Flinder's disdainful remarks, Li Xian's anger flared. In his past life, he had never faltered even against 7 opponents. What was a mere 20,000 meters? He steeled himself. Under the scorching sun, a figure of modest stature jogged steadily along the path. Phew, 7 laps completed, and he was hardly halfway through. My heavens! Li Xian wiped the sweat from his brow, assessing the number of laps he had completed, his face turning pale. No more. No more. I can't endure this. As discomfort surged through his lungs, his pace began to falter. However, just as he contemplated taking a break, a gentle golden light infused his body, bringing an overwhelming sense of comfort, akin to sipping a cold beer on a sweltering summer day, revitalizing even his recently fatigued spirit. What? Li Xian could certainly sense the transformations occurring within him. It seemed he had stumbled upon something significant. A smile crept onto his small face. Clearly, the sunlight he had absorbed that morning was now revealing its true utility. With this realization, he refused to concede. Now a year older than Tang San, the fleeting time of this year must be leveraged to widen the gap. With renewed vigor, Li Xian quickened his pace. Each time exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him, a surge of light restored his vitality. Thus, as time passed, the task evolved beyond the mere 10 laps. In the distance, Flinder had finished preparing the medicinal herbs recently purchased by Xiao Xian, waiting for Li Xian to complete his run so he could prepare the medicinal bath. Observing the flushed and fatigued figure of Li Xian inching forward, Flinder felt a flicker of surprise. Surely, that was more than just 10 laps. Has he become addicted to running? Flinder remained silent, watching Li Xian, drenched in sweat, proceed at a deliberate pace. Upon reaching the 15th lap, the golden light ceased to appear, evidently spent. After finishing, Li Xian did not immediately collapse, but instead walked slowly for a while, allowing his breath to steady before sitting down to massage his muscles and relax. Flinder approached, seizing Li Xian's clothing. Principal, what are you doing? Li Xian exclaimed, startled as he continued to knead his muscles. Gazing into the wooden tub, he saw bubbles rising, revealing various unfamiliar herbs floating within. It was clear that this was the medicinal bath Flinder had prepared for him. Before Li Xian could voice his thoughts, Flinder unceremoniously tossed him into the tub. Aren't you going to take off your clothes? Li Xian asked, puzzled as he settled into the tub. Taking a bath means your clothes will soak as well. They're drenched in sweat, Flinder replied, stealing a glance at him before turning to leave the small wooden cabin. This medicinal bath had cost him 300 gold soul coins. A rather direct approach indeed. Li Xian shook his head, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in the sensation of the medicinal essence gradually melding into his body, allowing his fatigued muscles to relax after rigorous training. Although the golden radiance could restore physical strength, It manifested only in moments of extreme duress. The medicinal bath, however, offered a different experience. While its effects paled in comparison to the light, the age-old adage still holds true. When something is free, it is indeed more delightful. Children of 6 should typically not train in such a manner. Yet this is the world of Douluo, where the awakening of martial spirits at the moment of birth, particularly with innate full soul power, grants Li Xian strength and stamina surpassing that of an average adult male. This explains how he could still run with a 10-pound weight, a feat that would have drawn the attention of concerned parents had he been on Earth. Chapter 4, Star Dou Forest. Boom. The stone shattered into fragments. A smirk of triumph graced his lips as he beheld the result of his punch. After 2 months of relentless training, medicinal baths, soul power absorption, and, most crucially, basking in sunlight, Li Xian's life had been extraordinarily fulfilling. The discovery that he could absorb sunlight daily filled his mornings with exuberant joy, though this exuberance led to him being penalized by Flandra, who made him run an extra 10 laps for disturbing his sleep. For Li Xian, the exhilaration was palpable, with his enhanced physical condition. He aspired to secure a first soul ring lasting at least 800 or 900 years. As for why he did not aim for a 1,000-year soul ring, it was simply because his awakened spirit was not one of chaos, neither the chaos Qinglian, nor the god-slaying spear, nor the Pangu axe, or any celestial lotus. He was merely an ordinary martial spirit. Moreover, Li Xian felt he had nearly reached his physical limits. Aside from a very gradual increase in lung capacity, training had yielded little else. Thus, prudence dictated he refrain from pursuing a 1,000-year soul ring. That same day, he informed Flandra of his intention to venture into the Star Dou Forest to procure a soul ring. Flandra did not object. Recognizing that Li Xian had indeed approached his limits, he was astonished that a 6-year-old could reach such a level of capability. However, it was not Flandra who would lead Li Xian to obtain his soul ring, but rather Zhao Wujing. After a restful night, Zhao Wujing took Li Xian early the next morning, departing from Shrek Academy towards the Star Dou Forest. The journey was long, making an early start advantageous. Inside the carriage, Li Xian gazed in excitement at the scenery outside the window. Towering trees, each several dozen meters high, stood majestically, their dense foliage casting shadows that allowed only specks of sunlight to break through. Quaint wooden cottages connected seamlessly, evoking in him a sense of having traveled back to ancient China. The gentle rustle of rice fields swaying in the breeze, coupled with the warm sunlight, provided a soothing balm for the soul. In contrast to the bustling city of Sodo, these rural landscapes were strikingly ordinary, yet the tranquility of such life was truly unforgettable. Observing Li Xian's excitement, Zhao Wujing shook his head in resignation, momentarily forgetting that he too had once marveled at the world in the same way. Suddenly recalling something, Zhao Wujing adopted a serious demeanor and cautioned, "Little Xian, remember to never stray more than 5 meters away from me once we enter the Star Dou Forest." Understood. This world bore a striking resemblance to the Douluo anime from his previous life, approximately 70% in likeness. In the realm of anime, characters often bear a striking resemblance to one another, with the exception of female roles. Yet, Xuanji Nyang stands apart. However, in the world that Li Xian currently inhabits, known as Douluo, each individual possesses a distinct appearance, rather than a uniform, expressionless visage. This was particularly evident to Li Xian when Flinder took him on an excursion to Sodo City. This is not a fictional realm, but a vividly authentic world. The Star Dou Great Forest is renowned as one of the 3 most prominent habitats for soul beasts on the Douluo continent. Its vast expanse is nearly equivalent to that of the Kingdom of Barak, spanning the borders of the Heaven Dou Empire and the Star Luo Empire. With 2/5 of its area situated within the Heaven Dou Empire, the remaining 3/5 lie within the Star Luo Empire, forming a colossal primeval forest characterized by intricate terrain, including wetlands and marshes. The soul beasts residing there are formidable, growing increasingly powerful as one ventures closer to the forest's heart. Among them are soul beasts that have existed for 100,000 years. Any soul master, provided they possess sufficient strength and a stroke of luck, can discover the most suitable soul ring within this expanse. In a frontier town bustling with activity, crowds gather at the periphery of the Star Dou Great Forest. Over time, this locale has evolved into a trading hub, complete with numerous structures. A variety of vendors offer soul beast meat and various herbs. The potent energies emanating from the surroundings have made Li Xian exceedingly cautious. However, for Zhao Wujing, a soul sage, these creatures are mere trifles, insignificant in comparison. Remarkably, this area operates with remarkable order, as the kingdom has dispatched numerous soldiers to maintain peace and prevent unrest. Before long, Zhao Wujing and Li Xian arrived at the forest's entrance. Unlike the spirit hunting forest, where soul beasts are contained, There is no requirement for documentation here. The two, one large and one small, stepped into the expansive realm of soul beasts. As they crossed the threshold, Lixian was inexplicably enveloped by a chill. This was the domain of soul beasts, not that of humans. To claim he felt no fear would be a falsehood. In his previous life, he had only engaged in combat with humans, not with animals such as dogs. A tinge of anxiety lingered within him. By the way, with your martial soul embodying both light and darkness, what type of soul beast do you intend to pursue? Zhao Wujing surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of other soul masters, with only the sounds of insects breaking the silence. After all, a martial soul that encompasses both light and darkness is perplexing. Even Flinder would be at a loss when it comes to selecting a soul beast. Lixian, too, was somewhat uncertain about his choice due to the uniqueness of his martial soul. He had even requested Flinder to bring several books on soul beasts from Soto City, for such literature was scarce at Shrek Academy. As he perused these introductions to soul beasts, Lixian became particularly intrigued by two species, the light attribute soul beast, the crystal-toothed tiger, and the dark attribute soul beast, the rending claw bird. Both are exceedingly powerful soul beasts. Old Zhao, I think I'll choose either the crystal-toothed tiger or the rending claw bird, Lixian declared. Zhao Wujing pondered for a moment and responded, are these two soul beasts suitable? I would not wish for Lixian to stray down the wrong path due to a poor choice. Such a mistake would haunt me for a lifetime. To this, Lixian nodded in agreement. The crystal-toothed tiger possesses formidable attack power, with teeth that can unleash a sword-like soul skill, while the rending claw bird exhibits exceptional tearing capabilities. Zhao Wujia elucidated the characteristics of two distinct soul beasts to Lixian. Without further ado, Zhao Wujia led Lixian on their quest. During their search, Lixian confided his desire for a soul beast aged between 800 to 900 years. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia nearly lost his temper. However, upon witnessing Lixian's resolute and unwavering demeanor, he reluctantly acquiesced. He stipulated that should circumstances change and they fail to locate a soul beast of the desired age, Lixian would have to settle for one around 420 years, the known standard among elite soul masters. Lixian consented, acknowledging that their success would ultimately depend on fate. As they journeyed, Lixian encountered numerous soul beasts aged in the tens and a few centenarians, such as the azure wolf, mandala snake, coxcomb sparrow, and scarlet flame tiger, albeit all of low age. Some of the soul beasts possessed bizarre appearances, featuring the head of a dog with the body of a fox, truly preposterous. Nonetheless, it broadened his horizons. The soul beasts, sensing Zhao Wujia's formidable aura, retreated far away. Chapter 5, Acquiring the Soul Ring. After spending nearly half a day in the Star Dou Forest, they still had not spotted the soul beasts Lixian sought. However, they were merely skirting the periphery. Contemplating their blind luck, Zhao Wujia decided to take Lixian closer to the mixed zone. Here, Lixian even glimpsed several 10,000-year soul beasts. Yet, finding the required soul beast proved far from simple. With a sigh, Lixian and Zhao Wujia settled beneath a relatively concealed tree, observing the dusk settling in. Crackling sounds ensued as the wood burned, illuminating their faces. Noting the bewildered expression on Lixian's visage, Zhao Wujia chuckled wryly. It is entirely normal for the search for your desired soul beast to consume much time. Do you think that your exceptional talent allows you to find one effortlessly? Biting into his flatbread and jerky with vigor, Lixian regained his composure. Indeed, those two types of soul beasts were inherently rare. After finishing his meal, Lixian rolled up his blanket and lay down to rest without further ado. That rascal! Zhao Wujia shook his head in resignation, covering himself with the blanket and sitting beneath the tree, narrowing his eyes to rest. Given their proximity to the mixed zone, caution was paramount. Silence enveloped the surroundings, disturbed only by the flickering shadows of the burning wood. The following morning, after freshening up, they resumed their search. They conversed about the likelihood of light attribute soul beasts congregating in well-lit areas, prompting them to synchronize their efforts. Perhaps the heavens favored the diligent, for under the blazing midday sun, they discovered a sparsely wooded gorge. The fierce sunlight beamed down upon them, and as they cautiously advanced, two soul beasts appeared not far off, seemingly engaged in combat. Lixian's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that a crystal-toothed tiger and a claw-breaking bird? Both around 800 years old. The crystal-toothed tiger, under a millennium in age, grows half a meter longer every century. This specimen before me is evidently over 4 meters long, nearly approaching 5. In contrast, the claw bird, also under a millennium, increases in both claws and body length by 5 centimeters every 100 years. This particular creature boasts claws that extend a remarkable 40 centimeters. Zhao Wujia then turned his gaze to the two battling spirit beasts, a smile breaking across his face. Finally, he had found what he was looking for. Unexpectedly, both types of spirit beasts had appeared simultaneously. In the distance, the robust forepaw of the crystal-toothed tiger struck toward the clawbird's head, but the clawbird was no easy prey. With a swift flap of its wings, it evaded the attack. Roaring in frustration, the crystal-toothed tiger's teeth suddenly glimmered faintly, and in an instant, a crescent-shaped sword energy was unleashed, hurtling toward the clawbird. At that moment, the clawbird's claws also shimmered, adorned with a faint red glow. The clash of sword energy and claws emitted a piercing hissing sound. Moments later, the sword energy dissipated, and the clawbird staggered back a few meters. Evidently weaker than the crystal-toothed tiger. This was to be expected, as the crystal-toothed tiger had nearly 900 years of age, whereas the clawbird was likely just over 800. Concerned that prolonged delays might lead to unforeseen consequences, Zhao Wujia seized Li Xian and charged forward. The two battling spirit beasts were startled, sensing Zhao Wujia's formidable aura, and hastily attempted to flee. Escape? It was too late. With the invocation of his third soul skill, Gravity Enhancement, the third purple Millennium Soul ring at his feet flickered. Immediately, he clasped his hands together, forming a yellowish light that enveloped the area, causing both spirit beasts within its confines to experience a dramatic reduction in speed. Zhao Wujia would not grant the spirit beasts a chance to escape. His second soul skill, Mighty Diamond Palm, was unleashed. With no time to flee, the two spirit beasts, sensing Li Xian's relatively weak aura, unexpectedly united and charged toward him. Unfortunately for them, they faced the immovable king of enlightenment, Zhao Wujia. His palm, radiating a golden hue, struck down upon the two spirit beasts. With a resounding thud, both collapsed to the ground. Li Xian, unfazed, observed the two beasts whose breaths were shallow and labored. Zhao Wujia quickly produced a dagger and handed it to Li Xian. Choose one to dispatch. Without hesitation, Li Xian thrust the dagger into the crystal-toothed tiger, slaying it with one swift stab, before delivering a final blow to the clawbird. Shaking his head in disappointment, he lamented the loss, as he had been fond of both spirit beasts, yet lacked the 20th level of soul power, rendering the opportunity wasted. As the two spirit beasts lay lifeless, a deep yellow soul ring with a hint of purple emerged from the crystal-toothed tiger's corpse, while a deep yellow soul ring floated up from the clawbird. Zhao Wujia regarded the soul ring from the crystal-toothed tiger and hesitated momentarily before suggesting, given the higher age of this crystal-toothed tiger, how about absorbing the clawbird instead? After some contemplation, Li Xian chose to proceed with the crystal-toothed tiger. Zhao Wujia, no longer urging, felt his aura surging as he cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Hurry and absorb the soul ring. We must depart from the Star Dou Forest swiftly. Li Xian nodded, unhesitatingly settling down to meditate, his martial soul manifesting as a golden heavy sword. As Li Xian guided the soul power, the soul ring of the crystal-toothed tiger floated towards him, merging into the golden heavy sword. At the moment the soul ring entered, an intense shockwave surged within Li Xian's body. This formidable force coursed around him, overwhelming in its strength. It was no wonder that an ordinary person could only absorb a soul ring of about 400 years at most. With his eyes closed, Li Xian gritted his teeth, enduring the violent impacts surging through him. Unable to withstand the onslaught, he let out a low, guttural roar. Zhao Wujia, witnessing this scene, immediately regretted allowing Li Xian to absorb a 900-year soul ring, feeling as if his veins might tear apart. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Li Xian's mouth. Suddenly, the golden heavy sword emitted a brilliant light, enveloping him entirely. What is this? In a state of confusion, Li Xian discovered that the tearing sensation began to fade, and his breath grew increasingly steady. After a short while, Li Xian opened his eyes. Zhao Wujia, seeing this, quickly supported him and inquired, "How do you feel, little Xian?" Li Xian, feeling warmth in his heart, smiled and replied, "I'm fine now, old Zhao." The absorption was successful. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's tense body relaxed. If anything had gone awry, not only would Flinder have held him accountable, but he himself would have been filled with lifelong regret. Thank goodness. We need to leave quickly. This place is unsafe, being too close to the mixing zone. Zhao Wujia urged eagerly. All right. Just as Li Xian intended to rise, an unexpected dark red glow surrounded him. The sudden change momentarily stunned him. Astonishingly, the soul ring of the already deceased claw-breaking bird began to float above his head. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed this spectacle. Could it be that you've directly reached level 20? That's impossible. Li Xian, equally perplexed, estimated that after absorbing the crystal-toothed tiger's soul ring, he had gained soul power equivalent to level 15, but had not yet advanced to the Great Soul Master rank. Suddenly, The dark red glow gradually transformed into a dark red heavy sword, as the soul ring of the claw-breaking bird merged into it. Zhao Wuji, astonished, exclaimed, "Are you telling me you possess twin martial souls?" As the soul ring of the claw-breaking bird began to dissipate, Li Xian suddenly comprehended the reason behind his martial souls being one of light and one of darkness. Initially, he had thought he possessed twin martial souls, but now he understood. Chapter 6, Dual Souls in One. The return journey was always filled with joy. Li Xian had not anticipated that his first soul ring would be a millennium old, although it was a combination of two soul rings forming one. It was evident that the skills derived from both soul beast rings filled him with great anticipation. Clenching his fists, he savored the surge of power within him. Hee. Li Xian chuckled mischievously, sending shivers down Zhao Wuji's spine. Approximately 2 hours later, at the entrance of the Star Dou Forest, Li Xian could hear the bustling sounds from afar. Stepping out from the shade, he observed the lively scene outside, which gave him a strong sense of belonging. The two did not linger and promptly departed from the border town. What? In the office of the Dean of Shrek Academy, Flinder gazed in astonishment at the returning Li Xian and Zhao Wuji. After gathering his composure, Flinder inquired, "Are you saying that your martial soul can simultaneously absorb two soul rings to merge into one?" It is understandable that Flinder was taken aback, for such an occurrence had never been heard of in the Douluo continent. Li Xian could only nod in response, acknowledging that this phenomenon could only be deemed as a stroke of fortune, albeit with a tinge of apprehension about being conferred a title. Perhaps lost in contemplation, the room fell into a profound silence. Zhao Wuji, growing increasingly impatient, clenched his fists, an expression of irritation adorning his rugged face. After a pause, Flinder turned to Li Xian and remarked, "This transformation of yours may very well be a first in the continent. The ability to absorb two soul rings and fuse them into one is undoubtedly a remarkable advantage." With that, Flinder promptly retrieved a tome from a nearby bookshelf. Upon examining the book, Li Xian's attention was drawn to 4 prominent characters emblazoned on the cover: The Mysteries of Martial Souls. This book was a compilation of research conducted by the Spirit Hall over several centuries, documenting insights into martial souls from across the Douluo continent. Authored by nearly 10 titled Douluos who had traversed the land. Flinder then handed the book to Li Xian. 10 titled Douluos? Li Xian expressed a modest surprise. Yet, Flinder refrained from disclosing that this book had been gifted to him by his dear friend Yu Xiaojiang, known as the Master. There were but a few copies of this book within the Spirit Hall. Without hesitation, Li Xian eagerly opened the tome, relieved to find a table of contents amidst its substantial volume. He quickly located the section detailing unusual martial souls. As he delicately turned the pages, Li Xian scrutinized the text within. A martial soul that evolves from a fish. A martial soul derived from clouds. A card-based martial soul. Enchanted by the myriad of descriptions, Li Xian became wholly absorbed. After all, such details were absent from the original narrative. Flinder and Zhao Wuji refrained from interrupting Li Xian, choosing instead to sit on the sofa and observe him as he perused the book. With regards to the study of martial souls, they possessed little experience, thus allowing Li Xian to explore the pages in solitude. As he leafed through the book, Li Xian's gaze remained fixated on the content. "This book is exquisite," he couldn't help but exclaim, captivated by its revelations. Suddenly, a particular description caught his eye. Dual souls in one body. He had never encountered this term before. Could it be mere speculation rather than factual content? After a brief silence, Li Xian lowered his head and continued to read. The text explained that a dual soul in one body might manifest during the awakening of a martial soul when it possesses complementary yet opposing attributes, occurring with an exceedingly low probability. The last recorded instance of such a dual soul had transpired 2 centuries ago, but regrettably, that soul master had perished early in his journey of growth. Thus, the introduction to dual souls was brief, consisting of only a few scant lines. "Dean, take a look at this. I have a feeling this might be it," Li Xian exclaimed, promptly handing the book to Flinder. Upon receiving the book from Li Xian, Flinder adjusted his glasses and focused intently on the content within. The martial soul is indeed a marvel, possessing the unique trait of duality. Judging by the introduction, there is nearly a 70 to 80% probability that your martial soul is precisely this one. However, there was no mention of the fusion of soul rings, which is unfortunate. After reading for a while, Flanders set the book down with a sigh of exasperation. Seeing no fruitful results, he decided not to squander any more time on it. As long as one can steadily grow stronger, all these details are merely ephemeral. Ah, by the way, what is your first soul skill? Go outside to the open space and demonstrate it for me. Suddenly recalling something, Flander tapped his forehead and remarked, "Hee. This soul skill might be quite captivating." At these words, Li Xian silently wore an excited smile and stood up, departing the office. Observing this, Flander and Zhao Wujia exchanged glances. Let us go. This little rascal enjoys maintaining an air of mystery, Flander said, patting Zhao Wujia's broad shoulder. The two then left the office, heading to the open area. Martial Soul, activate. As Li Xian spoke, a brilliant golden light flickered around him, instantly transforming into a colossal golden sword. This radiance enveloped Li Xian, imparting an aura of mystery, especially as some strands of his hair turned a hint of gold. It felt as though the sword had become much lighter. After experiencing this, Li Xian reflected inwardly, glancing around and noticing the absence of stones. Flander instructed Li Xian to unleash his soul skill towards the distant open space. Nodding, Li Xian focused on the nearby area. With his still somewhat youthful hands grasping a weapon taller than himself, he appeared rather comical. First soul skill, Radiant Blade, he declared, swinging the giant sword forward. A crescent-shaped wave of golden energy instantly sliced through the air. The cutting force of the blade did not even graze the grass, but severed it cleanly at the base. Boom. Upon striking its target, the energy wave carved a gash approximately 10 centimeters deep into the ground. Flander quickly approached to examine the fissure, noting its remarkably neat edges, resembling a cake sliced through with precision. Furthermore, a faint residual energy lingered within the crack. What formidable power! Even the sword Dou of the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, did not possess such lethality at the initial soul ring. He touched the depths of the fissure with his finger, feeling a slight sting, despite being a soul sage himself. What is the consumption of the soul skill? Flander inquired as he approached Li Xian. Upon hearing Flander's question, Li Xian smiled and replied, My current soul power is sufficient to utilize the first soul skill approximately 10 times. 10 times? Flander mused, considering the uniqueness of dual martial souls. Various thoughts flashing through his mind. Since the light power form of the soul skill is like this, let us see the first soul skill in the dark power form. Absolutely. As Flander and Zhao Wujia watched, Li Xian's aura gradually transformed into a fierce killing intent. This presence sent a shiver down Flander's spine. For he was a level 74 soul sage. Li Xian was merely a soul master who had just acquired his soul ring. In an instant, the gentle aura vanished completely, and the color of his hair, as well as his garments, transformed into a somber dark red hue. This was the visage of Dark Xian. Grasping the gigantic sword, now infused with a dark crimson shade, Li Xian contemplated the technique he would employ, Shadow Slash. With a mere flick of his wrist, a faint shadow of the colossal sword emerged, akin to an afterimage from a powerful strike. The consumption of soul power was comparable to that in his Light Xian state. While the potency of Light Xian was formidable, Dark Xian remained shrouded in uncertainty, for he had only just severed the air. Chapter 7, Oscar. Upon hearing this, Flinder's eyes sparkled with excitement. How could he have overlooked testing the soul skill's power using Zhao Wujin? With that thought, Flinder clapped his hands. His cunning expression turned toward Zhao Wujin. The latter, sensing Flinder's lecherous gaze, felt an urge to retaliate. However, recognizing the necessity of assisting the young one in gauging the soul skill's might, Zhao Wujin refrained from refusal. He strode forward, a rugged smile gracing his face as he said, Come on, lad. I shall remain still. You attack me to test your skill. With that, Zhao Wujin stood to the side, arms crossed. Old Zhao, brace yourself. Without further ado, as light enveloped the scene, the dark red giant sword reappeared in Li Xian's grasp. First soul skill, Shadow Slash. In an instant, the immense sword, imbued with an overwhelming pressure, swung toward Zhao Wujin. Whoosh! A mundane sound resonated as the dark blade struck Zhao Wujin. Although he had been attacked, Zhao Wujin astutely sensed that he had sustained 2 instances of damage, accompanied by a brief and minimal depletion of soul power. Such a potent soul skill could be deemed the strongest within the same rank. Even formidable defensive soul masters would find it challenging to withstand this strike. How was that, old Zhao? Flinder queried, glancing over. After a moment of silence, Zhao Wujin articulated the insights he had just experienced. Upon hearing this, Flinder, standing with his hands behind his back, contemplated for a moment. An attack of utmost ferocity, yet lacking in defensive capabilities. This was a battle-born martial soul. Contemplating these thoughts, Flinder envisioned the type of second soul skill Li Xian would possess in the future. Yet, the young one remained unaware. Now that the testing is complete, you should begin your training. Zhao Wujin, prepare the herbs for this lad's medicinal bath. I have matters to attend to. Hearing Flinder's words, Li Xian inquired with curiosity, Principal, where are you going? Perhaps soon, you will find yourself with companions. Flinder remarked mysteriously, casting a glance at Li Xian. Companions? Puzzled, Li Xian stood rooted, watching the principal recede into the distance. a sound of confusion escaping his lips. Very well. Proceed with your training while I prepare your herbal bath. After instructing Li Xian, Zhao Wujin also departed. Shaking his head, Li Xian resolved to embark on his training. With the enhancement of his soul power and physical capabilities, his training regimen now entailed running 20 kilometers daily, with a weight of 20 pounds strapped to his back. Had this been in the past, such an endeavor would have been deemed impossible. However, now, with the acquisition of the soul ring, Li Xian's physique is fully capable of enduring the training. Beneath the blazing sun, a solitary figure ambles forward at a measured pace. As the sun's rays beat down, beads of sweat gradually saturate Li Xian's body. Whenever exhaustion overwhelms him, a surge of brilliance rejuvenates his spirit. Now comes the time of indulgence. With this thought, he strides eagerly toward his usual bathing chamber. Shortly thereafter, he arrives at the bathhouse, where a wooden tub remains centrally positioned as before. Ah, the comfort! As his weary form sinks into the tub, a wave of pleasure envelopes him, prompting an exclamation that reverberates throughout the room. Soul Clan Village, a quaint hamlet situated far from Satoa City, is predominantly inhabited by individuals awakened to food-related martial souls. The village derives its name from a soul master of culinary prowess who emerged decades ago, bringing pride to its inhabitants. Regrettably, it has been nearly 40 years since the last soul master graced its presence. The absence of the first soul ring has rendered this village exceedingly impoverished. If one possessed soul skills, they could trade the food conjured by their martial soul. Moreover, with the majority of martial souls being food-related, the village lacks agricultural tools, leading to a significantly lower yield of crops compared to neighboring villages. Within a dilapidated wooden abode, Flanders gazes upon a young boy who appears to be of similar age to Li Xian. This child, despite his tender years, possesses a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes, a dull complexion, and a rather handsome face, though he is notably frail with slightly yellowed hair. At merely 7 years old, he has begun to sprout facial hair. Observing the timid demeanor of the child, Flanders speaks gently, "Do not be afraid. I am Flanders, the headmaster of an academy, and I would like to invite you to study at my institution." Calmed by Flanders' soothing words, the young boy responds, "Hello, my name is Oscar, and I am 7 years old." "What is this?" Oscar inquires. Noticing the crystal in Flanders' hand that resembles the one possessed by the soul master from the spirit hall during their last visit. Rubbing his small hands together, Oscar shyly adds, Esteemed headmaster, I have awakened my martial soul, which is a sausage. However, I lack soul power. The soul master from the spirit hall claimed my martial soul was worthless, allowing me to awaken it, but hastily departed with a female soul master without testing my soul power level. At this, a subtle smile graces Flanders' lips, and he silently expresses gratitude toward the soul master from the spirit hall. Why did he venture so far to this remote village? It was because, while assisting Xiao Xian in gathering medicinal herbs for Li Xian's herbal bath, Xiao Xian, a food-type soul saint, experienced an inexplicable sensation as he passed through Soul Clan Village. It was this peculiar feeling that led him to witness the scene of children awakening their martial souls. In particular, he felt a distinct wave of soul power emanating from the handsome young lad at the back, indicative of a certain innate talent associated with food-type martial souls. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, he promptly conveyed this matter to Flinder. As a food-type soul master, the ability to awaken one's martial soul would yield a soul power fluctuation of at least level 8. Such fluctuations in food-type soul power could only be perceived by those of the same food type at the soul sage level. Thus, observing that only the first few children had their soul power levels tested while the subsequent ones had not, Xiao Xian immediately realized he had inadvertently discovered a prodigious talent in the realm of food-type souls. "Fear not, child. Simply place your right hand upon this crystal, and you shall ascertain your soul power level," Flinder instructed, placing the crystal ball before Oscar. Glancing at Flinder, Oscar lowered his head, nervously extending his right hand toward the crystal. Almost instantaneously, a familiar sensation flooded Flinder's mind. Gazing at the crystal ball, now brimming with soul power, Flinder could only exclaim in astonishment. A food-type soul master with innate full soul power. Upon hearing Flinder's exclamation, Oscar, perplexed, inquired, "Director, what does innate full soul power mean?" Flinder proceeded to relay all this information to Oscar. "So, that means I can become a soul master?" Oscar's face radiated with excitement as he looked at Flinder, tears pooling in his peach blossom eyes. After all, as an orphan, survival had been a formidable challenge, for he could not rely on the charity of others indefinitely. In such impoverished circumstances, where was there spare food for him? "Little one, remember this. As a man, one must bleed without shedding tears." Flinder gently patted Oscar's frail shoulder. He then mused that had it not been for that foolish individual, Oscar would not have wasted nearly a year of his life. Child, would you like to accompany me to my academy? There, you will have teachers to instruct you, an abundance of food to eat, a room to shelter you from the elements, and companions of similar age. Flinder regarded Oscar with warmth, astounded by the first ever innate, full soul power in the food category. I am willing, Director, Oscar responded immediately, captivated by Flinder's sincere gaze. Excellent. Gather your belongings, and I shall assist you in bringing them to the academy. Flinder adjusted his glasses and spoke with a smile. All right. I possess only a few items, a couple of garments and trousers, along with a few buns. The blankets have already deteriorated. Stepping outside, sunlight illuminated Oscar's youthful face. The future was just beginning. Chapter 8. Reunion. After the medicinal bath, Lixian changed into a fresh set of clothing. Leisurely, he emerged from the bathing area, where the sky had turned to dusk, a few solitary clouds drifting across the horizon. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves into a graceful dance. Such scenery was undeniably relaxing. Narrowing his eyes, he stretched lazily and began his walk toward the dining hall. Before long, he noticed several figures moving about within. Time to eat, time to eat. Sensing the enticing aroma of food, one individual hastened their steps to enter. Hey! Upon entering the cafeteria, Lixian observed the teachers gathered around, intently watching a young boy devouring his meal with great enthusiasm. Curiosity piqued, he approached the group and soon realized that the boy was of a similar age to him, albeit considerably more frail. Ah, you finished your meal, have you? Lixian inquired softly as he settled next to Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia, rolling his eyes, replied, I have no idea where Flinder found this little rascal. I believe his name is Oscar, and he possesses innate full soul power. Oscar. Lixian's heart raced at the mention of the name. Here was the sausage specialist from the Shrek 7 Devils, finally making an appearance. Yet, why did he seem to be in such dire straits? With innate full soul power, one would expect a smoother journey. However, it wasn't entirely surprising. The original narrative scarcely mentioned Oscar's childhood. Upon becoming a soul master, one could seek certification at the Spirit Hall, earning a gold coin each month. Lixian, however, had yet to pursue this, as he was content enjoying the benefits at Shrek Academy without any cost. As he watched Oscar finish his meal, a smile crept onto Lixian's face. It was then that the teachers noticed his presence in the cafeteria. Xiao Xian's eyes lit up, and he beckoned. Lixian, come here. Let me introduce you to a new student at Shrek Academy. Oh, in fact, I know him better than you do, Lixian replied, his small face betraying a hint of nervousness. Hello, my name is Oscar, and I am a level 10 soul master. 16. I heard from Dean Flinder that you are nearly half a year younger than me, yet you have already reached level 16. Lixian exclaimed, waving his hand dismissively. We are quite similar, really. Once Dean Flinder takes you to hunt for soul rings, you will be a soul master too, especially with your innate full soul power. That is a mark of genius. Oscar, upon hearing these encouraging words from someone of his age, smiled warmly. Thank you. Ah, enough of that, Lixian said, rising to collect a meal for himself before sitting beside Oscar, allowing the other teachers to disperse. They preferred not to intrude upon the bonds forming among the children. Perhaps due to their shared age, Oscar began to converse more freely. However, Lixian felt puzzled that Oscar had awakened his martial spirit 6 months ago, yet was still only a level 10 soul master. As Oscar continued to speak, Lixian pondered, no wonder this fellow struggles so much in the original story. Yet, being with Ning Rongrong, the wealthy heiress, is quite fortunate for him. Alas, I have no interest in Ning Rongrong. Otherwise, I might have stolen your future wife. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. Just then, a chill swept through Oscar, and he scratched his head in confusion, unaware that he had narrowly escaped losing his future partner. Bang! The cafeteria doors swung open, and upon seeing the figure, Lixian realized it was Dean Flinder. It seemed he was once again trying to deceive someone at the Soto City grocery store. After all, one could indulge in a medicinal bath for 3 days at a cost of several hundred gold soul coins, prompting Lixian to contemplate how to amass a fortune. Upon hearing the words, Flinder nodded and took a portion of food to sit beside the two young ones. Glancing at Oscar, he inquired, How are you, little Oscar? Are you adjusting well to the Shrek Academy? Upon receiving the warm greeting from the principal, Oscar eagerly nodded in response. After a brief pause, Flinder continued to address Oscar. Make sure to rest well today. Tomorrow, I shall take you to obtain your soul ring. From now on, you and little Xin will both commence your training. Understood, principal, Oscar replied. That's splendid. Flinder remained silent thereafter, beginning to eat from his plate. Although the food was rather mundane in taste, the substantial quantity was quite satisfying. Observing that extra dishes were only added during moments of joy, while the ordinary fare consisted of communal pot meals, Lixian lowered his head, contemplating how to earn some money. The culinary methods in this Dou realm were exceedingly monotonous. He mused that he could introduce a few dishes from our Chinese cuisine, ensuring a greater number of patrons. With these thoughts, Li Xian devised a plan in his mind. He then took Oscar by the hand and headed towards the dormitory. Due to the scarcity of students, they each had their own room. Casting a sidelong glance at Oscar, Li Xian said, "Little Oscar, you should wash up and get some rest. The Star Dou Forest is quite a distance away for tomorrow morning. You need to be well rested to have the energy." Upon hearing this and noticing the concern from his friend, Oscar felt a surge of emotion welling up within him. He patted his chest and declared, "No problem. From now on, we shall strive together in our training. I will never lose to you." Hearing Oscar's declaration, Li Xian could only manage a wry smile and a shake of his head, likely not anticipating that such a brief exchange would lead to Oscar's significant progress compared to his development in the original narrative. As night enveloped the Shrek Academy, the moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow upon the earth, which seemed to don a delicate veil. In one of the rooms, a boy sat on a stool, pen in hand, scribbling on a piece of paper. After a considerable amount of time, the boy stretched and yawned, then set his pen down and picked up the paper, scrutinizing its contents. "This should be sufficient. Tomorrow I will attempt to put this plan into action. I wonder if it will succeed," Li Xian murmured, having just completed his proposal, which was densely filled with a myriad of dishes and their respective recipes. Among them was his all-time favorite, hot pot. After all, as a native of Yuqing, how could hot pot be absent? Rubbing his hands together, Li Xian stood up, removed his slippers, and lay down to sleep. Moonlight streamed in through the window, and waves of purple radiance gradually seeped into his body, slowly merging with him. For where there is light, there must also be shadow. Chapter 9, Earning Money. Early the next morning, in the crisp dawn, droplets of water clung to the blades of the blue-silver grass outside, suggesting that a light rain had fallen the previous night. The ground was somewhat slick. After freshening up, Li Xian glanced out of the window. Alas, the sun was not shining today, depriving him of the opportunity to absorb sunlight. With a sigh, Li Xian felt a pang of disappointment. After all, sunlight could be regarded as his golden touch. Shaking his head, Li Xian opened the door to the room and happened upon Dean Flanders and Oscar engaged in conversation. "Ah, you're awake." Flanders greeted Li Xian with a smile. "Yes," Li Xian replied, stepping forward to present the papers he had written the night before. "What is this?" Flanders inquired, eyeing the document with a hint of confusion. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate to take it into his hands. After studying it for a moment, his sharp gaze was captivated by the contents of the paper. Looking intently at Li Xian, he seemed poised to ask a question. Sensing this, Li Xian smiled gently and said, "If these dishes could sell well, how much profit do you think the Academy would earn? After all, Teacher Xiao is an excellent chef." Flanders pondered for a moment before nodding thoughtfully. "It's worth a try. After all, Shrek Academy is quite short on funds. Moreover, we need to prepare medicinal baths for you and Oscar. And those herbs are rather costly. If opening a restaurant proves feasible, then we should certainly pursue it." "All right, I'll leave it to you. I'll take Oscar to the Star Dou Forest to obtain soul rings," Flanders stated, not wasting any time. After giving his instructions, he promptly departed with Oscar. "Brother Xian, I'm heading off," Oscar called out to Li Xian. Although he was slightly older, for some reason, Li Xian was someone he felt comfortable addressing as brother. "Safe travels," Li Xian replied with a gentle smile and a nod. Watching the two depart, he promptly made his way to Xiao Xian's residence. "Teacher, please taste this," he urged, standing beside Xiao Xian as he presented the dish he had just prepared. "Wow, it smells delightful." The faint yet enticing aroma instantly enveloped Xiao Xian's senses. He then picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, savoring it slowly before sitting back to enjoy the flavor. The dish, with its balanced fat and lean meat, had just a hint of spiciness, and surprisingly, the fatty portions were not greasy at all. "This dish is definitely ready for presentation," he declared, immediately trying the fish-flavored shredded pork as well. It was slightly sweet, with tender meat, and the wood ear mushrooms added a refreshing fragrance. "Not bad." After commenting on both dishes, Xiao Xian lifted his gaze to Li Xian. Noticing this, Li Xian smiled and remarked, "The most important aspect is that the ingredients for these two dishes are incredibly inexpensive. Only 5 copper soul coins." 5 copper soul coins? Xiao Xian mused for a moment before rising from his seat. "I do have a small restaurant in Soto City where I could sell these dishes, but unfortunately, very few people are willing to dine in small eateries. They mostly prefer hotels. What should we do?" Xiao Xian looked at Li Xian with uncertainty. "Hehe. It's quite simple. Partner with the hotels in Soto City. Profit sharing." "Profit sharing?" Xiao Xian questioned. "You are a soul sage level culinary master. If you promote this at those larger hotels, I believe they would not refuse the endorsement of a soul sage. In this world, apart from a few wealthy merchants, very few individuals are inclined to dine at hotels without being soul masters. The prevailing trend in the Douluo continent is predominantly focused on accommodations. Many soul masters are quite affluent, while ordinary individuals rarely indulge in hotel expenditures. This serves as the source of his confidence. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Xian nodded and placed the paper given to him by Li Xian into the soul guide device. He was acquainted with some of the management personnel at those prestigious hotels. In the past, he had mingled with the owners of these establishments during feasts at Shrek Academy. After all, in the presence of a group of soul emperors and soul saints, who would dare to neglect their hospitality? Then, under the astonished gaze of Li Xian, Xiao Xian swiftly devoured 2 dishes. I wish I could eat too. With a wry smile, Li Xian gazed at the now empty plate. Watching Xiao Xian's retreating figure, he tidied up the plate and prepared for the next culinary adventure. He contemplated trying hot pot. For nothing epitomizes life's pleasures quite like gathering with friends over hot pot and drinks. Dreaming of the future, Li Xian exited the dining hall and commenced his training outdoors. At that moment, he was not confined to the vicinity of Shrek Academy, but ventured into the woods to refine his soul skills. In the distance, Zhao Wujie stood atop a massive boulder, observing Li Xian from his elevated vantage point. First soul skill, Radiant Blade. With a swift movement, Li Xian leapt, raising his arm to wield the luminous blade, executing his soul skill with a graceful twist of his body. The previously dim surroundings were suddenly illuminated by a brilliant golden light, as a crescent-shaped sword aura rapidly struck several large trees. With a resounding crash, the central tree was severed in an instant, collapsing to leave behind a solitary stump, while the other trees bore varying degrees of sword marks. In a fleeting moment, the golden light was replaced by a dark crimson hue, enveloping the area in shadows. Shadow slash. A red silhouette darted through the woods, weaving between the light and dark sword shadows, leaving countless gashes on the tree bark. Panting, Li Xian paused, taking a deep breath as he settled onto the ground to rest. He had spent the entire morning honing his soul skills. The first soul skill of Light Xian was suited for ranged combat, while that of Dark Xian excelled in close quarters. Reflecting on his training experiences, Li Xian recognized his own strengths and weaknesses. How do you feel, little monster? Zhao Wujie approached leisurely, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, noticing Li Xian's break. Soul Master? Li Xian looked at him in disbelief, and Zhao Wujie rolled his eyes, bemused by the notion of a first-ring soul master aspiring to challenge a third-ring soul venerable. Old Zhao, I feel a pressing need for speed. My first soul skill indeed possesses significant power, but my speed is rather lacking. If I encounter a control-type soul master, I might face considerable danger. As for agile attackers, I am not overly concerned, since the Dark Blade can provide adequate defense. Li Xian articulated his thoughts to Zhao Wujie. With a playful pat on Li Xian's shoulder, Zhao Wujie jested, with a displacement soul skill, if you can't defeat your opponent, you can always make a hasty retreat. Li Xian rolled his eyes in response, speechless at Zhao Wujie's comments. Chapter 10, The Transformation of Oscar. Zhao Wujie remained bewildered as he observed the two. Did you finish so quickly? Did the hotel management raise any objections? Now, it was Li Xian who found himself in a state of confusion. With a mysterious smile, Xiao Xian remarked, the owner of the hotel I visited owes me his life from years ago, so when I approached him, he readily agreed without hesitation and even proposed an 80-20 profit split in my favor. Upon hearing this, Li Xian immediately gave Xiao Xian a thumbs up, recognizing the value of connections. As for why they chose collaboration over pursuing the venture independently, it was clear that over time, other hotels would inevitably replicate these dishes, which is why Li Xian had never contemplated going solo. With these concerns resolved, he felt reassured. Hot pot, fundamentally, requires a base made from beef tallow and the freshest ingredients, and while the technical demands are not excessively high, it was the first time such a dish had appeared in the Douluo continent, leaving some uncertainty in its wake. Now I can rest easy, Xiao Xian said, nodding as he set aside his tension. Now, it's simply a matter of how many gold soul coins we can earn each day. With a chuckle, Li Xian responded. At this, Xiao Xian chose not to divulge the identity of the person who provided the recipe, instead casting a mysterious glance at Li Xian. What's this? Li Xian and Zhao Wujie exchanged bewildered looks, chuckling at the air of secrecy. Noticing this, Zhao Wujie eagerly inquired about the recent events. Subsequently, Li Xian wasted no time revealing his entire plan to Zhao Wujie. Haha, well done, my friend, Zhao Wujie exclaimed, astonished by the profitable scheme. As he patted Li Xian's shoulder with considerable force, nearly bending him over. I feel like one day you might just flatten me with that slap. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie was struck by a thought. By the way, when did you learn to cook? I don't recall you ever preparing a meal. Ah, just minor details. Nothing worth mentioning, Li Xian replied, his handsome face glistening with sweat as he hurriedly left the scene. Observing his swift departure, Zhao Wujia scratched his head, pondering the situation but arriving at no conclusions, leaving him somewhat frustrated. He too then set off. In a small border town, two figures, one tall and one small, walked side by side. Principal, I appreciate your help this time, the young boy said respectfully to the tall figure beside him. The towering figure, upon hearing the boy's words, lowered his head and replied gently, though his shoehorn-like face seemed somewhat out of place. These two were, of course, Oscar and Flander. It must be noted that Oscar was quite fortunate. Shortly after entering the Star Dou Forest, he encountered a soul beast perfectly suited to him. Flander then incapacitated the soul beast, allowing Oscar to obtain a soul ring. This soul beast was 400 years old, and ordinarily, Oscar's physical constitution would not have been able to absorb a soul ring so close to its limit. However, as the soul beast belonged to an exceptionally gentle type, the absorption process proceeded smoothly without any complications, resulting in Oscar's soul power rising to 13th rank. In a quaint border town, the two spent a night. And the following day, Flander took Oscar on a brief tour, bestowing upon the young lad an array of unforgettable experiences as he stepped onto the grand stage of life. Approaching, Flander's keen gaze scrutinized a somewhat translucent crystal before him, its pale golden surface revealing faint cracks, seemingly the result of wear from its excavation. Yet, something appeared to dwell within, though Flander, after a moment of contemplation, discerned nothing of note. Good sir, what might you desire? The shopkeeper inquired cheerfully upon the arrival of a customer, his demeanor instantly brightening. 1 gold soul coin? Flander pondered, uncertainty clouding his judgment on whether to make a purchase. Noticing Flander's hesitation, the shopkeeper grew anxious. Having set up his stall for nearly half a month without a single sale, he was eager to close a deal. For a single gold soul coin, you may select 3 items. Might the esteemed customer be interested? Barely had the shopkeeper finished speaking when a radiant gold soul coin landed before him. Ahem, I shall not be remiss. Then, the shopkeeper stammered. Flander, behind his black-rimmed glasses, revealed a glint of cunning in his eyes. Though his words were courteous, his intentions were anything but. Under the bewildered gaze of the shopkeeper, Flander swiftly gathered items he deemed worthwhile, including the pale golden stone. Let this suffice, he declared, placing the 3 chosen items into his soul guide and quietly departing, leaving no trace behind. As he felt the weight of the gold soul coin in his hand, the shopkeeper was suddenly gripped by an inexplicable sensation, akin to losing several hundred gold soul coins. Oh well, these items cost me merely 10 silver soul coins. Profit is profit, he sighed, returning to await the arrival of his next customer. Inside the carriage, Oscar bore witness to the impressive performance of his esteemed dean. Should I not also adopt a touch of cunning? It would surely serve to mislead others, he mused, recalling the methods of utilizing his soul skills, and soon resolved that cunning and craftiness would be essential in his future endeavors. Truly, the dean had imparted wisdom without uttering a word. With a mental thumbs up directed at Flander, Oscar felt a surge of joy. Far away at Shrek Academy, Li Xian likely remained unaware that Oscar's demeanor had been shaped in such a manner. As the Academy's sign drew nearer, Oscar's excitement began to mount. Witnessing the little one's delight, Flander's typically stoic expression softened into a smile of satisfaction. Before long, their carriage arrived at the Academy's entrance, still as dilapidated as ever. After settling the fare with the driver, the two alighted and stepped inside. The moment they entered the Academy, Oscar spotted Li Xian, who was running with sandbags strapped to him. At that moment, Li Xian's clothes were drenched in sweat, strands of hair clinging to his forehead, and his increasingly handsome face bore an expression of unwavering determination. Under the protective embrace of soul power, there was no need to worry about the wear and tear on his knees. Of course, his physical stamina was greatly consumed. As Li Xian paused in his steps, his gaze shifted and he spotted the 2 returning individuals. Observing Oscar, who bore a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes, Li Xian couldn't shake the feeling that, despite having only been apart for a day, Oscar's aura had undergone a remarkable transformation. Shaking off the peculiar thought, Li Xian approached to greet them. Chapter 11. Oscar's first soul skill. After scrutinizing Oscar, Li Xian inquired, So what level are you now? Hehe. I'm at level 13. Oscar replied with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's lips curled into a smile. Not bad, not bad. You're only 4 levels behind me. For levels? As soon as Li Xian's words left his mouth, Oscar gazed at him in shock. He distinctly remembered that Li Xian had been at level 16 just yesterday. Behind them, Flander wore a look of immense pride. At 6 years and 4 months, you have already become a level 17 soul master. The likelihood of you evolving into a title Douluo in the future is exceedingly high. Amid Flander's joy, Li Xian chuckled and said, Principal, our academy has harvested 400 gold soul coins today. What? The sudden revelation startled Flander. Reflecting on the so-called culinary plan concocted by Li Xian the previous day, he had paid little heed to it, dismissing it as childish antics. He never anticipated that today would bring such a delightful surprise. In truth, today's gains were modest. When they eventually utilized the meat of lower-level soul beasts, the gold coins would come flowing in. Li Xian recounted to Flinder what teacher Xiao Xian had shared with him that day. Regardless, Li Xian was unsure whether it was the culinary culture of the Douluo continent that was lacking or what. But the dishes prepared in the hotel today had truly been in high demand. That's good. This way, both you and little Oscar will have ample gold soul coins to prepare for your medicinal baths. Calming himself, Flinder's tone became noticeably more cheerful than usual. Oscar had also been informed about the medicinal baths on the day he arrived. His physical constitution was rather weak. If he were a battle-type soul master, it would be different since the body would significantly strengthen with the addition of soul rings. However, as a support-type food system soul master, he was genuinely thrilled at the prospect of a medicinal bath. Alright, from now on, little Xian, your only task is to swiftly reach level 20. Once you obtain your soul ring, I will take you to a wonderful place, Flinder stated. Upon hearing this, Li Xian lowered his head in contemplation. It must be that soul fighting arena. Indeed, I require practical combat to grow. This is indeed a splendid destination. At present, the main storyline of the original work had yet to commence, and he felt somewhat languid, particularly as he was nearing level 20. At this moment, Tang San might still be diligently training his martial skills, which served as a wake-up call for him. Suddenly, Li Xian recalled something and looked at Oscar. Little Oscar, bring out one of your sausages. Sausage? Ah, okay. After a brief moment of surprise, Oscar promptly exclaimed, First soul skill, I have a big sausage. After a cacophony of grotesque sounds, a bright red sausage, exuding a tantalizing aroma, suddenly appeared in Oscar's palm. It was perplexing why the characters in the original story were so frightened upon hearing this soul incantation. As Li Xian took the sausage from Oscar's hand, he contemplated deeply. Lowering his gaze to the enticing sausage, he promptly began to consume it, devouring it in mere bites. The moment the sausage entered his stomach, a wave of warmth began to surge within him. His soul energy was rapidly replenishing, and the fatigue from his earlier training had significantly alleviated. After a moment of reflection, Li Xian pondered, how does it taste? Oscar's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was his first time utilizing a soul skill, and he felt a surge of exhilaration within. Indeed, this sausage not only accelerated the recovery of soul energy, but also provided considerable relief to his mental and physical state. Having such a delicacy during battle could certainly ease one's nerves. Upon hearing this, Oscar felt a tinge of shyness. Perhaps accompanying Dean Flinder to Shrek Academy was the most fortunate event of my life. What's wrong? Li Xian inquired, noticing Oscar's sudden silence. It's nothing. Really. I'm just overwhelmingly happy, Oscar quickly replied, waving his hands in dismissal. Flinder, observing this exchange, couldn't help but smile wryly before quietly departing. By the way, Oscar, in the future, when I train, you should join me. Training together will surely yield greater results. Li Xian expressed his thoughts to Oscar. Absolutely. They agreed to train together in the future. After making their pact, Li Xian mysteriously remarked to Oscar, Tomorrow, after you train with me, you will discover the benefits. He then made his way toward the dining hall, feeling famished after a long day. Oscar, still processing Li Xian's words, noticed that he had already walked quite a distance and hurried to catch up. Brother Xian, what are the benefits you mentioned? Oscar asked, running alongside him. Li Xian shrugged. Rest assured, it will surely be a grand surprise, especially for a support-type soul master. Especially beneficial for support-type soul masters? Oscar pondered, slightly furrowing his brow as Li Xian maintained an air of mystery. However, upon catching a whiff of the delectable aroma wafting from the dining hall, he promptly cast aside all thoughts. After all, what could possibly compare to a hearty meal? Little did he know. No wonder they had earned 400 gold soul coins today. The food was genuinely exquisite. Zhao Wujia's voice resonated from a wooden bench. A dozen delicious dishes were laid out on the dining table. Xiao Xian nodded in agreement with Zhao Wujia's words. He had not anticipated accumulating such wealth throughout the day. In fact, due to the innovative cooking methods, he felt a spark of enlightenment, breaking through his own bottlenecks. And it seemed that he would soon be able to level up. Don't worry, this is just a dozen dishes. I still have plenty more ideas in mind. In a previous life, as an orphan and a culinary enthusiast, Li Xian had always been self-sufficient since leaving the orphanage. His prowess in the kitchen was unmatched. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Xiao Xian hurried over, exclaiming, You little rascal, you've been hiding your talents. When will you showcase your skills to your teacher? Laughter erupted among the others as they watched the lively exchange between the two, filling the cafeteria with a joyful atmosphere. Chapter 12. The Path of Growth. The following morning, Oscar, After completing his morning routine, arrived at Li Xian's room. "Brother Xian, are you awake?" he gently inquired, noting the stillness within the room. "Could you still be sleeping?" Oscar pondered, scratching his head in confusion. "I'm coming in." With that, he opened the door to Li Xian's room, peering inside to find the bed empty. Noticing the absence of anyone, Oscar promptly closed the door behind him, stepping into the open space. He glanced around and soon spotted a figure beneath a large tree outside the academy. The weather was splendid that day, and Li Xian had risen early to bask in the sunlight at his favorite spot. Sensing someone nearby, Li Xian opened his eyes, and a faint golden glow subtly faded away, returning his pupils to their usual state. He looked over to see Oscar, eagerly exclaiming, "Brother Xian, when shall we begin our training?" "Right now," Li Xian replied, feeling the warmth of the sunlight invigorating his being. He stood up, gazing at the azure sky, and took a moment to steady his breath before leading Oscar into the small grove. "Little Oscar, remember, when I use my soul technique, you must conjure a sausage for me. For every time I use it, you shall create one sausage," Li Xian instructed earnestly. "I don't have enough soul power to keep up with that," Oscar responded, bewildered by the demand. Hearing this, Li Xian smirked. "Didn't I mention yesterday that there would be a surprise? You'll find out soon enough." The reason Li Xian wanted Oscar to use his soul technique simultaneously was that he had discovered the energy from sunlight could be shared with others. This revelation thrilled him, especially since Oscar was a food-type soul master. Thus, while Li Xian trained, he could continuously replenish his soul power and stamina. As for Oscar's concern about insufficient soul power, it was simple. The energy from the sunlight would mitigate the consumption incurred by Oscar's soul techniques, gradually enhancing his physical condition as the sunlight flowed through him. Before long, the two arrived at the small grove. As the vibrant aura of life enveloped them, Li Xian felt his soul power surge smoothly, as if something within the grove was amplifying its flow. "Let us begin," he declared to Oscar, and in an instant, his eyes transformed into a soft golden hue, the soul power swirling around him. As the scene unfolded, Oscar remained on high alert, poised to offer Li Xian a sausage at any moment. In a swift motion, the radiant blade materialized in Li Xian's grasp, surrounded by a captivating aura of light, brimming with righteousness. The sword's formidable presence was further accentuated by the dazzling sunlight that cascaded upon it, causing its seemingly massive form to slenderize considerably in an instant. The first soul skill, Radiant Edge. Instantly, a brilliant golden glow enveloped Li Xian, and a circle of violet soul rings gracefully ascended from beneath his feet. A violet millennium soul ring. Oscar, with astonishment reflected in his peach blossom eyes, gazed at Li Xian in disbelief. Despite his somewhat slender arms, he wielded the elongated radiant blade with conviction. The crescent sword aura shimmered, sending forth waves of immense pressure. The first soul skill. Behold, I possess a grand sausage. Oscar, noticing Li Xian unleash his soul skill, promptly tossed a vibrant red sausage into Li Xian's hand. Unbeknownst to Oscar, as Li Xian consumed the sausage, an imperceptible energy seamlessly merged into his being. Whoosh. This time, rather than directing his soul skill at the trees, Li Xian aimed at the weeds upon the ground. The crescent sword aura, hovering approximately 1 meter above the earth, sliced through the overgrowth with precision, severing countless weeds in its wake. In that moment, Oscar beheld a sight that would be etched indelibly in his memory. The chaotic flurry of grass fragments, dancing through the air, left behind a slender scar upon the ground. Then, as the light dimmed, an overwhelming darkness enveloped the surroundings, shrouding everything in an eerie twilight. Gulp. Oscar swallowed hard, a wave of anticipation washing over him. In his gaze, a vague humanoid silhouette emerged behind Li Xian, tall and formidable, wielding a sword of similar grandeur. Shadow slash. Li Xian's deep voice shattered the stillness, jolting Oscar from his reverie. Blinking in surprise, Oscar suddenly realized that the silhouette had vanished. Was it merely an illusion? Pondering this without arriving at a conclusion, Oscar hurriedly resumed his use of soul skills, launching an attack toward Li Xian. Within the forest, a dark crimson figure flickered, its ethereal blade radiating a menacing aura as it swept through the surroundings. The areas touched by the dark crimson sword aura withered instantly. Reminiscent of what Zhao Wujin had described, a vague sensation of soul power depletion upon being struck by Li Xian's dark form. What ferocious power! It was akin to a beast, yet an intelligent one. The dark crimson eye surveyed the surroundings as Li Xian's thoughts echoed within. The first soul skill of the dark form remained perpetually active. A mere flick of the wrist sufficed as a soul skill. However, for Li Xian, this state could only be sustained for a fleeting minute. Yet, within that minute, he possessed the capability to vanquish foes of equal rank. Moreover, the soul power consumption differed between the light and dark forms. The radiant blade required soul power from the light, while the dark blade drew from the shadows. Even if Li Xin exhausted his soul power in the dark form, he could seamlessly transition back to the light form. With a slight movement of his lips, Li Xin swallowed the sausage tossed over by Oscar, feeling the soul power within him gradually replenishing, although it still could not compensate for the consumption incurred by using soul techniques. From now on, I will cling tightly to Brother Xin's leg. What a reliable support. Oscar mused quietly. Xiao Ao, let me know when you need to rest, he said. Huh, it's fine, Brother Xin, I certainly won't hinder you, Oscar replied cheerfully. Hey, you fool, I'm actually telling you to rest. I intend to take a break as well. Oh no. Realizing he had made a blunder, Oscar smiled sheepishly. The two settled side by side on a small hillock, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. In the distance, Flinder and Zhao Waoqi exchanged knowing glances, smiling as they quietly departed. Upon hearing this, Oscar hurriedly lowered his head, tears gathering in his peach blossom eyes. Born into humble beginnings, he had long learned the art of flattery, otherwise he might have perished long ago. In truth, he felt deeply insecure. Even though Dean Flinder praised him as the continent's first innate full soul power food system soul master, he still regarded himself as merely a food-type soul master, lacking any combat prowess. Thus, it was only natural for him to flatter Li Xin after their acquaintance. However, upon hearing Li Xin's sincere words, he found himself at a loss for words. Oscar lifted his gaze to meet Li Xin's genuine smile, a hint of a smile gracing his own lips. From now on, we are brothers. Beneath the great tree atop the small hill, the two children exchanged smiles, their little fists colliding in camaraderie. Chapter 13, Promotion. A year later. This year flew by in an instant, and the synergy between Li Xin and Oscar grew ever more harmonious. Just yesterday, Li Xin successfully advanced to level 20. With the acquisition of another soul ring, he would attain the status of a great soul master. Flinder was delighted upon hearing the news. Throughout the year, Li Xin had been tirelessly enhancing his physical constitution with the power of the sun, causing his soul power cultivation to progress rather slowly. Yet, after tempering his body with solar energy, Li Xin felt a sense of confidence that he could obtain a soul ring of at least 3,000 years. 2 of such rings would amount to 6,000 years. However, reaching level 20 at the age of 7 years and 3 months left him feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he had only advanced 3 levels in a year. Nevertheless, Li Xin never regretted it. After all, having significantly improved his physical prowess made acquiring soul rings well beyond his age much more feasible. Oscar, too, had reached level 20 through a year of diligent training. Yet, even he found it puzzling that his physical constitution had changed remarkably. It is worth noting that food-type soul masters have the slowest upgrade speed among all types of soul masters. But Li Xin had undeniably strengthened Oscar's physique over the past year. Thus, at the age of 7 years and 9 months, Oscar attained level 20. However, the power of the sun could only assist him this once. Future advancements would depend on Oscar himself. On this day, Flinder and Zhao Waoqi led Oscar and Li Xin into the Star Dou Forest to acquire their second soul ring. The transformations of the two young prodigies over the year left Flinder nodding with appreciation. Unfortunately, this year, Shrek Academy still had only 2 students. Gazing into the distance, Li Xin's eyes drifted, and he murmured to himself, according to the timeline, Tang Xin should have awakened his martial soul by now, which signifies the commencement of the main storyline. Brother Xin, Oscar suddenly leaned closer to Li Xin's ear and said, Dean Flandre mentioned that after obtaining the second spirit ring, we must practice combat in the soul arena. I recall the Dean stating that you are an auxiliary-type soul master, only participating in the 7 versus 7 team battles, Li Xin replied, somewhat puzzled. He distinctly remembered that in the original narrative, Oscar only took part in the 7 versus 7 competitions. At this point, Oscar excitedly rubbed his hands together and exclaimed, The Dean has observed our cooperation and training over the past year, and he wishes for us to try this together. After contemplating for a moment, Li Xin nodded in agreement. This past year had been spent either facing wild grasses or towering trees, with the most extensive combat being against Zhao Wujin, who, after all, was a soul sage. While his power was indeed formidable at the same level, it could not breach Zhao Wujin's defenses. Thus, he remained uncertain about the true potency of his soul skills against others. On the official road, the carriage traveled smoothly, and a thought emerged deep within Li Xin's heart. He aspired to venture out for a year of training once he broke through to the rank of Soul Zone. The Douluo continent possessed a unique culture, and it would be a great pity not to explore it. Noticing Li Xin's preoccupation, Oscar chose to remain silent and closed his eyes to meditate. The sunlight illuminated Li Xin's handsome visage, with his light golden pupils reflecting the distant scenery. As night gradually descended, The four found a tavern to rest for the night. The following morning, they resumed their journey towards the Star Dou Forest. An hour later, the quartet encountered a lively scene. It seemed that over the past year, the small town located at the outskirts of the Star Dou Forest had undergone significant changes. Li Xian recalled that a year ago, this town was considerably smaller, lacking the current crowds and size. Come and buy local fruits at reasonable prices. The Star Dou Forest specialty, wood crystal stones, 10 gold soul coins for one. Spicy soul beast meat, only a silver soul coin per skewer. Oscar and Li Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Star Dou Forest, where a spacious area was filled with equipped soul masters gathered together. These must be mercenaries, Li Xian muttered to himself. Brother Xian, let us go, Oscar urged, tugging at Li Xian's sleeve as he stood in a daze. The entrance was bustling with comings and goings. As Li Xian passed by, he noticed several mercenaries who were missing limbs. Humans hunt soul beasts, and soul beasts devour humans. It is the natural order. This world was indeed ruthless. Everyone aspired to survive and profit, but the prerequisite was to be stronger than one's adversaries. Upon entering the Star Dou Forest, the sunlight from above was obscured by a dense canopy of leaves, instantly casting a cooler shade. Countless towering trees converged around them. Flandra and Zhao Wujin stood on either side of Li Xian and Oscar. Little Xian, have you decided which soul beast you wish to hunt? Flandra inquired. Oh, which soul beast? Flandra adjusted his glasses and inquired. The shadow leopard and the earth steed are my targets this time. Subsequently, Li Xian elucidated the situation to Flandra. The shadow leopard possesses remarkable speed and exceptional quality, yet its endurance is lacking. Conversely, the earth steed boasts great stamina, but is considerably slower. Thus, I aspire to acquire the characteristics of both soul beasts. Upon hearing this, Flandra pondered attentively before consenting. As for the age of the soul rings, it was set at approximately 2,700 years. Oscar's situation remained tentative, as the abilities of food system soul masters largely depend on the capabilities of the soul beasts, whereas many auxiliary soul masters have relatively fixed soul skills, such as the 9-heart sea tang and the 7-treasure glazed tile. As the group progressed, Flandra surveyed their surroundings. Just moments ago, they had spotted a 1,000-year-old mandala snake, which had been frightened away by the aura emanating from Zhao Wuji's. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from a nearby thicket. Be on guard, Flandra calmly instructed. The four of them fixed their gaze on the swaying grass. Abruptly, a holy white soul beast, adorned with peculiar markings and resembling a rabbit, emerged. With delicate crimson eyes and a length of approximately 40 centimeters, it was a snow jade essence, estimated to be around 900 years old. Its innate ability was toxin manipulation, granting it significant resistance to poisons. Observing the soul beast closely, Li Xian promptly relayed its information. A fleeting thought crossed Flandra's mind. This soul beast seemed exceptionally suited for Oscar. Very well. Just as Flandra intended to approach and subdue the soul beast directly, Li Xian hurriedly intervened. Noticing Flandra's puzzled expression, Li Xian smiled and said, Dean, allow me to handle this soul beast. Please assist in preventing its escape. Without further deliberation, Flandra readily agreed. In the distance, the snow jade essence was savoring the tender, fresh grass leaves when suddenly, a chilling and powerful aura approached from behind. First soul skill, Radiant Blade. In an instant, a sword energy imbued with a luminous essence yet tinged with murderous intent manifested before the snow jade essence's gaze. Swish. Li Xian focused intently, observing the peculiar markings on the snow jade essence's skin flicker momentarily as its entire body swiftly distanced itself from its previous position. Oh, it possesses a brief displacement ability. This is not recorded in the texts, Li Xian murmured. However, the pressure from the sword energy significantly diminished the snow jade essence's speed. The blade grazed its skin, causing a trickle of blood to splatter onto the ground. Chirp. Realizing it was at a disadvantage, the injured snow jade essence quickly understood that this human was not a foe it could confront and attempted to flee. Its short limbs began to retreat, still facing Li Xian. Chapter 14, Instruction. Observing the snow jade essence's attempt to escape, Li Xian swiftly pursued. Chirp. In a bid to intimidate him, the snow jade essence emitted a series of tremulous cries. As the snow jade spirit rushed forward, its mouth agape, revealing teeth as sharp as precious jade, it leapt to fiercely bite at Li Xian's neck. In a swift motion, Li Xian slightly turned his head, wielding the blade of light in his hand, striking upwards without employing any soul skills. The intense radiance enveloped the snow jade spirit, which, suspended in midair, was unable to pivot in time. In an instant, its abdomen was cleaved open by the razor-sharp blade, and a torrent of blood cascaded to the ground. With a soft thud, the snow jade spirit collapsed, incapacitated. After all, as a soul beast with limited offensive capability, it had performed admirably. In a swift motion, Oscar brandished a dagger, observing the bloodied snow jade spirit lying on the ground. He deftly plunged the dagger into its body, marking a form of release, and expressed gratitude for the soul ring. A deep yellow ring, tinged with a hint of purple, began to materialize slowly. Oscar immediately seated himself on the ground. After a year of training, his physical constitution was sufficient to absorb a spirit beast of 900 years. However, he would not have withstood one of a millennium. Otherwise, it was likely that his second soul ring would have been a 1,000-year one. As ethereal lights danced around Oscar, Lexin and the others remained quietly in anticipation of his absorption of the soul ring. How does it feel to be in combat? Flander inquired, glancing at Lexin, who sat pensively on the ground. Flander, typically composed, suddenly bore a serious expression as he addressed Lexin. Listen closely. It is imperative that you remember this. During a duel, regardless of whether your opponent is formidable or feeble, never allow a repetition of today's events. He paused, then continued, when confronting a strong adversary, you will find yourself in peril, and thus you will muster all your focus to confront the challenge. However, when faced with an opponent you deem weak, never underestimate them. Mercy towards your enemy is cruelty towards yourself. Every opponent deserves your utmost respect. After imparting this wisdom, Flander turned away, his weary gaze obscured by his glasses as he stared into the distance, his tone subdued. As your mentor, I find that there is little I can truly teach you. You have always been exceptionally bright, sometimes seeming like a miniature adult. I have watched you grow, and I am certain that you will surpass me in the future. Yet, I fear that your carelessness may lead to your downfall. With his words trailing off, silence enveloped the surroundings. Observing Flander's melancholic demeanor, Lexin suddenly realized that he had never truly comprehended Flander. Indeed, this was a tangible world, not a mere illusion. He had always approached understanding others from the perspective of the original narrative, such as Oscar. Who could fathom the tribulations of Oscar's childhood? In that dimly lit forest, Flander caught a glimpse of the glimmering tears in Lexin's pale gold and dark red eyes. Thank you for your guidance. Under the approving gaze of Flander, Lexin softly uttered a few words. The two exchanged a smile, and Flander rose, laughing heartily as he patted Lexin's shoulder. In my previous life, no one ever imparted such wisdom to me, save for the lessons learned through personal experience in battles and injuries. Zhao Wujia, who was safeguarding Oscar, also shook his head, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. This lad, as time trickled by, Oscar, drenched in sweat, gradually integrated the soul ring into his martial soul. The snow jade spirit, akin to the soul beast he had first obtained, was also a gentle creature. Before long, the swirling energies surrounding Oscar began to dissipate. A sudden surge of aura emerged, and soon, 2 yellow soul rings encircled Oscar. Little Oscar succeeded. Observing Oscar's aura gradually stabilize, Lexin joyfully dashed to his side. Once Oscar's aura settled completely, he slowly opened his delicate peach blossom eyes and exclaimed with excitement, Teacher Zhao, Dean, Brother Lexin, I did it. I am now a great soul master. Well done, little Oscar. I didn't expect you to advance before me, Lexin said, swiftly embracing Oscar's neck in celebration. Haha. All thanks to Brother Lexin for helping me obtain this soul ring. Oscar laughed, returning the embrace. All right. Look at you two lost in your joy, Flander interjected promptly. He stepped forward, adjusting his glasses as he addressed Oscar. Little Oscar, what is your second soul skill? Oscar, with a mysterious smile, replied. My second soul skill inherits the ability of the snow jade spirit, namely, detoxification. After a pause, he continued, and a temporary acceleration of my movement speed. With that, Oscar whispered, I have a big sausage. Before the astonished eyes of the others, Oscar revealed a plump, reddish sausage with a hint of white. This sausage exuded a more robust aroma than the one from his first soul skill. Detoxification, the elimination of abnormal states, is effective for 12 hours after consumption. And it allows the user to execute 3 movements of no more than 15 meters, not teleportation, but a speed-enhanced movement. Furthermore, as my soul power increases, the potency of my soul skill will also amplify. This is my second soul skill. Raising the sausage in his right hand, Oscar cheerfully shared the details of his newfound ability. Lexin mused internally, noting that the soul beast he acquired differed somewhat from the original narrative, endowing him with an additional capability. Suddenly, a heavy thud interrupted Lexin's thoughts. Oscar was struck by Zhao Wujia's powerful hand, causing him to tremble on his feet. Lexin gasped, and Flander echoed his surprise. Silently offering a prayer for Oscar, Lexin quickly steadied him. Haha, after indulging myself, I feel much better, Zhao Wujia chuckled, flexing his fingers. Perhaps it was because Lexin had always stopped him from striking during his moments of excitement. The urge had built up over time. Now, it was finally released. How refreshing. Witnessing this, Li Xian could only pout in response. Flander promptly stepped forward to dissipate the lively atmosphere. He then turned to Zhao Wujie and said, "Let us hasten and find a soul ring for Xiao Xian." Zhao Wujie nodded in agreement. Recognizing that their playful antics had indeed consumed a considerable amount of time, the group immediately commenced their search within the vast expanse of the Star Dou Forest. Chapter 15, Sublimation. It must be said that the Star Dou Forest is truly immense. The shadow leopard and the earth horse, both rare soul beasts, remain exceedingly difficult to locate within its depths. After meandering about without encountering a single soul beast, they stumbled upon several remarkable medicinal herbs. These herbs could fetch several thousand gold soul coins, nearly causing Flander to burst into laughter. Humph, I was feeling so melancholic, yet here I am, a miser at heart. Li Xian muttered as he walked along, pouting. You young rascal, what do you know? Without money, how can you and Xiao Ao enjoy a medicinal bath? Flander retorted, incensed by Li Xian's feeble complaints. Every day, just from selling vegetables at that inn, we can earn over 1,000 gold soul coins. A medicinal bath is more than affordable. Li Xian continued his banter. At this, Flander's face flushed with embarrassment, recalling that the excess gold soul coins had indeed been tucked away in his little treasury. No, I cannot let them find out, otherwise my reputation as the dean would be tarnished. That is simply unacceptable. With these thoughts in mind, Flander ceased to argue with Li Xian, realizing there was little point in jesting with a mere child. As the air fell into an unexpected silence, Li Xian shook his head and smiled wryly. Just like in the original story, such a miser. Zhao Wujie and Oscar shared a quiet laugh nearby. Observing this, Li Xian remarked, Old Zhao, why are you laughing? You, as a teacher, do receive a salary, do you not remember? As they walked, Zhao Wujie suddenly halted, a look of realization dawning upon his rugged face. Oh, I nearly forgot that I do have a salary. Upon saying this, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Zhao Wujie's eyes as he turned to Flander. Flander, sensing Zhao Wujie's ominous gaze, quickly interjected, cough. All right, let us now focus on potential dangers. Seeing Flander's feigned nonchalance, Zhao Wujie's mouth twitched in amusement. Oscar, already elated from acquiring a soul ring, struggled to suppress his laughter at the sight of his teacher's antics, nearly succumbing to faintness from holding it in. After a laborious search lasting about 2 hours since their departure, the group finally encountered the first soul beast that Li Xian had hoped for, the earth horse. They stealthily concealed themselves behind the trees, carefully suppressing their presence. From a distance, the colossal soul beast was quietly lowering its head to drink from the crystal-clear stream. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, its muscles were taut, with some veins visibly pulsating beneath its pale red skin, which was covered in dense fur. A pair of massive hooves rested firmly upon the soft ground, and with each breath, wisps of mist escaped from its nostrils. To Li Xian, it bore a resemblance to horses from his past life. However, the distinguishing feature was that the earth horse possessed sharp teeth, marking it not as a herbivore, but indeed as a carnivorous soul beast. Flander cast a glance at the earth horse and remarked, the age is quite suitable, nearly 2,900 years. Lao Zhao, you shall use your soul skill to slow down this soul beast. I will maintain the formation. Zhao Wujie nodded in agreement. Once the tasks were allocated, Flander adjusted his glasses and addressed Li Xian. Xiao Xian, would you relish another opportunity for practical combat? Upon hearing this, a smile graced Li Xian's lips. I would certainly be willing. Seizing the moment when the earth horse relaxed its vigilance, Zhao Wujie unleashed his formidable speed and leaped forward. He shouted, third soul skill. Gravity enhancement. Instantly, a brilliant purple soul ring radiated a dazzling light. When the earth horse sensed the impending danger and felt Zhao Wujie's immense aura, it did not flee as expected. Instead, it lunged forward with alarming ferocity, its several-ton body exerting strength that belied its apparent age. However, a semicircular barrier surrounding the area significantly dampened its speed, yet the steady pressure it emanated only intensified. By heavens, no wonder it is one of the dominant soul beasts among those of 1,000 years. Zhao Wujie marveled, his hands unyielding as he conjured a massive, earthy yellow bear paw imbued with lethal intent, striking towards the earth horse. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the earth horse's charge grew increasingly fierce, a ripple of energy manifesting on its head. Li Xian understood at once that this was the earth horse's innate ability, Earth Collapse. A vast surge of earth-based power converged atop the earth horse, transforming its once rich reddish head into a deep earthy hue. With a thunderous boom, the powerful bear paw sent the earth horse crashing to the ground, letting out a mournful bellow akin to that of a bull. The earth horse lay bloodied on the grass. Yet, astonishingly, it rose once more in mere seconds. Although its age was merely 2,900 years, the Earth Horse's strength rivaled that of some soul beasts over 9,000 years old. With a fierce roar, the Earth Horse displayed a vivid, blood-red hue. Observing this, Li Xian hurriedly cautioned, Lao Zhao, this is a sign of frenzy. Watch out for the Earth Horse's teeth. Zhao Wujia, his face betraying a hint of disdain, thought to himself that as a soul sage, he had withheld much of his power. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to exert much force to subdue this soul beast. Let us see whether its frenzy is more formidable or my diamond bear's might. Having uttered these words, Zhao Wujia unleashed a tremendous wave of energy. Just as he intended to employ his fourth soul skill, an unexpected golden crescent sword aura, tinged with a hint of dark red, hurtled towards the Earth Horse. This sword aura was none other than Li Xian's first soul skill, Radiant Blade. Unusually, this sword aura bore 3 layers. What is this? Zhao Wujia exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. To contend with such an opponent, I will likely require triple the destructive force to achieve absolute annihilation. Zhao Wujia quickly glanced back, witnessing Li Xian emanating a terrifying aura as he declared, as the sword aura approached. The Earth Horse concentrated its power in its teeth and head to collide with the incoming attack. Boom! The collision unleashed a cataclysmic explosion, shattering the surrounding land and enveloping the area in thick, billowing smoke. As the haze gradually dissipated, the torn visage of the Earth Steed was revealed to the onlookers. What is this? The remaining 3, aside from Li Xian, pondered in confusion. At this moment, Flandra noticed that a shimmering aura of gold and deep crimson enveloped Li Xian, revealing a towering specter behind him, standing nearly 6 feet tall. Upon closer inspection, it bore an uncanny resemblance to an adult version of Li Xian. Clenching his powerful fist, Li Xian gazed at the devastated Earth Steed, his lips curling into a fierce expression of murderous intent, his half-golden, half-crimson eyes devoid of any emotion. What a remarkable sensation this is, my long-lost friend, he murmured to himself, raising the blade in his hand towards the gravely injured Earth Steed. Moo! Realizing that escape was no longer an option, the Earth Steed displayed a semblance of despair. The frenzy that initially required time to build was completed in an instant. Its form surged by a meter, and with a thunderous stomp, the ground beneath quaked from its immense power. The soil scattered as the Earth Steed, liberated from Zhao Wuji's soul technique suppression, erupted with 200% of its strength, charging towards the human before it. Come forth. In the astonished gazes of Flandra and the others, the blade in Li Xian's hand transformed into a radiant violet light. With a swift motion, he hurled the blade forth. As it left his grasp, a shroud of darkness enveloped the area within 100 meters, leaving only the blade's luminescence to shine. Upon collision with the frenzied Earth Steed, there was no sound, as if silenced entirely. Following this strike, the blade shattered into countless glimmers of light, and Li Xian's face turned ashen, devoid of color. Yet his eyes sparkled with joy. As the blade completely dissipated, the Earth Steed's body erupted into a shower of crimson petals, leaving the ground barren within a 10-meter radius. This technique, the path of no light, Li Xian murmured softly, gazing at the slowly ascending violet soul ring. Chapter 16, Complexity. When the dust settled, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, save for the solitary violet soul ring floating in the air. Flandra brought Oscar over to observe Li Xian and said, Little Xian, take a moment to calm your breath before absorbing the soul ring. Li Xian nodded in acknowledgement, positioning himself beside the soul ring, seated on the ground with a sausage recently prepared by Oscar in hand. As he took several bites, warmth gradually coursed through his limbs, restoring both his stamina and soul power. Half an hour later, Li Xian's visage returned to its former state, ready to absorb the soul ring. He informed Flandra and the others. Subsequently, their gazes shifted to observe the surrounding activity. With a swish, as Li Xian summoned his martial spirit, the nearby soul ring began to float closer. The violet ring transformed into a cascade of light particles, merging into Li Xian's being. As the Earth Steed was a formidable spirit beast, the impact of absorbing its soul ring was immense. Li Xian felt his insides swell with overwhelming sorrow. Having perished, yet still causing mischief, Li Xian murmured to himself. With his palms pressed together, a radiant blade of light emanated, gradually extinguishing the lingering consciousness of the Earth Horse. Approximately 10 minutes later, a sudden clarity washed over Li Xian's mind, signaling that the consciousness of the Earth Horse had completely dissipated into the cosmos. Flinder stood silently nearby, profoundly shaken by the recent spectacle. 100 meters transformed into darkness in an instant. Remarkably, this was merely a soul master of the 20th rank, yet to acquire a second soul ring. Though he would soon attain his second ring, the secrets this youth harbored were unfathomable. Zhao Wuji boomed. Flinder and Oscar nodded in silent agreement. After 10 minutes, the soul ring seamlessly merged with Li Xian's martial soul, and his aura gradually began to stabilize. He had reached the 22nd level. Feeling the surge of his newfound power, Li Xian felt a flicker of joy within. If he were to acquire the soul ring of the Shadow Cheetah, he could likely ascend at least another level. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the complex expressions of Flinder and the others. Li Xian rose quietly, brushing the dirt from his trousers. He approached the group and softly remarked, "This is your secret. There is no need to divulge it to us. Everyone possesses secrets, do they not?" Li Xian noticed Oscar and Zhao Wujia nodding in agreement. In this day and age, who does not have secrets? Warmed by their words, Li Xian shook his head in resignation. Seizing the moment, Zhao Wujia playfully slapped Li Xian on the shoulder. To his surprise, he found that his strike did not topple Li Xian. Li Xian, relishing Zhao Wujia's astonishment, chuckled. "Old Zhao, I am now a formidable soul master. If such a trivial force were to bring me down, it would be quite embarrassing. Oh, the lad has some spirit." With that, Zhao Wujia increased his strength, and Li Xian felt as though a mountain had descended upon him. Wait, old Zhao, I was mistaken," Li Xian quickly pleaded. As soon as the words left his mouth, the pressure on his shoulder vanished. Still feisty, was he? Someone inquired. No more feistiness. A hint of amusement flickered in Flinder's eyes behind his black-framed glasses. "All right, it is time for us to set forth." Flinder led Oscar in another direction through the forest, with Li Xian and Zhao Wujia hastily following. "Speaking of the Shadow Cheetah, I am well acquainted with it. In fact, I obtained a soul ring from one such creature," the director remarked. As they traversed the forest in silence, they heard Flinder's calm voice. "Oh," Li Xian glanced at Flinder. Contemplating the fact that an owl martial soul absorbing a feline soul beast was quite normal, given that the Shadow Cheetah's speed was unparalleled. Countless individuals had sought to slay the Shadow Cheetah for its soul ring, yet very few succeeded, primarily due to its extraordinary swiftness. Although its endurance was lacking, its speed in dense woods was sufficient to evade pursuers. Thus, this species of soul beast was not rare, with even the highest among them potentially reaching 50,000 years in age. Without waiting for others to speak, Flander continued, "In the Star Dou Forest, there exists a place known as the Shadowy Forest, home to numerous feline soul beasts. The name of this dense woodland derives from the shadow leopard species." He shared this information with the others. Oscar suddenly interjected, "But Dean, doesn't that mean obtaining a soul ring will be quite challenging, considering the soul beast populations reside there?" Upon hearing Oscar's words, Flander chuckled and replied, "On the contrary, shadow leopards are not pack animals. They typically occupy a territory alone, being powerful individuals. They only congregate during mating seasons." After listening to Flander's explanation, Oscar was enlightened. He then turned to glance at Li Xian, who remained composed, and curiously asked, "Brother Xian, aren't you surprised?" Oscar's face flushed instantly, and he promptly closed his mouth, quietly following the group. Given the remoteness of the shadowy forest, they sought a concealed location to rest. As night descended, Oscar felt a twinge of fear, his body trembling slightly. Zhao Wujia, noticing this, swiftly gave him a slap. And in an instant, Oscar's fear dissipated. After all, what could be more terrifying than Teacher Zhao, leaning against a grand tree? Li Xian gazed at the moon hanging high above. "It seems I can absorb not only sunlight but also moonlight," he mused inwardly. This realization came to him quite unintentionally. Earlier, while wielding the radiant blade, a peculiar aura had surged forth from his body. He was initially taken aback, yet upon discovering he could harness this power, he immediately utilized the moonlight energy. What began as a single sword aura transformed into three, the tearing sensation of the sword energy intensifying. "The path is devoid of light," echoed in his mind, reminiscent of a voice from the demon of thought skin. The amalgamation of moonlight and sunlight enabled this technique, thus serving as a hidden trump card. With his eyes closed, Li Xian's mind remained restless. He recalled that formidable move that nearly drained him completely, realizing he could only invoke it once a month at present, likely requiring future mastery for more frequent use. Such a technique should not be employed unless faced with life and death situations. Contemplating this, Li Xian's thoughts grew heavy, and he gradually succumbed to slumber. As he drifted off, moonlight enveloped him like a gossamer shroud. Flander, witnessing this, smiled gently, closing his eyes to half-sleep while sensing his surroundings. The earth lay in slumber, with only a gentle breeze continuing to stir. In a special interlude, what kind of figure could that be? Radiant, gentle, yet majestic. It seems one can never find the right words to describe her. 3 pairs of wings fluttered like silk in the breeze. Her beauty surpassed that of celestial beings, yet her face always bore a hint of sorrow. She donned a golden palace gown, a seamless creation seemingly woven from golden threads, devoid of excessive patterns, its style both ancient and elegant. The golden collar embraced her long, snow-white neck, while her golden hair cascaded casually down her back, unkempt yet enchanting. The contrast between her impeccably arranged palace attire and the surroundings was striking. From a distance, a stirring sensation seemed to awaken deep within Li Xian's heart, a transcendence of the soul. She is mine. Chapter 17, The Kill. As the night gradually dissipated, radiant beams of light began to rise along the horizon. Yet, the earth still appeared to be in slumber, enveloped in tranquil silence. In the early morning, droplets of water clung to the blue-silver grass, glistening as they fell onto the fragrant soil. Upon opening his eyes, Li Xian was greeted by countless rays of sunlight cascading through the dense foliage, bestowing a gentle warmth upon him. He clenched his fists, feeling a soft, invigorating energy coursing through his body, seemingly quickening the flow of his soul power. Exhaling a breath of stale air, his eyes brightened, having absorbed the sunlight. He began to move, retrieving his toiletries from the spatial soul guide to freshen up. Ah, what a delightful slumber. At that moment, Flender awoke. Having foregone sleep to remain vigilant against danger, he still seemed remarkably spirited, for as a soul sage, it was unlikely that a night without rest would leave him fatigued. You've worked hard, Dean, Li Xian remarked, freshly groomed. He then extended a helping hand and playfully slapped Zhao Wujia's rear. A dull thud echoed. Zhao Wujia rubbed his backside and slowly opened his eyes, only to find Flender's hand poised to strike again. Instantly, cold sweat broke out on his back. Flender, what do you intend to do? Zhao Wujia exclaimed in shock. The sun is already high, and you're still asleep. It's a shame for someone in your position as a teacher, Flender replied with a stoic expression. Zhao Wujia's face flushed as he stood up, turning to see that both Li Xian and Oscar were already awake, with Oscar still brushing his teeth, foam at his lips. I've grown accustomed to sleeping in. My apologies, Zhao Wujia said, twisting his neck. 10 minutes later, the group resumed their journey toward the shadowy forest. After traversing the expansive woods for quite some time, Li Xian and his companions encountered several human soul masters who had ventured into the Star Dou Forest in search of soul rings. Notably, a group resembling students from a certain Soul Master Academy caught their attention, apparently from the Tian Shui Academy, comprising 2 teachers and 3 female students. One girl, named Shui Binger, particularly captivated Li Xian's gaze. Standing at approximately 1.50 meters, her figure was perfectly proportioned, neither excessively voluptuous nor petite. Her long, aquamarine hair cascaded down her back, framing a fair face adorned with exquisite features. At first glance, she might not seem extraordinarily stunning, but upon closer inspection, her beauty revealed itself in a subtle, ethereal manner. Being an undeniably natural beauty, Li Xian couldn't help but steal a few more glances at her. This must be Tian Shui Academy, he thought. After exchanging glances, the 2 groups passed each other. What beautiful eyes, Shui Binger murmured as she watched Li Xian recede into the distance. The boy with one golden eye and one dark red eye made her feel inexplicably shy. Hee sister. You're still watching. He's already walked far away, teased a girl whose beauty rivaled that of Shui Binger. At first glance, the 2 seemed to share a striking resemblance. Clearly a pair of sisters. A melodious laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, rang out. I wonder who the one destined for me in the future will be. I truly anticipate it, thought Li Xian, a smile gracing his lips. Flander and Zhao Wujia exchanged knowing glances, remarking on how even the little ones were beginning to experience the stirrings of young love. Half an hour later, the group arrived at their destination, greeted by a forest that was not overly dense. The surrounding trees were predominantly made of ironwood, which is an excellent building material. Flowing nearby were several rivers, their crystal-clear waters shimmering under the sun. Various avian spirit beasts danced gracefully in the air. Fortunately, they were all relatively young. As the group observed their surroundings, a subtle chill emanated from the dense woods. Though the scorching sunlight beat down upon them, the coolness seemed undiminished. They needed to remain vigilant. Shadow leopards were cunning spirit beasts, and it was possible that one was lurking in the shadows, ready to launch a surprise attack. Flander kept Oscar close, knowing that Oscar, being the weakest, was the most vulnerable to danger. The group then stepped cautiously into the thicket. Suddenly, a pungent wind swept through as a massive serpent, several meters long, opened its gaping maw towards Oscar. In an instant, Flander and Zhao Wujia remained composed, unleashing a golden sword aura that cleaved the serpent in 2, splattering its foul blood like snowflakes across the grass. The area soaked in blood began to emit wisps of white smoke. Shortly thereafter, a yellow spirit ring slowly ascended, revealing a 400-year-old giant blood snake. While it was a rather ordinary spirit beast, its large size and corrosive venom were formidable, yet it had a terrifyingly low defense. Its weakness lay in the ring of dark green skin at its core. Oscar nodded in understanding. After this brief encounter, The group continued their journey through the forest. Along the way, they encountered several spirit beasts, some attacking out of self-defense. Li Xian chose not to slay them, allowing them to escape. After all, indiscriminately killing spirit beasts could lead to their extinction, as the original tale indicated that, after 2,000 years, spirit beasts were nearly eradicated. Many ferocious creatures likely lay within the depths of the Star Dou Forest, absorbing the essence of the celestial dream ice silkworm. Shaking off the thoughts in his mind, Li Xian pressed on silently. Soon, their vision opened up, revealing a 2-meter-long spirit beast on the ground, tearing into the carcass of a deceased spirit beast. A yellow spirit ring hovering above it. "Found you, a 3,000-year-old shadow leopard," Li Xian exclaimed joyfully. This shadow leopard was entirely black, its tail resembling a long whip, even featuring barbs at the end. Its head was small, with sharp teeth arranged neatly within its mouth, and its muscles rippled beneath its skin. These muscles are not massive. Rather, they exhibit a streamlined, explosive quality. Zhao, as ever, remains unchanged. "You truly are quite impudent." Although he remarked with sarcasm, Zhao Wujia's movements were anything but slow. The third soul technique, gravity enhancement. Whoosh! A powerful aura surged forth, causing the shadow leopard to instantly rise, poised to flee. Yet, as it extended its limbs, it found itself perplexingly unable to accelerate. Meow! To Li Xian's astonishment, the shadow leopard emitted a sound akin to a cat's cry. Goodness! That cry is utterly incongruous with its size. Despite his mockery, the light blade in Li Xian's hand did not falter. The first soul technique, Radiant Blade. Infusing a modicum of moonlight energy into his martial spirit, a dual-layered sword chi swiftly sliced towards the shadow leopard. Meanwhile, Fran merely stood by, safeguarding Oscar, contributing little to the fray. Meow! As the sword chi approached with alarming speed, a fleeting shadow darted past, and the shadow leopard transformed into an afterimage, evading the attack. Innate ability, Shadow Veil. Observing the shadow leopard's evasion, Li Xian felt no ire. Instead, his eyes gleamed with delight as he regarded the soul beast. It is worth noting that not every shadow leopard possesses such an extraordinary innate ability. Typically, their innate talent merely consists of swift movement. Zhao, Weave struck gold. This soul beast possesses a rare innate ability. "Let us finish this swiftly," Li Xian urged Zhao Wujia loudly. "No problem." Initially intending to let Li Xian hone his skills, Zhao Wujia suddenly unleashed a powerful wave of energy. The shadow leopard, sensing its impending defeat, was compelled by the instinct of survival to flee at once. Covering several dozen meters in the blink of an eye, martial spirit embodiment, Zhao Wujia proclaimed. Upon embodying his martial spirit, a thick layer of brown fur enveloped him. His height exceeding 2.5 meters, muscles bulging, and his brown-yellow eyes exuding an air of dominance, his large hands becoming particularly formidable. The fourth soul technique. Target tracking. A purple soul ring ignited beneath Zhao Wujia. The soul ring then detached from his body, extending outward to ensnare the shadow leopard. Detecting that it had been locked onto, Zhao Wujia propelled himself forward, leaping several dozen meters in an instant. "My dear, do be a good sport and stay put." The fifth soul technique, gravity compression, Zhao Wujia commanded, a powerful pulling force emanating from him, as the fifth soul ring, a black 10,000-year soul ring, shimmered. Meow! The shadow leopard, initially 100 meters away, was suddenly yanked uncontrollably to within 10 meters of Zhao Wujia. Observing this, Zhao Wujia's enormous hand descended upon the shadow leopard. The gust from his palm caused the creature's head to throb painfully. Bang! The shadow leopard was instantly slammed into the ground, a copious amount of blood surging forth from the soil. As Li Xian approached, he noticed that nearly half of the shadow leopard's head was missing, realizing it was on the brink of death. Without hesitation, Li Xian delivered a finishing blow. Thus, the shadow leopard, having activated its formidable innate ability, met an untimely demise, failing to unleash its true potential. Chapter 18, Departure. The resplendent soul ring gradually ascended, its purple radiance illuminating Li Xian's cheeks. His extraordinary pupils brimmed with a sense of wonder. Zhao Xian, quickly absorb it, otherwise, dealing with a soul beast that existed for tens of thousands of years could become quite troublesome, Zhao Wujia cautiously remarked as he approached Li Xian. Although he could still confront a soul beast of such age, especially with Flandre by his side, the gathering of numerous soul beasts would pose a significant challenge. Thus, he urged Li Xian to absorb the soul ring immediately. Understood. This is quite the predicament. Li Xian nodded in agreement, promptly settling into a cross-legged position. The dark red dark blade gradually materialized, and at the moment his martial spirit manifested, the soul ring was irresistibly drawn towards it. Although the shadow leopard possessed a considerable age, its strength paled in comparison to that of the earth horse. Consequently, Li Xian's absorption of the soul ring proceeded remarkably smoothly. Despite the emergence of a flicker of resentment, before Li Xian could activate his martial spirit to dispel it, the dark blade had already autonomously eradicated the negativity. Half an hour later, the purple soul ring was on the verge of dissipating. Flecks of light vanished like fireflies into the night. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from Li Xian's body, a dark red wave that made his figure appear almost ethereal, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. Once his aura was fully stabilized, he slowly opened his eyes, clenched his fists with newfound strength, and a smile graced his lips. I am now at level 24, he mused, relishing the abundant soul power coursing through him. Let us go, Lao Zhao. With that, Li Xian and Zhao Wujia hastened to follow Flandra out of the Shadow Forest. Approximately half an hour after their departure, a resounding meow reverberated through the woods. A soul beast, measuring a staggering 10 meters in length, loomed like a small mountain. Its jet-black fur exploded in a display of fury. The lifeless body before it was that of the shadow leopard, which Li Xian had just slain. It was evident that this sorrowful soul beast was its father, a shadow leopard of 60,000 years, now imbued with sentience, fully aware that its offspring had been killed. Approaching the corpse, it lowered its head to sniff the body before lifting its massive head to gaze into the distance. Meow! An overwhelming pressure radiated from it, causing the surrounding soul beasts to bow their heads in submission. It had unmistakably caught a whiff of a familiar scent, the very essence of its progeny's slayer. Yet this awareness was swiftly obstructed by an unseen force. As the group fled the Star Dou Forest, an inexplicable sense of foreboding welled up within Li Xian. This feeling bore a striking resemblance to that of the shadow leopard. It seemed evident that a 10,000-year soul beast resided within the shadow leopard clan. Li Xian pondered in silence. Noticing the somber expression on Li Xian's face, Flandra, cradling Oscar, inquired, "What troubles you, Xiao Xian?" After hearing Flandra's question, Li Xian relayed the unsettling sensation that had just surfaced. The ability to glean information from a slain soul beast indicated the presence of one at least 50,000 years old. Flandra immediately quickened his pace, stating, "We must hasten." Zhao Wujia, too, urged Li Xian to channel his soul power and accelerate their escape. After all, when it comes to speed, even a 100,000-year soul beast may not rival the Shadow Cheetah King, primarily due to its ability to accelerate. After 4 hours of travel, the group finally arrived at the outskirts of the Star Dou Forest. Sensing the increasingly faint aura of soul beasts around them, Flinder felt a significant weight lift from his heart. They had recently encountered a considerable number of human soul masters and mercenary groups entering, indicating that the entrance was indeed near. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, a spacious area appeared before them. This open expanse was dotted with numerous wooden cabins, signifying that they had reached the border town. Li Xian turned to Flinder and inquired. Flinder's eyes, obscured by his glasses, gleamed with a cunning and sly glint. Li Xian immediately thought of a certain unfortunate individual. "I shall mourn for you for 3 seconds." With a resigned smile, Li Xian followed Flinder toward the area of the border town designated for commerce. Oscar remained rooted to the spot, gazing at Zhao Wujia, and asked, "Teacher Zhao, what is up with the dean and brother Xian? They seem a bit odd." Hey, what?" A flicker of unease flashed through Oscar's mind. "Wait for me." In that moment of distraction, Li Xian and the others had walked quite a distance, prompting Oscar to call out urgently and hasten after them. "Little Xian, you must remember that such border towns often harbor rare treasures, many of which people sell off as if they were mere rubbish, so you must assist them," Flinder remarked, his keen eyes scrutinizing their surroundings. "Assist? What do you mean?" Li Xian inquired, looking up. Observing Li Xian's navet, Flinder felt a twinge of regret for not having educated him properly. "Ahem, it means to purchase the treasures and assist these merchants in utilizing them," Flinder stated with a light-hearted tone. Li Xian pondered for a moment and replied, "Isn't that just taking advantage?" Upon hearing this, Flinder's expression turned ominous. Noticing Flinder's reaction, Li Xian promptly fell silent. Flinder, relieved by Li Xian's obedience, nodded appreciatively and recounted, "Last time I brought little Oscar to acquire a soul ring. We stumbled upon a small stall where the owner sold meteorite iron as if it were ordinary black iron, costing me merely a gold soul coin. One must understand that meteorite iron, when sold, is worth at least 50,000 gold soul coins per pound. Is it really that expensive?" Li Xian exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed. Meteorite iron is an exceptional material for weapon crafting. Unfortunately, it is exceedingly rare. Most of it resides in the ocean, with only a scant amount found on land." Before Flinder could elaborate, Zhao Wujia interjected, "No wonder. After all, rarity brings value." Li Xian nodded in understanding. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, "Dean, how much meteorite iron did you buy last time?" Flender chuckled. Not much, just about 5 pounds. By this calculation, that would amount to 250,000 gold soul coins. At that moment, Li Xian grasped the essence of fortune. As they continued walking, the group arrived at a bustling marketplace. People were coming and going, and Li Xian frequently witnessed disputes arising over various items, even escalating into physical confrontations. However, soon misfortune befell the two, as soldiers from the kingdom's guards swiftly arrived to apprehend them. At the forefront was a captain of formidable prowess, possessing a soul rank at the king level. As they walked, the group meticulously examined the wares displayed upon the wooden tables. Unfortunately, there was a dearth of quality goods. Most were merely shoddy imitations or outright fakes. For instance, before Li Xian lay a fruit known as the Tianming fruit. This particular fruit was reputed to have excellent properties for nurturing mental strength and typically commanded a price of several thousand gold soul coins at auction. Yet now, it was offered for a mere 500 gold soul coins. Upon seeing the price, Li Xian couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Selling a leaf fruit as a Tianming fruit was a grave risk. The two fruits bore striking similarities, and without careful scrutiny, one could easily mistake one for the other. Moreover, a single leaf fruit was worth approximately 5 copper soul coins. Chapter 19, The Mysterious Token. Shaking his head, Li Xian felt a sense of resignation. He observed Flender as he scrutinized each stall, but regrettably, after half an hour, nothing of merit had been found. Oscar, exceedingly bored, remarked to Flender, "It's quite peculiar. I never anticipated that even I would fail to discover any valuable items this time." Flender, too, wore a wry smile. Suddenly, Li Xian voiced a note of confusion. Flender, noticing this, inquired, "What is it? Is something amiss?" Li Xian closed his eyes and slowly circulated his soul power. Flender and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Perhaps due to his acute sensitivity to the aura of light, Li Xian's mind was suddenly flooded with faint vibrations, evidently linked to something radiant. "Dean, please hold on a moment. It seems I've made a discovery," Li Xian said, furrowing his brow. Flender, upon hearing this, assumed a serious demeanor and nodded. "What is it, Brother Xian?" Oscar, about to board the carriage, paused at Li Xian's words. "Their essay discovery." Following the source of the vibrations, Li Xian set forth. A minute later, the group arrived at the entrance of a spacious wooden house, which rose 3 stories high. This establishment was clearly not the sort where goods were haphazardly sold from mere planks. Upon entering, they observed only a handful of individuals, around 10 in total, all adorned in lavish attire, unmistakably members of the nobility. However, Li Xian paid no mind to their status. After exchanging 40 gold soul coins for an entrance ticket with the guard at the door, they proceeded inside. Flender and the others chose not to disrupt him and continued to follow Li Xian. Before long, Li Xian found himself beside a crystal-crafted display case. Inside, the items were of exceptional quality, evidently having been collected by the patrons of this place. As he approached the crystal cabinet, the vibrations intensified significantly, causing Li Xian to feel his heart racing. His gaze was drawn to a token made of an unknown material, emanating a rich aura of light. Buzzing, Li Xian was astonished to sense his martial soul vibrating, as though it yearned to break free. With a serious expression, he fixed his gaze upon the token before him. A powerful desire compelled Li Xian to raise his voice, exclaiming, "I need to make a purchase. Is there a staff member present?" He even infused his words with soul power, instantly drawing the attention of everyone within the wooden establishment. Among them, a portly nobleman displayed a flicker of anger and approached with the intent to reprimand Li Xian. "Who dares to disturb my leisure?" As he spoke, 5 individuals descended slowly from the upper floor. The central figure, adorned in opulent attire, yet possessing an unremarkable appearance, exuded a faint aura of soul power and stood at approximately 1.7 meters tall. Around him were 4 individuals, clearly soul masters, their soul power unmistakable. However, Li Xian had no time to regard them. His gaze was fixed on a girl hastening toward him. "I apologize, Lord Ohaze, for intruding upon your enjoyment," she said, bowing her head earnestly to the noble. Li Xian observed her coldly, feeling an inexplicable impatience arise within him, as if a flame ignited in his heart. "Humph. Now anyone can waltz into the treasure pavilion," the noble sneered, noticing Li Xian's silence. Fran's expression turned icy, while Zhao Wujia's eyes widened at the noble named Ohaze. "If you wish to live, I suggest you silence yourself," Li Xian replied calmly, yet a subtle threat lingered in his tone. Upon hearing this, a flicker of purple light danced in Li Xian's dark red left eye, causing Ohaze to stumble back in fright, his subordinates hastily supporting him. "Humph, nearly unsteady because of a mere child," Ohaze retorted, his face flushing as he shrugged off their hands. Li Xian, unwilling to waste any more time, turned to the approaching staff member and inquired, I wish to purchase the item within that crystal cabinet. How many gold soul coins is it? He pointed to the cabinet beside him. Ah, that. The staff member appeared flustered, remembering that the furious figure was a noble of the kingdom, someone she could not afford to offend. The thought of potential repercussions left her tongue-tied. Li Xian frowned in silence, glancing at Fran and Zhao Wujia, who both nodded slightly in response. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from both men, their 14 soul rings swirling beneath them. A soul sage. Ohaze broke into a cold sweat, his expression one of terror as he regarded Fran and Zhao Wujia. Fran, seeing his reaction, questioned, "What? Are you unwilling to comply?" Ohaze swallowed hard, whispering to his subordinates, "Let us go." After uttering these words, they hastily exited the treasure pavilion. In a direction unseen by Fran and the others, a hint of concealed resentment flickered in Ohaze's eyes. So what if they are soul sages? Just wait, he thought. Is that so? Li Xian murmured softly. After the incident concluded, he turned back to the staff member. Speaking gently, "May I now inquire about the price?" "Why, yes, of course. The price of this plaque is 500 golden soul coins." Upon hearing this, Li Xian promptly retrieved 2 bags from his spatial soul guide and approached the gracefully featured girl before him. Noticing Li Xian's peculiar eyes and handsome face, Wu Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed as she said, "I will get the sales receipt right away. This is the proof. Every item sold in the treasure pavilion comes with one, which is intended for record keeping. Please press your fingerprint here." Li Xian, observing the document held by the clerk in her left hand, extended his finger and gently pressed it onto the paper after squeezing it from the adjacent red brocade box. Once completed, Wu Xiaoyan secured the receipt and quickly retrieved the plaque from the crystal cabinet behind her, handing it over to Li Xian. Weighing the plaque in his hand, he found it quite heavy, its material unknown to him. After a moment's contemplation, he expressed his gratitude to Wu Xiaoyan. "Director, we should be on our way." Fran nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they departed from the treasure pavilion. As Wu Xiaoyan watched Li Xian leave, an inexplicable sense of loss stirred within her. Chapter 20, Return. Within the carriage, Li Xian produced the plaque he had just acquired, its surface somewhat antiquated and devoid of any luster. He attempted to infuse it with his soul power, but ultimately, his efforts proved futile. Oddly enough, a powerful aura of light had initially manifested, yet it had now vanished completely. "Xiao Xian, have you made any discoveries?" Fran inquired upon seeing Li Xian store the plaque in his soul guide. Li Xian could only shake his head in silence. "Oh, it seems there might be certain conditions required to activate it," Fran remarked casually. Instantly, Li Xian's eyes widened. Indeed, perhaps using this plaque necessitated a specific method. However, since there was currently no information available, he decided to set it aside for now. The group inside the carriage engaged in cheerful conversation. Now, both of Shrek Academy's little prodigies had matured into formidable soul masters. Fran resolved to have them team up for combat in the Soto City Soul Arena to gain practical experience. "Director, where are you headed?" Oscar casually inquired. Fran shook his head with a smile, saying, "Just to procure a batch of goods. It will be handled swiftly." "Enough of that. I'm hungry now, Xiao Ao." Li Xian suddenly turned to Oscar. Understanding immediately, Oscar produced a plump, red sausage. Amidst the bewildered expressions of the others, Li Xian leisurely retrieved a packet of chili powder from his soul guide. Zhao Wujia chuckled, "You clever lad, carrying your own seasoning." Fran, helpless, turned his gaze out the window. Meanwhile, Oscar's eyes widened as he stared at the chili powder in Li Xian's hand. Suddenly, a peculiar idea flashed through his mind. While enjoying the meal, Li Xian noticed Oscar's dazed expression and inquired, "What's wrong, Xiao Ao?" Being nudged by Li Xian, Oscar snapped back to reality and exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Xian, I found a way to make a lot of money." "Make money?" Li Xian was reminded of the original story, where Oscar sold sausages using a cart. "I never expected that I would be the one to inspire Oscar now." Li Xian chewed on a sausage, surprised by his own thoughts. Initially, he had intended to inspire Oscar to change for the better. However, he soon realized that, aside from his dedication to training, Oscar's character had not transformed significantly. Of course, compared to his former self in the original story, he had improved considerably. At least he was no longer slacking off. At that moment, as Li Xian savored his sausage, he casually suggested, "If that is the case, why not get a cart? You could also prepare the necessary condiments for barbecuing. Surely you would sell a great deal." Li Xian's words struck Oscar like a revelation. Indeed, this would enable him to sell goods and become self-sufficient. The mere thought elated Oscar, who felt somewhat giddy with excitement. Although he did not have to pay tuition or any other fees at Shrek Academy, having money in his pocket was always a positive thing. After all, Li Xian could effortlessly produce hundreds of gold soul coins, clearly a wealthy individual. Before long, the soft sounds of snoring filled the air. Li Xian propped his head up with his palm, glancing at the several individuals sleeping within the carriage. He relished this scene. reminiscent of his past life when he toiled for a living. Once, after work, he sat on a park bench, munching on bread and sipping water from a mineral bottle, gazing at the sky. Little did he expect to find himself in the world of Doulua continent. Silently observing the outside world, Li Xin felt an indescribable sensation. The future will surely be brighter. Why worry about the present? 3 hours later, Li Xin opened his eyes to behold the grand gates of Shrek Academy. The coachman and Flinder were familiar faces, making the route quite well known. Upon arriving at their destination, Li Xin retrieved 5 gold soul coins from his soul guide and handed them to Ma Fu. This is far too much. I can't accept all this, Ma Fu said. Looking at the coins in his hand with some urgency, Li Xin smiled and replied, "Every time I ride in your carriage, consider this a token of gratitude. Especially since not many would venture this far from the remote town." Moved by Li Xion's sincere words, Ma Fu paused before nodding and accepting the coins. Now he could buy his children some extra treats. Ma Fu thought joyfully as he gazed at the money in his hand. Li Xian then awakened Flinder and the others. "Principal, old Zhao, little Oscar, we have arrived home," he called out, playfully slapping Oscar's backside. With a resounding smack, Oscar jolted awake and, upon seeing the academy's gates, quickly dashed down. "Haha, we're here." Ma Fu readily agreed. As they chatted, Flinder produced several gold soul coins intending to hand them to Ma Fu. But Ma Fu waved his hand, saying, "That young man has already given me enough. I cannot accept more." Oh, nevertheless, Flinder still pressed the gold coins into Ma Fu's hand. Before Ma Fu could protest, Flinder and Zhao Wuji turned and walked toward the academy. Sighing, Ma Fu accepted the gold coins. "Next time you ride in my carriage, there will be no charge." As he pondered, the silhouette of the carriage gradually faded into the darkness. The student body at the academy remains insufficient. One cannot help but wonder when Shrek Academy will truly flourish. Flinder remarked helplessly to Zhao Wujia while gazing at the dilapidated institution. Zhao Wujia stepped forward, patting Flinder's shoulder reassuringly. "Do not worry. I anticipate that it will not be long before Shrek Academy achieves great renown." Flinder could only nod in agreement, finding solace in the fact that the academy now boasted 2 remarkable talents. Chapter 21. The Soul Arena. Early the next morning, Li Xin was roused from his slumber by Zhao Wujia, who had surprisingly arisen much earlier than usual. In the dining hall, Zhao Xian had prepared an exquisite breakfast. Recently, various delicacies reminiscent of Li Xion's hometown, such as fried dough sticks, noodles, and spicy sour noodles, had made their way to the Doulua continent. Crisp, Oscar gazed at the golden, thick fried dough sticks before him, opened his mouth wide, and took a hearty bite. Instantly, his mouth was filled with delightful flavors. "Li Xian, where did you learn to make these delicious dishes? They're incredible," Oscar exclaimed, his mouth stuffed with food, making his words indistinct. In response, Li Xian lowered his head and slurped a mouthful of spicy sour noodles, saying, "I've just figured it out through experimentation. You should learn to cook as well. After all, it might help you in the heart of a certain girl." Hearing Li Xian's somewhat enigmatic words, Oscar scratched his head in confusion. Noticing his bewilderment, Li Xian could only shake his head in exasperation. "By the way, do you know what we are doing today?" Oscar turned to look at Zhao Wujia, who was enjoying his breakfast from a distance. "The Soul Arena." At the mere mention of the Soul Arena, Oscar's face lit up with excitement. Despite being a support-type soul master, as a man, who wouldn't desire a thrilling battle? Therefore, while Li Xian remained indifferent to the Soul Arena, Oscar was brimming with enthusiasm. "Hee, you'll be the one crying later," Zhao Wujia thought to himself with a silent chuckle. Breakfast concluded swiftly, and soon after, the two were led by Zhao Wujia from Shrek Academy to the Soul Arena in Soto City. Given that Shrek Academy was situated in a small village, there was a considerable distance to Soto City. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. The city gates towered at around 15 meters high, constructed from remarkably sturdy materials, and were guarded by hundreds of soldiers. Occasionally, one could observe a soldier emanating fluctuations of soul power, indicating that many of them were soul masters. This was quite reasonable, for Soto City was no insignificant place. As a crucial stronghold of the kingdom, the presence of soul masters for protection was entirely expected. After Li Xian paid the entrance fee, the group ventured into the heart of Soto City. It was Oscar's first time in the city, and he was greeted by a multitude of towering buildings, bustling crowds, and a cacophony of sounds enveloping their ears. "For copper soul coins for a steamed bun," a vendor called out, adding to the vibrant atmosphere. Delicious and affordable fruits that are not sweet are practically free. Is this the norm in large cities? Oscar gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. No. It is merely that our chosen location is not ideal." Li Xian appeared somewhat pleased as he observed the bustling surroundings. "Ah, I see," Oscar remarked as they walked. "However, this is unavoidable, after all." They entered through the east gate, which is adjacent to the bustling market. The west gate is where the nobility resides. The south gate is the dwelling place of the common folk, and the north gate leads to the commercial district. Before long, they arrived at the most renowned site in Soto City, the Seoul Arena. Oscar's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the grand edifice. He had not anticipated such a structure in Soto City. The Soto Grand Seoul Arena is elliptical in shape, soaring to a height of 120 meters, and is divided into a main arena and 24 auxiliary arenas, accommodating up to 60,000 spectators, including 100 exclusive VIP boxes. This venue serves not only as a place for Soul Masters to spar and exchange techniques, but also as a stage for various factions to showcase their might. As they approached the Soto Grand Seoul Arena, Zhao Wujia provided a brief overview of the arena's features to the two companions. In this arena, battles are categorized into three types. The first is a friendly spar, where lethal force is strictly prohibited. The second is a life-and-death duel, designated for resolving irreconcilable disputes. And the third is a wagered battle. The Grand Soul Arena serves as the arbiter, with each side dispatching an equal number of Soul Masters to compete. And the victors claim all that is wagered. Wagered battles essentially function as life-and-death duels. Frequently, the nobility and clans resort to this method when significant conflicts arise. There are three forms of competition: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles. The number of participants in group battles is negotiated, typically limited to between 7 and 10. According to the regulations of the Grand Arena, upon entering the Grand Seoul Arena, the first sight to greet them was a massive stone tablet, inscribed with countless names. Zhao Wujia informed Li Xian and Oscar that these names belong to those who have perished in the soul battles. Furthermore, similar to the Spirit Hall, soul power tests are conducted to ascertain each participant's level. Every time one wishes to compete, a soul power test is mandatory to identify suitable opponents. Once inside the arena, Zhao Wujia turned to Li Xian and said, "Xiao Xian, please take Xiao Ao to register." Since Li Xian had previously visited the Soul Arena, he was relatively familiar with the environment. He then guided Oscar to a registration desk. At the desk sat a young girl with an elegant demeanor, her gentle smile welcoming. There are multiple registration desks within the Soul Arena, and the one Li Xian chose had a relatively low foot traffic. "Hello, could you please help us register?" Li Xian spoke softly to the young lady at the desk. "Wow, what adorable boys," Chun Shui exclaimed, her maternal smile brightening as she beheld the two handsome boys, each around 7 or 8 years of age. "Wait, you two are here to register? How old are you?" The Soul Arena is quite perilous. Chun Shui was somewhat astonished. After all, the youngest participant she had encountered at the Soul Arena was at least 12 years old. Age was not a concern. "By the way, my name is Li Xian, and this is Oscar." Li Xian produced 20 gold soul coins and handed them to Chun Shui with a smile. "All right then, what shall your duo be called?" Chun Shui inquired, lifting her gaze to Li Xian as she prepared to register the name on paper. "Let us call ourselves the Shrek duo." Shrek? Quite an unusual name. Chun Shui mused internally, yet she promptly inscribed the name on the registration form. After completing these formalities, Chun Shui looked at Li Xian and asked, "Shall I arrange a match for you now?" "Yes, please." Li Xian nodded in agreement. "Very well. You may wait in the rest area. An announcement will be made shortly," Chun Shui said with a gentle smile. "Thank you," Li Xian replied as he led Oscar to the rest area. Just as they departed, a group of individuals in their 30s and 40s, both men and women, gathered nearby. Excitedly chatting, We've encountered 2 little kids. They must have just become soul masters. Whoever faces them later will have incredible luck. That is true. We must take it easy on these little brothers. If anyone harms them, I want to let it slide," one of them remarked. Observing the group's unrestrained chatter, Chun Shui felt a sense of helplessness, pondering how the elders of those 2 boys perceived the situation. Although there were soul master level matches at the arena, it was not suitable for 2 newly initiated young souls to compete. Meanwhile, Li Xian and Oscar greeted Zhao Wujia before settling down in the rest area. Before long, a middle-aged man approached Li Xian, holding a crystal ball, and said, "Come, let us test your soul power level. Then we can begin the match." All right. Chapter 22, The Battle. When Oscar placed his palm on the crystal ball, a brilliant light erupted forth. Level 22? The middle-aged man stared in astonishment at the beaming Oscar. Initially, he had presumed Oscar to be merely at a level of around 10, perhaps merely here to experience the atmosphere and indulge in a playful match. But he had not anticipated this. Suddenly, an even more dazzling light appeared, leaving the middle-aged man utterly bewildered. "Hee." Zhao Wujia chuckled, arms crossed, watching the scene unfold. "May I ask, can we arrange the match now?" Li Xian inquired nonchalantly. No problem. I will arrange it immediately." Seeing this, Li Xian could only shake his head in resignation. He anticipated that when the 2 purple soul rings illuminated during the match, The spectators would likely drop their jaws in astonishment. Brother Xian, I never expected we could shine together, Oscar exclaimed excitedly from the sofa. Is something the matter? Oscar asked, slightly puzzled. Li Xian, sitting beside Oscar, replied, Indeed, and it's a significant issue. Remember, regardless of whether it is a match or any other circumstance, support-type soul masters are always the primary targets for attacks. The auxiliary spirit masters play an undeniably pivotal role within the team dynamics. When an auxiliary spirit master is present, the attributes of their allies receive notable enhancements, a seemingly minor boost that can, at times, determine the outcome of a battle. Consider, for instance, if I were to face a spirit master endowed with toxic attributes, and at that moment, your second spirit ability was capable of dispelling toxins, what ramifications would that entail? Li Xian gazed intently at Oscar as he articulated this thought. Oscar, taken aback, lowered his head in contemplation of Li Xian's query. Indeed, should such a scenario arise, the auxiliary spirit master would undoubtedly be the first target to be eliminated. After a brief pause, Oscar lifted his gaze to Li Xian and declared, I understand. During the forthcoming match, simply toss your sausages to me, and I shall lead you to an effortless victory. Li Xian patted Oscar on the shoulder, acknowledging the situation. In the original narrative, Oscar only attained formidable combat prowess after acquiring the Mirror Beast Spirit Ring upon reaching the rank of Spirit Emperor. Zhao Wujia observed the two in silence, choosing not to intrude upon their exchange. Attention, Shrek team, please proceed to the 5th combat arena. The competition will commence in 5 minutes. Here we go. Hearing the announcement, the two stood and made their way toward the battle arena. Do not worry. As they walked through the corridor, Li Xian could discern the cacophony of voices from outside. Noticing Oscar's palpable anxiety, Li Xian playfully patted his rear. I suddenly find you to be the more formidable one, Oscar remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Li Xian. This is merely a method of encouragement. Do you understand? Li Xian rolled his eyes in response. Every meter along the corridor was illuminated by lamps guiding their path. After a brief 10 seconds, they emerged from the passage. Li Xian looked up to behold a throng of nearly 1,000 spectators gathered in the stands. My heavens, are these two mere children? Is there no one else in the Soul Arena? Refund. Upon the appearance of Li Xian and Oscar, the audience erupted into fervent debate. Li Xian surveyed their opponents, two burly men in their 30s, with rugged appearances and towering heights of approximately 1.8 meters. Their arms were thicker than Li Xian's legs, and they donned armor of indeterminate material. Brother, does this not seem like bullying children? Niu Bao remarked to his elder brother, Niu Hu. An ostentatiously dressed individual appeared at the podium of Arena 5, their face obscured by oversized glasses, rendering their features unrecognizable, perhaps due to the host's familiar presence. The audience quieted swiftly. Niu Hu glanced at his brother before stepping forward to announce, I am Niu Hu, level 28, with the spirit of the Mad Bull. Niu Bao then chimed in, I am Niu Bao, level 28, with the spirit of the Mad Bull. With the opponents having introduced themselves, Li Xian and Oscar stepped forward to declare, I am Li Xian, level 24, with the spirit of the Light and Dark Blade. Oscar, level 22, with the spirit of Sausage. Level 24 and 22? The eyes of Niu Hu were filled with astonishment. Although he was aware that his opponent was undoubtedly a formidable soul master, encountering such a young individual in that role was an unprecedented experience for him. Nevertheless, since they were adversaries, the youth of his opponent was of no consequence. The Niu brothers promptly summoned their martial spirits, and 4 resplendent yellow soul rings ascended around them. Xiao Ao, let us awaken our spirits as well, Li Xian remarked with a smile, turning to Oscar. Certainly, Oscar responded, and 2 yellow soul rings materialized beneath him. Just as the spectators were marveling at Oscar's remarkable achievements at such a tender age, 2 dazzling purple soul rings slowly emerged. Is that a Millennium Soul Ring? My heavens, isn't a Century Soul Ring the pinnacle for a soul master? Why is this happening? As the 2 purple rings appeared beneath Li Xian, the audience, previously calm, erupted into astonished exclamations once more. Purple? The Niu brothers widened their eyes, fixated on Li Xian. Yet, Li Xian paid no heed to their astonishment. After all, in battle, speed and decisiveness are paramount. Xiao Ao, the sausage. Li Xian summoned his martial spirit, and a brilliant blade of light materialized in his hand. Almost instantaneously, a radiant flash appeared beside him, and a crimson sausage soared into his grasp. Swish! Li Xian dashed toward the Niu brothers with breathtaking speed. No time for hesitation. Let us go. The 2 brothers swiftly activated their martial spirits, revealing a blood-red bull with skin that seemed to flow like blood before Li Xian's gaze. First soul skill, Trample. Niu Hu leapt high into the air, his yellow soul ring shimmering as his powerful legs descended toward Li Xian. Meanwhile, Niu Bao charged towards Oscar. recognizing that eliminating the support-type Soul Master would significantly enhance their chances of victory. Come at me. As Niu Bao rushed toward Oscar, Li Xian maintained his relentless advance. First Soul Skill, Radiant Blade. In an instant, Niu Hu witnessed Li Xian's soul ring gleam, and a golden crescent blade of energy sliced toward his brother. Humph. As the blade hurtled toward Niu Bao, Niu Hu, propelled by tremendous force, crashed down toward Li Xian. Second Soul Skill, Light Shadow. Li Xian deftly shifted his position without a sound. Bang! The ground where Li Xian had just stood was suddenly marked by a massive crater. The surrounding earth shattered into fragments. How could this be? Niu Hu, upon landing, found himself unable to locate Li Xian. Just moments ago, Li Xian had been right beside him, yet now he had materialized next to Oscar. How is this possible? Niu Hu gazed in disbelief at Li Xian, who was now raising his radiant blade toward him. Brother Xian, your soul skill is truly remarkable, Oscar exclaimed cheerfully from the side. I promise to help you secure victory effortlessly. I cannot go back on my word, Li Xian replied with a smile, glancing toward the distant Niu Hu. His second soul skill allowed him to refract sunlight, enabling him to teleport wherever there was light. Moreover, when combined with his first soul skill, the teleportation came with a powerful impact. Although the range was currently limited to 30 meters, its element of surprise was undeniably advantageous. Just moments ago, he unleashed his first soul skill towards the bull leopard, the technique radiating a dazzling brilliance. Though it was not yet the full intensity of sunlight, one must not forget that he harbored the ability to absorb sunlight within him, a power that could be wielded in his soul skills. Chapter 23, The Conclusion of Battle. What a fearsome soul skill it was. The bull tiger, with a knowing glint in his eyes, realized he was not a fool. He understood that Li Xian had just invoked a soul skill. However, he had not anticipated that a soul skill derived from a second soul ring could possess such formidable strength. Truly, it was worthy of a millennium-old soul ring. The bull tiger gazed at Li Xian from a distance and remarked. Upon hearing this, Li Xian remained composed, his luminous blade held at an angle, gently grazing the ground. No need for pleasantries. Brace yourself for what comes next. The arena fell into an eerie silence, with only Li Xian standing tall, enveloped in a golden glow. His golden locks fluttered softly, and his delicate face bore an unusual calmness. In a flash, after a brief standoff, the first soul ring of Li Xian shimmered, and a beam of radiant sword energy sliced towards the bull tiger. Sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from the sword energy, the bull tiger dared not underestimate it, and promptly activated his second soul skill, Harden. Upon utilizing his soul skill, the bull tiger's skin turned crimson, encased as if by a suit of armor. Given the swiftness of the sword energy, he had no choice but to brace himself for impact. Sizzle! In an instant, the sword energy struck the bull tiger, yet he managed to deflect it. However, the energy did not dissipate. It continued to cleave through his body like a relentless cutting machine. The once gentle radiance now bore a fierce tearing sensation, and the bull tiger felt excruciating pain coursing through him, as if every limb was being shredded. The hardened red skin, after 3 seconds of resistance, began to fracture. Gradually, it splintered apart, and the bull tiger suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat, followed by a spurt of fresh blood. Boom! As the sword energy transformed into luminous particles and vanished, the bull tiger lay sprawled on the ground, blood staining the floor at the corner of his mouth. Observing this, Li Xian felt compelled to summon Oscar to procure a sausage, hastily running towards the bull tiger and handing it over to the flustered bull leopard, who had rushed over. The bull leopard quickly fed the sausage to the bull tiger, who, with great effort, opened his eyes and consumed it. As his injuries gradually healed, the bull tiger relaxed, stealing a glance at Li Xian with profound astonishment. He could sense that had Li Xian not dissipated the sword energy, he would undoubtedly have been cleaved in two. What a shame it was. Despite being several levels above you, I never imagined I would still lose, the bull tiger said slowly, gazing at Li Xian. The bull leopard, standing aside, also looked at Li Xian with a sense of embarrassment, for he had barely exerted any effort, and yet had been so easily defeated. Woohoo! Spectacular! I bet right, ha ha ha. If only I had known, I would have wagered on those 2 children. As the hostess' words echoed, the arena erupted into a cacophony of fervent cheers. The fervor was so intense that it reached the adjacent 4th and 6th soul fighting arenas. What is happening? Why is there such excitement? In the spectator stands of the 2 battling arenas, the onlookers exchanged puzzled glances with their companions. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia, with a smile gracing his lips, watched the 2 little monsters on the competition stage with delight. Well done, my boy. You have not disappointed me. With a sudden clap, Zhao Wujia struck the adjacent chair, shattering it into pieces. The surrounding crowd, startled by the spectacle, immediately scattered in alarm. I still haven't shaken off this bad habit. Zhao Wujie lamented as he gazed at the broken chair. It was the first time he truly comprehended the magnitude of his soul skills. Previously, he had relied on his teacher to incapacitate the soul beasts while he merely delivered the finishing blow, only occasionally employing his soul skills against weaker foes, such as the massive blood snake, without fully appreciating their power. It was at this moment that the true extent of his abilities dawned upon him. Oscar, brimming with excitement, had primarily played a supporting role but had managed to contribute a few sausages, thus feeling somewhat useful. So, your second soul skill is like this, Zhao Wujie remarked with a deep voice. Just moments ago, Li Xian had shared the distinctive characteristics of his soul skills with Zhao Wujie. A sense of nostalgia washed over Zhao Wujie as he thought, that little brat has truly grown up. Suddenly recalling something, he eagerly interjected, so, your dark blade is another distinct form of soul skill? Li Xian nodded silently in affirmation. With a soft thud, Zhao Wujie swallowed hard. Oscar, overhearing their conversation, was equally astonished. However, he felt a surge of joy at his brother's newfound strength and approached, wrapping an arm around Li Xian's shoulders. Since you're so cheerful today, you must whip up some dishes to celebrate. Li Xian turned to Oscar, smiling as he nodded. Order whatever you desire, I shall prepare it. The trio ambled away, gradually disappearing into the bustling streets, while the astonishing events of the battle arena continued to circulate among the populace. 2 7- or 8-year-old soul masters, one of whom possessed 2 purple 1,000-year soul rings. This news spread like wildfire. Later that night at Shrek Academy, Li Xian lay on his bed, a smile adorning his face as he gazed at the moon outside his window. Yet, a tinge of regret soon crept in. He realized that his performance today was likely noted by the Spirit Hall. It seemed prudent to remain vigilant, for an unrefined genius is merely a harbinger of demise. Li Xian harbored little sentiment towards the Spirit Hall and felt similarly indifferent towards Tang San and his companions. Deep within, he begrudgingly acknowledged a certain affinity for Qian Rinxue of the Spirit Hall, as her angel spirit represented light, akin to his own light blade. Despite the presence of the vile Qian Xuanji, one could not deny the inherent beauty of the angel spirit. After all, beauty begets beauty. Ahem, time for sleep. Li Xian murmured as he closed his eyes and gradually drifted off. As the night deepened, the soft moonlight streamed through the window, enveloping Li Xian's form in a gentle embrace. In the soul guide, a plaque seemed to quiver slightly. During his training, Li Xian inadvertently channeled sunlight to Oscar. Over the past few days, he had momentarily paused his physical training to dedicate himself to honing his soul power. Swish, swish, swish. The mastery of soul skills can only be achieved through continual practice, a truth that remains unwavering. Naturally, Li Xian directed his soul skills towards the ground rather than the trees, leaving a series of sword marks etched into the earth. Meanwhile, Oscar was fervently engrossed in reading, devouring books on soul beasts and other subjects that could broaden his horizons. He was wholly committed to his studies during these days. Upon hearing this, Oscar put away his book and stood up, pondering the whereabouts of the Academy's dean over the past few days. As they walked, Oscar remarked, "Who knows what he has been up to?" Li Xian shrugged in response, a bemused smile gracing his lips. Just as they arrived at the Academy gates, they spotted the figure of Flander. Oh, Oscar suddenly noticed a small boy with red hair standing beside Flander. Li Xian, witnessing this scene, shook his head and chuckled in resignation. Chapter 24, Ma Hongjun. The moment Li Xian saw the boy's distinctive crimson locks, he knew precisely who it was. The only other person Flander had taken in besides Oscar was Ma Hongjun. They approached, taking a closer look at Ma Hongjun, whose round features suggested he had yet to experience the trials of society and appeared somewhat bashful at this moment. Flander, observing Li Xian and Oscar, smiled warmly and said, "The evil fire phoenix?" Oscar gasped, having learned about this formidable martial soul through his recent readings. It was indeed one of the continent's top-tier martial souls, albeit with certain peculiarities. Ma Hongjun, hiding behind Flander, watched Li Xian and Oscar with trepidation. Although Flander had informed him that there were 2 Academy students only a year or 2 older than him, both had already attained the rank of Great Soul Master, while he had only recently awakened his martial soul. Seeing Ma Hongjun's shyness, Flander shook his head in exasperation. In his village, nearly everyone possessed ordinary chicken martial souls, and no one expected Ma Hongjun's awakening to manifest as a mutation from chicken to phoenix. Such luck was astonishing. After all, his own friend had also awakened a mutated martial soul, but had unfortunately failed. Reflecting on this, Flander gently patted Ma Hongjun's head and said, "All right, these 2 will be your future companions. You mustn't remain so shy." Reassured by Flander's kind words, Ma Hongjun stepped forward to greet Li Xian and Oscar. "Hello, I am Ma Hongjun." Observing the boy's endearing demeanor, Li Xian felt a sense of bewilderment. This chubby fellow isn't as flamboyant as I imagined. he mused internally. Yet he smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Flander, noticing the interaction, refrained from commenting further and entrusted Ma Hongjun to the duo before hastily departing, perhaps to attend to urgent matters. Chubby, let us go. I'll show you to your dormitory, Li Xian said, pulling Ma Hongjun along. I'm Ma Hongjun, not Chubby. The boy protested. All right, Chubby, Oscar quipped, a grin on his face as he followed suit. In the dormitory, Li Xian helped Ma Hongjun organize his bed, and the three of them gathered to chat amiably. How is it? Did Dean Flander arrange a training method for you? Li Xian inquired. Ma Hongjun merely shook his head, uncertain about how to proceed with his training at Shrek Academy, feeling an inexplicable sense of disarray. Don't know? That's just as well. Follow me tomorrow, and I'll take you soaring. Li Xian replied with a teasing glint in his eyes. Oscar, standing nearby, glanced at Li Xian and leaned in to whisper, Brother Xian, I fear this plump fellow may not endure. Your training method is rather intense. Is that so? Will the dean approve? Ma Hongjun felt a twinge of excitement within, as it was indeed a rare opportunity to have peers of similar age for training together. Li Xian patted Ma Hongjun reassuringly. Rest assured, the dean won't mind. With Li Xian's assurance, Ma Hongjun felt a sense of relief wash over him. Once everything was settled, Li Xian led Ma Hongjun to the dining hall. Throughout the journey, Li Xian remained quiet, while Oscar and Ma Hongjun chattered animatedly. Upon learning that everyone was an orphan, Ma Hongjun expressed his astonishment. Little Ao, do you think our dean might be a human trafficker? He whispered to Oscar. Oscar exclaimed, What are you thinking? Our dean is a soul sage-level powerhouse. He has no need for such nefarious deeds. He quickly clarified, casting a glance around to ensure Dean Flander was not in earshot, feeling relieved when he saw no sign of him. After all, if Dean Flander were to overhear, he would likely face double the training the next day. Li Xian observed the two, who were engaged in jovial conversation, with an enigmatic smile. Only 5 more to go for our group of 7, he mused. It had already been over 7 years since arriving in Douluo continent, and time seemed to have flown by. His gaze drifted forward, contemplating, once I reach Seoul Emperor, I shall leave Shrek and venture into the outside world to experience its splendid culture. With these thoughts, Li Xian calmed his excited heart. Upon arriving at the dining hall, everyone indulged in a sumptuous feast. Ma Hongjun, in particular, astonished Li Xian as he consumed his meal with unrestrained enthusiasm. It seemed nearly half of the evening's fare had vanished into his stomach, leaving Li Xian in awe of how he managed to consume so much. For now, however, he remained earnest in his training. Tick-tock. The entire Shrek Academy lay in serene silence, save for the rhythmic ticking of a clock within a room. Brilliant light illuminated the palace, constructed from unknown materials, with strange luminous patterns swirling along its walls. At the heart of the expansive palace stood an enormous golden statue. Remarkably, behind the statue were 3 pairs of wings, exquisitely crafted and as beautiful as gemstones. Gazing directly at the statue evoked an immediate sense of light and majesty, enveloping one in a formidable aura that permeated the palace. Before the statue, a tall figure stood quietly, golden hair cascading to their shoulders, adorned in a magnificent robe that exuded an air of nobility. A gentle platinum glow enveloped the long robe. Grandfather. At this moment, a melodious voice resonated. A figure of ethereal beauty approached gracefully, adorned in a golden palace gown. The gown, a seamless creation, appeared to be woven from golden threads, devoid of excessive embellishments, embodying a style that was both ancient and elegant. The golden collar embraced her slender, snow-white neck, while her long golden hair cascaded casually down her back, unkempt in contrast to her meticulously tailored attire. She walked toward the tall figure before her with the grace of a blooming lotus. You, my dear, what brings you here? The tall figure inquired gently, his voice laced with affection. Is it not permissible for me to seek my grandfather without a reason? The speaker was none other than Qian Renxue, addressing the towering figure as her grandfather, Qian Dalu, the 99th ranked limit Daluo. Huh, who said that? As long as Shuer wishes. She may seek her grandfather at any time, Qian Dalu replied indulgently. Observing her demeanor, he extended his hand to grasp the portrait, his keen gaze sweeping over its contents. Interesting, a soul master merely 7 or 8 years of age, with 2 soul rings of a millennium's caliber. The text accompanying the image was sparse, yet Qian Daolu absorbed it swiftly, revealing a glimmer of interest as he spoke. Chapter 25, The Angel. Grandfather, what are your thoughts on this matter? A smile graced Qian Renxue's exquisite face. She had obtained this information while eavesdropping on a conversation between Bibi Dong, the ghost Daluo, and the chrysanthemum Daluo. Subsequently, she secured this news and rushed to consult Qian Daolu. A remarkable little one, though regrettably not affiliated with our spirit hall, Qian Daolu remarked calmly. Having lived for so long, he had encountered numerous prodigies, Yet the dual millennium-level soul rings warranted his closer inspection. Noticing his somewhat indifferent response, Qian Rinxue pouted. It was worth noting that she was a naturally gifted soul master of level 20, possessing the divine soul of the six-winged angel. However, her first two soul rings were merely of the century level. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the boy's soul, her own inexplicably stirred. Thus, after acquiring the portrait, she hastened to Qian Daoliu's side. Observing her despondent expression, Qian Daolu sighed. My dear, do not overthink. In my eyes, no talent in this world compares to that of my granddaughter. As Qian Rinxue departed, he turned slowly to gaze at the statue of the angel, and the palace fell into a tranquil silence. Outside the palace, as Qian Rinxue stepped through the grand doors, the radiant sunlight illuminated her stunning visage. Lightblade, I hope to encounter you soon, she murmured softly, her ruby lips parting gently. A month swiftly passed, and Ma Hongjun had grown accustomed to life at Shrek Academy. Albeit the daily, excruciating training was a relentless torment. Phew. Brother Exine, my dear brother, may I have a moment's respite? Ma Hongjun, breathless and drenched, staggered under the weight of a basket filled with numerous small stones. At this moment, the sun shone brightly, and a sweltering heat enveloped the surroundings. Ma Hongjun, his face flushed, ambled along the path. All right, you can take a break, said Li Xian, who jogged beside him, nodding with a smile. He was not particularly fatigued, given his robust physical condition. After a month of rigorous training, Ma Hongjun had naturally reached the 10th rank. A few days prior, Flinder had taken him to acquire his soul ring, thus ensuring that all 3 students of Shrek Academy had now attained the status of soul masters. Li Xian retrieved a clock from his soul guidance device, glanced at the time, and then directly approached Ma Hongjun to relieve him of his burden. That's enough training for today. Later, you should soak in a medicinal bath to alleviate your fatigue. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun's spirits lifted, and he hurried towards the academy. The medicinal bath was a source of immense comfort for him, significantly enhancing his comprehension of soul skills. Not long after, Li Xian spotted Oscar meditating beneath a large tree. Surrounded by a swirling aura of soul power, Li Xian quietly observed from a distance, and soon he noticed Oscar's aura strengthening considerably. Congratulations, little Oscar, exclaimed Li Xian, beaming with delight as Oscar opened his eyes. Haha, I've reached level 23, Oscar responded joyfully, indicating that he had diligently devoted each day to his training without succumbing to idleness. This pleased Li Xian immensely, as his efforts to bolster Oscar with sunlight had not been in vain. With that, Li Xian led Oscar toward a small grove. I haven't completed my training yet, and time is of the essence. Let's begin. Li Xian summoned a radiant blade and, turning to Oscar, spoke softly. All right, Oscar nodded, producing a sausage which he tossed to Li Xian. First soul skill, radiant blade. In a familiar scene, Li Xian continued to roam the expansive woods. Each time a figure flashed by, a golden crescent sword aura would slice toward its intended target. Whoosh! Each blade of aura struck different targets, inflicting varying degrees of damage. Though the energy required for the radiant blade was modest, its power was unpredictable. Li Xian certainly did not wish to inadvertently slay a sparring partner during a match, as it was not a life-and-death duel. With a sudden flash of light, the woods dimmed considerably. In his shadowy state, Li Xian bore a hint of darkness, his dark red hair rising as he moved. Hiss! The sharp edge of the dark blade sliced through the air, resembling delicate snowflakes in winter, leaving no room for error as fine cuts marked the tree trunks. It felt as though he could achieve his goal without relying on soul skills, merely by wielding his blade. After contemplating the minimal energy expenditure, Li Xian quietly pondered. Second soul skill, Shadow. As the words fell, a dark red phantom materialized behind him. As he traversed through the woods, Li Xian exuded an enigmatic aura, enveloping him in a peculiar haze. With a soft thud, he stepped onto a branch of a towering tree, the blurred silhouette gradually dissipating. After a moment's reflection, Li Xian's figure once again became indistinct, as he nimbly leapt from tree to tree, each step falling soundlessly. In a swift motion, he executed a backflip, transforming midair into a luminous form. Several sword chi slashed downward towards the grass, instantly etching countless marks into the earth, each varying in depth and size, yet arranged harmoniously. Suddenly, a sausage soared through the air towards Li Xian. He deftly caught it and consumed it with ease. Half an hour later, Li Xian halted his journey. With a series of rhythmic thuds, he took a few hearty gulps from his water flask. Refreshed, he made a brief visit to the bathhouse, where he found Ma Hongjun luxuriating in a wooden tub with an expression of utter bliss. Li Xian smiled and departed, contemplating the intensified training ahead. On the following morning, Flinder roused Li Xian from his slumber, having changed his mind about the day's events, deciding to send Li Xian alone to the battle arena. Thus, Li Xian and Zhao Wujia set off for the Soul Arena in Soto City. As they left, Ma Hongjuan's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Brother Xian, I'm going to miss you, he exclaimed. Li Xian, with a gentle pat on Ma Hongjuan's shoulder, replied, Don't worry. If you don't shed a layer of skin, I'll consider myself defeated. His tone was so soothing it evoked a sense of winter-esque chill. Ma Hongjuan's face broke into a wide grin. Haha, off we go. Li Xian waved farewell and departed the academy alongside Zhao Wujia. As they walked, Zhao Wujia inquired, What was it like fighting against a real opponent last time? Li Xian responded calmly, It was fine, though the opponent wasn't particularly formidable. Zhao Wujia did not contest this, acknowledging that within the realm of great soul masters, Li Xian was nearly invincible. The power of his sword qi was immense. Even he, as a soul sage, felt a sharp sting when attempting to withstand it. Naturally, those still at the level of great soul masters would find it unbearable. Even if it wasn't a profound experience, every battle offers some insight, doesn't it? Zhao Wujia remarked. Li Xian nodded in agreement. Although he had only fought once, he had gained significant knowledge, having encountered different martial spirits, marking a step forward in his journey. As they conversed, they soon arrived in Soto City, which appeared largely unchanged from a month prior, save for the noticeable increase in foot traffic. Oh, it's you, Chen Shui exclaimed, her delicate features lighting up with surprise as she spotted Li Xian. This caught Li Xian somewhat off guard. Sensing his confusion, Chen Shui smiled warmly. Your performance at the Soul Arena has become quite the talk of the town. At this revelation, Li Xian realized the extent of his impact. Is this the same person from last time? He pondered. Indeed, I heard that both of his soul rings are of the 1,000-year caliber. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted, and Li Xian, through his peripheral vision, noticed several individuals regarding him with peculiar glances. Indeed, that day he had been rather ostentatious. Deep within, Li Xian felt a twinge of helplessness. While engaged in conversation, Chen Shui approached, presenting him with a plaque. This is your battle token. Once inside, preparations for your match will commence shortly. Nodding appreciatively, Li Xian accepted the token, but just as he intended to take his leave, Chen Shui interjected, What about your friend? Has he not come? Li Xian paused momentarily before shaking his head and responding, This time, I am participating in the individual competition alone, so he did not accompany me. I see, Chen Shui acknowledged with a nod. I shall not disturb you further. I wish you the best of luck. Casting a glance at the gentle demeanor of Li Xian, Chen Shui felt her ears grow slightly warm as she spoke. Thank you. With those words exchanged, Li Xian and Zhao Wujia made their way to the resting area to take a seat. Zhao Wujia, with a teasing glint in his eye, remarked, Look at you. My friend, you've become quite the celebrity. In response to Zhao Wujia's playful banter, Li Xian rolled his eyes and replied, I didn't ask for this. It's evident that I still lack experience. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps reached his ears, prompting him to turn. And he was met with the sight of the middle-aged man who had previously held a crystal ball. However, this time, Li Xian clearly discerned a small plaque on the man's chest bearing the name Lei Yunfei. Yet, Lei Yunfei did not linger near Li Xian, merely casting a fleeting glance before departing. It struck Li Xian as odd. An inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. Shaking his head, he was soon met with the announcement over the intercom. Please, Huiyao Guangren proceed to the 7th battle arena. Please, Huiyao Guangren proceed to the 7th battle arena. Huiyao Guangren was the moniker Li Xian had chosen for himself. Initially, he had contemplated using Enian Shinma, but deemed it overly pretentious, opting instead for this name to conceal his true identity. Go on, Zhao Wujia encouraged, patting Li Xian on the shoulder. Li Xian nodded, rising from the sofa, and, recalling his previous experience, swiftly made his way to the entrance. Upon emerging from the passage, he noted an even greater throng of spectators eager to witness the battle than before. He-S out, and he-S just a child? Various debates erupted in a continuous flow, yet Li Xian paid them no mind, his gaze fixed on a figure in the distance, seemingly a student from a certain academy. Observing the opponent's school uniform, Li Xian contemplated the upcoming match. Now, let us prepare to witness an exhilarating contest. Are you ready? It was the same host as before. Cheers and screams erupted, enveloping the entire battle arena in a fervor. Just as Li Xian prepared to announce his name and rank, his opponent spoke first. I am Mu Xingyu, Wuhuan Star Disc, Level 29 Control System Soul Master. Recognizing his opponent's declaration, Li Xian wasted no time in responding. I am Li Xian, Wuhuan Guangren, Level 24 Assault System Soul Master. A control system, huh? Quite the counter to an assault system. Li Xian pondered for a moment before summoning his martial soul, and instantly, a dazzling blade of light materialized in his grasp. Meanwhile, Mu Xingyu also called forth his own martial soul, and 2 yellow soul rings emerged beneath him. resembling a Go board from his previous life. However, this celestial board exuded a crystalline transparency and emitted a faint glow. It was rumored that this individual soul rings were all a millennium old, so it seemed prudent to take the initiative. Mu Xingyu observed Li Xin with a calm demeanor. In the next instant, a slender finger deftly produced a game piece. First soul skill, enclosing formation. As the game piece Mu Xingyu pinched was placed upon the board, an intangible square aura enveloped Li Xin. He felt a drain on his soul power, and his speed diminished slightly. Once the aura surrounded him, he instantly sensed something amiss. In the confines of this dual arena, this soul skill was indeed exceptional. Nevertheless, Li Xin took a firm step forward, leaping into the air. The blade of light in his hand shimmered. First soul skill, Radiant Blade. As he spoke, the first soul ring beneath him glimmered, and the sword energy surged forth, imbued with a tearing force, rushing toward Mu Xingyu. However, this time, Li Xin restrained some of his power, primarily concerned about potentially harming his opponent. Indeed, the Millennium Soul Rings were formidable. Noticing the emergence of two purple rings beneath Li Xin, Mu Xingyu furrowed his brow. As the sword energy approached, he remained unperturbed, gently shifting the game piece, causing the aura that had surrounded Li Xin to morph into a wall that stood before him. Sizzling sounds echoed as the transparent wall formed by the aura shattered. Yet, as it broke apart, Li Xin's gaze sharpened. He observed the fragments transform into specks of light, dissipating the residual essence of the sword energy into nothingness. This soul skill was particularly effective against both offensive and agile soul masters. Li Xin quickly deduced its implications. Chapter 27, Star Radiance. Although this soul skill lacked significant power, as a control skill, it was nothing short of perfect. It could both restrict the opponent and serve as protection. The Celestial Board Martial Soul straddled the line between advanced and top-tier martial souls. It was a supreme martial soul by night and an advanced one by day. Exceptionally strong. Yet it offered little in terms of offensive capabilities, focusing primarily on control and defense. Upon witnessing the shattering of the aura wall, Mu Xingyu swiftly grasped a game piece in each hand. First soul skill, enclosing formation. Second soul skill, Star Radiance. Instantly, both soul rings shimmered. Here it comes. Observing the emergence of a new square aura, Li Xin subtly evaded the encirclement, seeking an opportunity. At that moment, a point of light appeared above the aura, slowly shimmering like a star, followed by a pale violet beam descending. Slowing effect. Gripping the hilt of the radiant blade, Li Xin felt his fingers stiffen slightly. What a remarkable soul skill. A smile crept across Li Xin's lips. Suddenly, a blinding light surged forth, and Li Xin, caught in Mu Xingyu's second soul skill, instantly broke free from control, the starlight's slowing effect rendered ineffective. What? Mu Xingyu exclaimed, astonished to see his soul skill thwarted. It was well known that his second soul skill was forceful, almost impervious to resistance. Your soul skill has been unleashed, now it is my turn. Ignoring Mu Xingyu's astonishment, Li Xin stepped forward, gripping the light blade horizontally, and unleashed a powerful sword energy strike. This time, the sword energy was evidently different from the previous one. Its pressure was on an entirely different level. Alarmed, Mu Xingyu furrowed his brow as he witnessed the sword energy rushing towards him. He swiftly adjusted the energy field, transforming it into a transparent wall to shield himself. Observing this, Li Xin revealed a mysterious smile. To the spectators, Li Xin's figure suddenly vanished from his original position, and the sword energy struck fiercely against the transparent barrier. Zzz. Mu Xingyu's eyes widened as he watched his soul skill's transparent wall shatter into countless sparkling fragments. However, the sword energy, having pierced through the barrier, continued its relentless advance toward Mu Xingyu. As the crescent-shaped sword energy drew closer, Mu Xingyu's pupils constricted. For the first time, he felt the chilling threat of death without his protection. Humph! With a low grunt, Mu Xingyu took a step forward, moving the second piece on the star disk, which was enveloped in starlight. Nevertheless, the speed of the sword energy was overwhelming. Mu Xingyu's body was barely encapsulated halfway when the sword energy struck him with a violent tearing sensation. In an instant, blood erupted like a blossoming flower. Yet Li Xin had deliberately restrained his power, not unleashing his full strength. Uffed. Mu Xingyu tasted blood in his throat and coughed up a mouthful. Xingyu, a beautiful woman in her 30s in the spectator area, hurriedly stood up. After striking Mu Xingyu, the sword energy did not obliterate him, but dissipated instead. Swish. A crisp sound echoed before Mu Xingyu as Li Xin, with a smile on his face, pointed the light blade directly at him. You have lost. Upon seeing this, Mu Xingyu was momentarily taken aback before bowing his head. I have lost. Li Xin regarded Mu Xingyu with curiosity. Such a formidable martial soul and soul skill were strangely underdocumented. Just then, the announcer promptly declared the victor. The winner is Radiant Light Blade. Cheers erupted, a cacophony of exclamations soaring skyward. After casting a glance around, Li Xian wore a slight smile and departed from the stone platform. As he walked, he glanced back at Mu Xingyu before turning toward the passage. Upon reaching the resting area, Zhao Wujia rushed over, enthusiastically patting Li Xian on the back. Haha, splendid work. Zhao Wujia exclaimed boisterously. After a brief pause, he added, the Mu Xingyu you battled is from the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School. Li Xian, taken aback, pondered the implications. If he was indeed from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, why had he seemed so ordinary? Had he fallen victim to the martial soul hall's purge of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Lowering his head, Li Xian furrowed his brow in contemplation. However, he soon dismissed the thought, preparing to leave with Zhao Wujia. As they walked, the sound of approaching footsteps made Li Xian turn, only to see a middle-aged woman accompanied by the very Mu Xingyu he had just battled. Noticing someone blocking their path, Zhao Wujia looked at the middle-aged woman with impatience. At this moment, Mu Xingyu, with a pale visage, expressed his gratitude to Li Xian. Upon hearing Mu Xingyu's sincere thanks, Li Xian waved his hand with a smile, saying, "It's nothing. We are not engaged in a life-and-death battle, merely exchanging skills." Mu Xingyu nodded, shaken by the recent events. Even within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it is quite challenging for a high-ranking soul master to penetrate his soul techniques. At best, they could exploit weaknesses to defeat him in direct confrontation. The defensive capability of his star plate was only slightly inferior to that of the Xian Gui martial soul, a fact widely acknowledged in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Indeed, he thought to himself, recalling his father's words about broadening one's horizons. Zhao Wuji, understanding the lady's sentiments, politely remarked, "No need for thanks. In fact, I should be grateful to your son for enlightening my student." At this moment, Mu Xingyu gazed at Li Xian with incredulity and exclaimed, "Are you truly only a little over 7 years old?" Li Xian nodded in affirmation. Upon this confirmation, Mu Xingyu gasped in astonishment. Now 14, he estimated it would take him another month to reach Soul Master rank, a feat already commendable. He was taken aback to discover that Li Xian, at merely 7, had already attained the rank of a level 24 Great Soul Master. Despite Mu Xingyu's feelings of inadequacy, Li Xian perceived a resolute determination in his gaze. "I will train diligently. Perhaps we may spar again in the future," Mu Xingyu stated before being escorted away from the battle arena by his mother. Li Xian nodded as he watched Mu Xingyu depart. "That lad is commendable. Even in defeat, he does not cower," Zhao Wuji remarked as he approached. "Indeed, a worthy opponent." They agreed, then set off towards the academy. Within a chamber of the battle arena, Lei Yunfei observed Li Xian's departure, his composed demeanor betraying no words. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and an individual entered. "Need some recruitment?" inquired the newcomer. "Yes." Without a moment's hesitation, the individual accepted and quietly exited the room. In the Tiandou Imperial City, Xue Qinghe looked up, revealing a friendly countenance as he gazed at the distant scenery, murmuring, "Little one, next time we meet, do impress me. Do not let your light blade disappoint." Chapter 28, The Platinum Pattern. With a furrowed brow, Oscar stood in place. Hearing footsteps, he lifted his head, and soon the figures of Li Xian and Zhao Wuji came into view. Oscar, brimming with excitement, rushed over. Observing the enthusiastic Oscar before him, Li Xian felt somewhat at a loss for words. Immediately, Oscar's face flushed upon hearing Li Xian's remark, but he quickly recollected himself and blurted out, "I am just a little kid, after all." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji nodded and took his leave, casting a teasing glance at Oscar as he departed. "Yes, but don't we need to obtain our graduation certificates before we can graduate? Why are you planning to leave, Brother Xian?" Oscar inquired urgently, his eyes filled with curiosity, seemingly eager to understand Li Xian's thoughts. The reason for his agitation stemmed from the rarity of having a brother. He was unwilling to witness the departure of his soul companion. As for Ma Hongjun, they were not yet brothers in the truest sense, but rather acquaintances. Having shared neither training nor battles together, merely engaging in casual conversations on occasion, he suddenly felt a pang of realization, recognizing that his brother harbored aspirations that deserved his support rather than his idle musings. "Well then, I am merely a great soul master at this stage. The title of Soul Venerable is still far from my grasp. The days of leaving the academy are still a distant prospect." With that thought, Li Xian playfully patted Oscar on the backside and strolled towards the dormitory. Having already eaten earlier, he felt no need to dine in the cafeteria. As Oscar watched Li Xian depart, a notion began to form in his mind, one that would profoundly alter the course of his future. But that is a tale for another time. Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Xian washed his feet in the restroom and then reclined quietly in the rocking chair on the balcony. This moment was the epitome of comfort. He needed to think of nothing at all. His mind could drift into emptiness as he gazed at the softly crimson twilight sky, feeling the cool breeze against his skin. Eventually, he closed his eyes and slowly succumbed to slumber. Observing Li Xian asleep on the balcony, both Oscar and Ma Hongjun paused momentarily. However, upon seeing Li Xian in peaceful repose, they chose not to disturb him and quietly retreated to their own dormitories. The moonlight cascaded down, enveloping the earth in a silver veil. Li Xian continued to rest in the rocking chair, now covered with an additional blanket that Oscar had fetched from Li Xian's room. Li Xian, with his eyes closed, was unaware if he had just experienced a nightmare, as his brow furrowed in discomfort. In his dream, he beheld an enormous sun, its radiance illuminating the entire expanse, yet the space was utterly devoid of anything but the sun itself. This is, puzzled, Li Xian queried aloud. Feeling an inexplicable presence within the sun, with his hands clasped behind his back, it stood as if it were the sovereign of this realm. Just as Li Xian turned his gaze to scrutinize the figure, a flash of light obscured his vision. In the end, he perceived the silhouette seemingly offering him a smile. With a sudden exhalation, Li Xian jolted awake from his dream. He felt the blanket draped over him and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His mind a swirl of confusion and astonishment. What was that? A new thought emerged within him, filled with both anticipation and bewilderment. It couldn't be. I am just a great soul master now. Such a phenomenon is impossible. Li Xian lifted his gaze towards the moon in the sky, and for reasons unknown, his heart gradually began to calm. Never mind, whatever it may be, I shall embrace it as it comes. Contemplating this, Li Xian rose from the rocking chair, clutching the blanket, and lay down on his bed. As he continued to gaze out the window at the moon obscured by clouds, he closed his eyes, feeling drowsy, uncertain if this heaviness was a result of his dream. As Li Xian succumbed to slumber, a radiant platinum light emanated from a particular emblem within the soul-guiding device. This luminescence enveloped Li Xian, casting a brilliant glow throughout the entire room. However, curiously, not a scintilla of it escaped into the outside world, rendering Li Xian's quarters shrouded in darkness from an external perspective. A myriad of lights burst forth like tiny stars within the confines of the room, each seemingly responding to an unspoken command, gradually merging into Li Xian's being. When the final speck of light assimilated into him, nothing transpired, as if the entire episode had been a mere figment of a dream. Yet, a small platinum sword pattern manifested upon Li Xian's forehead, imbuing him with an air of mystique and nobility. Upon closer inspection, the resemblance between the platinum sword and Li Xian's radiant blade was strikingly pronounced. Time trickled on, with the platinum sword emblem remaining on Li Xian's brow until the night ebbed away and the sun ascended slowly. Only then did the emblem begin to fade. An hour later, Li Xian opened his eyes, as if awakening from a dream, yet he could not recall its contents. Dismissing the thought, he stepped onto the balcony, gazing at the softly illuminated academy in the early morning light, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. To his surprise, he spotted Oscar seated cross-legged on the bed, deep in meditation, which brought a smile of satisfaction to Li Xian's face. It seemed likely that Oscar would reach the rank of sole sovereign well before the age of 14, perhaps even sooner. Chapter 29. Time flowed ceaselessly, and Li Xian, along with his companions, diligently pursued their training at Shrek Academy, with even Ma Hongjun being rigorously guided by Li Xian. After all, in his previous life, he ascended to godhood, yet his beloved did not accompany him. Inheriting the title of a first-level deity would enable him to elevate his family alongside him. Brother, I have been quite generous towards you, Li Xian mused, observing Ma Hongjun training under the scorching sun, though Ma Hongjun remained oblivious to his words, wholly absorbed in his practice. After a while, Li Xian departed, reassured by the presence of Flinder, who was keeping a watchful eye nearby. Arriving at his usual spot, Li Xian resumed his familiar routine, drawing his sword and executing strikes, utilizing his soul skills, a daily ritual. Although the forest provided a cooler ambience, his body was drenched in perspiration. After quenching his thirst, Li Xian settled beneath a grand tree, lowering his gaze to admire his radiant blade. It remained as dazzling as ever, albeit less resplendent without the activation of soul skills. Nonetheless, its unyielding sharpness was undiminished. Who claimed that light must be gentle? When it strikes, it is anything but tender. Brother Xian, I am late. Li Xian was roused from his contemplative reverie by Oscar's distant voice. Looking up, he saw Oscar hastening toward him. I must acquire a flight-enhancing soul skill by the time I reach Soul Sovereign. Contemplating these thoughts, Oscar swiftly arrived before Li Xian. Panting heavily, what brings you here? Li Xian inquired with a hint of confusion as he observed Oscar's breathless state. Oh, don't mention it. I nearly got caught by Dean Flanders. I overexerted myself during practice yesterday and consequently overslept, Oscar replied. It then dawned on Li Xian that he had seen Oscar meditating earlier that morning. Impressive, you've become quite diligent, he remarked with a playful smile. With a sudden motion, Li Xian playfully slapped Oscar on the backside. Really? That was rather harsh. Oscar retorted, laughter dancing in his eyes. Thus, the two commenced a new day of training, undeterred, pushing themselves until their soul power was utterly depleted, collapsing onto the grass in exhaustion. If one were to observe, they would note the surrounding chaos. With trees and blades of grass in disarray, the ground bore countless sword marks, remnants of torn sword energy lingering in the air. Brother Xian, Xiao Ao. Just then, the distant voice of Ma Hongjun echoed as he called out to them. Li Xian propped himself up and glanced towards the approaching figure of Ma Hongjun, waving his hand in acknowledgement. Upon reaching them, Ma Hongjun stood in shock, gazing at the disheveled woods behind them, swallowing hard. Wow. It seems Brother Xian is not to be trifled with, he thought, relieved at the sight of Li Xian's handiwork. Noticing Ma Hongjun frozen in place, Li Xian picked up a small stone from the ground and playfully tossed it at his head. Come over and relax, enjoy the scenery, he said calmly, sprawling his limbs out to relish the fragrant grass. Look at that fire cloud. Isn't it stunning? Li Xian remarked softly. Indeed, it's beautiful, Ma Hongjun replied. After a brief pause, Li Xian added with a smile, sometimes, it's important not to be too tense. Just look at you both. How lovely it is to unwind like this, it truly lifts the spirits. Perched on a distant tree, Flanders observed the three youngsters lying on the ground. A smile creeping across his face. He shook his head gently and took a quiet step away. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Li Xian stood up and noticed that Oscar and Ma Hongjun had fallen sound asleep. You too, he chuckled with exasperation, summoning a radiant blade of light. He hurled it towards a distant stone. Bang! The shattering stone hit the ground with a resounding crash, startling Oscar and Ma Hongjun awake. What happened? What is going on? They exchanged bewildered glances. Wow, Brother Xian, you nearly gave me a heart attack, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, patting his slightly distended belly in annoyance. Oscar nodded vigorously in agreement. Li Xian rolled his eyes and said, I intended for you both to enjoy the scenery, yet here you are, fast asleep. Li Xian embraced the two individuals, a playful glimmer dancing in his eyes as he jested. Indeed, I have yet to dine, and I am still in my growth phase. I cannot afford to miss a meal. With that, Ma Hongjun swiftly sprinted towards the academy's direction. With a resigned pout, Li Xian exchanged glances with Oscar, and the two, smiles gracing their lips, quickly pursued after him. Slow down, fatty, someone shouted from behind. If you're not eager to eat, there must be something wrong with your head. I'm off. Ma Hongjun's speed only intensified, and his words echoed back to Li Xian from a distance. Goodness. His speed rivals that of a spirit master specializing in agility. They effortlessly exclaimed this, soon catching up to him. Only the moon remained unchanged in its brilliance. Chapter 30, Wine. For years later, in the blink of an eye, Li Xian was now 11.5 years old. However, contrary to expectations, he had delayed his departure as a soul sovereign. He had now reached the 35th level as a soul sovereign. Over these years, not only had he cultivated his soul power, but he had also acquired a third soul ring of 10,000-year caliber, derived from a 6,000-year-old soul beast, the iron-armored demon bear, and a 7,000-year-old soul beast, the radiant winged butterfly. Brother Xian, are you planning to leave? Oscar inquired, observing the handsome youth beside him amidst a gathering of teachers in the cafeteria. Upon hearing this, Oscar nodded in understanding. His reputation had been firmly established, boasting a record of countless victories without a single defeat. Sometimes, upon stepping onto the stage, opponents would yield immediately upon recognizing him, leaving Li Xian feeling somewhat exasperated. Yet, they had no choice but to concede. After all, experiencing a slash from his sword energy was truly a bitter sensation. Crack. Haha, fatty. You've become a great soul master, Oscar exclaimed with delight upon spotting a chubby figure with a red mohawk at the entrance. Li Xian glanced at Ma Hongjun, whose martial spirit bore imperfections, leading to the emergence of malevolent flames over the years. Each time Ma Hongjun practiced, he endured immense suffering. Otherwise, he would have reached the great soul master level long ago rather than lagging behind. Regrettably, my sunlight and moonlight cannot heal your malevolent flames. It seems we must wait for Tang San to procure some miraculous herbs for your recovery, Li Xian silently mused. He had secretly attempted to utilize both abilities, but alas, he had not succeeded, which left him somewhat disheartened. Haha, let us not dwell on that. Today, the three of us shall indulge until we are inebriated, to celebrate Brother Xian's prosperous journey, Ma Hongjun declared, noticing Li Xian's silence. Agreed. Oscar and Li Xian made their way to a table with 3 stools. where Xiao Xian cheerfully brought forth meticulously prepared dishes from the kitchen. Delicious. The enticing aroma of the food made Ma Hongjun swallow hard. Having subsisted on rations in the Star Dou Forest for days due to a stroke of bad luck in locating a suitable soul beast, he felt particularly ravenous. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia and Flinders sat together, sipping wine and engaging in conversation. Several years had passed, yet Zhao Wujia's demeanor remained largely unchanged, though his aura had grown increasingly steady. Drawing closer to the level of a soul Douluo, must we truly let little Xian depart? Zhao Wujia lifted the bottle and took a sip, his gaze fixed on Flander. His tone heavy as he spoke, perhaps in fear of being overheard by Li Xian, his voice barely above a whisper. In response, Flander could only nod helplessly. This was all at the insistence of little Xian. I've already delayed him for so long, I cannot prolong it any further. If the child has such aspirations, shouldn't we, as elders, support him? Zhao Wujia fell silent, reflecting on the years he had guided Li Xian to the soul arena, where the boy had continuously astonished him, deepening Zhao Wujia's regard for him. Very well, I shall accompany him tomorrow. Now that he has reached soul master rank, he should possess sufficient self-defense capabilities. I dare say even some soul masters may not be his match, Zhao Wujia remarked with a hint of jest. Flander chuckled. I too shall see this lad off tomorrow. Now, let us not dwell on such matters. Let us drink. With that, Flander raised his bottle, standing up with a smile. Everyone cheers. The other teachers promptly lifted their bottles and began to drink heartily. Wow, such vigor! Ma Hongjun exclaimed, startled as he watched Flander down the contents of his bottle. Li Xian raised an eyebrow at Ma Hongjun, who remained silent, while Oscar looked on with a smile. Having just finished his own drink, suddenly, Ma Hongjun's face paled. He then seized the bottle before him and began to gulp down the liquor. Thud! A chorus of swallowing sounds echoed, and the teachers who had finished their drinks turned to observe Li Xian. Flander shook his head in resignation at the sight. Haha, well done, fatty, Zhao Wujia bellowed with his robust voice. Bang! After finishing the liquor, Ma Hongjun set the empty bottle on the table, his face slightly flushed, and slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. Laughter erupted throughout the dining hall, resounding even outside the building. Click! Li Xian, maintaining his composure, quietly opened 3 more bottles, handing one to Oscar before approaching Ma Hongjun, shaking it in front of him. Fatty, Li Xian said with mischievous intent. Wait, brother Xian. Let us take it easy. I'm rather delicate, Ma Hongjun replied. Li Xian rolled his eyes at this. Oscar nearly spat out his drink upon hearing. Observing Ma Hongjun's ample figure, Li Xian couldn't help but twitch his lips. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let us drink slowly from cups. He then retrieved 3 moderately sized cups from the kitchen. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Ma Hongjun sighed in relief. Oscar, having not touched a single bite of food, eagerly extended his chopsticks to grab a piece and popped it into his mouth. The tender, mildly spicy flavor filled his palate. Wow, brother Xian, if you were to become a chef, you'd surely reach master level, Oscar remarked, glancing at Li Xian, who was bantering with Ma Hongjun. Taking a sip of his drink, Oscar casually inquired, how do you know so many recipes? I heard from Dean Flander that you never cooked as a child. Li Xian slowly lifted his head to gaze at Oscar, his right eye's golden pupil gradually transforming into a dark crimson hue. Oscar immediately swallowed his words. Ahem. Come on, brother Xian, let us share a drink. Observing Oscar's helpless demeanor, Li Xian felt a sense of fatigue. Slap. Oscar hastily patted Ma Hongjun, who was enjoying his meal. Oh, very well. Ma Hongjun raised his head, instantly understanding, and promptly lifted his wine cup, as the 3 of them drank in unison. As the saying goes, deep feelings warrant a hearty gulp. Noticing Li Xian's serious expression, Oscar and Ma Hongjun chose not to ignore it. In truth, Oscar was well aware of how his physical constitution had improved. Thus, regarding his cultivation, he had never once been negligent since the beginning of his journey. Even the rotund one, despite occasionally suffering due to the malevolent fire, diligently continued his practice. Enough of this chatter, trust me. Soon our academy may welcome a plethora of new students, perhaps even some young ladies. Seeing the atmosphere turn somber, Li Xian quickly jested. Young ladies. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were immediately captivated by those 3 words. Witnessing their foolish expressions, Li Xian sighed and shook his head in resignation. Subsequently, the group continued to revel in their merriment, and before long, nightfall enveloped them. After tidying up, Li Xian found himself alone beneath the familiar tree in the woods. Lying on the ground, admiring the scenery. So beautiful. The tree remained unchanged, yet that old friend was no longer there. Only the insects chirping in the woods seemed to bid farewell to a long-lost companion. Chapter 31. The journey begins. Early the next morning, Li Xian awoke with the dawn. Noticing the ground was still damp, clearly indicative of a light rain the previous night. After freshening up, he leaned against the balcony, quietly observing the tranquil academy. From a higher vantage point, one could discern wisps of blue smoke rising from the chimneys in the distant village, coupled with the delicate white mist. It truly resembled a breathtaking painting, akin to a lady standing gracefully amidst the fog, adorned with subtle makeup. Li Xian raised his gaze to the sky, which appeared overcast, with thick clouds obscuring the heavens. A cup of hot tea would make it perfect. Li Xian smiled as he surveyed his surroundings, murmuring softly, "What need is there for tea, when a bottle of wine would suffice?" "You rascal!" Zhao Wujia, upon hearing this, swiftly approached and stood beside Li Xian. The two shared a moment of silence before Zhao Wujia turned to Li Xian and inquired, "Have you decided where to go?" Li Xian nodded and replied, "Yesterday. Dean Flander provided me with a map. However, it only pertains to the Heaven Dou Empire, with no mention of the Star Dou Empire." A hint of regret tinged his voice. Hearing this, Zhao Wujia chuckled softly. "Do you still wish to visit the Star Dou Empire? The Heaven Dou Empire is vast. Even I have yet to explore it fully." Li Xian lifted his gaze toward the horizon and, after a pause, remarked, "One must embark on a spontaneous journey in life." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia felt an inexplicable stir in the depths of his heart. A spontaneous journey? Zhao Wujia pondered for a moment. As the hour grew late, Li Xian descended the stairs, followed closely by Zhao Wujia. Upon reaching the academy's entrance, they spotted the imposing figure of Flanders standing there. Meanwhile, Oscar and Ma Hongjun, having been rendered unconscious by him the previous night, remained sound asleep in their beds. Flanders glanced at the increasingly handsome Li Xian, whose tall stature was adorned with a light blue robe, and his peculiar eyes compelled one to take a second look. At present, Li Xian stood at a height of 1.70 meters, an impressive feat for an 11-and-a-half-year-old. He speculated that he could potentially grow to nearly 2 meters in the future. "Are you all set?" Flanders inquired, his tone tinged with the anticipation of a parent seeing their child off on a journey. "Yes, I'm ready," Li Xian affirmed. Flanders offered no further words, but stepped forward to pat Li Xian on the shoulder. Li Xian smiled back at him before setting off from Shrek Academy, his figure gradually fading into the mist. At that moment, as Li Xian vanished from sight, Flanders was inexplicably filled with a profound yet unexplainable sentiment. Growing up, he adjusted his glasses and sighed softly. Zhao Wujia remained standing, his gaze fixed on the direction Li Xian had taken. On the road, Li Xian unfolded the map in his hands, studying the marked locations until his eyes landed on a place called Maple Leaf City. "Wow, is it really that far from Soto City?" he remarked, bemused by the considerable distance between the two cities. Yet, having made up his mind, he resolved to embark on the journey. Naturally, Li Xian was no fool. Such a long trek would necessitate hiring a carriage. Upon arriving in Soto City, he inquired at the carriage station, only to find no carriages heading to Maple Leaf City, given the vast distance involved. "I see, thank you." He acknowledged the middle-aged man in front of him, disappointment creeping in. "Alas, it seems I must walk after all," he muttered. Just as Li Xian felt a tinge of regret, the station master, perhaps sensing Li Xian's politeness, softly suggested, "You might check with the merchant caravan. They travel throughout the empire for trade, and may be heading to Maple Leaf City." Upon hearing this, Li Xian nodded in understanding, expressed his gratitude, and hurried off to the mercantile establishment. Before long, he arrived outside a vast building bustling with activity. As he surveyed the scene, he spotted a caravan preparing to depart, particularly drawn to a striking emblem resembling a maple leaf emblazoned on one of the carts. Originally intending to enter the building to inquire further, he promptly altered his course toward the caravan. Meanwhile, Li Wenxiang engaged in loading goods, sensed a presence approaching from behind, and turned to see Li Xian approaching at a leisurely pace. Noticing him, Li Xian was about to speak when the individual he presumed to be in charge greeted him with a smile. "Are you looking to join the caravan to Maple Leaf City?" Taken aback, Li Xian replied, "How did you know I was heading to Maple Leaf City?" "Haha." Li Wenxiang chuckled and gestured toward a nearby area. Li Xian turned to look and noticed a throng of individuals queuing to enter various carriages at the rear of the convoy. Upon hearing Li Wenxiang's explanation, Li Xian began to comprehend the situation. "May I inquire how much it costs to hitch a ride?" he asked, retrieving a pouch from his soul guide. The sight of the space soul guide left Li Wenxiang somewhat astonished as he regarded the bag in Li Xian's hand. "What's the matter?" Noticing Li Wenxiang's momentary bewilderment, Li Xian furrowed his brow and replied, It's merely 20 gold soul coins to be paid at the registration point up ahead." Seeing the cautious expression on Li Xian's face, Li Wenxiang hastily added, "Just nod if you understand." Li Xian acknowledged with a nod and proceeded towards the registration point. Li Wenxiang swallowed nervously, apprehensive that Li Xian might be a scion of a formidable faction. After all, The crafting of soul guides had waned over time, making those capable of holding items exceedingly rare and valuable. Upon reaching the registration area, Li Xian waited in line for a short while. When his turn came, he placed the pouch on the table. The registrar paused momentarily before counting the contents and confirming the presence of 20 gold soul coins, subsequently directing Li Xian to a less crowded carriage at the rear. Inside the carriage, Li Xian casually selected a seat and reclined. The expenditure of 20 gold soul coins proved worthwhile, as he discovered the presence of a reclining chair. As he settled into the chair, Li Xian closed his eyes to rest. Approximately half an hour later, the convoy began to move slowly, accompanied by a series of jolts. Li Xian opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, noting that apart from himself, there were only 4 others in the carriage, 2 men and 2 women. The men were dressed extravagantly, while the women were strikingly beautiful. One might rate them a perfect 100, or at least a 70. It was evident they were a couple traveling together. For reasons unknown, the carriage had ceased to jolt, suggesting that the merchant convoy's vehicles possessed shock absorption features. Indeed, shock absorption. Those in the know would understand. Chapter 32, The Ruins. The carriage moved smoothly, yet Li Xian felt an inexplicable urge for violence, as muffled cries frequently emanated from behind. Darn it, can't you all work harder once we reach Maple Leaf City? The voices that drifted to his ears filled Li Xian's heart with a profound melancholy. A sleepless night ensued. As the sunlight graced Li Xian's face, he gradually opened his eyes, appearing somewhat fatigued. However, upon glancing outside, he was instantly captivated. The carriage traversed a mountain path, which, though broad, indicated it had been well maintained. The landscapes beyond were adorned with majestic peaks. After approximately 10 minutes, the convoy passed through a tunnel entrance, illuminated by a multitude of glowing soul guides. The tunnel was not deep, and soon a beam of light emerged from ahead. Wow! My heavens! As the convoy exited the tunnel, a chorus of gasps erupted. With the carriage advancing further, Li Xian beheld the distant scenery. Towering trees intertwined, their crimson leaves enveloping the mountains and valleys, creating an illusion of flames dancing in the breeze. Here, the landscape was dominated solely by maple trees, with no other species in sight. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the maple leaves to sway gracefully, creating ripples in the air. The soft rustling sound, reminiscent of a melodious tune, reached Li Xian's ears. Witnessing this scene, Li Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. It was no wonder this city was so immensely popular. Upon reflection, he realized he had indeed not chosen the wrong destination. There were several reasons for his visit to Maple Leaf City. It is a hub of connectivity. Centuries ago, this place was merely a town of 1,000 souls, until it was discovered by passing merchant caravans, who were captivated by the breathtaking scenery, albeit there were not as many maple trees back then. However, as time passed, roads were established, and news of this enchanting locale spread beyond its borders. The allure of Maple Leaf City lies in its accessibility. One can depart in any direction, each leading to a grand city. Thus, Li Xian had his sights set on this place from the very beginning. As the carriage progressed at a leisurely pace, approximately 10 minutes later, the caravan turned a mountain path, revealing a colossal city before Li Xian's gaze. Perhaps due to its status as a non-contentious territory, the city walls were not particularly high, and the presence of soldiers was sparse. People bustled outside the walls. And after the caravan paid the entrance fee, Li Xian's gaze shifted inward. Upon entering, he noticed numerous buildings, though they were not as tall as those in Soto City. Nevertheless, they exuded an air of opulence, clearly indicating a thriving hospitality industry. Tonight, we shall indulge here, remarked a fellow traveler, who had been laboring diligently the previous night, wearing a mischievous grin as he observed the girl beside him. Li Xian merely pursed his lips in response. As the carriage advanced into the city, quaint little eateries with resting benches appeared one after another. Crossing a bridge, he beheld a small river flowing gently beneath, its waters crystal clear, while the surrounding avenues were adorned with numerous maple trees, interspersed with rare blossoms. Before long, the caravan reached its destination, and Li Xian stepped down from the carriage, feeling more like a tourist than a trainee in exploration. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he strolled leisurely through the city. Occasionally, he encountered groups of girls walking together. After all, this was merely a tourist city, far removed from the Soul Beast Forest, so aside from a few free-spirited soul masters, the populace was predominantly composed of ordinary folk. Seated on a white chair, Li Xian picked up the red tea and pastries he had ordered, turning to admire the serene scene before him. It seemed he could not linger here for long. Perhaps 1 or 2 days of enjoyment before moving on to his next destination. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to consult his map to select the next location. Suddenly, a conversation caught his attention. I heard that about 50 kilometers north of Maple Leaf City, there lies a buried relic. I wonder if it's true. Upon hearing this, Li Xian paused, gently placing his teacup down. It is true, yet it is not. The words left his mouth, and his companions looked at him in confusion. One of them, with a puzzled tone, asked, "What does that mean?" A title Douluo. A few individuals gazed at the speaker with expressions of astonishment, while beside them, Li Xian furrowed his brow. However, the man swiftly changed his tone and continued. Yet, even a powerhouse such as a title Douluo has been unable to unlock the ruins. It seems that the entrance requires a certain token imbued with mysterious powers to be opened. A token? Upon hearing this, Li Xian lowered his head to glance at his soul guide device. Recalling that he had acquired a token when he and Dean Flinder emerged from the Star Dou Forest years ago, could it truly be such a coincidence? After contemplating for a moment, Li Xian steadied his thoughts and resumed listening intently. The young man chuckled, his voice laced with mockery, and remarked, "The reason I say that place is not merely a ruin is that it should more aptly be referred to as a land of death. Recently, numerous soul masters from various regions ventured there for exploration, but alas, they all perished, including a soul sage-level expert. Why?" He continued. "Because the area is enveloped in an intensely toxic miasma, thick as fog. Strangely, this poisonous mist remains confined to that locale. Even the wind does not disperse it." The young man then added with a hint of resignation, "This is all I know. That place has become inaccessible. After all, only a soul Douluo or a title Douluo can withstand the toxic mist, or else certain death awaits. Consequently, that esteemed title Douluo has ordered my sister and the others to refrain from any explorations." "I see." The group nodded in silent agreement. Initially, they had intended to seek entertainment, but they were not in pursuit of death. After a while, they gradually departed. Li Xian kept his head down, his mind swirling with thoughts. A ruin? And toxic mist? In a valley? This scenario felt oddly familiar. A sense of confusion enveloped him. Chapter 33, Stripping of Soul Power. After pondering for quite some time without reaching a conclusion, Li Xian hesitated over whether to venture to the so-called ruins, though he remained apprehensive about the toxic mist. After all, he lacked any means of protection against poisons. If he were to go and meet his demise, it would be catastrophic. Finishing the food on the table, Li Xian sought a hotel to stay the night. Should he go or not? If he chose not to, he would need to decide on his next destination. Lying in the bathtub, Li Xian gazed up at the ceiling. Suddenly, a faint glow emanated from the soul guide device resting on a nearby clothing rack. "What is this?" Li Xian hastily emerged from the bathtub. Grabbing his soul guide device, he noticed the weak light flickering intermittently. Without hesitation, he emptied the contents of the device, causing a multitude of coin pouches to tumble to the floor, along with a few articles of clothing and daily necessities, as well as a token. The source of the glow was indeed this token. "Oh," Li Xian sighed softly. The token felt remarkably translucent in his hand, though the effect was not yet pronounced. However, he distinctly remembered that it had not appeared this way when he purchased it. Just as Li Xian was contemplating, the light from the token began to concentrate at its apex. What could this mean? Gazing at the radiant glow emanating from the top of the sign, Li Xian was momentarily stunned, for it was pointing northward. Could this truly be the key to unlocking the relic? After a moment of contemplation, Li Xian resolved within himself. How could one call it an experience without the thrill of risk? As dawn broke the following day, Li Xian completed his morning rituals and vacated his room, setting forth towards the relic situated 50 kilometers beyond Maple Leaf City. As he traversed the path, he noticed several other soul masters, all heading in the same northerly direction. A staggering number of individuals, no less than 100, left him somewhat astonished. After all, one soul sage had already perished. He assumed that few would dare approach the relic, yet he realized he had underestimated the situation. Youth had clouded his judgment. As a few individuals passed by, Li Xian furrowed his brow. They were at least soul kings. Sensing their auras, he quickly drew a conclusion. During his sparring sessions with Zhao Wujia, he had become quite familiar with such energies. Although these individuals were considerably weaker than Zhao Wujia, they were undoubtedly more formidable than himself, confirming their status as soul kings. What a lively scene. Shaking his head, Li Xian hastened his pace to follow suit. However, traversing on foot could not compare to the speed of horseback. How could I forget to rent a horse? As he walked, a wave of regret washed over him, observing the swift figures racing ahead. While some were also advancing on foot, riding would certainly conserve energy. Activating his second soul skill, Shadow, a violet soul ring illuminated beneath him, and his figure gradually transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing forward at an astonishing speed. Whoosh! What was that? A passerby stared in bewilderment at the dark crimson figure that had already sprinted far ahead. Indeed, employing a soul skill made a significant difference. Feeling his velocity multiply, Li Xian pressed on towards the relic with renewed fervor. Approximately half an hour later, he caught sight of a large congregation of people standing in the distance. In order to save time, he had deliberately taken a shortcut. My goodness! Perched atop a tree, Li Xian gazed in bewilderment at the cloud of toxic mist, which formed a circular expanse, its hue a menacing blue. Even from afar, it instilled a profound sense of dread. The dark blue miasma loomed like a colossal beast, lying in wait for unsuspecting prey. Observing that the crowd had yet to take any action, Li Xian remained concealed in the branches above. As time passed, more and more individuals gathered in the grassy clearing. From a distance, there appeared to be at least several hundred. What now? Below, a slender man clad in a black robe, his visage marked by the passage of time, turned to a robust figure beside him, approximately 1.7 meters tall, with a square jaw. The one referred to as Big Brother slowly shook his head. A look of resignation etched on his square face as he regarded the toxic mist not far ahead. I just tested the potency of the mist, and fortunately, my martial spirit offers some resistance to toxins. Otherwise, I would have sustained injuries just now, Chang Zhenglong remarked. In response, Chang Jinghu, filled with urgency, exclaimed, Then shall we merely linger here? No. Chang Zhenglong replied with unwavering resolve. Noon? Chang Jinghu paused for a moment, recalling his visit to the Wuhuan temple with his elder brother the previous night, and immediately comprehended the situation. The sun's rays brought with them an exceedingly intense heat. Although everyone present could withstand it, the lack of ventilation rendered the atmosphere stifling, prompting many to seek refuge beneath the trees. Even Li Xian exchanged glances with a few others. As the temperature escalated, the entire meadow seemed to succumb to a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Gradually, the toxic mist began to dissipate, its concentration significantly lessening. Prepare yourselves. It is approaching, Chang Zhenglong remarked as he turned to his sweat-drenched brother. Finally, it has arrived. As the toxic fog slowly vanished, leaving only a faint haze, more than 100 individuals erupted with their martial spirits, a dazzling array of yellow, purple, and even black soul rings illuminating the grassland. The soul masters present summoned their martial spirits and surged forward, evidently aware of the secrets held within the toxic mist. Observing this, Li Xian hastily followed suit, stepping into the mist. Instead of discomfort, he sensed his soul power gradually diminishing. Although the decline was slow, the cumulative effect was alarming. Without further contemplation, Li Xian quickened his pace. Look at all these medicinal herbs. As he advanced, Li Xian noticed an abundance of herbs littering the ground. These were commonplace medicinal plants, distinct from those found within the ice and fire ice. As he traversed the area, he frequently encountered the aftermath of battles, severed limbs hanging from branches, the pungent scent of blood permeating the air. A bunch of fools, Li Xian scoffed, observing the individuals engaged in fierce competition. Here, the more one utilized soul techniques, the faster they consumed their energy. It was evident that the toxic mist was siphoning their soul power. No, no, no. A piercing scream echoed through the air. Li Xian turned to see a figure engulfed in dark blue toxic mist, their body crackling and withering, transforming into a desiccated corpse. This is bad. I must reach the entrance to the ruins quickly. If my soul power is completely drained, I'm finished. With this realization, Li Xian wasted no time and rushed toward the foremost line. Approximately 2 minutes later, Li Xian arrived at the entrance to the ruins. What was deemed an entrance was merely a door. As he discreetly surveyed his surroundings, many individuals produced wooden tokens identical to his own. What? Li Xian was momentarily taken aback, but upon closer inspection, he discerned that these tokens were merely ordinary pieces of wood, dull gray in color and somewhat weathered, contrasting sharply with his own crystalline token. As one individual brandished their token, they effortlessly passed through the door, their form appearing almost ethereal as they crossed the threshold. Others quickly followed suit, raising their tokens toward the entrance. Gazing up at the imposing door, at least 20 meters high and 40 meters wide, an inexplicable sense of unease settled within Li Xian. Turning back, he noted that the toxic mist was still dissipating. Regardless, he had come this far. With this thought, Li Xian produced his token and proceeded through the door. Outside the toxic mist stood dozens of individuals. One of them, with a smile gracing his face, gazed upon the noxious mist, clad entirely in garments of inky blackness. His face bore several peculiar patterns, yet his countenance exuded an exquisite elegance that presented a striking contrast. He stood there, somewhat ethereal. Do we need to seal off the surroundings? An elderly man, donned in a white robe touched with a hint of gold, asked respectfully, his presence emanating immense power as he regarded the figure before him. The man at the forefront replied in a dark, somber tone, no need for sealing. The true spectacle has only just begun. At that moment, a profound silence enveloped the area. Chapter 34, The Vengeful Spirits. the instant he stepped through the grand entrance. A refreshing sensation, akin to a cool stream, gradually infused his spirit, even restoring his depleted soul energy. Where is everyone? Upon entering, Li Xian lifted his gaze only to find that the throng of individuals who had just entered had vanished entirely. Before him stood a majestic mountain, and he found himself situated in its midst. This place appeared to be a secret realm. Observing his surroundings, Li Xian concluded in his mind that such a colossal mountain could not possibly exist outside. He then began to stride forward, passing through a locale filled with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms, surrounded by an array of flora and trees spanning the canyon's base. The canyon seemed to extend endlessly, its breadth several hundred meters wide. Buzz. At this moment, the sign he held emitted a radiant glow, seemingly guiding Li Xian's path forward. What an enigmatic affair, he mused. Yet without hesitation, he followed the sign's direction. In truth, guidance was unnecessary, as the canyon offered only a single path. Second soul skill, Shadow, he whispered, his figure darting swiftly through the canyon, his eyes meticulously observing the surroundings. It was eerily silent. Not even the chirping of insects could be heard. Something was amiss. Running, Li Xian furrowed his brow and murmured. After a while in the canyon, he realized there was not even a whisper of wind. Whoosh. Bang. Li Xian transformed into a fleeting shadow, retreating swiftly, and upon regaining his footing, he was taken aback. Not far ahead, several long, dark green vines lashed violently against the ground, sending clouds of dust into the air. What on earth is this? He pondered. Could it be? First soul skill, Radiant Blade. Whoosh. Transforming into a blade of light, Li Xian unleashed a sword aura directed at the vines. Swish. Sensing the tearing force of the sword aura, the vines recoiled swiftly behind a large tree. Yet, their speed was still somewhat sluggish, allowing the sword aura to strike true. In an instant, a deluge of green liquid splattered upon the ground, as several vines were torn to shreds. Li Xian stood rooted, staring at the large tree nearby, and at that moment, he recognized that the tree had taken on an inky green hue, even tinged with black. Man-eating tree, he uttered softly, astonished as he gazed at the tree before him. According to his knowledge, man-eating trees had been extinct for millennia. It was not humanity that led to its extinction, but rather several soul beasts that had existed for over 100 millennia. This account was discovered by him while inadvertently perusing the strange chronicles of the continent. The tome was authored by a super Daluo of the 98th rank, thus lending it considerable authority, which Li Xian did not question. The true name of the man-eating tree should be the bloodthirsty demon tree. This type of soul beast is a distinguished member of the first tier among its kind, capable of contending with 1,000-year level beasts within a mere century, and a 1,000-year beast can withstand at least 5,000, if not 7,000 years. Its formidable strength stems from the rarity of 1,000-year bloodthirsty demon trees, as such soul beasts require an abundance of blood for growth. In addition to the souls of the vengeful, this martial soul is also documented among humanity, associated with a title Douluo-level evil soul master possessing the bloodthirsty demon tree martial soul. It was this very super Daluo who vanquished it. While the details of that battle are scant, the degree of peril described therein is utterly chilling. It is noteworthy that this evil soul master had just attained title Daluo status, yet could engage in a life and death struggle with a super Daluo, showcasing immense strength. The age of this man-eating tree was estimated to be just over 1,000 years. As Li Xian deduced, the timeline of the extinction of this soul beast coincided precisely with that of the bloodthirsty demon tree. This was a case of artificial transplantation. Li Xian quickly unearthed the mystery within. In a place devoid of even insects, it was inconceivable for a bloodthirsty demon tree to reach the 1,000-year level. Their growth is contingent not on time, but on the quantity of blood consumed and the souls of the vengeful. Good heavens, I have been deceived. No wonder an ominous premonition lingered. Li Xian felt utterly speechless. Those signs were clearly designed to lure individuals in, allowing the bloodthirsty demon tree to feast upon them. As for why no people remained, Li Xian found it hard to believe that so many could not handle a single bloodthirsty demon tree. Glancing at the crystalline sign in his hand, which was undoubtedly different from those of others, he sensed there was a secret concealed within. Contemplating for a moment, he suddenly emanated an exceptionally brilliant radiance that illuminated the entire area. The first soul skill, Radiant Blade of Glory. Instantly, a sword aura infused with the power of the sun surged forth, striking the bloodthirsty demon tree with the divine essence of a true sun. Compared to his usual sword strikes, this one was thrice as powerful, as Li Xian harnessed solar energy to amplify the effect of his first soul skill. Crackle. The immense divine aura enveloped the bloodthirsty demon tree, its sharp, tearing waves reducing branches and vines to mere splinters. Bang, bang, bang. Sensing the threat posed by the divine aura, the bloodthirsty demon tree lashed out with its vines, ferociously attempting to strike at its source of danger. Yet, it was utterly futile, as it was obliterated without a trace. Nonetheless, Li Xian remained on high alert. The true name of the bloodthirsty demon tree, with its ominous connotation, revealed its true menace. Bang! The 10-meter-tall bloodthirsty demon tree ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming pressure of counteraction and was torn asunder. However, in that moment of rupture, vengeful souls emerged all around. Here they come. Noticing the arrival of the vengeful souls, Li Xian braced himself. It was precisely because of the existence of these souls that the bloodthirsty demon tree could transcend its limits as a formidable soul beast. In the sky, a dozen malevolent spirits danced wildly near Li Xian. Each spirit was exceedingly wicked, and upon sensing Li Xian's presence, they all turned toward his standing place. The reason he did not flee was clear. If not vanquished, these spirits would relentlessly pursue him until they consumed him or he obliterated them. It felt as though he were trapped in a horror film. Though he maintained a calm demeanor, Li Xian's heart was anything but at ease. With a swift motion, he summoned the radiant blade. His right hand swung horizontally, unleashing a torrent of sword energy directed at the spirits. A piercing howl erupted as the sword energy struck. Yet the severed lower halves of the spirits instantaneously reverted to their original forms. Astonished, Li Xian paused momentarily. Enraged, the spirits charged towards him. With the surroundings wilting in their wake, Li Xian aimed the luminous blade at the 10 spirits before him. With each contact, white smoke billowed as the spirits brushed against the blade. However, the black, sharp claws continued their advance toward Li Xian. Unfortunately, the radiant blade was designed for long-range combat and was ineffective in close quarters. Using it now would only squander his soul power. The claws scraped against the blade, producing an excruciatingly grating sound. Suddenly, one spirit darted behind Li Xian, viciously clawing at his head. Sensing the chill at the back of his neck, Li Xian promptly activated his second soul skill, teleporting to a distance. Fortunately, the sun was still shining. Otherwise, he would have had to resort to using stored solar energy. After distancing himself from the battlefield, Li Xian smiled in relief. Yet abruptly, as he prepared to strike at the spirits from a distance, the canyon plunged into darkness. Chapter 35, The Dark Altar. As the canyon dimmed, Li Xian glanced upward to find the sun had mysteriously vanished, evidently obscured by some force. This was troubling. Turning away, he spoke in a low tone. Nonetheless, the threat remained before him, compelling Li Xian to muster his resolve. The spirits, confused by his sudden disappearance, stood motionless until they sensed his presence again and swiftly converged upon him. Seeing this, Li Xian wasted no time, swiftly unleashing 2 radiant blades toward the spirits. Detecting the familiar aura of light, the spirits recoiled in fear but were still grazed, with vast amounts of light energy flooding into their forms, causing their essence to begin to dissipate. Just as Li Xian felt a surge of excitement, he witnessed the spirits' fragmented bodies reassembling once more. Is this unending? As the spirits restored themselves, Li Xian's fury ignited. Very well. Let us see whose dark power prevails, yours or mine. He spoke slowly. As his hair and right eye gradually transformed into a dark crimson hue. The sensation was formidable. With a smile, Li Xian's radiant blade morphed into a dark blade. Though he seldom engaged in battle with the dark blade, its prowess in close combat was indisputable. Gripping the immense dark sword, Li Xian did not retreat. Instead, he advanced boldly towards the spirits. First soul skill, Shadow Slash. Second soul skill, Shadow. In an instant, 2 violet soul rings shimmered beneath him, and the dark blade began to flicker, causing Li Xian's figure to blur. With a swift motion, the dark blade sliced towards the far-right vengeful soul resembling a monkey. The pure force of darkness traversed through the monkey-like soul, its ferocious aura shattering it to pieces. The remaining vengeful souls, witnessing this, swiftly extended their claws toward Li Xian. However, the fragmented monkey soul quickly reformed, albeit appearing disjointed. It was effective. Observing this, Li Xian evaded the attacks from the other souls behind him. Unleashing the dark blade along with an illusory shadow, the 2 strikes utterly obliterated the monkey-like soul. Assessing the depletion of his soul power, Li Xian contemplated the necessity for a swift resolution. After all, once the first soul skill was activated, his soul power would continually diminish, with each ordinary slash representing a formidable soul technique. With a whoosh, the afterimage danced across the grass, the dark blade fluttering like snowflakes, casting an eerie crimson hue upon the dim surroundings. Each time it passed through a vengeful soul, it infused a surge of violent darkness, rupturing the essence within. There was scarcely time for them to recombine before they dissipated into shadows. Even as the remaining souls were vanquished, They, being mere remnants of the departed, did not comprehend fear. Thus, the remaining vengeful souls fiercely clawed at Li Xian's heart, brain, and abdomen, these vital areas. The varied shapes of the souls possessed different powers. Just moments ago, Li Xian had been struck by a dog-like soul, a chilling sensation coursing through him, yet it was ultimately eradicated by the dark blade's power. As Li Xian's robe was torn and blood trickled from his wounds, the vengeful souls grew increasingly frenzied, their assault's intensity and speed escalating. The already dim surroundings became more oppressive, and Li Xian occasionally suffered minor injuries from their relentless strikes. With a swift motion, he wielded the dark blade in a wide arc, retreating a few paces. He noted that 6 souls remained, for having just fallen. There was no time to linger. Sensing an inexplicable chill, Li Xian scanned his surroundings before turning to face the approaching souls. In that moment, a pitch-black soul ring slowly emerged beneath him, exuding an overwhelming pressure of millennia. The 3 rings of purple and black harmoniously interplayed. Using this soul technique against an adversary for the first time is indeed a privilege for you. As the vengeful souls neared, Li Xian's 3rd soul ring flashed brilliantly. The 3rd soul technique, Dark Altar. As the words left his lips, darkness enveloped the ground, and Li Xian stood still. When the souls were merely a dozen meters away, an immense dark crimson altar erupted from the earth, mysterious runes illuminating the vicinity. The instant the souls surged into the altar, they were ensnared, colliding violently against its barriers. Bang! One by one, the souls slammed into the altar, powerless against the flesh before them. Annihilate, Li Xian whispered softly. In that instant, the altar began to rise slowly, sending forth waves of dark crimson energy that trembled with intensity. Falling just a few meters above the ground, the altar erupted instantaneously. A powerful shockwave shattered the surrounding ordinary trees and delicate flowers, leaving only barren earth and a sky filled with debris. Yet, within the radius of the disturbance, Li Xian stood firm and unwavering. Truly, the legendary soul technique of millennia. Observing the now vanished vengeful spirits, Li Xian spoke softly to himself. He then turned to survey his surroundings, only to discover the area in utter ruins. Meanwhile, the others found themselves in the same canyon, occupying identical positions. Yet each canyon harbored but a solitary figure. As Chang Zhenglong gazed at the peculiar tree before him, he was filled with wonder, clearly unacquainted with this soul beast. Upon entering, he had passed by this dark green, almost black tree, which had unleashed several tendrils to attack him, but he swiftly dispatched them. Just as he pondered the absence of soul rings, a scene mirrored that of Li Xian. Several vengeful spirits lunged at him with menacing howls. With astonishment in his eyes, Chang Zhenglong suddenly found 6 soul rings materializing beneath him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, signifying a formidable soul emperor with an optimal soul ring configuration. After quickly resolving the vengeful spirits, he proceeded cautiously, following the guidance of the wooden signpost. As he distanced himself, an unusual wave of energy emerged, and the scenery behind him began to blur into illusion. Others, however, lacked the strength to conquer the man-eating tree. No, please, no. Agonizing screams echoed through the same canyon. Yet only one figure appeared. Severed limbs and shattered bodies were carelessly discarded beneath the tree, which drained the blood and absorbed the souls of the fallen soul masters. Suddenly, silence enveloped the surroundings, perhaps awaiting the next destined soul. After a considerable time, Li Xian beheld another grand door ahead, ajar and inviting. With a furrowed brow, he cautiously advanced. Just as he was about to step through, the sign trembled, its light at the top fading and shifting toward its base. What is this? Casting a glance at the sign, Li Xian surveyed the still dim canyon before turning his gaze toward the open door nearby. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sensation of being watched. Frowning, Li Xian spoke aloud. Peering closely, he found the interior of the door shrouded in darkness. This must be a warning regarding the dangers within. Gripping the sign tightly, Li Xian found a spot to rest and replenish his soul energy. It was undeniable that the canyon was home to numerous rare herbs, and Li Xian took the opportunity to gather quite a few while also tending to his injuries. At that moment, he realized that despite the passage of what felt like an eternity, the sky remained merely dim, with nightfall yet to descend. A thought began to take shape in Li Xian's mind. Chapter 36. The Strange Stone Statue. As time progressed, the canyon continued to linger in its somber state. While Li Xian seated himself in meditation, as he was recovering his soul power, he discovered that the concentration of soul energy within this canyon was extraordinarily high, infused with a dark attribute. Thus, he began to harness the forces of this place to enhance his own soul cultivation. With a sigh, Li Xian opened his eyes, reflecting on the fact that being trapped here was not a viable solution. Turning to glance at the grand door, he was momentarily taken aback. The once pitch-black entrance had transformed, becoming significantly brighter. The previously palpable chill had gradually dissipated, and Li Xen furrowed his brow as he examined the plaque in his hand, which had remained unchanged, leaving him perplexed. Could this place merely be an illusion? Contemplating deeply, Li Xen formed a hypothesis in his mind. After all, traversing such a lengthy canyon, it was improbable for others to move so swiftly, especially given the emergence of a carnivorous tree, a malevolent soul beast, upon entering the first gate. Subsequently, Li Xen raised his gaze towards the sky and the surrounding cliffs. Suddenly, he was captivated by the stones atop the sheer cliffs. Rising to his feet, he made his way toward the canyon's precipice. Upon reaching the cliff face, his eyes were drawn to the verdant wall, cloaked in foliage. An intense sensation surged within him, indicating that these cliffs were indeed extraordinary. As his hand made contact with the surface, a faint azure glow began to materialize, shimmering and then dissipating in succession. When the azure light faded, a smile graced Li Xen's lips. It seemed his intuition had not led him astray. These were illusory spirit stones and illusory spirit grasses. He lifted his gaze as the surroundings brightened, contrasting sharply with the earlier darkness. The illusory spirit stones and grasses were an exceedingly rare form of gas, not a tangible entity. Their name derived solely from their appearance. However, this gas became extraordinarily solid when struck forcefully, yet would dissipate into luminous wisps if merely brushed against. With Li Xen's touch, the environment sharpened into clarity, resembling the moment he first entered. Perfect. He marveled at the sun hanging high in the sky, a grin spreading across his face. Although the cliffs remained, they had transformed into ordinary rock, devoid of the peculiar azure vegetation. Once everything reverted to normalcy, the plaque in Li Xen's hand suddenly erupted in brilliance, guiding him towards the second gate. It seemed he had been misled by the gaseous illusions. Observing the changes around him, Li Xen murmured softly. Although the sounds of insects were still absent, he began to follow the direction indicated by the plaque. Upon arriving at the location where he had previously meditated, a gasp escaped his lips. The door that had been there moments ago had vanished. Realizing this, Li Xen quickly sprinted forward. As he stepped into the spot where the door had stood, he was horrified to behold the bloodthirsty tree, now obscured and lifeless in a hidden corner. The bloodthirsty demon tree towered over 20 meters high. Gulping nervously, Li Xen finally spoke. A 10,000-year-old bloodthirsty demon tree. Such ancient specimens had only been recorded once before, when a trio of 10,000-year-soul beasts obliterated it, a spectacle witnessed by a formidable super Dalu. This caliber of demon tree could even withstand a confrontation with 10,000-year-soul beasts. Why, you may ask? The answer is quite simple. The lifespan of these soul beasts peaks at merely 10,000 years, never exceeding that threshold. Upon reaching their limit, they attract heavenly thunder, resulting in a frenzied demise that wreaks havoc upon all nearby life forms, often leading to the demise of countless other soul beasts. Moreover, because they are fated to perish by thunder, the accumulated vengeful souls would erupt in a cataclysmic outburst just before their death. Although there are only 10 such vengeful souls, they are of a different caliber than those Li Xen had previously encountered. The original text had not chronicled their existence, and he had only glimpsed them in an ancient tome provided by Flanders. Due to its malevolence, when a bloodthirsty demon tree nears its limit, it is obliterated into mere remnants by heavenly thunder. Unlike the thunderous hellvine, which harnesses thunder to grow stronger, the more malevolent a soul beast is, the more severely it is restrained by such forces. Thus, it is virtually guaranteed that no bloodthirsty demon tree has ever survived beyond 10,000 years. How then did that one recorded 10,000-year bloodthirsty demon tree come into existence? Gazing at the withered demon tree before him, Li Xen fell into a contemplative silence. Suddenly, a thought sparked in his mind. Could it have been forcibly induced, rather than evolving through the slaughter of other creatures? Indeed, perhaps it was the work of a sinister soul master or some clandestine organization. Chuckling softly, Li Xen circumvented the lifeless demon tree and continued onward. After nearly half an hour, Li Xen arrived at a place reminiscent of a plaza, surrounded by a dozen towering stone pillars. The gray-white ground starkly contrasted with the vibrant greenery surrounding it, creating a dissonant ambience. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, Li Xen approached the center of the plaza. Each stone pillar bore intricate runes. Observing the tall columns, he murmured to himself. Upon reaching the plaza's heart, a stone statue, nearly 10 meters tall, came into view. The statue was adorned with numerous tentacle-like appendages, its face a grotesque visage of terror, gripping an object of indeterminate nature. The overall hue was a dark gray. Yet Li Xen couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity, particularly with the tentacles at its back. The bloodthirsty demon tree? A flash of insight struck Li Xian as he compared the statue to the demon tree he had encountered. Indeed, this must be the statue of the bloodthirsty demon tree's spirit, a title Douluo from a millennium ago. But why was there a statue of it here? Pondering this, Li Xian felt a wave of confusion wash over him, as these figures belonged to an era long past. Buzz. Just as Li Xian was lost in thought, the sign began to emit a more urgent light, flickering insistently, as if urging him to hasten his departure. Noticing the peculiarities of the sign, Li Xian glanced at the statue before casting his gaze around the surroundings. He then took a step forward, delving deeper into the canyon. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the area once again. 10 minutes after Li Xian's departure, the pupils of the statue quivered slightly, and the entire square transitioned from a pale gray to a deep crimson. A viscous substance, reminiscent of blood, began to seep across the ground, shrouding the entire plaza. Upon closer inspection, one would be horrified to find remnants of limbs scattered on the ground. The blood-red material gradually flowed towards the statue, and after a while, was entirely absorbed by it. Once more, tranquility resumed in the surroundings. Chapter 37. The Mysterious Organization. Uncertain of how long he had traversed the canyon, Li Xian noted that dusk had already descended upon the sky, with only a few solitary clouds drifting overhead. Observing the increasingly narrow canyon, he surmised that he was nearing its end. With this thought, he exerted his strength and hastened his pace. Approximately 10 minutes later, a cacophony of rushing water reached his ears. Was that a river? Upon hearing the sound, Li Xian immediately quickened his steps towards its source. At last, the canyon came to a close, and Li Xian emerged into the open. Instantly, his vision expanded into a vast expanse. A magnificent forest unfurled before him, and the source of the sound was a clear stream not far away. Indeed, this was a hidden realm, he mused as he gazed at the seemingly endless forest. Crackle! The flames ignited, casting a warm glow upon Li Xian's cheeks, illuminating the dim surroundings with a flickering light. The night enveloped the forest in darkness, and oddly enough, not a sound could be heard, save for the gentle flow of the river. Sitting on the soft grass, Li Xian chewed on some jerky. Thankfully, he had brought ample provisions. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. After finishing the jerky, he stared up at the radiant moonlight, murmuring to himself. He then lay down inside his tent to rest. At the break of dawn the following day, with the first light of day peeking through, Li Xian eagerly set out, following the direction indicated by the sign. As he crossed the small river, he glanced up at the crystal-clear waters, yet still found no signs of life. The forest was interspersed with numerous rivers, intertwining and presenting various challenges along his path. The trees within the forest towered majestically. In fact, to Li Xian, they appeared even taller than those in the starry forest. The air was imbued with diverse attributes of soul power, and the concentration was exceedingly high. Not to mention, the environment here was conducive to cultivation, yielding remarkable results with minimal effort. Taking a deep breath, he savored the clarity in his mind, and softly spoke to himself. As time flowed by, noon arrived, and the sun bathed the area in intense light. The forest became stiflingly warm. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Xian glanced down at the glowing sign in his hand, feeling a surge of determination within. He continued his journey, his pace unwavering. After roughly half an hour, a circular clearing came into view, revealing an inconspicuous rune within the grass. Upon Li Xian's arrival at the lawn, the sign erupted in a brilliant radiance, transforming into a shimmering platinum hue. Simultaneously, as the sign emitted its dazzling light, the runes within the lawn began to rise slowly, as if forming an intricate array. Observing this, Li Xian resolutely positioned himself at the center of the lawn. As he stood there, a thick black mist began to rise around him, enveloping the surroundings. From a distance, this phenomenon was evident throughout the entire forest. What is happening? Confounded by the changes around him, Li Xian raised his gaze to survey the area. Hiss, roar, caw. A cacophony of anguished cries and howls reverberated through the forest. Swiftly responding to the sounds, Li Xian summoned his luminous blade, his eyes warily scanning the vicinity. Gradually, the sounds grew closer, until countless figures materialized before him. What on earth? Li Xian exclaimed, taken aback by the sight. Before him, an overwhelming multitude of disfigured corpses staggered forward, reminiscent of zombies from a past life. Their movements were slow, yet all these ghastly apparitions advanced toward Li Xian. Without hesitation, he unleashed his first soul skill, Radiant Blade. Aiming to harness the potent effects of light against malevolent beings, he executed the soul technique. Upon impact, the sword energy tore through the corpses, effortlessly annihilating a significant portion of them, as if they were mere tofu. Nevertheless, an unknown number of corpses continued to emerge from the black mist. The surrounding trees transformed from their brown trunks to an ominous black. As the grotesque entities drew nearer, Li Xian felt a surge of anxiety. The entire environment had morphed, with the only unchanged element being the lawn beneath his feet. Suddenly, he noticed that an ethereal circular barrier had risen around him, enveloping him in a cocoon of light, within which faint glimmers began to appear, merging into his very being. Thud! Countless bloodied hands struck against the barrier, yet they were thwarted by its protective shield. Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief, turning to inspect his surroundings. He saw a multitude of monsters converging and crashing against the barrier. However, it was not long before their forms became indistinct. The black mist obscured their silhouettes, and in the final moments, the sun suspended high in the sky was also shrouded by the mist, plunging the surroundings into darkness. As the points of light within the barrier multiplied, Li Xian's form began to blur. This is a teleportation array. Sensing his body gradually being extricated from this realm, Li Xian felt a rush of excitement. In an instant, a brilliant flash illuminated the barrier, and Li Xian's figure vanished within it. Just as he disappeared, the barrier disintegrated, and a horde of monsters surged in, yet they encountered nothing. Within this space, ambiguity began to envelop everything, and the black mist commenced its retreat. As the mist dissipated, the forest re-emerged, restored to its former state. However, the river no longer flowed with crystalline waters. Instead, it was filled with a viscous, murky liquid. The trees were no longer trees, but towering structures composed of unknown bones. These grotesque entities were the vengeful spirits. As the spirits dissipated, fearsome visages of humanity materialized at the spot where Li Xian had just departed. Too late. A figure cloaked in black robes emerged before the shimmering barrier Li Xian had just vacated, its voice gravelly and piercing. "What shall we do, my lord?" inquired another peculiar figure clad similarly, standing to the right. The man in black, referred to as my lord, cast a glance at Li Xian's retreating form. It matters not. We have merely lost one. There are plenty of other blood meals within. Hurry and venture into the dimensional illusion, but do not allow them to escape again. Otherwise, the blood demon is indiscriminate when it comes to its prey. Upon hearing the commanding figure's words, the others in black trembled with trepidation. Understood. With that, one by one, the figures began to vanish, leaving only the one who had spoken, who lamented with a harsh voice tinged with regret. What a pity that such a fine meal has escaped. Yet, we shall meet again. Next time, I shall devour you whole. Cackling echoed ominously. Chapter 38, The Ruined City. As the formation began to dissipate, Li Xian gazed around with eager anticipation. Why does this place feel so familiar? Have I been here before? When the radiance within the formation finally faded, he stepped forward, lifting his gaze to behold yet another gorge. However, upon closer inspection, this gorge was entirely unlike the previous one. The chirping of insects and the blooming of flowers created a picturesque scene, resembling a paradise untouched by time. Nevertheless, Li Xian remained vigilant, wary of any bloodthirsty trees that might appear. As he moved forward, he encountered no dangers. Instead, he was treated to the beauty surrounding him. This time, the light from the sign did not flicker as it had before. After merely 20 minutes of walking, Li Xian found himself at the end of the gorge. He hurriedly approached to investigate. Beyond the gorge lay an ancient city, its appearance weathered and worn. Li Xian observed it for a moment before hastening towards its gates. Oddly, there was not a soul in sight. Standing before the towering city walls, he murmured to himself, then entered the city. Inside, everything was remarkably orderly. The stalls were neatly arranged, and the ground was impeccably clean, unlike the architectural style seen in the current Douluo continent. As he walked through the streets, Li Xian silently pondered the rarity of such ancient structures in the modern world. The vast city bore no signs of life. As he ventured further, he encountered various dilapidated buildings, many of which had collapsed. Not dwelling on the matter, he proceeded with caution. That is, upon arriving at a tavern-like establishment, two figures abruptly came into his line of sight. The sound of footsteps, perhaps belonging to Li Xian, startled the two individuals who were resting. Instantly, 12 soul rings materialized beneath them. A soul emperor. Li Xian's heart raced at the sight. However, he felt no excessive fear as he cautiously approached under their watchful gaze. "Who are you, kid?" Chang Zhenghu, clutching his injured abdomen, inquired with a pallor evident in his tone. It was at this moment that Li Xian noticed both men bore varying degrees of injuries. Strangely, upon hearing the names of Maple Leaf City and the Valley Meadow, the two visibly relaxed. Li Xian, filled with questions, turned his gaze to Chang Zhenglong, who was evidently the elder brother, and asked, "May I inquire how you two arrived here? What happened to the others?" In response, Chang Zhenglong struck the ground with a powerful fist, causing the stone surface to shatter instantly. Evil soul masters? Li Xian pondered, lowering his head in contemplation. He recalled that in the original narrative of Douluo, Evil soul masters were primarily found in the city of slaughter. Even if there were some outside, they could hardly form an organization. Li Xian felt a sense of helplessness regarding these confounding matters, as there were far too many elements absent from the original story, including the evil soul master organization, which he distinctly remembered being introduced in the second installment as the Holy Spirit cult. After a while, still without clarity, Li Xian lifted his head and stated, "So, it means the others have perished, correct?" Indeed. The confirmation weighed heavily on Li Xian's mind. After all, evil soul masters were notoriously reckless individuals that one would typically avoid. Yet here he was, encountering an actual organization. Observing that the two brothers bore injuries, Li Xian promptly retrieved the medicine entrusted to him by Shao Xian from his soul guide. 2 brown pills emitted a gentle fragrance. He then extended his hand towards Chang Zhenglong. "Are you giving this to us?" Chang Zhenglong was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the pills. Li Xian nodded gently in response. Without further hesitation, the brothers took the pills from his hand and swallowed them. As for their lack of fear regarding potential toxins, the presence of a figure radiating a pure aura assured them that he was not affiliated with the evil soul masters. Furthermore, if they did not treat their injuries, they would certainly perish the next time they encountered an evil soul master. "Thank you." Chang Zhenglong expressed his gratitude, a smile gracing his face as he felt a wave of gentle warmth coursing through him. The hostility in his eyes had vanished entirely. No need for such formality. Li Xian waved his hand dismissively, then cast his gaze around the surroundings before stating solemnly, "This is not a suitable place for prolonged respite, brothers. Once your injuries are treated, it would be prudent for us to seek out a safer location." Upon hearing this, the brothers nodded in agreement. Indeed, such a vast city lay desolate and devoid of life, which was peculiar to any sensible individual. With this in mind, they hastened the circulation of their soul power. Half an hour later, their breathing became steadier, and their complexions began to regain a healthy hue. What remarkable medicinal effects! Such a level of healing elixir is even absent within our sect. The recovery of internal injuries was something Chang Zhenglong was acutely aware of. Observing the still youthful complexion of Li Xian, he surmised that Li Xian likely hailed from a formidable faction. "All right, let us proceed," Chang Zhenglong began. But before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the card in Li Xian's hand emanating a series of urgent flashes. Not good. Perceiving the information conveyed by the card, Li Xian's expression shifted to one of alarm. He turned to the two brothers and urged, "Quickly, we must find a place to hide. Danger is imminent." Without inquiring further, Chang Zhenglong retrieved a bead from his soul guiding device and beckoned Li Xian to enter a nearby tavern. Li Xian promptly followed, and the group concealed themselves in a collapsed section on the first floor. Once hidden, Chang Zhenglong infused the bead with his soul power, instantly enveloping the area in an almost ethereal aura that masked their presence. After ensuring their concealment, Chang Zhenglong regarded Li Xian with confusion. "What is this?" At his words, the brothers exchanged glances at their own cards. Could it be that theirs were counterfeit? Why had there been no warning? Just as they pondered this, a thunderous roar erupted nearby, heightening their vigilance. The area of collapse featured several small openings, allowing them to glimpse the outside. They turned their gazes outward and beheld a towering figure. No, a monstrous entity, standing on the cobblestones, with blood-red skin and muscular form. Its grotesque visage was marred by a multitude of sharp teeth. Behind it knelt over 100 cloaked figures, trembling in fear, as if in the presence of an unfathomable terror. Chapter 39, Blood Demon and Mysterious Figure. Li Xian's eyes were fixated on the imposing silhouette in the distance. A peculiar impulse to vanquish the creature surged within him. Unbeknownst to him, a faint crimson glow flickered within his being. The dark aura, inherently imbued with a potent aura of violence and shadows, was stirred by the creature's presence. "Three have run." The monster spoke slowly, its gravelly voice sending a wave of discomfort through the air. As its words faded, the black-clad figures on their knees began to tremble violently. Could it be? Just as this thought crossed Li Xian's mind, the monster seized one of the kneeling figures, and before the cloaked man could utter a plea for mercy, a massive, razor-sharp claw severed his head from his body, sending a spray of crimson into the air. In horror, Li Xian watched as the creature devoured the headless figure, garments and all, in great, ravenous bites. Thud! The hidden observers swallowed hard, stunned by the gruesome display. Cannibalism. Truly, this was the work of a sinister soul master. Witnessing the scene unfold, Li Xian contemplated the dreadful reality before him. After consuming the black-clad man, the monster's blood-red eyes fixated on the remaining figures, seemingly deliberating its next meal. As the figure prepared to seize another cloaked individual for sustenance, a viscous black liquid began to drip from the heavens onto the ground. The blood demon had arrived. The newcomer was clad entirely in ebony garments, with a pallid complexion adorned by peculiar patterns etched upon his face, standing nearly 2 meters tall. His visage, in stark contrast, exuded an air of refined elegance, while his presence was somewhat ethereal, intermittently releasing an aura of death. This aura was exponentially more formidable than that of old Zhao, likely belonging to a high-ranking soul Dou, or perhaps even a title Dou. Sensing the mysterious figure and the aura he emanated, Li Xian quietly compared it to Zhao Wuji's in his mind. Humph. He then turned his gaze towards the other kneeling cloaked figures and spoke slowly. The 3 blood offerings that escaped have yet to leave the dimensional illusion. You are to disperse and search for them. Whoever finds them shall be rewarded with a blood soul fruit. Upon hearing these words, the black-clad figures abruptly raised their heads in unison. The mention of the blood soul fruit ignited a wave of excitement among those still kneeling. The blood soul fruit, a rare item capable of aiding in the evolution of martial spirits, was a treasure that numbered no more than 10 within the organization. Very well. Scatter and commence your search, the mysterious figure commanded, nodding approvingly at the astonishment that had overtaken the crowd. Yes, over 100 individuals responded in unison, swiftly departing to seek the 3 who had fled. Once the cloaked figures had vacated the area, the enigmatic figure turned his attention towards the creature known as the Blood Demon. The accursed spirit hall has been relentlessly monitoring us. The number of children capable of awakening evil martial spirits is dwindling, and our ranks are thinning as well. You continue to consume them as blood offerings. Do you find any utility in that, as a fellow evil soul master? The mysterious figure's voice rose in ire towards the Blood Demon. In response, the Blood Demon stood silently, gradually calming the tempestuous aura he exuded. Observing this, the mysterious figure continued, the 3 who escaped must perish, otherwise, should we be exposed, the Spirit Hall and other sects will not spare us. Understood. The Blood Demon replied in a low tone. With matters concluded, the mysterious figure transformed into a cloud of blood mist and vanished. The Blood Demon lingered for a moment, gazing at the severed head on the ground before advancing to kick it away. Damn those 3 blood offerings. When I find you, I shall make you wish for death. He muttered, then departed. Hidden in the shadows, the 3 individuals were left in shock. A title Doulu-level evil soul master. Chang Zhenglong was familiar with such soul masters, but this was the first time he had heard of one at the title Doulu level. Contemplating this, he turned to look at Chang Zhenghu and Li Xian. We must survive this ordeal. Little brother, your token possesses the ability to sense danger. You shall lead us, Chang Zhenglong stated gravely, fixing his gaze on Li Xian. No problem, Li Xian replied, producing the token from his hand, only to find it devoid of any luminescence. This is not good. The complete absence of light indicates that danger still lurks nearby. With this thought, Li Xian quickly gestured for his companions to remain silent. Although the intentions of Li Xian remained unclear, the 2 fell into silence. Just as they sighed, the mysterious figure reappeared at the very spot it had just vacated. With blood-red pupils scanning the surroundings, it became evident that the 3 individuals were truly absent. Contemplating this, the enigmatic figure transformed into a mist of blood and departed. Phew! With the glow of the sign re-emerging in his hand, Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The Chang brothers wore expressions of survival after a close call. Brother Long, let us hasten our departure. Noticing the sign's light directing them to the right, Li Xian spoke up immediately. All right. The group concealed their presence and cautiously followed the direction indicated by the sign. Gazing upon the vast city, Li Xian couldn't help but grimace. After all, this metropolis was extraordinarily large, far surpassing Soto City, which he had glimpsed from the canyon. Consequently, despite their swift pace, they still had a considerable distance to traverse before exiting the city. 10 minutes later, we have arrived. Chang Zhenglong turned to Li Xian and inquired, what is our next move? Li Xian lowered his gaze to the sign, whose light pointed toward the northwest. The Chang brothers nodded in agreement, and the group swiftly made their way toward their destination. It is important to note that the sign's glow had flickered just moments ago. Li Xian calmly observed their surroundings and stated, we must remain vigilant. Shortly after entering the forest, they encountered 2 black-clad evil soul masters. We found you, Blood Feast. Upon spotting Li Xian and his companions, the dark-robed soul masters erupted with excitement, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. In response, Li Xian summoned a blade of light and struck towards the large tree where the evil soul master stood. First soul skill, Radiant Blade. First soul skill, Shatter. 3 resonant voices echoed as Li Xian's sword aura sliced through the air, targeting the evil soul master perched on the tree, while the Chang brothers unleashed their soul skill. Shatter, towards the 2 dark figures simultaneously. Come forth. The left side evil soul master summoned a twisted black-red crow that manifested behind him. First soul skill, Blood Shadow. As he spoke, The left side evil soul master transformed into a shadowy crow. However, the sword aura still struck true, and the radiant energy cleaved through him, reverting him from his crow form to his true state, for it was not his martial spirit's essence. Simultaneously, the right side evil soul master, witnessing this, was struck with fear at the sight of two soul emperors and an unknown level soul master, prompting him to flee. Unfortunately, the Chang brothers' soul skills ensnared the pair from the ground, obliterating them into a spray of crimson. "Let us go," Li Xian urged. Agreed. The group hastily retreated from the scene. The two evil soul masters, one of the soul master rank and the other of soul scholar status, had never anticipated encountering a light attribute soul master and two optimally paired soul emperors. They had not even had the chance to unleash their powers before being swiftly vanquished. Chapter 40, Conversations. The strength of evil soul masters can sometimes surpass that of ordinary soul masters. However, when faced with a soul master capable of countering them, their prowess falters significantly. In the heart of the forest, dense thickets intertwine with towering trees, each one reaching impressive heights, with even the underbrush standing 2 to 3 meters tall. Following the direction indicated by a sign, the three individuals concealed their presence and advanced with utmost caution. After all, one could never know when a malevolent soul master might emerge unexpectedly, making prudence essential. "Be aware, there's a danger signal nearby," Li Xian murmured, casting a sidelong glance at the sign. Perched atop a grand tree, the trio fixated their gaze on the ground below. Almost half a minute passed before 5 or 6 figures clad in black approached slowly. Being malevolent soul masters, Li Xian could not discern the level of their aura. "Should we eliminate them?" Chang Zhenglong whispered in a hushed tone. After assessing the number of adversaries, Li Xian shook his head. "It's too risky to act now. We would startle them. If we encounter 2 or 3, it would be manageable, but if there are more and one escapes, we would be in peril." As time progressed, approximately half an hour later, the sign emitted a prolonged glow once more. Observing this, Li Xian immediately turned to the Chang brothers. Without the need for excessive words, they hurriedly descended from the tree and made their way toward the indicated location. Fortunately, they encountered no malevolent soul masters along the way. However, the sky grew increasingly dim, indicating a dissonance between the time in this realm and the outside world. Gazing upward, Li Xian felt a surge of anxiety. In the dark of night, malevolent soul masters could, in some respects, become more formidable than they were during the day. Of course, this was not an absolute rule, largely dependent on the soul master's martial spirits. "Brother Long, we should find a place to shelter until dawn," Li Xian advised, turning to Chang Zhenglong. Agreed. They swiftly sought refuge before the night fully enveloped the land, successfully locating a spacious cave nestled against a steep cliff, well hidden by an abundance of vegetation, making it an excellent hiding spot. Inside the cave, Chang Zhenglong retrieved a luminous orb from his soul guiding device. This brought a sense of relief to Li Xian, as starting a fire within the cave would not only be imprudent, but could also easily attract the attention of malevolent soul masters. "By the way, Brother Long, how do you possess so many orbs, both for concealing one's aura and for illumination?" Li Xian inquired with curiosity as he observed Chang Zhenglong's illuminating orb. The sea. Upon hearing Chang Zhenglong's explanation, Li Xian understood. "The Star Luo Empire is quite distant from Maple Leaf City. What prompted your journey here?" With an insatiable curiosity reminiscent of a child asking 100 questions, Li Xian sought to glean more information from Chang Zhenglong. Upon hearing this, Chang Zhenglong shook his head in resignation but didn't mind Li Xian's barrage of inquiries. He then elaborated, "My brother and I enjoy traveling and broadening our horizons. Upon reaching the Tiando Empire, we heard tales of Maple Leaf City and decided to come, only to find ourselves ensnared. Interestingly, we acquired that sign from a stall. After attaining the rank of Soul Emperor in our sect, we hold considerable status, allowing us the leisure to meander about, as there is hardly any competition in our sect's location, leaving us with ample free time." Upon hearing Chang Zhenglong's explanation, Li Xian was struck with sudden understanding. What incredible luck! He couldn't help but internally scoff. After sharing these thoughts, Chang Zhenglong, with a cheerful demeanor, turned to Li Xian and continued, "Speaking of us, young brother, where do you hail from? As for me, haha, it seems we are quite fated to meet." Chang Jinghu, who had been quietly seated beside them, interjected. Hearing this, Li Xian helplessly scratched his head. After all, who could have predicted such a turn of events? "By the way, you mentioned that once you reach Soul Master, you would travel the world. How old are you this year?" "You must be around 14 or 15. Suddenly recalling something, Chang Zhenglong quickly inquired. How old?" "Not yet 12. Chang Jinghu gazed at the smiling Li Xian in astonishment, his tone filled with surprise. Chang Zhenglong stood by, equally astonished and speechless. Li Xian simply nodded in affirmation, dismissing their incredulity with a wave of his hand. A soft sound of swallowed breath echoed in the air. The Chong brothers exchanged glances, aware that they were both 35 years old, having already achieved remarkable success as Soul Emperors, while at Li Xian's age, he was merely a Soul Master. Indeed, this continent never lacked for prodigies. Contemplating this, an air of silence enveloped the cave. Noticing the quiet, Li Xian, too, fell silent. After all, such strength at this age would indeed lead others to question their own existence. Alas, it's not that I wish to show off. It's all my fault, he thought. Leaning against the stone, gazing at the luminous orb with a sense of introspection. Observing the sudden stillness, Li Xian retrieved some jerky from his soul tool, extending his hand toward the two men. Upon seeing the offered jerky, Chang Zhenglong lifted his head, smiled, and without hesitation, began to eat, sharing a piece with Chang Jinghu. We have no idea how much farther we have to go. We must rest well and restore our spirits, Li Xian remarked. Glancing at the cave entrance while watching the two consume their food, Chang Zhenglong nodded gravely. After all, no one knew what challenges tomorrow might bring. With that, they quickly finished the jerky and began to rest. The light from the token remained steady, allowing Li Xian to feel quite at ease. The cave was eerily quiet. While outside, life bustled vibrantly. Chapter 41, The Statue of the Divine. Within this illusion, time flowed differently than in the outside world. After approximately 5 hours, bright light began to filter through the thicket, illuminating the cave. Li Xian, who had a habit of rising early, slowly opened his eyes. Habitually glancing at the token in his hand, he breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to observe the two still asleep, he felt a sense of calm. After all, none of them snored, which was indeed splendid. If the sound of snoring attracted a malevolent soul master, it would be a truly lamentable situation. With that thought, Li Xian hurriedly roused the two men, and after they washed up, the trio promptly departed from the area. On the path, Li Xian left faint marks on various trees to facilitate movement, for this realm remained a mere illusion, and one could never predict the occurrence of unforeseen events. This method also served to clarify their route. Observing this, Chang Zhenglong refrained from comment, yet his gaze held a newfound respect for Li Xian. He was no fool. The reason he engaged in pleasant conversation with Li Xian was that they were discussing trivial matters, which, when voiced, could strengthen their bond. Li Xian, however, did not overthink the situation. After all, if they had wished to part ways, they would have done so long ago. Thus he felt quite at ease in forming a partnership. 10 minutes later, guided by the increasing radiance of a signpost, they arrived at a secluded yet crumbling grand palace. At first glance, the surroundings were eerily tranquil. Li Xian lowered his gaze to the sign, relieved to find that the light emitted no anomalies. Walking upon the expansive plaza outside the palace, they were greeted by numerous stone pillars, some intact and others fractured. Upon closer inspection, Li Xian noted the absence of the mysterious runes he had encountered in the canyon. These were merely ordinary pillars. The group proceeded into the palace, and even though the entrance loomed at an estimated height of 100 meters, its dilapidated state allowed them entry. The moment they stepped inside, darkness enveloped them. The grand hall was devoid of any furnishings, a mere void. As Li Xian surveyed the various paths before him, a familiar aura surged within him, seemingly beckoning him from within the palace. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to his companions, the brothers, and said, "Dragon brother, tiger brother, would you mind exploring the area to your left? For some reason, I feel there is something within." At his words, the two exchanged glances and readily agreed. Without further ado, Li Xian nodded and ventured through a smaller door. Upon entering the narrow passage, a colossal ancient cherry blossom tree came into view. As the wind rustled through its branches, countless pink petals gently cascaded down, blanketing the entire chamber. An extinct ancient tree. The sight of the cherry blossom tree instantly sparked a realization in Li Xian. It appeared that since entering this secret realm, he had encountered numerous extinct flora. Surely this place could not be the dimensional sanctuary described by the enigmatic figure. After a moment of introspection, Li Xian raised his gaze and continued onward. Chang Zhenglong, perplexed by the unfamiliarity of the surroundings, observed Li Xian's apparent understanding. He considered inquiring further, but ultimately decided against it. The chamber was vast, and after what felt like an eternity of wandering, Li Xian encountered dozens of plant species long extinct on the Douluo continent. Finally, after nearly half an hour of exploration, they reached the terminus of the chamber. In the astonished gaze of a few individuals, a towering stone statue, several meters high, stood with its arms embraced, shrouded in obscurity. Unlike the exceedingly malevolent statue that Li Xian had observed outside, this statue, though indistinct, radiated an aura of grandeur, majesty, and an unsettling demonic energy that stirred the dark blade within Li Xian. This With widened eyes, Li Exan gave birth to an utterly preposterous thought. This must be a deity, without a doubt. Gazing at the statue, Li Exan murmured to himself. The two brothers beside him remained speechless, their faces etched with shock. What is a deity? They had heard tales of a place in the sea, known as the Island of the Sea God. According to legend, within it resided a divine being referred to as the Sea God. Though merely a myth, the existence of the so-called Island of the Sea God had never been questioned for millennia, as there were those who claimed to have seen it. Thus, when Li Exan declared that the statue before them was a deity, the brothers found themselves rooted to the spot. For Li Exan, this was undoubtedly his first encounter with a true god, although he was uncertain of its divine rank. After observing for a while, without discernible findings, the chamber revealed nothing but the statue, and feeling the peculiar sensation within him, Li Exan was at a loss. Upon hearing this, he could only nod. Just as he cast one last glance at the statue and intended to depart, the light above the plaque began to flicker violently. This is bad. The expressions of the group turned anxious, clearly indicating the approach of the evil soul masters, and they hastened to leave. Don't go. Leave yourselves behind for me to feast upon. An abrasive, slightly jarring voice echoed. Upon hearing this voice, cold sweat immediately broke out on Li Exan's brow. Slowly turning his head towards the back, he saw at least dozens of evil soul masters standing at the entrance. And the speaker was none other than the blood demon who had devoured their own kind. It's over. Watching the surrounding evil soul masters, who formed an impenetrable barrier, Li Exan fell silent. The Chong brothers trembled as they gazed at the blood demon, whose smile was laced with cruelty. Seeing that they were all frozen in place, the blood demon nodded in satisfaction and said, I told you, once I caught you three, I would swallow you whole, especially since that Gue fellow scolded me for it. As he spoke, the blood demon took deliberate steps towards the trio, while the other evil soul masters remained motionless. Exchanging glances, Li Exan gritted his teeth and summoned his martial spirit, gripping the light blade firmly in hand, while the Chong brothers also called forth their martial spirits. Two colossal sea rhinos appeared behind them. TSK, TSK. The aura of light is truly unpleasant. I'll be the first to devour you, the blood demon remarked, eyeing the light blade in Li Exan's grasp, revealing his rows of sharp teeth. Humph. First soul skill, radiant blade. First soul skill, shatter. Instantly, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings illuminated, and 3 attacks surged towards the blood demon. Bang. The 3 attacks struck the blood demon with ease, creating a cloud of dust. In the next moment, the blood demon appeared before them, merely with a scratched surface. Not bad. That tickles quite nicely, he taunted, seemingly intent on toying with them, and did not advance further. The futile attacks against the blood demon rendered the trio speechless, their hearts sinking into silence. Chapter 42, Demon Heaven. Suddenly, an eerie tranquility enveloped the air. The blood demon, relishing the moment, felt utterly at ease. After all, he was a formidable rank 89 soul Douluo. Dealing with these 3 individuals was, for him, a trivial affair. Meanwhile, Li Exan's mind raced as he sought a way to escape the imminent peril. The Chong brothers exchanged a glance, sensing the looming danger from the blood demon, as if they had reached a silent agreement. Brother, we possess a soul fusion technique. Once we attack, you must use your soul skill to sever the surroundings, allowing us to make our escape. Chong Zhenglong whispered to Li Exan in a hushed tone. Agreed. Li Exan, taken aback by their revelation of a soul fusion technique, found himself at a loss for alternatives. Have you made your decision? I am coming. The raspy voice of the blood demon was laced with an insatiable bloodlust as he gestured for the other cloaked figures to retreat, striding directly toward Li Exan. Second brother. Chong Zhenglong spoke with gravity. Understood. Chong Jinghu nodded, his spirit steeled. In unison, they summoned their soul spirits, the massive sea giant rhinoceros roaring ferociously at the blood demon. Ah, the unique soul spirit of the sea rhino sect? How intriguing to encounter it here in the Heaven Dou Empire, the blood demon mused, observing the 2 colossal blue rhinos before him. Ignoring the blood demon, the trio exchanged determined glances, and in an instant, the 2 sea giant rhinos fused together, exuding an overwhelming aura that surged outward. The fused soul spirit not only tripled in size, but also radiated a deep blue hue. To Li Exan, it resembled the rhinoceroses of a past life, albeit lacking the prominent horn atop its head, instead sporting a large diamond-shaped tail. Now, Chong Zhenglong bellowed, and the diamond-shaped tail of the sea giant rhino erupted with a torrent of fierce waves, charging directly at the blood demon. The waves towered over 20 meters high, their formidable force engulfing the blood demon. Third soul skill, shattering light. Witnessing his companions unleash their soul skills, Li Exan hastily invoked his own third soul skill. The light blade in his grasp radiated a brilliant aura, and the dark soul rings beneath him flickered. In an instant, 3 beams of golden flame-like sword energy sliced through the air, imbued with a hint of divine essence. Humph. First soul skill, Earthly Ghost. As the tidal waves surged toward him, the blood demon scoffed, his yellow soul ring shimmering as a grotesque, ghostly visage materialized before him, oozing a viscous substance that dripped to the ground with a sizzle. Boom. The tidal waves collided with the ghostly figure, sending torrents of water splashing in all directions, instantly soaking the ground. The ghostly apparition clearly faltered under the force of the waves, becoming increasingly indistinct. At that moment, Lexian's divine-infused attack surged forward. Even though the blood demon possessed superior strength, the flames were imbued with the power of the sun. Momentarily affected by the sacred aura, the blood demon hesitated. In that fleeting pause, the waves struck him with devastating impact. However, Lexian did not target the blood demon, but rather the surrounding evil soul masters. Bang! The blood demon's robust body was propelled 100 meters away, crashing into the pillars of the Grand Hall, raising countless clouds of dust. As the other evil soul masters prepared to launch their attacks, 3 streams of fiery sword energy surged towards them. Flee! Sensing the acute aura of death, the evil soul masters hastily activated their soul power to scatter. A perfect opportunity. The 3 individuals moved discreetly, hastening their steps to retreat. This time, they exerted every ounce of strength, wishing they could grow additional limbs. Deep down, they understood that although the blood demon had been sent flying, he had sustained minimal injury. Following the directions indicated by the signs, they quickly distanced themselves from the statue within the Grand Hall. Just as Lexian was about to leave, an invisible force suddenly enveloped the area around the statue. Damn it! With a punch, the blood demon shattered the stones pressing upon him and roared in fury. You lot! Hurry up and pursue them. Engage them directly upon encounter. Hearing the wrath in the blood demon's tone, the other evil soul masters trembled slightly, hastily pursuing the path taken by the 3. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure filled the Grand Hall. All the evil soul masters, including the blood demon, were instantaneously forced to their knees, facing the statue. What is this? The blood demon's crimson eyes were wide with incredulity. The pressure bore no intent to kill, merely pinning him in place, rendering him immobile. The surroundings were drenched in blood red. Both sky and earth were enveloped in this hue, the heavens shrouded in darkness. On the ground, countless exquisite flowers grew, captivating the senses. The air was thick with a surging demonic aura, tearing through space, yet simultaneously being mended. At the very center of this distorted space stood a palace. Within the throne of the palace, a figure of imposing stature, strikingly handsome, adorned in intricately designed garments, sat encircled by swirling tendrils of purple light. His body exuded an aura capable of annihilating all. Each surge of demonic energy shattered the surrounding space, only to be restored in his silence. Bang! A resounding crash echoed through the tranquil hall. Emotion, why do you interfere with the mortal realm? The voice bore a hint of irritation. The man referred to as Emotion smiled indifferently and replied, What? Is it a problem for me to act within the temple dedicated to me? His calm words fell upon the hall, bringing an immediate stillness. That should not be your justification for intervening. This time, the voice from outside lacked the previous hostility. Enough, enough. After all, we are in an abandoned illusion. I have not acted, at most I merely spoke. Emotion languidly leaned back in his throne, speaking placidly to the outside world. Lowering his gaze to the void, he beheld Lexian and his companions fleeing. As the heir of an old friend, you cannot perish so soon. I shall assist you this once. Thereafter, your fate is in your own hands. As his violet eyes lingered on Lexian, Emotion's voice gradually faded away. It seems they have not pursued, for now. They are safe. Lexian took a deep breath, attempting to calm his racing heart, and spoke aloud. Damn it, I nearly met my demise. Chongjinghu, sitting on the floor, gasped for air as he remarked. Lexian cast a puzzled glance towards the path ahead, uncertain why he had felt an inexplicable tremor from the shadow blade just moments before leaving. Reflecting on the statue, he couldn't shake off a peculiar sensation lingering within him. Chapter 43, The Escape. After resting for a while, the group did not linger unnecessarily and promptly made their way out of the palace. Having been recently startled, Lexian was devoid of any curiosity this time. After all, curiosity killed the cat. Just moments ago, he had come perilously close to death, and the mere thought of being captured by the blood demon and devoured alive sent shivers down his spine. However, this journey was not entirely fruitless. Glancing at the soul guide device at his waist, Lexian silently pondered the many exotic flora within the palace. He had plucked 5 mature specimens, drawn by their aesthetic appeal. Lexian, we've arrived. Suddenly, Chang Zhenglong's voice jolted Lexian from his reverie. It must be the teleportation array. Let us hasten to channel our soul power. Observing the familiar scene, Li Xian smiled and spoke. The Chang brothers nodded in agreement, recognizing the mystical runes that had transported them to this grassy expanse. They quickly positioned themselves within the circular stone platform, each channeling their soul energy. As their power infused the array, the runes began to illuminate gradually, floating in the air. The runes interconnected, and a faint violet glow emerged. Sensing his body detaching from this space, Li Xian felt a rush of anxiety. He hoped fervently that they would not land in another gorge. Their luck might not hold. As he prayed inwardly, his entire being began to shimmer. With a swish, the figures of the three vanished from the teleportation array, and the surroundings returned to their customary silence. Half an hour later, the blood demon, accompanied by other malevolent soul masters, arrived belatedly. The dark-clad individuals, intimidated by the murderous aura, quickly bowed their heads. There would be no second chance. Casting one last glance at the teleportation array, the blood demon departed. Recalling how he had been compelled to kneel for a full half-hour under that mysterious aura, the memories sent a chill through him. Under that presence, he felt as feeble as an ant. Due to the murkiness of their soul power, evil soul masters could not utilize the teleportation array. Otherwise, the blood demon would surely have pursued them. Meanwhile, Li Xian and his companions found themselves amidst a grand mountain, surrounded by the vibrant sounds of insects and the occasional flutter of birds. Witnessing genuine living creatures brought a smile to Li Xian's face. Inside the illusion, although he had heard the sounds of insects, he had never seen them. Only their noises existed without any physical form. This time, it was evident that he had truly escaped the illusion. The Chang brothers lifted their heads towards the radiant sun, sharing a smile. Xian, where shall you go next? Chang Zhenglong turned to Li Xian, inquiring softly. Upon hearing this, Li Xian was momentarily taken aback, for he himself was uncertain about his next destination. He then lowered his head, immersed in contemplation regarding his forthcoming journey. After a few moments, he finally raised his head and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "For now, I shall wander about the Tiandou Empire and consider whether to venture to the Xinghua Empire later. However, as for those accursed ruins, I would rather perish than set foot in them." Hearing Li Xian's complaints, Chang Zhenglong and Chang Jinghu could not help but burst into laughter. Indeed, they too had no intention of revisiting those dreadful ruins. As Li Xian recalled something, he suggested, "Why don't we find a place to drink and feast?" "Oh, splendid idea." Chang Zhenglong nodded in agreement, as the mere mention of alcohol ignited his spirits. "Let us proceed. I wonder where we have been transported to." With Chang Zhenglong's consent, Li Xian smiled, and they set off in search of a city. After approximately an hour, they finally laid eyes upon a city that was at least 5 times larger than Maple Leaf City. Towering above them, 3 grand characters proclaimed, Desai City. Upon seeing this, Li Xian hastily retrieved his map. To his astonishment, they discovered they were nearly 1,000 kilometers away from Maple Leaf City. "Goodness, we've traveled such a distance," Li Xian exclaimed, surveying the map. The Chang brothers, equally astonished, were well aware of Desai City. It was the capital of a vassal kingdom within the Tiandou Empire, situated far to the northwest, adjacent to the sea. To the south of the kingdom lay the Lima Plain. With these thoughts in mind, they stepped forward into Desai City. Inside the Elder Hall, DouluoDalu stood listening to a bishop behind him. "In Maple Leaf City, there is an evil soul master impersonating a title Douluo from my spirit hall." Once the platinum bishop finished speaking, DouluoDalu slowly turned, 3 pairs of wings unfurling from his back, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the bowed platinum bishop. "Indeed, great offering," the platinum bishop responded without further ado. Following this exchange, the hall was filled with DouluoDalu's discontented remarks. "Jin Ao, assemble a team of 5 offerings to eliminate the evil soul master organization." "Understood," came a resonant voice from afar. Without further discussion, the elder hall fell into a tranquil silence, prompting the platinum bishop to bow before departing. This platinum bishop was the same elder who had stood beside the Ingui during their previous encounter. He had not anticipated that an evil soul master would masquerade as an elder from his spirit hall. These matters would later be clarified upon reaching Spirit City, where inquiries revealed that no elder had been dispatched to the small locale of Maple Leaf City to investigate the so-called ruins. Those wretched evil soul masters. Had I not remained vigilant, a catastrophe could have ensued, the platinum bishop muttered angrily as he gradually made his exit. Within Desai City, at a tavern, the 3 were enjoying meat and drink while engaging in conversation. Having survived this recent ordeal, they recognized that Li Xian was akin to them, further solidifying the bond of trust between the Chang brothers and him. Talent is not only astonishingly remarkable, but also exhibits decisive action in the face of circumstances. Such individuals are perhaps best described as prodigies. "Ashin, what do you say? Would you like to join us on a voyage to the Starry Empire?" Chang Zhenglong inquired. sipping a refreshing drink while gazing at Li Xian. Upon hearing this, Chang Zhenglong expressed a fleeting regret, but then, with a smile, he said, "Ah, I see. When you decide to visit the Starry Empire, do come to us. I shall take you to experience the delights of our land." "Of course, Brother Long. I shall rely on you then," Li Xian replied, also smiling. As they conversed, Chang Jinghu raised his cup and declared, "All right, let us toast. Cheers." In an instant, the three cups clinked together. The tavern buzzed with patrons, alive with a vibrant energy that resonated far and wide. Chapter 44, An Unexpected Turn. 5 herbs, each adorned in different hues, bore a striking beauty, each radiating a faint purple glow. However, after much contemplation, Li Xian could not discern the names or properties of these herbs. Subsequently, he took a bath and lay upon the soft bed, allowing all his worries to dissipate like mist. Before he knew it, the next day arrived. The sky appeared somewhat overcast. After freshening up, Li Xian made his way to the hall to await the Chang brothers, intending to bid them farewell, as he planned to set off for the Lihua plain shortly. Before long, while sipping green tea, Li Xian noticed the two descending from the upper floor. He smiled and called out, "Brother Long, over here." Hearing this, Chang Zhenglong approached with a smile and seated himself on the sofa opposite Li Xian. "You're living quite comfortably, enjoying tea and pastries so early in the morning," he teased. "Haha, I've grown accustomed to it at the academy," Li Xian replied with a calm smile, enjoying the banter. As they savored tea and pastries, time swiftly approached noon, and the sun began to break through the clouds, illuminating the sky. "All right, we must part ways for now, until we meet again," Chang Zhenglong said as he rose, sensing the time was ripe. With that, he clasped his fists in farewell, then departed the tavern with Chang Jinghu, heading toward the dock near Da City, where they could embark on their journey to the Starry Empire. Watching them depart, Li Xian nodded slightly before leaving the tavern himself, determined to procure a horse. Having learned from his previous experience, he had no desire to walk all the way to the Lihua plain, given the considerable distance. Of course, he had accounted for breakfast as part of his lodging, and he certainly did not wish to partake in a free meal. Wandering through Da City, he found the lifestyle here to be considerably more tranquil compared to Sotua City. After all, this place had not seen war in countless years and was quite distant from the Starry Empire. It was precisely for this reason that the tourism industry thrived here. As a royal city, it differed greatly from Maple Leaf City, as it attracted people from all corners, showcasing a plethora of culinary delights and cultural exchanges that spread through maritime transport. Observing the smiling faces of passers-by, Li Xian couldn't help but smile in return. Without lingering too long, he sought out a place to buy a horse, only to be informed that the stable did not sell horses but offered them for rent instead. Li Xian had no choice but to rent a horse, as there was a stable in the Limal Plain. He would return it to the stable upon arrival. They were not concerned about the possibility of the horse being stolen, for this enterprise was under the protection of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, who would dare to cause trouble. Moreover, failure to return the horse would result in being blacklisted. I digress. After paying the deposit, Li Xian mounted a magnificent, towering crimson steed. "Shall I call you Red Hair?" he mused aloud, captivated by the majestic creature beneath him, his mind influenced by the romance of the Three Kingdoms. With a snort, the red hair seemed to exhale in response, though whether it agreed or not remained a mystery. "Haha, then it is settled. Let us be off." "Red Hair, to the Limal Plain," Li Xian exclaimed joyfully. With a firm grip on the reins, he focused intently on the map in his hands. The distance to the Limal Plain was still considerable. It would likely take a day or two to reach. As he studied the map, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, a frantic cry for help pierced the air. Li Xian furrowed his brow and immediately tugged on the reins, urging the red hair toward the source of the distress. Moments later, at the official road bordering the kingdom of Das and Limal, a merchant caravan laden with goods was besieged by a band of thieves, their faces concealed by cloth. Upon closer inspection, Li Xian recognized the voice of a young girl, no older than 16 or 17. "Haha, what a big fish we've caught," bellowed a robust thief, approximately 6 feet tall, standing atop a hillock. The other thieves laughed nonchalantly at his remark. "Boss, how about I have a taste of that girl later?" a particularly lewd thief suggested to his leader. At this, Nyoda's eyes lit up as he glanced at the luxurious carriage where the girl was crying for help. "Goodness, what a beautiful woman. She's as fresh as morning dew," he exclaimed, casting a glare at the lewd thief who had spoken. "We've got her. Once I'm done, I'll hand her over to you." "Haha, thank you, boss." The surrounding thieves cheered, spurred on by Nyoda's words, and they hastened their assault. After all, this was a main road, and passers-by could appear at any moment. As the battle erupted, dazzling soul techniques of various hues burst forth, illuminating the roadway. "Miss, quickly mount your horse and flee," An elderly man with white hair urged the girl before him as several guards from the caravan fell victim to the thieves. Old Yun, I cannot leave alone. We must all escape together. Li Shueting replied anxiously, looking at the elder. Ah, little girl, stand still and behave. I will take good care of you, Nioli taunted with a lascivious tone. At his words, the surrounding thieves erupted in cheers. Li Shueting paled at the sight of the thieves nearby. Meanwhile, the guards were dwindling, with only a handful remaining, and several had already perished. Just as the caravan found itself in despair, a golden crescent blade of sword energy surged toward the approaching thief, threatening Li Shueting. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the sword energy effortlessly tore through several thieves, showering the air with a crimson spray, and not a single scream escaped their lips. Who? With fury igniting in his voice, Nioli bellowed as he beheld his subordinates being gruesomely dismembered. Sensing the deadly aura emanating from the sword energy, he hastily grabbed one of his nearby lackeys and hurled him forward. Be boss. Nioli's face blanched in terror as he retreated rapidly, while the unfortunate thief was instantaneously reduced to mere fragments. 3 arcs of sword energy had dispatched nearly a dozen thieves. Observing his handiwork, Li Xian approached slowly, his expression somber as he led his horse. For reasons unknown, Li Shueting felt an inexplicable sense of relief upon seeing the mysterious youth drawing near. Turning to Li Xian, she parted her lips delicately and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, nodding with a gentle smile. Li Xian then turned his gaze towards the bandit leader who had escaped to the hilltop, remarking, using the lives of your subordinates to save yourself. Quite commendable. Upon hearing this, Nioli's countenance darkened, and he involuntarily glanced around, noticing the fearful looks of his remaining thieves. Humph, you shall pay for this, he shouted in anger, realizing the evident distrust his men harbored towards him. With that, silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the dust swirling in the wind. Nearby, a grand tree shed its leaves, which fell gracefully to the ground. In that moment, Li Xian unleashed his soul power, and the first soul ring at his feet flickered to life. First soul skill, Radiant Blade. A brilliant purple light flashed as the blade in his grasp swung horizontally. The sweeping wind stirred up a cloud of dust around him. A colossal wave of sword energy surged towards Nioli. The first soul ring was a millennium-old one. The members of the merchant caravan observed with astonishment. Li Shueting instinctively covered her mouth in shock. Humph, first soul skill, Shattered Stone. Nioli's expression darkened slightly as the white and yellow soul rings beneath him pulsed slowly. Gripping a large, earth-toned blade, he attempted to counter the sword energy, but alas, his soul rings were merely a decade old. How much power could they truly possess? Sizzling, the large blade managed to intercept the sword energy, yet in mere moments, it began to splinter. With a sudden burst of strength, Nioli stomped down on the stone, his entire body sinking as the golden light drew ever closer. The other thieves, sensing impending doom, hastily retreated. A tearing sound resonated through the air. In his final moment, Nioli glanced at his fleeing subordinates. His eyes filled with rage, but in the next heartbeat, his body was violently torn apart. Fear not, your little band will meet their demise. Li Xian remarked casually as he observed Nioli's last glance towards his comrades. Benefactor. Li Shueting rushed forward, poised to speak, but Li Xian raised a hand, indicating for her to wait until he dealt with the remaining thieves. With that, disregarding Li Shueting, he activated his second soul skill, vanishing from sight. Thank you. Watching Li Xian disappear, Li Shueting silently whispered her gratitude within her heart. The road we traversed was flanked by towering mountains, which served as a haven for bandits who lay in wait for unsuspecting prey, ready to unleash carnage at a moment's notice. Alas, this time they met their match. Second in command, what shall we do now? The remaining bandits huddled together, glancing anxiously at a slender man, approximately 1.7 meters tall, whose scarred visage bore a frightful expression. The one referred to as the second in command was equally terrified. Damn it, the first soul ring is a millennium old. Is this even human? Most of the bandits, though they were merely soul masters, found themselves slower than the second in command. The horrifying scene they had just witnessed was etched vividly in their minds. Living beings, torn apart mercilessly. Even the bravest among them felt fear. Half a minute later, a bandit who had been trailing behind abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on a severed head dangling from a tree branch. Nearby, perched upon a rock, sat a youth gently caressing a golden greatsword. The head belonged to none other than the second in command. Welcome. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Li spoke with a smile, but his words sent tremors of terror through the bandits. Some were so frightened they lost control of their bladders. Please spare us. A bandit closest to Li fell to his knees, bowing in supplication. The others quickly followed suit. Spare you? Did you consider sparing the lives of the merchant caravan when you ambushed them? Li rose, a dark soul ring pulsating ominously behind him. We were compelled by the leader. We had no choice but to pillage. As Li stood, the flickering soul ring plunged the bandits into utter despair. A 10,000-year soul ring. Remember to behave in your next life and refrain from such misdeeds, Li said flatly, and in an instant, 3 fiery sword energies manifested before their eyes, reducing them to ash. When silence fell once more, Li returned to the official road and found the merchant caravan still gathered at the same spot. It is all resolved, he remarked. Noticing Li's somber demeanor, Li Shueting paused, but upon recalling the caravan's significant losses, her delicate features clouded with melancholy. Li could only shake his head. In this cruel world of the survival of the fittest, without strength, anyone could meet a grim fate. Why didn't your caravan hire soul venerables or soul sects for protection? Or why doesn't your family employ formidable soul masters? Li Shueting's eyes dimmed as she replied, I lack the funds, and my family consists only of myself. My only relative is my grandfather, the steward. Observing the injured members of the caravan, Li spoke, Are you headed to the Lima Plain? If so, I shall accompany you. Hearing Li Shueting's helpless words, he waved his hand dismissively. You need not pay me. I am merely traveling the same route. In the next moment, Li Xian noticed a hint of tears in Li Shueting's eyes, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He had always dreaded seeing a girl cry, for he had never experienced romance and was uncertain how to console anyone. After speaking, Li Shueting took small steps towards the elderly man with white hair. This Daluo continent was not a realm of peace. Unlike the narrative where academies and love stories flourished, this world was starkly real. With a sigh, Li Xian followed to lend a hand. The merchant caravan consisted of 6 horse-drawn carriages, 2 of which were designated for guards. Rather than boarding a carriage, Li Xian chose to continue riding on his steed, Red Hair. The journey ahead was long. Chapter 46, the Lima Plain. This time, as the group traversed the official road, they encountered no dangers. However, this road was somewhat dilapidated, as the Hagen-Das kingdom was quite remote from the other regions of the Heaven Dou Empire. Li Xian recalled that this place was scarcely mentioned in the original text. Although the scenery was picturesque, the overall quality of soul masters here paled in comparison to those from other kingdoms. This official road had been constructed a century ago. Over time, it had become uneven and plagued by bandits. Benefactor, what business do you have at Lima Plain? Perhaps I can assist you. Li Shueting leaned against the window, her complexion slightly flushed, speaking softly. Li Xian turned to glance at her and replied, It's nothing significant. Merely an opportunity to broaden my horizons. You may call me Xian. There's no need for benefactor. Upon hearing this, Li Shueting nodded slightly, smiling as she said, Regardless, thank you. Xian. Noticing the atmosphere had grown amicable, Li Xian gazed into the distance and gently inquired, Could you tell me more about the Lima Plain? Inside the carriage, Li Shueting set down her cup, pondered for a moment, then lifted her gaze to Li Xian. Lima Plain is a significant grain-producing region. Much of the food in Hagen-Das Kingdom is sourced from here. The most captivating aspect of the plain is its flatness. There are hardly any mountains, and several vast pastures supply horses to the empire. After a brief pause, Li Shueting continued, On Lima Plain, there exists a bustling city called Yuanyi City, which holds a status comparable to that of the royal city, albeit much larger. Moreover, it houses industries belonging to the 7 Treasures, Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, 2 of the top 3 sects. Listening quietly to Li Shueting's explanation, Li Xian contemplated deeply. Suddenly, Li Shueting opened the wooden door of the carriage and, noticing the weary elder Yuan, hurriedly assisted him. Li Xian reined in Red Hair. Lifting his gaze to the overcast sky, he had unknowingly reached noon. Xian, would you care for something to eat? These delicacies are specialties from Yuanyi City and are quite delicious. Li Shueting, stepping down from the carriage, approached Li Xian and looked up at him. Oh, specialties? Upon hearing this, Li Xian glanced at the white bowl in his hand, then dismounted. He casually retrieved some horse feed from his soul guide and tossed it to Red Hair before walking over to Li Shueting and gently taking the large bowl. Thank you. Observing the seemingly unrefined yet aromatic food, Li Xian smiled and remarked, Hee, no need for thanks. I shall go ahead and indulge. Upon witnessing Li Xian readily accept the large bowl, Li Shueting felt a wave of relief. She feared that he might look down upon the humble fare. Watching her depart, Li Xian leaned closer to savor the delightful aroma wafting from the dish. He picked up a piece of meat, the origin of which he could not discern, and as it touched his palate, an explosion of flavor ensued. It resembled boiled meat slices, albeit more tender, with a hint of freshness. After a moment of contemplation regarding the taste, he eagerly dug into the bowl's contents. It had been quite some time since he had savored such flavors. The last occasion was when Xiao Xian had prepared a meal for him. Turning to glance southward, Li Xian smiled. for that direction led to Shrek Academy. Time flies, he mused. Before long, everyone had finished their meal and handed their bowls to the assistant cook for cleaning. Li Xian strolled to the roadside, gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of the plain. He took out his water flask and rinsed his mouth. Perhaps due to the impending rain, a gentle breeze stirred, causing the wild grass on the plain to sway gracefully. As the caravan took a short respite, he quietly approached the roadside to admire the scenery. Isn't it beautiful? A gentle female voice floated from behind him. Hee. This is merely the outskirts of the plain. The true beauty lies closer to the wild city. Li Shueting walked slowly to Li Xian's side, her gaze soft as she spoke. With her words, a serene silence enveloped their surroundings, and the two stood together in tranquil companionship. Elder Yun observed the pair from behind, feeling an inexplicable warmth in his heart. As dusk descended and the skies darkened, indicating the imminent arrival of a torrential downpour, the caravan hastened its pace. 2 hours later, just as light raindrops began to fall from the sky, a city emerged within the sight of the group. Not Wild City, but another named Kelly City. Li Shueting discussed with Li Xian, and they decided to rest for the night, wary of potential mishaps should they proceed under heavy rain. Gently blowing on his teacup, Li Xian leaned in to savor the mildly bitter yet fragrant aroma that wafted from his sip. A fine tea. He exhaled a puff of steam, reclining comfortably in his chair. Gradually, time drifted by, accompanied only by the sound of rain tapping against the ground, as the entire city fell into a peaceful stillness. Night deepened. The following morning, after everyone had freshened up, they set forth once more. Glancing at the map, Li Xian noted that they still had over 100 kilometers to traverse. He folded the map away and gazed at the gradually clearing sky. Xian, where do you hail from? Li Shueting inquired, her cheeks slightly flushed as she regarded the handsome Li Xian. Barak Kingdom, Soto City. Barak Kingdom, Soto City? Li Shueting was taken aback by his response. The distance from there to the immediate plains was neither far nor near. She had always assumed Li Xian was from the Hajdas Kingdom. That's quite far. If you wish to travel to Barak Kingdom, I can accompany you along the way. In the next moment, Li Xian gazed into the distance and spoke softly. It's quite far. After all, my home is still in Wildfield City. After pondering for a moment, Li Shueting furrowed her brow, feeling a tinge of disappointment. She was merely a 13th rank soul master, and venturing into such an unfamiliar place posed considerable challenges. Contemplating this, she turned to glance at Li Xian's back, her gaze dimming as she lowered her head. It's impossible. Perhaps I should not dwell on it. What's wrong? Noticing Li Shueting's silence, Li Xian inquired. Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking of taking you around Wildfield City. I know it quite well. Startled, Li Shueting quickly waved her hand, a smile brightening her face as she looked at Li Xian. Chapter 47, Tea Time. Turning back, Li Xian observed the scenery ahead. In truth, he understood what Li Shueting was attempting to convey. However, he had no romantic intentions at present, for he was certainly not like that scoundrel Ma Hongjun. In the next instant, the only sound that filled the air was the rhythmic thud of hooves. By noon, the sky was utterly clear, and the sun's rays slowly bathed the land in warmth. At that moment, countless wild grasses emitted a faint golden glow, twinkling like stars. To Li Xian, the entire world seemed to brighten. The merchant convoy steadily progressed along the official road, and after what felt like an eternity, a colossal city finally came into view. To the east of the city, several rivers meandered gently. These were formed from melting snow, and the seemingly endless city walls stretched as far as the eye could see. A multitude of soldiers guarded various positions, and the main gate was thronged with people, an overwhelming sea of humanity. It was then that Li Xian realized that Wildfield City was not linked by just one official road. It connected to no fewer than 10 large cities. After queuing to pay the entrance fee, the group entered the city, being situated on the plains. The cultural customs here differed significantly from what Li Xian had observed in Sotoa City. To his astonishment, lion dancers performed in the streets, and several soul masters summoned their explosive martial spirits, igniting firecrackers on the ground, which erupted in a cacophony of sound. Firearms indeed, Li Xian quipped, a smirk playing on his lips. The reason for the existence of such a grand city was due to the vast black soil that lay beyond Wildfield City, replete with dense forests and gently flowing rivers, contrasting sharply with the wild grasses that had dominated the earlier landscape. At this point, the merchant convoy had traversed several streets, and due to its agricultural wealth, Wildfield City was exceedingly affluent, with architectural splendor surpassing that of Sotoa City. Regrettably, there was no soul arena. Li Xian had intended to visit one to test his skills. Sighing, the foremost carriage came to a gradual stop. Li Xian turned his head and beheld a rather sizable building, 3 stories high, reminiscent of a villa from his previous life. Shortly after halting, Li Shueting settled Li Xian into their lodgings before hastily departing to inform the families of the fallen guards. Standing within the abode, the furnishings were quite ordinary, and the hall's walls adorned with several paintings depicted three figures, a man and a woman flanking a small girl. Without needing to think, Li Xian knew that the little girl was none other than Li Shueting. With squinted eyes and clad in a short skirt, the child appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, her cherubic face adorned with an innocent smile. However, as time has passed, the features of Li Shueting's parents have become somewhat indistinct, although the man exuded an air of elegance and the woman radiated gentleness. After gazing at the drawing for a moment, Li Xian turned away, noticing a large gardenia tree outside. A gentle breeze swept through, causing numerous blossoms to drift slowly to the ground, their fragrance enveloping the surroundings. Upon entering, she spotted Li Xian's silhouette, standing silently beside the gardenia planted by her grandmother. With a gentle wipe of her eyes, she approached Li Xian, smiling. "Aren't these flowers beautiful? My grandmother and mother adore them." Playfully, she picked up a fallen gardenia. And Li Xian smiled in response. "Indeed, they are lovely. We don't have such flowers in our Soto city." Hearing this, Li Shueting fell into a moment of contemplation before she revealed to Li Xian that Grandpa Yun had just been taken away by his son. In truth, Grandpa Yun was not originally from Pingyuan. He had been saved by her father many years ago, and in gratitude, he chose to stay. Eventually, his family came to retrieve him, but he declined their offer. However, this time, Uncle Yun insisted that he must leave, hence, pausing. Li Shueting was about to elaborate further when a hand emerged before her, presenting a pristine white gardenia. Taken aback, she lifted her gaze to meet Li Xian's peculiar eyes, only to lower her head again, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. "This is for you. It's my first time giving flowers to a girl, though this flower belongs to you." Without excessive words, Li Xian gazed at the obedient young girl before him. A 15 or 16-year-old who should be basking in the brilliance of youth, yet appeared unexpectedly mature. Then, a pair of rough little hands gently accepted the flower from Li Xian. After receiving it, Li Shueting tucked the gardenia behind her ear, tilting her head slightly to reveal her delicate earlobe as she looked at Li Xian. "Am I beautiful?" "Very beautiful. Thank you." After enjoying a meal prepared by Li Shueting, Li Xian had intended to assist with washing the dishes, but she insisted he step aside. "I am the host. You are the guest. There is no custom here of having guests do chores." Observing Li Shueting's serious demeanor, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle helplessly. He then settled onto the sofa, quietly admiring the lovely figure in the kitchen. When a teacup was placed before Li Xian, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. "What is this?" "Hee hee, I know you enjoy tea, so I specifically bought this for you. Give it a taste. I've never had tea myself, so I'm unsure of its quality." Noticing Li Xian's bewildered expression, Li Shueting smiled brightly. "That is truly considerate of you." With that, Li Xian lifted the teacup and took a gentle sip. As the warm tea slid down his throat, a refreshing aroma unfurled, followed almost instantly by a cool, invigorating sensation. "This is snow tea from Soto City." In that instant, Li Xian recognized the origin of the tea leaves. During his time at the academy, having no financial constraints, Flanders had purchased an abundance of snow tea for tasting, and it was during that period that Li Xian had developed a fondness for it. "Is the taste satisfactory?" I made sure to select it carefully. With her delicate hands cradling her fragrant cheeks, Li Shueting gazed wide-eyed at Li Xian, her violet eyes shimmering with curiosity. "I shall have a taste as well," she declared. Upon hearing Li Xian's words of praise, she quickly fetched a pristine cup and filled it to the brim, suppressing the heat as she took a small sip. "Wow, it's truly delightful and quite extraordinary," she exclaimed, hastily indulging in several more sips. "You must savor the tea slowly. You are drinking too hastily," Li Xian advised, noticing her eagerness. At his words, Li Shueting froze, glancing down at the tea that was nearly gone, her face flushing a deep crimson. Observing her adorable countenance, shyly bowed and silent, Li Xian felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. In the ensuing silence, they each continued to sip their tea until they could hold no more, prompting Li Xian to excuse himself to the restroom. Once Li Xian departed the hall, Li Shueting slowly lifted her gaze towards his retreating figure. "Am I being a bit too foolish? This will only serve to make me the subject of ridicule," she pondered inwardly, and in a moment of resolve, she downed another cup of tea, only to be swiftly compelled to dash to the restroom herself. The hall fell into a serene quietude, save for the gentle steam rising from the reheated tea. The two azure cups rested quietly upon the table. Chapter 48. The Garden of 10,000 Flowers. The following morning, as customary, Li Xian sat cross-legged on the balcony of his room, precisely on time. The sun's rays, flowing like a gentle stream, gradually infused his being, surrounding him with a soft golden glow. An hour later, he rose lightly from the balcony floor, flexing his fists while casting a glance at the sky before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Passing through the hall, he noticed the 2 teacups still in their place. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head and entered the kitchen. He prepared a simple yet delightful breakfast of fried eggs, milk, and bread, neither too much nor too little. Initially, he had considered making some noodles, but then recalled that this world seemingly lacked the kind he was accustomed to from his previous life. With a tinge of regret, he arranged a delectable breakfast on the dining table. Patter. Drawn by the enticing aroma, Li Xueting's eyes widened as she beheld Li Exine, clad in an apron, standing perplexed on a wooden stool. "Did you make all this? You can cook?" she inquired, approaching the table with a hint of skepticism. "Why not? My culinary skills are quite commendable. This is all rather simple. I'll prepare a feast for you one day, and you'll see," Li Exine replied, gently sipping his milk as he looked at her. "Hee, then I shall give it a try." With that, she delicately placed a golden, fluffy egg into her mouth, her eyes instantly widening in astonishment. Glancing down at the egg from which she had taken a third, she marveled, "Is this really an egg? It's so delicious." Meanwhile, a subtle smile graced Li Exine's lips, knowing that he had added a touch of special ingredients, elements that Xiao Exine had studied for decades. Before long, breakfast concluded, and Li Xueting, having tidied the dishes, approached Li Exine, whispering, "Shall we explore the most intriguing places in Wild City?" Upon hearing her words, Li Exine pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, recognizing that it would be a true loss not to fully enjoy their time here. "Excellent. Let us set out at once." As Li Xueting approached the entrance, she abruptly halted, suddenly recalling her financial predicament. She possessed a mere 4 copper coins to her name. Perhaps that analogy was misplaced. With this thought, Li Exine produced a bag filled with golden soul coins. "I still have money," he assured himself. Yet, it felt rather awkward, as he was the one presenting the funds despite being the owner of the venture. Li Xueting felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Let this be a gesture among friends. I shall treat you," she declared. Faced with her insistence, Li Exine ultimately acquiesced. What is the most fascinating aspect of Wildfield City? The answer is simple. It is brimming with enchantments, far too numerous to articulate. The city boasts countless delectable establishments, along with horse racing, fishing, artistic performances, street entertainers, and auctions, among many other delights. As Li Xueting elaborated, Li Exine's attention was immediately captivated by the auction house. After all, how many travelers could say they had never encountered an auction? This place was sure to unveil treasures. Regrettably, he learned that the auction house was closed for the day, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. "Let us head to the orchid garden." As they walked, Li Xueting turned to glance at Li Exine. It's a place for flower appreciation, with an abundance of floral varieties, including some unique to the Starfall Empire. Noting the confusion on Li Exine's face, she hastened to clarify. "Very well, let us proceed to the orchid garden." Without dwelling on it further, Li Exine nodded, primarily influenced by the excitement radiating from Li Xueting. The orchid garden, situated just outside the northern district of Wildfield City, has become a symbol of the city, having been established nearly 50 years ago. During the summer, when myriad flowers bloom, the beauty is sure to enchant all who visit. This venue is particularly favored by couples and families with children. However, Li Exine was unaware that Li Xueting had only just recalled this fact upon their arrival. Thus, they ventured together towards the location of the orchid garden. Upon exiting the city gates and walking a kilometer northward, a cluster of buildings appeared before Li Exine. They were not particularly tall, but were quite expansive, each structure painted in a distinct hue, catching Li Exine's eye. Upon reaching the entrance, they were met with a throng of people, couples, families, and students. Recognizing the overwhelming crowd, they quickly formed a line, waiting nearly half an hour before successfully entering the orchid garden, which boasted no entrance fee. Inside the orchid garden, numerous dining options awaited, leading Li Exine to surmise that this was where the real expenditures would occur. "Shall we venture in that direction?" he suggested, observing the chaotic array of blossoms surrounding them. "Let us head towards the orchid path," Li Xueting exclaimed, taking his hand and guiding him to a less crowded area. Li Exine felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, but chose not to dwell on it, following her into the depths of the garden. After traversing a dense thicket of trees, they emerged to find an endless expanse of flowers stretching before them. The orchid path was home to an array of dark-hued blossoms, showcasing a stunning display of purples, blacks, and grays, all in full bloom. A rich yet subtle fragrance enveloped this place, shimmering under the sunlight. As the breeze swept through, a faint scent lingered, and the small stream connecting the flower beds formed gentle ripples. "How beautiful! My mother brought me here once, but I had forgotten it all since I was too young to remember." Leaning against the railing, Li Xueting gazed at the distant blossoms and calmly remarked, now you remember. But what you recall is that I am here with you. Aren't you happy? Initially feeling a tinge of sadness, someone abruptly lifted their head, silently staring at a certain disheveled individual. Let's go. Let's stroll as we walk. Li Xian discreetly swallowed, hastily stepping forward. Li Xueting, smiling as she glanced at Li Xian's back, gracefully followed suit. After wandering for half an hour, Li Xian couldn't help but admire the creator of this garden. It was truly vast. After they had a light meal, Li Xian learned that there were 7 more areas similar to Yulan Road. Surprised by this revelation, they both felt a sense of relief upon realizing that they hadn't even explored a single path completely despite their lengthy excursion. On an outdoor table, 2 cups of milk tea rested. Li Xian silently observed Li Xueting as she sipped her tea, and after a moment, he spoke. I will be leaving tomorrow. At this, Li Xueting did not look up. She continued to sip through her straw, though her body paused momentarily. So soon? Yes. Next, I plan to visit Tiandou City. Not sensing any shift in the girl's tone, Li Xian smiled as he spoke. A moment later, silence enveloped them again. Noticing that Li Xueting was nearing the end of her milk tea, Li Xian suddenly remembered something and inquired, would you like to visit Sitoa City? Our academy currently has more students than teachers. However, Li Xueting shook her head. I plan to properly manage our family's assets. I intend to sell off some unnecessary ones, which should yield a considerable sum. Acknowledging Li Xueting's future plans, Li Xian nodded in agreement. Chapter 49, Tiandou City. Li Xian found himself quite supportive of Li Xueting's intentions. After all, it is indeed challenging for someone to adapt to an unfamiliar place away from home. Moreover, Li Xueting still had some connections left by her parents in Yuanya City, and who knows, she might make a comeback in the future. Actually, I have already contacted some buyers who are quite interested in certain properties of my family, and the offers are substantial, Li Xueting eventually explained to Li Xian. I understand. Li Xian replied with a smile and a nod, feeling reassured. The following day, the two explored every corner of Yuanya City, indulging in delightful cuisine and engaging in various activities. On the balcony, gazing at the moonlit sky, Li Xian's mind drifted to the visage of a certain individual, someone he had never met, yet felt strangely familiar. In his previous life, he had never experienced love. Simply put, he lacked the means and thus hesitated to seek a girlfriend. Upon arriving at the Douluo continent, Li Xian found himself not only wealthier, but also endowed with remarkable talent. Yet, he could not shake off the essence of an underdog. With a sigh, he leaned against the balcony railing, feeling a sense of melancholy. Will you come to Yuanya City again? He pondered aloud. If you do, I'll host you next time and ensure you experience the true beauty of Yuanya City. As Li Xian enjoyed the evening breeze, a gentle voice emerged from behind. I'm not quite sure. I merely intended to explore, which is why I descended from the Haagen-Dazs kingdom along the official road. I can only say it depends on the circumstances. Initially, Li Xian hadn't planned to visit the plains immediately. He simply thought to stop by on his way to Tiandou City. I see. Li Xueting gazed at Li Xian's silhouette, understanding his journey and aspirations. Hey! Upon hearing this, Li Xian turned around in confusion. He saw Li Xueting approaching slowly, holding a 5-petaled flower before him. What is this? He inquired, bemused. This is one of Yuanya City's specialties, known as the journey flower. Symbolizing a blessing for friends embarking on their travels, Li Xueting explained, noticing his bewilderment. She had not felt such joy for a long time. After her family's circumstances deteriorated, friends had become scarce. She was grateful for the few days Li Xian had spent with her. Li Xian smiled in response and accepted the journey flower from her hand. Thank you. The next morning arrived swiftly. Li Xian rose early, tidied his belongings, and entered the hall, taking a moment to survey his surroundings. A note lay gently on the table, alongside a packet of tea leaves and a pouch filled with golden soul coins. After gathering his things, he departed, slightly concerned about Li Xueting's future in Yuanya City. Although her parents had left her connections, the business world was fraught with rivals. Half an hour later, Li Xueting entered the hall, her eyes reflecting a steadfast determination for the future. Approaching the table, she glanced curiously at the note. It read, if one day Yuanya City becomes untenable, and you wish to explore the outside world, come to the Balak Kingdom, Soto City, to a village called Shrek Academy. It should be quite splendid. Upon finishing the note, the corners of Li Xueting's mouth lifted slightly. What does it mean that I can't make it? I am quite adept at making money. While my strength may be lacking, I have never feared competition in the realm of commerce. With a smile, she concluded her reading. Safe travels. Thank you, she murmured, gazing towards the direction of Tiandou City. Next, she resolved to reorganize her household. On the official road, she rode a horse, having returned the steed, known as Chitu, to the stable. The new horse, named Xiaoye Yushir, was now hers. On horseback, Li Xian gazed at the surrounding scenery as he meandered southward. The landscape had transformed. The plains had given way to rolling hills, and the distance to Tiando City remained considerable, allowing Li Xian to proceed without haste. 2 days later, a magnificent city unfolded before him. Having previously seen Suodo City and Yuanya City, it was at this moment that he truly comprehended the essence of an imperial capital. The city was encircled by an unending wall, its gates adorned in white and gold, guarded by soldiers who were all spirit masters, each at least a spirit elder. As the capital of the empire, the city housed numerous spirit master academies, many of which were not lacking in formidable spirit saint-level experts. This bore some resemblance to Shrek Academy, yet the infrastructure was vastly superior, a realization Li Xian had as he passed by those esteemed institutions. After paying a single gold soul coin, Li Xian managed to rent a hotel room. While it was not particularly luxurious, the decor and ambience far surpassed that of Suodo City. It was indeed a place of beauty intertwined with decay. Standing on the balcony, he observed the throngs of people below, whispering softly to himself. Not long after Li Xian entered the city, a figure clad in armor appeared at the residence of Prince Shueqinghe. Are you saying that the one named Li Xian has arrived in Tiando City? Shueqinghe remarked, gently swirling his teacup, his expression impassive. Understood. You may leave, he instructed, raising his head to regard the soldier with a composed demeanor. Yes. Soon, the hall fell silent, leaving only Shueqinghe seated on the sofa. He extended his delicate hands to pour himself a cup of tea, his gaze drifting towards the location of Li Xian in Tiando City. After all these years, having waited so long, do not let me down. A voice echoed within the hall, curiously possessing a refined yet haughty quality. Meanwhile, Li Xian wandered through Tiando City, unknowingly finding himself in a flower market. Oh, I must be enchanted. The closer he approached Tiando City, the more a certain visage surfaced in his mind, causing him great perplexity. Although he had never met her, she often invaded his dreams. As night descended, Tiando City revealed its true opulence and extravagance. However, this had little bearing on Li Xian, who was soundly asleep. In a shadowy corner, Qian Rinxue, cloaked in black, observed the slumbering Li Xian, her red lips parting to sketch an exquisite scene. Chapter 50, Yu Tianheng. After a prolonged period of silent observation, a smile graced Qian Rinxue's stunning face. Eventually, she glanced at the time and gradually departed. After all, as one who concealed her identity to impersonate Shueqinghe in the Tiando Empire, this plan could not afford any missteps. Meanwhile, the unaware Li Xian remained blissfully asleep, oblivious to the fact that he had been watched. As night waned and dawn approached, Li Xian's first intention upon washing up was to visit the Soul Arena. For like Suodo City, Tiando City boasted a grand Soul Arena. Moreover, it is far more luxurious than the Soul Arena in Suodo City, with participants possessing significantly higher prowess. The Soul Arena is nestled within a cluster of edifices to the west of Tiando City, and Li Xian hastened his steps toward that direction. After approximately half an hour, towering structures came into view, among which a total of 12 belonged to the Soul Arena. The remaining buildings were predominantly venues akin to auction houses. What a spectacle! Even before entering the Soul Arena, the heart-wrenching roars resonated, and without a doubt, Li Xian understood the fervor that awaited him inside. After an hour of anticipation in the lobby, he finally entered, paying the entrance fee of 1 silver soul coin. A glance at the wall displaying the competitors' names led his gaze to rest upon a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus. Yu Tianheng? The name tag behind the contender clearly indicated his affiliation with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, prompting Li Xian to linger a moment longer. This will do. Without further contemplation, he followed the throngs of spectators into one of the fighting zones. Upon reaching his seat, he was immediately engulfed by an uproar of cheers. For the inhabitants of the Douluo continent, entertainment options are exceedingly sparse, limited to just a few activities. This scarcity contributes to the Soul Arena's immense popularity, raking in astronomical sums of gold soul coins each day. Turning to observe a nearby group of gamblers, Li Xian chuckled softly, shaking his head. Gamblers, indeed, often end up with naught in the end. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The host descended gracefully from above, 5 soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and purple shimmering beneath him. He was undoubtedly a soul king, albeit not possessing the optimal soul ring configuration. Nevertheless, it was commendable. As the crowd, which had just begun to quiet, erupted into another round of exuberant cheers, the host's lips curled into a subtle smile, pleased with the audience's enthusiasm. The competitors for this match are about to take the stage. Cheer, my friends. Ignoring the cacophony surrounding him, Li Xian focused intently on the figure emerging from the left passageway, a slender youth with short black hair, whose appearance was rather unremarkable. His expression was seldom seen, adorned only with a faint smile, as he donned a simple blue outfit devoid of embellishments. This simplicity, however, exuded an air of danger. How intriguing! Upon the youth's entrance, Li Xian recognized him instantly as Yu Tianheng of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Internally, Li Xian found himself somewhat bemused. In the original narrative, due to the absence of celestial herbs, many from the Tiandou team were utterly subdued by Shrek. Nonetheless, the might of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus should not be underestimated. On the opposing side, another contender stepped forth, a man in his 20s, of average appearance, clad in a black long coat, his demeanor tinged with seriousness. As the competitors took the stage, the host wasted no time. Let the match begin. With that, Yu Tianheng stepped forward. I am Yu Tianheng, wielder of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul, a level 25 assault-type soul master. The black-clad man did not advance, his expression grave as he replied, I am Su Ao, wielding the Blood Shadow Blade martial soul, a level 27 assault-type soul master. After exchanging names, Yu Tianheng appeared calm, but a tempestuous surge of soul power surrounded him. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, unleashing his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. In an instant, his hand transformed into a robust and sharp dragon claw, causing his aura to spike dramatically. As Yu Tianheng barreled toward him, Su Ao stepped back with his right foot, a yellow soul ring flickering beneath him. He activated his first soul skill, Bloodblade. In the next moment, Su Ao surged forward with remarkable speed. The two collided with a resounding crash, as Yu Tianheng, in his dragon form, radiated a purple electrical aura. His massive dragon claw descended upon Su Ao, who, wielding the Blood Shadow Blade, met the assault with a fierce downward strike. The clash sent ripples of soul power cascading outward. Both competitors showcased their formidable strengths without yielding an inch. The host, adorned with a pair of wings, swiftly intervened, heightening the atmosphere, for the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul was a rare sight. Belonging to one of the three great sects known for possessing the world's most powerful beast martial soul. Indeed, your martial soul possesses formidable destructive power, Yu Tianheng remarked with a serene smile, noting the slight warmth emanating from his confrontation with Su Ao. Meanwhile, Su Ao felt beads of sweat trickle down his forehead. The power behind the dragon-type martial soul was overwhelming. Despite the Blood Shadow Blade being a high-level martial soul, it still paled in comparison. With a series of resounding collisions, both warriors targeted each other's weak points. Suddenly, the sky erupted with flashes of lightning as Yu Tianheng invoked his second soul skill, Thunderbolt. His aura surged once more, imbued with a faint dragonic might. The massive dragon claw enlarged further as he unleashed his skill. Su Ao, while battling, retreated, his Blood Shadow Blade slicing through the air, each strike imbued with the weight of intent, desperately fending off Yu Tianheng's powerful onslaught. With a feint, Su Ao swiftly withdrew, catching Yu Tianheng off guard, who momentarily stepped back. After separating, Su Ao's second yellow soul ring shimmered. Activating his second soul skill, Blade Control, his defensive capabilities soared. Yu Tianheng, narrowing his eyes, seized the opportunity to advance, leaping several meters into the air. His handsome face bore an expression of solemnity as the dragon claw unleashed in astonishing force, crackling with energy as it aimed directly for Su Ao's torso. Reacting swiftly, Su Ao raised his Blood Shadow Blade in defense. The impact propelled him backward over 10 meters, a metallic taste filling his throat, yet he suppressed the sensation. Once more, he thought, recognizing that Yu Tianheng had breached his defenses. The frequency of Yu Tianheng's attacks escalated relentlessly. Although Su Ao's second soul skill had bolstered his defenses significantly, the combined might of Yu Tianheng's two soul skills had amplified his power several-fold. The clash intensified. With a faint spurt of blood, Su Ao tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade, confronting Yu Tianheng directly. The air crackled with tension as Yu Tianheng swiftly maneuvered to exploit Su Ao's vulnerability, launching a feigned attack that evaded Su Ao's heavy strike. Transforming his palm into a fist, he delivered a crushing blow to Su Ao's abdomen. The next moment, Su Ao was propelled into the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. The contest concluded, declaring the victor, the Blue Electric Tyrant. Observing Su Ao sprawled on the ground, unable to rise, the host promptly announced the results. Splendid. Another victory. Haha, what a triumph. He exclaimed. Tonight, I shall treat you all to a foot bath. The venue, capable of accommodating thousands, erupted into heart-wrenching cheers. Chapter 51, Victory. Su Ao stood motionless, watching the retreating figure of Yu Tianheng, sighing softly. The chasm between their martial spirits was insurmountable. In the audience, Li Xian smiled as he absorbed the entirety of the match, a burgeoning desire to battle igniting within him. He promptly left to register for the competition. Before departing, he sensed formidable presences approaching, glancing sideways to see two individuals, both around 9 meters tall and clad in blue attire. One bore a striking resemblance to Yu Tianheng. Without a doubt, Li Xian deduced that one of them must be Yu Tianheng's father, emanating an aura of at least a soul Dalu. Excuse me, could you assist me with registration? Codename, Radiant Blade. Li Xian calmly addressed the meticulous staff member before him. Golden Dalu. Without further ado, the staff member registered him, though visibly puzzled by Li Xian's youthful appearance. All set, sir. You may proceed to the waiting area. The registration completed swiftly. Li Xian glanced at the staff member, smiled, and expressed his gratitude before heading to the relaxation zone. The competitors behind him stared wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. While Golden Dalu was not unheard of, it was indeed rare to encounter such a youthful and handsome young man. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, murmured one individual, gazing at Li Xian's retreating figure in perplexity. What's up? Though his voice was low, his companions caught wind of his words and inquired. Nothing, I must be imagining things, he replied, and the group, with ample time to spare, made their way to the viewing stands. In the waiting area, Li Xian sat quietly on the sofa, sipping the tea poured by a maid. It's decent, though not as delightful as the snow tea from Soto City, he mused, smacking his lips as he evaluated the flavor. Just then, the announcement echoed, Radiant Blade, please proceed to the 5th arena for your match. Startled, Li Xian gulped down the remainder of his tea and swiftly made his way towards the competition zone. Truly, the fighting arena of Dou City was commendable, complete with navigational prompts. Otherwise, he might have strayed off course. In the corridor, he exchanged a bemused glance with the individual he had almost collided with moments ago. He had nearly taken a wrong turn. Now, may both contestants take the stage. This time, a rather flamboyant host was chosen, perhaps due to a hint of charm. As many middle-aged female spectators began to whistle, and a few older gentlemen joined in. As he ascended the stage, Li Xian was drenched in sweat. Tianheng, observe how your cousin engages in battle. You may gain some unique insights, the imposing Yu Luo remarked, his gaze fixed upon the competition arena. Yes, father. Yu Tianheng replied, hastily directing his attention to the contest, still intimidated by his father. Not far ahead, Li Xian regarded the young man before him, a smile gradually forming on his lips. Another blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, I see. He mused lazily in a voice only he could hear, martial spirit, Radiant Blade. A level 35 assault system soul master. Whether to announce one's name during the contest depended on the mutual understanding of the participants. Oh, may I interpret this as a provocation? The young man maintained his smile, noticing Li Xian's silence. As you wish. Li Xian waved his hand dismissively and took a sip from his water flask. The spectators in the viewing stand were astonished to see Li Xian drink so nonchalantly. Did he not realize his opponent was Yu Tianxiang? This individual, who compelled me to give him a score of 99, just 1 point shy to avoid arrogance. Both Yu Tianheng and Yu Luo exchanged glances with Li Xian, intrigued. Such a profound aura of light, Yu Luo murmured, prompting Yu Luo to nod in agreement. Such a rich aura of light is exceedingly rare, truly a delightful surprise. Yu Tianheng, seated, looked curiously at his father and uncle engaged in conversation. Bang! A tremendous noise erupted. Yu Tianheng quickly turned to see his cousin, Yu Tianxiang, sent flying several meters, staggering backward. Meanwhile, the opponent, wielding a gleaming golden greatsword, smiled at him. What on earth just happened? The host exclaimed, eager to invigorate the atmosphere, though his tone betrayed his astonishment. Indeed, there is a certain pride to be had. Yet, there are times when one must bow their head. Yu Tianxiang straightened himself, though his arm trembled slightly. Observing this, Li Xian pursed his lips, not pondering too deeply, and declared, First soul skill, Radiant Blade. In an instant, a stunning purple soul ring materialized, leaving the audience in stunned silence. The first soul ring is a millennium old. I cannot be mistaken? Impossible. The first soul ring should only be a few hundred years at most. Gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the arena. Yu Luo and Yu Luo stepped forward, their eyes glinting as they scrutinized Li Xian. A silent exchange passed between them, laden with unspoken words. Swish! A brilliant golden sword aura swiftly sliced toward Yu Tianxiang. Recovering from his surprise, he summoned his soul power, activating 2 soul rings, Thunder Dragon Claw and Thunderous Might. Humph! Determined to end the battle swiftly, Yu Tianxiang surged toward Li Xian with an unprecedented speed, yet the sword aura appeared before him in an instant. With a sweep of his dragon-transformed arm, he reached for the crescent sword aura. What a formidable man! Upon witnessing Yu Tianxiang directly grasping towards his soul skill, Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. The clash of dragon claws and sword energy resonated with a sharp sound. In the next instant, Yu Tianxiang felt an excruciating pain surge through his arm, as if it were about to be torn apart. This cannot continue. Defeat is inevitable. His mind raced, and Yu Tianxiang unleashed a potent surge of energy once more. Li Xian observed the third purple soul ring beneath him flickering. The third soul skill, Thunder Fury. With a roar, Yu Tianxiang's arm swelled with power, gradually dissipating the sword energy. Yet, traces of blood still marred his arm. Humph. With a low growl, Yu Tianxiang swiftly moved closer to Li Xian, the air crackling with the sound of electric energy emanating from his arm. Is he going berserk? Noticing the fierce glint in Yu Tianxiang's eyes, Li Xian remained composed, gripping the radiant blade firmly, and swung his arm forcefully towards the rampaging Yu Tianxiang. The radiant essence within the blade instantaneously suppressed Yu Tianxiang, significantly slowing his speed. As his footing faltered, he misdirected his strike. Observing the violet-blue dragon claw slicing through the air, Li Xian executed a close-range sword energy slash towards Yu Tianxiang. Instantly sensing the impending danger, Yu Tianxiang crossed his arms in defense. Bang! In the next moment, he was sent flying, crashing violently to the ground. However, he quickly rose again, his clothing tattered, his aura diminished, yet overall still in decent condition. Truly, as a blue lightning tyrant dragon, his defensive capabilities are astonishingly high. Noticing Yu Tianxiang's relatively minor injuries, Li Xian nodded and remarked, "Your martial soul is remarkably powerful. Perhaps the title of the greatest martial soul, the Haoyan Hammer, should be bestowed upon you." A blue and a golden figure exchanged blows, the resounding impacts echoing across the competition stage. Yu Tianxiang recognized his impending defeat. Yet the pride of the blue lightning tyrant dragon forbade him from conceding. Li Xian approvingly nodded, increasing the intensity of his strikes. This time, Yu Tianxiang could no longer withstand it. 5 minutes later, his body gradually collapsed onto the ground. However, he was merely exhausted, with no serious harm done. The victor is Radiant Blade. Upon witnessing one side fall, the host declared. Li Xian pondered, "Why does it feel as though I am the one who has lost?" After silently observing for a moment, he suddenly felt a sense of defeat. This young man is worthy of friendship. As the competition concluded, Yu Luoqian spoke slowly, his gaze filled with admiration for Li Xian. "Indeed, the talents of this era are truly promising," Yu Luoqian remarked, glancing at Yu Tianxiang being carried away by maidservants. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng silently stared at Li Xian as he departed, lost in thought. Chapter 52, Moonshadow Frost Spirit. Without lingering in the Soul Arena for too long, Li Xian decided to leave, as the recent display had drawn considerable attention, inevitably leading to unforeseen encounters. Indeed, not long after his departure, numerous individuals hidden in the shadows began to seek him out, most of whom belonged to the Spirit Hall. As for who orchestrated this, no one could ascertain. Upon departing from the Soul Arena, Li Xian found himself in the vicinity of the auction house, a locale renowned and familiar to all. After paying the entrance fee, he smoothly made his way inside. However, his purpose today was merely to observe. He was acutely aware that he was far from being prepared to participate in the auction. The overall ambience was lavish, adorned with gemstones and exquisite carpets, while the grand hall was embellished with numerous splendid soul-guiding ancient lamps, each encrusted with a variety of rare jade stones. The decor of the auction house far surpassed that of the Soul Arena, as it was constructed by the royal family of the Heaven Dou Empire. Moreover, 3 formidable Soul Dual level guardians stood watch within, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents would transpire. Fortuitously for Li Xian, the Heaven Dou auction house was hosting a 3-day auction, with today marking the 2nd day. As he strolled through the corridor, he admired the walls that elegantly blended Eastern and Western artistic styles, adorned with numerous ancient paintings. One painting, in particular, captured his attention, the portrait of the current Emperor of Heaven Dou at the time of his ascension. The auction house was divided into a VIP section and a general area. The former was reserved for individuals of significant influence, with each private booth equipped with special soul-guiding devices to obscure their presence. This particular arrangement appealed to Li Xian. He leisurely made his way to a spot towards the back of the auction house, where seating was available without restriction after the 5th row, as only the front rows were attended by servants. As the hall filled, the lights around the venue illuminated brilliantly, casting a vibrant spectrum of colors throughout the auction house. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We extend our heartfelt gratitude for your support of the Heaven Dou auction house. The auction is about to commence, with a minimum bidding price of 1,000 gold soul coins. Each subsequent bid must exceed 100 gold soul coins. Let the auction begin. As he listened to the host, Li Xian's interest was piqued. As expected of the host at a royal auction house, he exuded a high level of refinement, boasting an attractive appearance and a tall stature. A subtle smile graced his lips, entrancing several wealthy patrons in attendance. Li Xian sensed that, despite the surrounding quietude, an intense atmosphere permeated the air. The host, casting a discreet glance at one of the attendants in the audience, then turned his gaze back to the auction area, announcing, Our first item for auction is the Yuan armor, starting at a price of 4,000 gold soul coins. At this moment, a beautiful and statuesque attendant gracefully approached, holding a piece of black inner armor. As she stepped into the light, many women were captivated by the armor's allure. It was impeccably tailored, embellished with delicate jade stones. And contrary to expectations, it was lightweight rather than cumbersome. The neckline was adorned with a dark blue rose, making it particularly suitable for agility-focused soul masters. The Yuan armor was the masterpiece of a master craftsman, capable of withstanding attacks from soul ranks below its own. And it was an exceedingly rare piece of women's armor. There existed but this one within the entire empire. And now, the auction begins. As the final words were spoken, a palpable stir arose from the audience. Li Xian cast his gaze towards the stage, observing several women, accompanying their male companions, fixated with fervent eyes upon the exquisite armor displayed before them. To his astonishment, he witnessed a striking scene, a beautiful middle-aged woman tugging at her husband's ear, demanding the armor with an intensity that was both amusing and bewildering. Nearby, a young couple sat together. The girl leaned in to whisper something to her partner, causing his cheeks to flush crimson, as if a fire had ignited within him. In disbelief, Li Xian pursed his lips, leaning back against the sofa with a sense of resignation. 4,500 gold soul coins. Just as the atmosphere settled, a resounding voice pierced through the silence. The host, wearing a confident smile, surveyed the unfolding spectacle with assurance. 4,500 gold soul coins, going once. Is there anyone who wishes to bid higher? Just when Li Xian believed the matter concluded, a flurry of shouts erupted. Wait, for 1,800 gold soul coins. 5,000 gold soul coins. 5,500 gold soul coins. The bidding for the armor surged with each call, and the host's smile broadened with each increase. As time progressed, the final bid for the armor reached a staggering 20,000 gold soul coins, leaving Li Xian astounded. The winning bid came from the very woman who had just yanked her husband's ear, her face alight with joy as she settled back into her seat, while her partner sat in silence, seemingly contemplative. Yet, in the next moment, the woman uttered something that instantly revitalized the man, dispelling his previous despondency. Without a doubt, Li Xian surmised what had transpired. With the first item auctioned off, the second item was promptly presented by another beautiful attendant. Li Xian's attention was immediately captivated by a peculiar flower-like object, which bore a striking resemblance to a rose, delicately encased in a jade box. Its overall appearance was somewhat wilted, a pale purple hue enveloping it, while a faint white luminescence emanated from within the box, obscuring the true nature of the flower. This is the Moonshadow Frost Spirit. Li Xian instinctively clenched his fists, fixated on the auction item. He recognized it without doubt. It was indeed the Moonshadow Frost Spirit, as documented in ancient texts, albeit this particular herb appeared to be lifeless. Though he pondered how such a rare herb had come into the possession of the Tiandou auction house, he was determined to bid on it. However, upon reflecting on his dwindling supply of gold soul coins, which barely exceeded 10,000, disappointment washed over him. This flower was discovered within the borders of the Agendaz kingdom, nestled in a waterfall gorge, thriving on a sheer cliff face. With a starting bid of 1,000 gold soul coins, the host glanced at the jade box held by the attendant, his heart racing with trepidation. Indeed, the flower was nearly dead, having been thoroughly examined by numerous appraisers, revealing itself to be nothing more than an ordinary wildflower. The prospect of witnessing an item fail to sell under his auspices made Chun one increasingly anxious. At that moment, the auction house was filled with curious gazes directed at the flower within the jade box. Although the wilted blossom retained a certain beauty, spending 1,000 gold soul coins on a dead flower would certainly be folly. In an instant, the hall fell silent, and with this profound quietude, Shinwen became increasingly uneasy. 1,000 gold soul coins. Just as the crowd hesitated, a strikingly handsome young man from the back row called out. Indeed, there exists a fool. Chapter 53, Dusty Heart and Tranquil Wind. Amidst the murmurs regarding the appraiser's sanity in the auction house, the first bid rang out. This action by Li Xian filled Chun Wan with delight, his gaze towards Li Xian reflecting a hint of gratitude. Can you discern what this flower is? A venerable elder seated on the plush sofa in the central VIP room inquired of his attendant standing behind. Have you encountered it in the tome presented by His Holiness? Sonic frowned, glancing at the jade box held by the maid, but ultimately shook his head. Never mind, we are here solely for the last 2 auction items. Let the rest be disregarded, Sonic whispered. Understood, elder. Upon this utterance, tranquility enveloped the VIP room. Meanwhile, within the auction hall, many attendees who had initially contemplated bidding were dissuaded by the thought of the forthcoming items, considering that there were a total of 50 items on the auction block today. Noticing the silence surrounding everyone except Li Xian, Chunwen boldly declared, 1,000 gold soul coins, once. In the end, no one contested Li Xian's bid. When the auctioneer's hammer struck the table, a wave of relief washed over Li Xian. The introduction of this celestial herb in the literature was scant. Comprising only a few terse words, Li Xian intended to research it further, as it had never been utilized before. With his mind drifting to the upcoming items, he became merely an observer. The subsequent items indeed dazzled the audience. Spatial soul guiding devices, celestial meteorite iron, healing elixirs, and more. At one point, a cat girl made her appearance. The moment she entered, the men in the auction hall became frenzied. Within an iron cage, a young girl curled up. The lower half of her body was bare, clad only in a short-sleeved top and a mid-length skirt that barely covered her knees. Her curled posture obscured her features, yet her figure, enveloped in fabric, was nearly perfect. Her fair skin resembled exquisite jade, and her short, light green hair possessed a unique charm. Li Xian regarded the girl confined in the cage with a peculiar gaze, yet unbeknownst to him, a strange energy began to seep into his consciousness, subtly eroding his spirit. Alas, this item is a result of an unexpected mutation occurring when humans awaken their martial souls. What man would not desire a delightful cat girl as a maid? Chunwen spoke in an alluring tone, causing many to breathe heavily, their eyes fixated on the cat girl in the cage as though they were ravenous beasts. Sensing the rising tension, Chunwen approached the cage, tapping the girl's back with a wooden stick. In response to the pain, the girl slightly shifted her body, revealing the tail that had been hidden within. The starting bid is 50,000 gold soul coins. As the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, a cacophony of shouts erupted, and the auction price soared, ultimately reaching a staggering 200,000 gold soul coins. However, Li Xian gazed with a hint of lament at the smiling Chun when on the stage. As someone who has traversed the currents of modernity, he found the auction of human beings utterly disconcerting, reminiscent of the harrowing events from his past life. Why not create a stir this night? He mused, watching the auctioneer shout with reckless abandon. A smirk graced Li Xian's lips, his tone dripping with mockery as the auction came to a close. The final bid soared to an exorbitant 200,000, ultimately claimed by a rotund nobleman in the front row, his face glistening with excess. As the auction concluded and the iron cage was slowly lowered, Li Xian caught sight of the desolation in the girl's eyes. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura of death enveloped him. While Li Xian was startled by this oppressive energy, many others around him shuddered in confusion. Within him, the shadowy blade began to pulse with a series of violet glows, and within those ethereal hues, a mysterious mark emerged, transmitting an uncanny radiance toward the blade. Ah, what is this? Sonic suddenly sensed a trace of vitality within the deathly aura. Such a potent presence of death, he thought, scanning the auction area, but alas, the sensation dissipated too swiftly for him to discern its source. Meanwhile, Li Xian remained seated on the sofa, his eyes transformed into a dark crimson, as he struggled to suppress the restless shadow blade within. Unbeknownst to him, his voice had taken on a hoarse, weighty timbre, laden with an impulsive fervor. As item after item was auctioned off, the atmosphere grew electric, culminating in the unveiling of the last 3 items, with all auctioneers eagerly awaiting the final moments. Now, the 48th item graced the stage, known as the Xianshui Dan. Chunwen personally descended to retrieve a jade box containing the elixir. This item was a closely guarded secret of the Xiangui sect. It was the last remaining Xianshui Dan. Even the sect had no more stock. And this potion could only be consumed once in a lifetime, yet it could elevate one's soul power by 2 levels without any side effects, fortifying one's essence. It was restricted for use by those below the soul sect, with a starting bid set at 200,000 gold soul coins. With a quiver in his voice, Chunwen slowly described the Xianshui Dan. In an instant, the crowd erupted in enthusiasm, for many were stuck at the pinnacle of the soul master rank, unable to advance to the soul sect. Consuming this elixir would guarantee a promotion to the soul sect, a respectable status in the current world. Consequently, the price surged, ultimately reaching a staggering 400,000 gold soul coins, a true testament to the potion's worth. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Li Xian decided to join the fray, declaring 500,000 gold soul coins. As silence enveloped the ordinary section, the lights of room number 2 blinked, signaling the esteemed guest within to audaciously raise the bid by an additional 100,000 gold soul coins. This elixir would indeed be beneficial for Rome, he mused. Beside the man, an elder slowly spoke. Clad in a pristine, snow-white robe, his hair and beard were as white as snow, with long silver locks neatly arranged at his back. His visage was ancient, with a face as tender as that of an infant, his expression indifferent. His eyes seemed to perceive nothing around him as he stood there silently, exuding an aura of unparalleled supremacy over all creation. Uncle Jian, you are excessively indulgent towards Rongrong, remarked the man seated in front, his voice tinged with helplessness. His countenance resembled that of a jade crown, with a straight nose and square jaw, exuding an air of cultured gentility. Dressed in a spotless white robe, he appeared to be in his 40s, his gaze soft and unassuming, embodying the essence of an ordinary man. His smooth black hair cascaded casually down his back, presenting an image of effortless grace, devoid of any pretense. Humph. Rongrong is my beloved granddaughter. Besides, this item can only be utilized by soul masters below the soul sect, replied Qinshin, his tone imbued with authority as he regarded Ning Fengji before him. Hearing this, Ning Fengji could only nod in resignation. In truth, he had not intended to visit Heaven Dou City. He had merely been informed of the appearance of a prodigious youth, coinciding with his recent affairs at the Imperial Palace, prompting him to set out a few days earlier, only to unexpectedly encounter the current situation. Indeed, fate is inscrutable. The two individuals in question were none other than the 96th level Super Dou, Qinshin, whose title was Sword, and the master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji. As Ning Fengji resolutely raised his bid by 100,000, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. Ultimately, the precious Xianshui Dan was secured in Ning Fengji's grasp. 500,000 gold soul coins was an astronomical figure. However, what could one expect from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, which was impoverished in all aspects except for its wealth? Li Xian waited for a brief moment, indifferent to the final two auction items, and gradually departed, taking a seat in the waiting area. After the auction concluded, those who successfully bid on items could come here to collect their acquisitions. The instant Li Xian exited, a piercing gaze was cast upon his retreating figure. What an intriguing young man, murmured Qinshin to himself. What's the matter, Uncle Jian? Queried Ning Fengji. Nothing. Chapter 54, The Move. Seated in the waiting area, Li Xian faintly discerned a subtle sound of weeping. His eyes narrowed slightly, and in the next moment, he lowered his head, realizing that since escaping from that illusion, the dark blade had continually influenced his psyche. The soundproofing within the auction hall was remarkably effective, rendering it impossible to hear even a whisper. Li Xian lifted his gaze to the closed door, his right eye's golden pupil gradually shifting to a dark red hue with a hint of purple. The surroundings were tranquil, with only Li Xian seated alone in the waiting area, enveloped by a swirling aura of golden light and dark red energy. Yet, his gaze appeared somewhat unfocused. Creak. The sound of a door opening gradually resonated, instantly rousing Li Xian from his reverie. Wiping the slight perspiration from his forehead, he gasped for breath as he looked at the individual entering the waiting area. His gaze fixated on a plump nobleman, a smile subtly gracing his lips. As Li Xian smiled, faint currents of energy began to flow outward. How intriguing! As Chun Xian prepared to depart the auction house with the acquired items alongside Ning Fengji, it was evident that, as a member of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he was not required to queue. Rather, the items would be delivered directly to the VIP room. Having successfully secured the treasures, it seemed prudent to make their exit. Yet, in the next moment, Ning Fengji observed a rare smile grace Chun Xian's typically indifferent countenance, a sight that momentarily startled him. Fengji, shall we go witness the commotion? Chun Xian inquired, his gaze drifting towards a certain spot in the waiting area. Oh, Ning Fengji subtly nodded, and the two settled quietly upon a sofa in the shadows. After a brief interval, a figure radiating excitement emerged from the corridor. It was none other than Chun Wan, responsible for the distribution of the auctioned items. After adjusting his attire, he approached the guests eagerly awaiting their acquisitions. Greetings, everyone. Due to the abundance of items, I kindly ask that we commence with item number 1 for distribution. With that, Chun Wan cast a glance at the attendant managing the items. Without further ado, each piece was retrieved and presented to the guests. Moments later, Li Xian, examining the jade box in his possession, promptly stowed it within his soul guide device. He then discreetly cast a glance at the smirking nobleman before departing the auction house. Upon exiting, he retrieved a tiger mask from the soul guide device, a memento from a previous shopping excursion with Li Xueting, now fortuitously applicable. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji caught sight of Li Xian leaving, and the glimmer in Li Xian's eyes did not escape the notice of the two, evoking a sense of long-lost amusement within him. Outside, atop the auction house roof, Li Xian donned the tiger mask, his gaze obscured, yet subtly directed towards the exit below. It was clear that finding a concealed spot was imperative. Making a move here would be foolish. As he surveyed the brightly lit surroundings, he devised a plan. After standing silently on the rooftop for approximately 10 minutes, he spotted a carriage emerging from a smaller entrance situated a few dozen meters from the main door. Inside was the cat girl, her demeanor seemingly listless from afar. Meanwhile, the nobleman occupied a lavish carriage, cradling two scantily clad women in his arms. Observing the carriage depart towards the Swan Avenue in Tiando City, Li Xian summoned his soul power to follow suit. The route was thronged with people, rendering any action unwise, especially considering that the nobleman's carriage was accompanied by another, housing 3 soul masters at the soul sovereign level. As they ventured deeper, the atmosphere shifted from the bustling square to a tranquil area adorned with grand residences. The nobleman's destination lay at the northernmost point of this enclave, a moderately sized mansion, significantly less opulent compared to those to the east. What a splendid opportunity. In a fleeting moment, the carriage entered a broad road, flanked by towering trees that obscured the view. The moon above was veiled by misty clouds. At that very instant, a dark crimson light gradually transformed into a tangible, colossal sword. Hiss! Uncharacteristically, as the dark blade was grasped, a surge of ferocious energy invaded Li Xian's mind. Whoosh! In the next heartbeat, a figure darted straight toward the opulent carriage. The night had already cloaked the surroundings in darkness, and at this moment, Li Xian's figure appeared as a series of afterimages, the dark blade in hand trailing behind him. First soul skill, Shadow Slash. In midair, a flash of purple light sparked. And the next moment, a person burst forth from the woods, striking at the luxurious carriage. Bang! In an instant, the top of the carriage shattered into fragments. When the unexpected occurred, the 2 exposed women inside let out terrified screams, their sharp cries momentarily halting Li Xian's advance. Who dares? At that moment, as Wang Zihai's hand reached into the sensitive area of his concubine, a sudden chill enveloped him, sapping his strength. Beads of sweat formed on his pudgy forehead, and his grotesque face twisted in dread as he fixated on the figure in black, obscured by a mask that concealed their features. As Li Xian's target was revealed, he expressionlessly struck toward Wang Zihai's neck. Whoosh! Just as the dark blade was about to make contact, 3 attacks surged toward Li Xian's vital spots. This assassin is formidable, stay alert, shouted the foremost guard, while the other 2 nodded in agreement. First soul skill, Parasite. First soul skill, Slow Down. First soul skill, Rending Wind Claw. As Li Xian narrowly evaded, he noticed 3 circles of yellow soul rings pulsating. Without hesitation, he charged forward. The dark blade, emanating layers of murderous intent, glinted ominously. Suddenly, a green vine erupted from the ground, ensnaring Li Xian's foot tightly, while a pale white circle began to form above his head. Whoosh! With a single stroke, Li Xian severed the vine and activated his second soul ring, causing 2 purple soul rings to shimmer. Among the guards was one with a wind wolf martial soul, whose claw, cloaked in a blue hue and fine fur, lunged toward Li Xian's heart, seeking death. As the claw neared his heart, Li Xian raised the dark blade in defense. Bang! The sound of a crisp impact resonated. Just as Li Xian prepared to counter the wind wolf guard, a chilling wave surged within him. Instinctively, he glanced at his own body. Was the parasitic effect beginning to take hold? At that moment, the vine-wielding guard surged forward to seize him, undeterred by the others. As 3 purple soul rings materialized, invoking their 4th soul skill, Wooden Cage, Shockwave, and Raging Wind Split, the trio advanced in a sweeping arc. Wang Zihai's gaze turned cold as he watched the encircled figure in black. Whoever captures him will be rewarded with 10,000 gold soul coins. With that proclamation, the 3 guards looked at the cloaked figure with eager anticipation. Especially as a sensitive attack-type wolf guard, both hands emanated waves of azure energy, transforming his palms into wolf claws, which, propelled by a gust of wind, lunged towards Li Xian. Chapter 55, The Path of Lightlessness. A hint of disdain curled at the corner of Li Xian's lips as he summoned his soul power, causing a black soul ring to gradually materialize beneath him, its presence imbued with an air of mystery, especially in the night. What? A 10,000-year soul ring. Su Lang's outstretched claws hesitated, momentarily slowed, while the assaults of the other 2 followed in quick succession. Third soul technique, Dark Altar. With the incantation, peculiar runes emerged on the road, rising slowly to form a sacrificial altar. Upon the altar's emergence, Li Xian swiftly utilized the shadows to evade the attacks of the 3 guards. Boom, boom, boom. The violent sounds echoed, startling the entire luxurious estate in the northern district. Li Xian furrowed his brow. Suddenly, 3 loud crashes resonated as the guards collided with the altar. This is bad. The altar is going to explode. Attack the rune wall quickly. Zhang Tu shouted urgently, immediately activating his purple demon vine to smash against the altar's wall. The other 2 followed suit, with one guard wielding a clock-like weapon, unleashing shockwaves that violently shook the altar. Seeing his adversaries momentarily stalled, Li Xian swiftly turned to gaze at Wang Zihai, who was hiding in the distance, his eyes glinting with malice. Influenced by the dark blade, Li Xian remained silent. raising the blade towards his target. Just as he was about to strike, Wang Zihai, in a panic, thrust one of the women forward. Useless. Observing the woman being tossed towards him, Li Exan gently pushed her aside and struck down. No, I cannot die. As death loomed, Wang Zihai, paralyzed by fear, soiled himself. A foul odor permeating the air. Whoosh. A fiery red spear suddenly deflected the dark blade, causing it to veer off course, merely grazing Wang Zihai's ear, eliciting a pitiful scream as a bloodied ear fell to the grass. Realizing his lethal strike had been thwarted, Li Exan looked down to see a blazing red spear embedded in the ground. Boom. The altar exploded, yet the 3 individuals enclosed within survived, albeit bloodied and unconscious on the ground. Unconcerned with their fates, Li Exan's gaze fell upon a soldier riding a dragon steed in the distance. Though soldier would be a misnomer, he was more akin to a commander. Clad in specially crafted armor of the Tiandou Empire, the suit was predominantly golden, adorned with feather-like patterns on the gauntlets, embodying the royal soul of the swan. The armor enveloped him completely, save for his head, reminiscent of the knights of Europe in Li Exan's past life, though less ornate. 5 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, hovered beneath him. Soul King, Jiaduan, seize him quickly. Wang Zihai, having narrowly escaped death, clutched his head where an ear had once been, sprinting towards the night squad. To dare commit murder in the estate of the Empire's nobility, you are the first in these years, Jiaduan remarked slowly from his steed, his blue pupils glinting with cruelty. After all, in a place like this, should an incident occur, especially with him being responsible for the patrol, he would not be spared by those above. Will you surrender on your own, or shall I compel you to kneel? If you believe you can manage, then come and test your mettle. Calmly uttering these words, Li Exan raised his shadowy blade, directing it towards Jiaduan. Your performance is disappointing. As he spoke, a surge of flames rushed towards Li Exan. Noticing the second soul ring beneath Jiaduan flickering, Li Exan leisurely activated his second soul skill, deftly evading the formidable attack. In an instant, the grass within a 5-meter radius was scorched clean, the soil slightly charred. Casting a glance at the grass, Li Exan advanced, taking the initiative. Observing this, Jiaduan scoffed, dismounted, and swung the crimson fire spear toward Li Exan. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of weapons produced a series of crisp sounds. First soul skill, Shadow Slash. First soul skill, Crimson Fire Legion. The shadowy blade struck towards Jiaduan, while the long spear swept in a semicircular arc before him. The flames and the shadowy blade colliding violently. Despite the disparity in soul power levels, Li Exan ultimately succumbed to a move, retreating swiftly, his hands feeling somewhat scorched. Glancing at his trembling hands, Li Exan fell into silence, while Jiaduan, witnessing the scene, wore a slight smile. Come, let us continue. With a flourish, Jiaduan wielded the crimson fire spear, its brilliance heightened by the night, and sparks glittered in the air as he aimed directly at Li Exan's head. Fourth soul skill, Crimson Fire War Spear. As the long spear drew nearer, even amidst the shadows, evasion seemed futile. Gritting his teeth, Li Exan's black soul ring once again illuminated. Third soul skill, Dark Altar. In a similar scene, a circle of runes enveloped Jiaduan. Boom. The fully ignited long spear collided fiercely with the altar, causing it to tremble as if unable to withstand the pressure. Good heavens, with 3 soul rings of purple and black at the soul ancestor level. Having someone like you as an assassin is such a waste. Why not align yourself with the Tiandou Empire instead? Noticing the black-clad figure's 3 soul rings, 2 of which were millennium and 1 of which was 10,000 years, Jiaduan was momentarily taken aback, then spoke. Given this, you must be prepared for death. Fifth soul skill, Breaking Formation Fire Strike. With that, a circular flame ring formed in midair, within which a magnified crimson fire spear slowly aimed at Li Exan. Fall. With a command, the enormous crimson fire spear, surrounded by the flame ring, descended upon Li Exan. The intense heat caused the grass and trees below to wither rapidly, the flames illuminating the surroundings vividly. Li Exan's gaze remained remarkably composed. He was searching for an opportunity, a chance to annihilate all nearby foes instantly. With no time for further contemplation, Li Exan fully unleashed his shadowy evasion. However, Jiaduan's fifth soul skill was an area attack, making it impossible to escape the attack range despite his best efforts. Thud. After narrowly dodging several strikes, Li Exan leaped onto a large tree, only to be struck by the colossal shadowy crimson fire spear, which slammed down upon him. Uffed. The entire figure was sent flying. In an instant, a sweetness filled Li Exan's throat, and a trace of blood stained the corner of his mouth. Yet, within his body, a faint purple radiance flickered. The power of the moonlight held an enchanting purpose, and for the first time, Li Exan felt its exquisite beauty. Thud. He fell to the ground, but as he descended, A subtle smile graced his lips, though it was barely perceptible. Upon witnessing this scene, Jaden did not dwell on it for long. Noting that the cloaked figure lay motionless on the ground, he ordered his soldiers to attend to Wang Zihai's wounds. "How is it, my lord?" Jaden hurried over to observe Wang Zihai, who was receiving treatment. "Damn it. I was ambushed in the residence bestowed by His Majesty. What is the purpose of the Tiandou defense team? Do you believe I won't report this to the Emperor?" Wang Zihai groaned in pain, feeling the agony from his severed ear. He never anticipated being assassinated within the confines of Tiandou City. While he possessed considerable wealth, it was merely that, wealth. He had initially been accompanied by a Soul Emperor and 2 Soul Kings as guards, yet they had feigned engagements and left him with only a few soul ancestors, which nearly cost him his life. Upon hearing this, Jaden was taken aback. Wang Zihai's father, the previous count, had been a staunch supporter of the current emperor, which afforded him certain privileges. Otherwise, how could he be so affluent? Although he did not reside in the core noble district, the essence of his status was hardly different. What a misfortune! Why must it be this scoundrel who faces such an assassination? Jaden thought to himself, then quickly approached, saying, "My lord, rest assured. Even if the assassin survives, he is gravely injured. Yes, I shall have the assassin apprehended immediately." Not daring to offend the corpulent noble before him, Jaden stormed toward where Li Xian had fallen. Wang Zihai glanced at the iron cage housing the catgirl slave, suppressing his pain with a wicked grin. The other soldiers shuddered at the sight. Rustle. The sound of footsteps drew near, and to Jaden's astonishment, Li Xian gradually rose to his feet. "You can still stand." Jaden stared intently at the figure in black, slightly tattered, yet still seemingly intact. Given that he was a level 55 Soul King, and had just employed his 5th Soul skill, the fact that he had not eliminated a mere soul ancestor left him questioning his own capabilities. Ignoring Jaden's inquiries, Li Xian summoned the Shadow Blade once more. Meanwhile, Wang Zihai, noticing that Jaden had not yet brought the assassin over, approached directly. Li Xian smiled subtly, while Jaden felt an inexplicable chill. "You are indeed fortunate. It has been years since I employed that technique. Be ready." Perhaps sensing the impending danger, Jaden summoned his Crimson Fire Lance and charged toward Li Xian. "Come forth." As Jaden neared, Li Xian hurled the Shadow Blade, which transformed into a luminous arc midair. Jaden frowned as he observed the weapon hurtling toward him. In the next moment, he heard the cloaked assassin utter softly, "Heaven and earth are indifferent. The great path is devoid of light." Instantly, the area surrounding the Shadow Blade within a 100-meter radius was engulfed in unending darkness. The light failed to penetrate, leaving those within to lose their sight instantaneously, only able to discern a faint, blurred shadow of dark red, utterly silenced. Chapter 56, Resolution. As darkness engulfed the surroundings. At a height above, Ning Fengji and Qinshin gazed at each other from afar. Even the usually indifferent Sword Dou exhibited a hint of astonishment upon witnessing the bizarre scene before him. After all, even a titled Douluo could not possess such a soul skill. Although the power of this technique was trivial to him, its terrifying aspect lay in its utter lack of presence. Beyond the surrounding darkness, there was nothing. Upon the invocation of the lightless path, Li Xian's face turned pale. Yet perhaps due to his enhanced strength compared to his initial use of the technique, he still retained the capability to continue fighting. His mind was still slightly dizzy and blurred. Reluctantly, Li Xian sat down. Once settled, he looked towards the vanished Jieduan and the recently encountered Wang Zihai. Good heavens! Meanwhile, the 10 soldiers standing at a distance were rendered motionless on the grass, devoid of any strength, helplessly observing those engulfed by the void. When the darkness finally dissipated, a radius of 100 meters had been utterly obliterated, leaving only half of Jieduan's body lying motionless on the ground, his face a portrait of horror, confusion, and regret. At merely 45 years of age, he had already attained the rank of Soul King, with the potential to reach Soul Sage or even Soul Dou. Tragically, all prospects were now lost. The area where darkness had enveloped was entirely cleansed, the ground smooth as if the grass had been stripped away. However, for Li Xian, relaxation was not an option, for 8 others were still lurking nearby, merely startled by the recent events. This situation could not be allowed to remain. They must be dealt with swiftly, lest his presence be revealed. Casting a glance at the dismembered Jieduan, Li Xian feigned weakness, slowly retreating as if gravely exhausted. Then summoned the dark blade once more, adopting an appearance of imminent collapse. "Look, that assassin is on the verge of defeat," exclaimed one of the frontline soldiers of the Tiandou army, observing Li Xian's faltering steps, almost stumbling with each stride. A sudden thought of promotion and wealth surged in his mind. The death of a noble, coupled with that of a guard captain. Should they slay the assassin now, what immense reward would await them? In that moment, the remaining 8 soldiers' eyes glimmered with newfound determination. and malice crept onto their lips as they turned their gazes towards Li Xian. The pinnacle of their aspirations lay within reach. As for the notion of requesting support from headquarters, what did that matter? Nothing was more pressing than the prospect of advancement and riches. With these thoughts, they all brandished their weapons, mounting their horses, and charged towards Li Xian. From a distance, he could even sense the murderous intent and overwhelming excitement radiating from the eight. Indeed, they came even faster, eager for the imminent confrontation. As the several guards approached, Li Xian maintained an impassive expression, seemingly rendered speechless by fear. However, in the next moment, this group of guards would witness the final scene of their lives. A circle of dark crimson altar enveloped them entirely, and the horses beneath them collapsed, their heads striking the ground due to the overwhelming force of the impact. Impossible. This assassin still possesses energy. It's over. Quickly. Attack with all your might, or we shall all perish. Observing their frantic assaults on the altar's barrier, Li Xian smiled, having infused considerable solar power within it. While the offensive might not have improved, the defensive capabilities had undeniably reached a qualitative elevation. Explode, he uttered softly. Li Xian stepped away from beneath the great tree. But after just a few paces, his eyes turned blood red, his mind momentarily clouded. Damn it! Suddenly, the blood-red mark within the hidden blade began to shatter. What is this? The sword Douluo and Ning Fengji, concealed in the shadows, exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be a twin martial soul? Ning Fengji's gaze sharpened, upon seeing Li Xian's form. He instantly recognized him as the prodigy rumored throughout Soto City. Initially, he had remained unmoved. But after the direct disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had promoted the claims, he had begun to entertain a semblance of belief. In his understanding, this young man was clearly a soul master of a light martial soul, yet now he wielded the powers of darkness. After observing in silence for a moment, the two remained hidden, yet Sword Douluo felt an urge to take on an apprentice. Although Li Xian had just employed dark forces, there was not a hint of malevolence. It was merely pure darkness. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji pondered why Li Xian sought to assassinate a noble of the empire, as it was a direct affront to the dignity of the Heaven Dou Empire. Sighing, Li Xian swallowed a pill provided by Shao Xian, gradually calming himself. Once his condition improved, he braced himself and stood up, unsteadily making his way toward the cart that held the cat girl captive. This scene was clearly visible to Ning Fengji and his companion. Could it be? In the next moment, amidst their silence, Li Xian reached the iron cage, where the cat girl caught sight of the smiling youth before her. You. Lin Mohan had yet to finish her words when she witnessed the cage that imprisoned her being cleaved open by the boy's sword. Staring at the gaping opening, she stood in a daze, momentarily speechless. Noticing her state, Li Xian merely smiled and said, "No need to stare, it's resolved. Time to leave." His words were brief, and Lin Mohan, biting her lip, gazed at Li Xian in astonishment. She wished to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. Slowly extending her small foot and cautiously stepping through the jagged opening of the broken cage. Meanwhile, in a distant location, a mysterious figure clad in black robes slowly opened his eyes. The demon-devouring mark had been completely eradicated. Impossible. That boy is only a soul master. Only a titled Doulu-level expert with a light martial soul could undo such a seal. Otherwise, it would be unbreakable. How intriguing. It seems this lad is quite fortunate. The room fell into a profound silence once more. The speaker exhibited no signs of anger. Their tone remained flat and their voice hoarse, reminiscent of Li Xian's demeanor at the auction house. This place is unsafe. We should find somewhere to take refuge, Li Xian stated as he surveyed the chaotic surroundings. Lin Mohan said nothing, but her earnest gaze met Li Xian's. Noticing the blood covering him, she approached and gently placed her arm around her savior. The sensation of her soft, fragrant presence caused Li Xian's face to flush. Observing this, Lin Mohan paused momentarily, then gradually withdrew her embrace before supporting Li Xian as they made their way towards the horse carrying the iron cage. Given the urgency to escape, they needed a means of transportation. Initially, Li Xian contemplated summoning the Shadow Blade to sever the chains binding the iron cage, but Lin Mohan swiftly sliced through them with her delicate hand. Taken aback, Li Xian glanced at the cat girl, as if questioning how she had been captured in the first place. "I am a Grand Soul Master," came a gentle voice in response to his confusion. The tone was melodious, yet Li Xian chose not to look at the cat girl again. Once they boarded the carriage, Lin Mohan took the front seat, while Li Xian leaned against her slender back, his eyes growing dim as he succumbed to slumber. In the next moment, however, he retrieved a pouch of coins and a white robe. "Find an inn and wear this to conceal your appearance," he instructed before losing consciousness, the exhaustion finally overwhelming him. The heat radiating from the man behind her elicited a peculiar reaction from Lin Mohan. You are the first man to come this close to me, she murmured softly as their figures gradually vanished from the opulent estate. Chapter 57, Assistance. After the two young ones departed, Ning Fengji spoke with a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Sword uncle, this young one merits our aid. He then turned his gaze towards the Imperial Guard, who were drawn in by the second explosion of the Dark Altar, arriving fashionably late. Of course, I am also quite pleased. Fengji, may I borrow a garment? I shall meet with these Imperial soldiers, he stated casually, as a platinum-colored robe landed before Chen Xin, albeit slightly short. He then proceeded towards the battlefield. While Ning Fengji left his hidden vantage point, Sword Dou observed the approaching forces with a neutral expression. After a brief span of 20 seconds, a fully armed elite guard appeared before him, led by two soul saints. Upon reaching a short distance from Sword Dou, the leaders gently reined in their steeds. Their gazes shifted towards the mysterious figure clutching a branch. Could this person be the assassin? Rexy murmured, regarding the motionless Sword Dou. The absence of any discernible presence from the figure heightened Rexy's tension. After scrutinizing the enigmatic individual, Rexy spoke with gravity. Everyone, remain still. This person is exceedingly dangerous. Upon hearing this, the group was momentarily taken aback. It is known that Commander Layton is a soul sage, albeit a healer, and thus should not be overly concerned, especially with so many at his side. Unless, of course, the assassin is a formidable Soul Dou. For a moment, the entire meadow fell into a hushed silence, as neither side dared to make the first move, each waiting for the other to initiate an attack. After a prolonged pause, Layton could no longer contain himself and turned to address the location of the Sword Dou. Surely you cannot be the assassin, am I correct? You may either depart from this place or lie here, the Sword Dou replied in a calm tone, yet his dismissive attitude instantly incensed another soul sage beside Layton. How brazen. With that, Gagura leaped from his steed and summoned his martial spirit to strike. Gagura's martial spirit manifested as a massive blade emanating an aura of frost. And as he charged forward, the chill froze the grass beneath him into intricate ice sculptures. Humph. Fourth soul skill, Ice Shatter, he declared, a purple soul ring shimmering as he unleashed a barrage of ice blades, hurtling toward the Sword Dou with fierce intensity. In response, the Sword Dou merely raised a branch in his hand, gently waving it toward the approaching frost. In the next instant, an ethereal sword energy sliced through the air, devoid of any flamboyant maneuvers, merely a simple slash. Yet, the sheer potency of the sword energy shattered Gagura's soul skill, and before he could recover, the force of the branch's sword energy struck him directly. Instantaneously, a diagonal scar appeared across Gagura's chest, and blood began to stain his armor. Stumbling forward a few steps, Gagura's eyes widened as he gazed upon the indistinct figure of the mysterious man before him. You are at least a high-ranking Soul Dou, he exclaimed, before collapsing to the ground. However, it was merely a fainting spell. Chen Xin had no intention of taking a life, merely seeking to grant Li Xin a fleeting moment of escape. Gagura, Layton shouted in alarm upon witnessing his comrade fall. Observing the blood pooling on the ground, he disregarded Gagura's cries before commanding, all units, form the formation, Earth Escape Formation. With that, the remaining soldiers summoned their martial spirits, and curiously, their spirits were of only two types, spears and shields. With a rhythmic stomp, the group coalesced into a wave-like formation, positioning themselves to shield Chen Xin. Their two martial spirits, as they drew near, exuded an unusual aura, reminiscent of a martial spirit fusion technique. Observing the array they had formed, Chen Xin was reminded of his own martial spirit fusion with Gu Rong, though the current situation bore only a semblance to a genuine martial spirit fusion technique. The token hanging at the waist emitted a soft chime, prompting Chen Xin to act decisively. In the blink of an eye, amidst the bewilderment of onlookers, countless streams of sword energy swiftly incapacitated those around him. The message conveyed by the waist token was undoubtedly from Ning Fengji. At that moment, Chen Xin grew serious. And the consequence of his seriousness was that the elite soldiers, who had just arranged themselves in formation, found themselves sprawled on the ground, lamenting their fate. The cries of anguish echoed, each soldier bearing a long, diagonal scar across their chests. Could you possibly be a title Douluo? As Chen Xin showcased his power, beads of sweat, the size of soybeans, began to trickle down Recton's forehead. What is a title Douluo? It was the pinnacle of strength in the Douluo continent, with no more than 20 such beings known to exist across the land. Perhaps this enigmatic figure before him was one of that rare 20. With wide eyes fixed on the inscrutable figure who showed no signs of aggression, Recton resigned himself to the situation. Observing that the mysterious individual had not struck with lethal intent, he spoke in a tone of feigned reverence. Your Grace, let us consider this matter concluded. I shall order a retreat. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian nodded, discarding the branch he held, and vanished from Rekton's sight. Damn it! How could a tidal Douluo-level powerhouse appear? As he gazed at the now vanished figure, Rekton felt a surge of irritation. After all, the Count had been slain outside the palace awarded by His Majesty. And as the leader of the guard, his failure to resolve the situation could lead to dire consequences. Contemplating this, he summoned his martial soul, and a white flower, resembling a lotus, gradually materialized in his palm. With the sixth soul skill, Spirit Breath. As he spoke, waves of gentle white soul power began to seep into the bodies of the soldiers lying on the ground, wailing in agony. After a while, the soldiers gradually calmed down. Truly, a tidal Douluo. Rekton was astonished that it had taken him such a long time to barely stabilize these soldiers, resolving to report these unknown events that very night. He recognized that the battle at the tidal Douluo level was beyond the intervention of a soul sage like himself. Sighing softly, he gazed into the darkness without uttering a word. After their encounter, the two departed without further dialogue. Chapter 58. A benefactor. Meanwhile, Li Xian and Lin Mohan managed to leave the noble residence without incident. The sound of hooves resonated through the chaotic surroundings. We must hurry. Many onlookers, witnessing a black steed galloping at full speed and kicking up a cloud of dust, cursed in dismay. Lin Mohan paid no heed to the outcries. She felt a warm, damp sensation on her back, accompanied by a faint but pungent scent of blood wafting into her nostrils, causing her to tremble as she gripped the reins. Hang in there. We're almost there. Soon, Lin Mohan beheld a resplendent building, a hotel. With a sigh of relief, she brought the horse to a halt, and a servant emerged from within. Without hesitation, she handed over the horse to the servant and, amidst his hurried gaze, carried Li Xian inside. What was happening here? After casting a glance at the panting horses, the attendant scratched his head and led the steeds to their designated area. The hotel was opulent, adorned with chandeliers radiating brilliance and walls embellished with intricately carved white jade. Travelers meandered in and out, and at the heart of the establishment, a fountain gushed forth, releasing streams of water. How filthy! Upon entering the hotel, Lin Mohan noticed the disdainful expressions on several faces around her. Cloaked in Li Xian's long robe, her visage and form remained largely unnoticed. Sighing in relief, Lin Mohan hastened to the front desk, tossing a pouch of coins onto the counter, and urgently exclaimed, "A luxurious suite, please be quick." The front desk clerk paused, momentarily taken aback, as she regarded the exuberant youth before her. As an individual of respectable education, she refrained from displaying contempt like others, instead checking the number of gold coins within the pouch. Subsequently, she handed Lin Mohan the key to the suite. Upon receiving the key, she dashed towards her room. Upon reaching the 5th floor, she glanced at the key and swiftly approached the door, turning the handle to enter. Gently, she placed Li Xian upon the sofa. What am I to do? She fretted, observing the bloodied figure of Li Xian. No need. I have my own medicine, he replied, propping himself up on his arms. Your injuries are too severe. Should we not seek a healing soul master? Lin Mohan asked anxiously after he swallowed a pill. In response, Li Xian waved his hand dismissively, assuring her it was merely fatigue, urging her to let him rest. After ingesting the pill, he reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes and drifting into a deep slumber. Hearing his words, Lin Mohan's body relaxed, and she lifted her gaze to admire the suite's decor. Thud! The sound of her swallowing echoed as she took in the lavish surroundings, her mind racing with disbelief at the splendid furniture and embellishments. She then stepped lightly onto the expansive balcony, where a swimming pool shimmered softly under the moonlight. Approaching the balcony's edge, the mesmerizing scene unfolded before her. Had it not been for him, I might never have witnessed such beauty, she lamented, her head bowed in melancholy. As a perennial wanderer, having a place to stay was already a blessing. Such a locale was beyond her wildest dreams, especially after narrowly escaping a fate of enslavement. As she approached Li Xian, her gaze fell upon her savior. His handsome features, statuesque form, and the faint aura of a soul master captivated her. How shameless, she thought. Meanwhile, within Li Xian's unconscious state, two invisible currents of energy began to swirl internally, one golden, the other purple. As the currents flowed, the injuries on his body began to heal rapidly, though traces of blood still clung to his skin. The gentle golden sunlight gradually streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, softly enveloping Li Xian, who was still in slumber. He felt a wave of warmth coursing through his body, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. Lifting his head, he noticed a slender girl lying quietly not far from him, her skin glistening like white jade under the radiant sun. As he traced the delicate curve of her back, realization dawned upon him. What on earth? There's a girl here, he mused, suddenly recalling that he had rescued a cat girl the previous day. A sense of restlessness stirred within him. As a well-endowed man, He found the early morning quite overwhelming. However, adhering to his principles, he silently recited a calming mantra. After glancing at Lin Mohan's figure, he slowly descended from the sofa, taking stock of his tattered clothes and bloodied body. After a quick sniff, he made his way to the bathroom without a hint of hesitation. Once he left, Lin Mohan shifted slightly, turning to face him with a rosy blush adorning her cheeks. She had actually woken long before, but hadn't anticipated Li Xin's awakening, prompting her to feign sleep. She was acutely aware of his earlier intense gaze. This guy? She thought, tilting her head slightly and smiling to herself. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Li Xin remained blissfully unaware of her thoughts. The sound of flowing water filled the air as Lin Mohan stood up to retrieve her clothes, dressing quietly before settling back on the sofa to await his emergence. Before long, the bathroom door creaked open, and Lin Mohan straightened her posture, her gaze fixed on the bathroom. The two spaces were quite close. Li Xin emerged, a towel in hand, drying his damp hair. As he stepped out, Lin Mohan found herself entranced by the sight of the handsome youth before her. His short black hair swayed gently, framing a face adorned with a soft smile. His fair skin accentuated his strikingly handsome features, and his perfectly sculpted physique, highlighted by well-defined abs and striking heterochromatic eyes, made him utterly captivating. "Oh, you're awake," Li Xin exclaimed, his gaze landing on the charming girl seated before him. He chuckled at her composed demeanor before retreating to the bedroom to don a fresh set of white attire. "My name is Lin Mohan." She introduced herself in a soft voice. Li Xin smiled and remarked, "Your name is quite lovely." Upon hearing his casual compliment, Lin Mohan's eyes widened in surprise, prompting her to rush into the bathroom to freshen up. Li Xin, taken aback, could only ponder her reaction. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Li Xin immediately looked up, his eyes sharp as he approached the door. "Who is there?" "A person who helped you," came a refined voice in response. "A person who helped me?" He reflected internally, his body tensing as he slowly opened the door. Standing before him was a youth with golden, shoulder-length hair, smiling warmly. "My name is Shuechinghe," the young man introduced himself. Chapter 59 Apologies. "My name is Shuechinghe." Listening to the refined young man before him, Li Xin fell into a contemplative silence. While others may not recognize Shuechinghe, he certainly did. "Why not invite me in for a moment?" Shuechinghe remarked with a smile as he observed Li Xin standing motionless. Li Xin said nothing further, but merely shifted aside slightly to allow Shuechinghe to enter. "Thank you." With that, Shuechinghe stepped forward, slowly making his way inside, and promptly seated himself upon the sofa. The sound of cascading water from the bathroom filled the air, and an ambiguous smile crossed Shuechinghe's face, though he felt inexplicably melancholic. "You mentioned you assisted me. How so?" Noticing Shuechinghe's dignified posture on the sofa, Li Xin approached, his tone somewhat grave. Shuechinghe settled into a comfortable position, his gaze fixed on Li Xin. "Last night at the noble residence." A chill descended upon Li Xion's eyes as he recalled the events. He remembered that everyone who had seen him last night was dead, leaving no one to uncover the truth. He had no desire for the matter to be widely known. The more who were aware, the more perilous his situation became before he had fully developed his abilities. Shuechinghe, observing the change in Li Xion's demeanor, found it somewhat amusing and spoke, "Rest assured, the Empire will not trouble you further. I have taken care of it. A mere count is inconsequential." Li Xian refrained from expressing his thoughts, choosing instead to sit on the opposite side of the sofa, his mind racing with various speculations, ultimately resulting in a resigned shake of his head. "What are your conditions?" he inquired, directing his gaze at the amiable figure before him. In response, Shuechinghe shook his head. "Conditions? At present, you lack the strength for me to consider such matters." As silence enveloped the living room, the two men regarded one another intently. "Then why have you sought me out? If I am not worthy of your esteem, what compels you to assist me?" Despite his familiarity with the original narrative, Li Xian found himself perplexed. After all, this individual before him, disguised as a male, was not merely an ordinary character. He was the heir of the Spirit Hall. While Bibi Dong had shown some neglect towards Qianrenxua lately, it did not mean she was devoid of concern for her daughter's affairs. The sound of water flowing from the bathroom dwindled to a whisper, and without hesitation, Shuechinghe stated, "In the future, we shall have ample opportunity for discourse." With an air of mystery, he rose and moved toward the door. "Do not worry. Last night's situation has been resolved. When we meet again, we shall converse in greater depth." With a final glance at Li Xian, Shuechinghe exited the room. The door closed with a soft click, and at that moment, their gazes met, lingering until the room was entirely sealed off. After a brief silence, Li Xian found himself lost in thought. Watching Shuechinghe, or rather, Qianrenxua, depart, he felt a twinge of despondence. Among the characters of the original story, Aside from the two still studying at Shrek Academy, Qianrenxue was the first he had encountered. He had little confidence in understanding her character, especially given that the original narrative portrayed her as rather naive. In a moment of profound sacrifice, Tangsen shattered his own divine status, ultimately losing everything except for the presence of an unfamiliar Hulayina, with whom he would eventually depart this world. Although the scenery before him was captivating, Li Xian found himself lost in contemplation, still absorbed in the recent conversation. Seated upon the sofa, his gaze lowered. He felt a flicker of intrigue towards the newly encountered Shui Qinghe. What troubles you? Lin Mohan approached Li Xian, clad in a bathrobe. After a moment of reflection, Li Xian offered no further words, simply stating, "Let us depart shortly. I intend to leave Tiandou City and return home." Lin Mohan, having endured much, understood his sentiments and nodded in silent agreement. The two of them donned their garments and vacated the hotel. After breakfast, Li Xian made his way to the familiar location of Massey, where he procured 2 horses and set forth from Tiandou City, heading towards the site of Shrek Academy. The distance to Sodo City was considerable, compelling them to ride swiftly. "My lord, they have already departed." A soldier stationed at the city gate knelt before Shui Qinghe. His tone transformed from a refined cadence to a crisp, almost sultry voice. Meanwhile, as the distance from Tiandou City increased, Li Xian felt his anxieties begin to dissipate. Yet, he remained uncertain about how to navigate his relationship with Lin Mohan. Sodo City was not a place for prolonged residence, especially considering the presence of 2 lecherous old men within the academy. Given Lin Mohan's striking beauty, Li Xian doubted that Oscar and Ma Hongjun could maintain their composure. Throughout their journey, Lin Mohan remained silent, yet she could perceive the turmoil etched across Li Xian's face. Perhaps I have influenced him, she mused internally while riding. With no other destination in mind, she chose to accompany him faithfully. "When we arrive at my home, you may find it rather surprising," Li Xian gently remarked, observing the quiet girl beside him. "Thank you," Lin Mohan replied, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. As Li Xian indulged in his thoughts, Lin Mohan managed a wry smile and said, "I'm sorry." She had overheard the troubles that had arisen while in the bath, yet she never anticipated the situation would escalate so severely. "I truly apologize," she added, her expression laden with regret. Chapter 60, Farewell, Flander. Given that Sodo City is often referred to as the Granary, the main road from Tiandou City to Sodo City is notably wider and better maintained than the route from the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom to the Lima Plain. As a crucial hub for grain transportation, the road's quality is paramount. Prosperity necessitates well-built pathways. Along the journey, numerous carriages laden with goods traverse the road, facilitating trade between the 2 locales. With a glance at the somewhat fatigued Lin Mohan, Li Xian retrieved a bottle of water from his sole guide and extended it towards her. "Thank you," she replied, accepting the bottle with gratitude. She quickly unscrewed the cap and took a generous swig, for they had been traveling for several hours under the blazing sun, which had left them feeling quite weary. Li Xian found it peculiar that, despite the temperature being quite high, he did not feel excessively warm. Without dwelling on it further, the two decided to rest for a while before continuing their journey. "Do you know the person who came today?" Lin Mohan inquired, her delicate face turning toward Li Xian as a cool breeze brushed past them. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded, "I know of him, yet I do not truly know him." Lin Mohan appeared perplexed by his response, prompting Li Xian to chuckle and clarify. "That individual is none other than the crown prince of the heavenly Dou Empire." Upon hearing Li Xian calmly utter this revelation, Lin Mohan was genuinely astonished, considering that a count had met his demise at Li Xian's hands that very night, and yet the crown prince had come to meet him. Shaking his head, Li Xian fell into a contemplative silence. Qianrenxue was already aware of his identity, which could lead to complications at any moment. It seemed prudent to prepare for departure from the heavenly Dou Empire soon. After a moment's thought, Li Xian lifted his head, tugged at the reins of his steed, and in the next instant, the horse quickened its pace. Observing this, Lin Mohan hastily followed suit, pulling her own reins to keep up. 3 days later, they finally arrived at their destination. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, a faint smile graced Li Xian's lips. Lin Mohan regarded the somewhat inferior city compared to Heavendou City. Her thoughts drifting, she turned to glance at Li Xian, who was smiling, and returned the smile in kind. Passers-by, witnessing the scene, could not help but swallow their admiration. She was simply breathtaking. Sensing the peculiar gazes around them, Lin Mohan furrowed her brow and promptly pulled the hood of her cloak over her smooth, porcelain-like visage. "A beauty is a curse," she muttered softly. In that moment of distraction, Li Xian urged his horse forward, while the young girl puffed out her cheeks and followed. "What do you mean by a beauty being a curse? It's not my fault I'm pretty." After casting an amused glance at the pouting girl, Li Xian realized his choice of words had been ill-considered. He quickly apologized, All right. All right. You are an extraordinarily beautiful girl. Does that suffice? Humph. Lin Mohan responded, turning her head away in a haughty manner, clearly unimpressed by his insincere apology. As she turned her head, however, she found herself pondering why such a tone of petulance and such gestures were surfacing within her. It brought her to a moment of silence, recalling how, in her childhood, she had rummaged through trash bins to survive, and had witnessed other girls charmingly interacting with their beloved ones or parents. How beautiful that was. Meanwhile, Li Xian, noticing Lin Mohan's downcast demeanor, mistakenly assumed she was genuinely upset and felt a bit at a loss. My apologies. I should not have described you in such a manner. He gazed at her with sincerity. Seeing that Lin Mohan was indeed not angry, Li Xian finally relaxed. As they strolled along the main thoroughfare of Satoa City, familiar shops, parks, and the Spirit Master Academy surrounded them. Li Xian then made his way toward the small shop owned by Flender. With Shrek Academy now thriving in the hospitality business, their financial situation had drastically improved. Nonetheless, the various facilities remained somewhat lacking. Ashin, are we not heading to your academy? As the two dismounted and strolled along the cobblestone path, Lin Mohan surveyed her surroundings. My mentor has established a shop in Soto City. I wonder if he is still there. After addressing Lin Mohan's curiosity, they walked for approximately 10 minutes. Suddenly, their footsteps ceased as a grocery store came into view. Li Xian smiled and promptly entered, having already returned the horses to the stable, while Lin Mohan hurriedly followed suit. Inside the shop, the arrangement was somewhat chaotic, with various items haphazardly placed together, making it difficult to discern anything. However, the overall ambience was clean and tidy, with a lamp hanging from the ceiling. At the far end of the room, concealed behind a screen, a man reclined in a rocking chair. He appeared to be around 50 years of age. Despite his age, he had a robust build. His facial features were distinctive, with a protruding chin, wide cheekbones, a flat visage, and a slightly hooked nose that resembled the shape of a shoe sole. Even with his eyes closed, there was a cunning aspect to his countenance. He wore a pair of black-framed glasses, the rigid square frames lending him an eccentric air. Should you wish to purchase anything, feel free to let me know, he murmured. Eyes still closed. This scene sparked a sense of mischief in Li Xian. If I were to express interest in buying Shrek Academy, would you be willing to sell? Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the room, and an unusual tension filled the air. Lin Mohan, feeling somewhat apprehensive, hid behind Li Xian, peeking at the resting Mr. Flander. Is that the voice of a little monster? As Li Xian's teasing tone resonated, Flander's mind was immediately filled with astonishment, and he slowly opened his eyes. Before him stood a dashing young man, clad in white and exuding a gentle demeanor, accompanied by a small head peeking out from behind him. Observing Flander's mischievous grin, Li Xian pouted. This is Lin Mohan. She was sold as a slave at the Tiendo auction house, and I rescued her. With that, Li Xian pulled the girl from behind him. As she stepped forward, her striking beauty and delicate, jade-like face broke into a sweet smile. Hello, teacher, my name is Lin Mohan. After speaking, she cast an unintentional, bashful glance at Li Xian. Flander noticed this exchange and swiftly pulled Li Xian aside, leading them out of the shop. Though Li Xian was puzzled, he reassuringly gestured to Lin Mohan. She nodded and began to examine her surroundings. Upon hearing this, Li Xian became somewhat displeased. As a titanium alloy straight man, he was not adept at flirting with girls, let alone corrupting the lecherous Ma Hongjun. Chapter 61, Returning to the Academy. Although Lin Mohan was indeed an irresistible enchantress, Li Xian was solely focused on leveling up, aspiring to reach the pinnacle of greatness and become a legendary figure. Otherwise, what was the point of enduring such daily toil? Without further ado, Li Xian nodded and re-entered the shop, observing Lin Mohan as she meticulously scrutinized the assorted goods. The sound of footsteps on the wooden board naturally startled the girl who was attentively observing. She lifted her head and saw Li Xian waving at her. Although a bit puzzled, Lin Mohan approached Li Xian's side. Once outside the shop, Flander stepped forward to securely lock the door. The group then strolled leisurely toward the location of Shrek. Though the distance was somewhat considerable, Li Xian had grown accustomed to the walk. As the three conversed, Li Xian suddenly noticed a women's clothing store. A fleeting glance at Lin Mohan revealed a subtle change in her expression, an amalgamation of envy and disappointment. Observing this, Li Xian smiled gently and halted his steps, saying, Teacher, please go ahead. I have something to attend to. Lin Mohan stood beside him, somewhat bewildered, but the next moment, she noticed Li Xian scrutinizing her from head to toe, causing her cheeks to flush with confusion. What is the matter? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Feeling the weight of Li Xian's gaze. Come on, let me buy you some clothes. After all, as a girl, you can't possibly wear just one outfit forever. With that, Li Xian took the bewildered Lin Mohan by the hand and led her into the women's clothing store. Upon entering, an array of garments showcased their elegance. Several particularly alluring black sheer outfits caught Li Xian's eye, prompting him to say, "Go ahead, choose whatever you like. There's no need to hold back." "How can I? You've already saved my life. I can't impose on you further," Lin Mohan replied. Her tone unexpectedly urgent as Li Xian encouraged her to select items she had never dared to consider. However, she remained still. Noticing this, Li Xian turned to the attendant nearby and said, "Could you please assist my friend in selecting some outfits?" With the customer's request, the saleswoman approached Lin Mohan with a smile, saying, "Dear, let me help you try some things on." Shaking his head in resignation, Li Xian decided to sit on a chair near the entrance. As he settled down, he observed a group of men sitting there, each with numerous bags in hand. Upon his arrival, they exchanged knowing glances, a camaraderie understood only among men. He slumped into the chair, remaining motionless. Meanwhile, in a room shielded by a thick wooden door, the attendant guided Lin Mohan as she tried on outfit after outfit. In front of a mirror, she donned a stunning platinum-colored dress that hugged her figure, accentuating her breathtaking curves. Her light green hair cascaded over her smooth, fair chin. The dress was adorned with golden threads that resembled clouds, tapering off at her calves. Her beautiful eyes held a hint of laughter, youthful and gentle, sparkling like pearls, while her gaze was as clear as a stream beneath the ice. Untouched by the world's impurities, paired with her exquisite features, she appeared as though she had stepped out of a masterpiece. At that moment, Lin Mohan gazed at her reflection in the mirror, lost in silence. The attendant beside her covered her mouth in astonishment. This girl, who had seemed unremarkable moments ago, now radiated extraordinary beauty. Lowering her head to observe her reflection, Lin Mohan suddenly felt a sense of bewilderment deep within her. She reached out to caress the hem of her dress. Its smooth texture evoked an almost surreal sensation. "Could you possibly assist me in packing this dress?" she inquired, gazing at the attendant. "Of course," replied the attendant, promptly producing a bag to neatly stow away the other 3 outfits. The dress she wore was also removed in the changing room, and she opted to don her own attire once more, along with Li Xian's white robe. With a rhythmic patter, footsteps approached. Li Xian, slumped in a chair, turned to see Lin Mohan holding 4 bags, prompting him to rise and settle the bill with the attendant. "Why aren't you wearing the clothes you just bought?" he asked, noticing Lin Mohan still clad in her familiar ensemble. "I'll wear them later. I wouldn't want to soil them," she replied quietly, following Li Xian in silence. Perhaps due to the tranquil atmosphere, Li Xian refrained from further conversation. As a gentle breeze swept by, they admired the unexpectedly blossomed flowers, inhaling their refreshing fragrance. This pleased the 2 companions immensely. "Old Zhao, don't get too excited. I suspect Xiao Xian won't stay long," Flander remarked, adjusting his glasses. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a young man with flowing golden hair, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall. His handsome visage bore a hint of resoluteness, with locks cascading down to his chin. His striking deep blue eyes held an unsettling chill, glimmering with a mischievous light. "Ah, Mubai, you're here. Come on, let us all pitch in," Zhao Wujia exclaimed as he clapped the young man on the back, startling the previously grinning youth into a state of alarm. "No way, Teacher Zhao, not again," Dai Mubai protested, swiftly attempting to evade the encounter. Unfortunately, Zhao Wujia, having recently sharpened his skills, managed to land a playful slap. Witnessing this, Oscar and Ma Hongjun felt a shiver run down their spines, while Ma Hongjun nodded earnestly in agreement. With satisfaction evident on his face, Zhao Wujia left the cafeteria, leaving Dai Mubai, still weak in the knees, to overhear Oscar mention Li Xian. Chapter 62, Daily Life and Truth. Dai Mubai had arrived the day after Li Xian's departure. Upon entering Shrek Academy, he found himself somewhat at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the decrepit state of the institution with its antiquated buildings. Had Li Xian been there, he surely would have remarked that without his culinary creations, Shrek would be in an even more dilapidated condition. The reason for Shrek Academy's stagnation and renovations lay in the anticipated changes in the future Academy's location. Thus, Flander and Li Xian had decided to save funds for the eventual purchase of new land or even an entirely new Soul Master Academy upon their departure. Seeing Dai Mubai lost in thought, Oscar approached him and said, "Let us go. We have potatoes to peel." Dai Mubai responded with a startled expression. On the other side, Li Xian and his companion drew ever closer to Shrek Academy, which now occupied rented land from the local village, though the surroundings were indeed quite pleasant. Upon reaching a narrow path, Li Xian glanced at Lin Mohan and spoke in a calm tone. "Not far ahead lies the academy. For the time being, you shall stay here. If one day you wish to leave, simply inform me. If I am not present, you may speak to Dean Flander." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mohan nodded. Currently, her only desire was to follow the boy before her, yet she was acutely aware that she would merely be a burden. Contemplating this, her gaze became resolute. Wait for me. 2 minutes later, a wooden gate appeared before them. Turning around, the nearby forest was lush and verdant. It seemed that during their few days of travel, the forest had flourished remarkably. It would soon be time for some practice. Observing the once humble grove now brimming with life, Li Xian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Beside him, Lin Mohan gazed curiously at Li Xian's mysterious smile, directed towards the distance. She cast a few glances at the forest, but saw nothing amiss. Oh, the cafeteria is quite lively. Upon entering the gate, Li Xian spotted a chimney gently emitting wisps of steam and eagerly made his way over. Your skills are lacking. My friend, Shu. Lin Mohan, trailing behind Li Xian, surveyed the surroundings when suddenly, a burly man approached Li Xian with deliberate steps. Just as she prepared to alert him of the stranger's presence, the rugged-faced man raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Nevertheless, she was still inclined to warn Li Xian about the newcomer. Old Zhao, when will you ever shake off that bad habit of patting people's shoulders? With a smile, Li Xian turned to face Zhao Wujia, playfully teasing him. Meanwhile, Lin Mohan, who was about to speak, promptly closed her mouth. Can't you at least pretend? It's much more pleasant when that fellow Mubai does it. Realizing his cover was blown, Zhao Wujia approached Li Xian with a resigned expression. Mubai? As they spoke, Li Xian glanced toward the interior of the building. Zhao Wujia nodded. On the second day after you left, a new student arrived at our academy. A white tiger martial soul. The mention of the white tiger martial soul left no doubt. It could only be that rascal Dai Mubai. All right, let us head inside. Everyone has been waiting for you. Zhao Wujia gently patted Li Xian's shoulder, and then, out of Lin Mohan's sight, discreetly gave Li Xian a thumbs up. Cut it out. Rolling his eyes, Li Xian led Lin Mohan directly through the door. Upon entering the room, they found several individuals bustling about. Scrub, scrub, scrub. In one corner, Oscar and Ma Hongjun hummed a little tune while washing vegetables. Little AO, you've made progress. You're even bold enough to call old Zhao to wash the vegetables now. At this remark, the room fell silent. Hearing that familiar voice, Oscar quickly lifted his head to see a smiling figure at the doorway. Without hesitation, he rushed over. Drying his hands on a nearby towel, Ma Hongjun remained seated, holding a peculiar vegetable in his hand. Dai Mubai set aside his tasks, rising to gaze at the individual frequently mentioned by Flanders. Remarkably, he was even more handsome than I. Oscar rushed over and landed a punch on Li Xian's chest. What was the situation outside? As they spoke, the group settled onto their chairs, while the other teachers observed them with amused expressions. Are we leaving this time? Before Oscar could inquire, Zhao Wujia approached and posed the question, fixing his gaze intently on Li Xian, as if seeking to uncover something. Yes. I plan to head to the Star Luo Empire the day after tomorrow, Li Xian replied with a nod, revealing his intentions. However, upon hearing the name Star Luo Empire, Dai Mubai, standing at a distance, furrowed his brow. In response, Oscar, puzzled, looked at Li Xian, questioning his desire to go to the Star Luo Empire. I don't know, Li Xian replied earnestly. The entire cafeteria fell silent, seemingly bewildered by Li Xian's words. Noticing the unusual atmosphere, Flanders scanned the room and, in a light-hearted tone, remarked, "What is this? All right, no problem." Subsequently, Li Xian joined the efforts to prepare the dishes. Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged playful glances at Li Xian, unable to help themselves, especially since he was accompanied by a strikingly beautiful girl. This nearly tempted Li Xian to intervene. Hee. Observing the scene, Lin Mohan covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Tomorrow, I wish to challenge you, Dai Mubai asserted with certainty. Indeed, Dai Mubai nodded resolutely. After a brief moment, Li Xian picked up a bowl and approached Xiao Xian. Once their conversation concluded, Ma Hongjun hurried over to whisper to Dai Mubai. Mubai, brother Xian, is a soul master. What? Dai Mubai looked at Ma Hongjun in shock. He then turned to observe Li Xian, who was jovially conversing with Xiao Xian. Confused, Dai Mubai pondered, for although Flanders frequently recounted Li Xian's experiences, he had never disclosed Li Xian's soul power level. After some contemplation, Dai Mubai gazed at Li Xian with a hint of melancholy, murmuring, he escaped once. This time, he cannot evade again. What? Ma Hongjun looked at Dai Mubai in confusion, having missed the latter's previous statement. Nothing. With that, Dai Mubai walked over to Flanders to assist with the wine. How strange. Ma Hongjun scratched his head and shrugged. Chapter 63, Communication. Mohan, you should rest. Leave this to teacher Xiao Xian, Li Xian said, taking out a cloth to wipe his hands before addressing Lin Mohan. After all, she was not adept at cooking, and he could only send her to take a break. Is that all right? Everyone is busy, Lin Mohan replied, setting down her knife to look at Li Xian. Noticing her downcast expression, she lowered her head. The vegetables on the cutting board were reduced to mere shreds. With a swift motion, she covered her face and departed. Your friend is quite amusing, Xiao Xian remarked to Li Xian with a smile. With a wave of his hand. Li Xian removed the apron hanging from his waist and handed the knife, recently wielded by Lin Mohan, to Xiao Xian. You busy yourself first. I must take my leave, he said, hastily exiting. This left Xiao Xian standing dumbfounded, who soon shook his head, muttering about the impudent boy. Before long, dusk had fallen, and the wines brought from Flandre had been placed beside the table. Xiao Xian and several other teachers then brought forth an array of delectable dishes, each more tantalizing than the last. With a swift motion, Flandre slapped away Ma Hongjuan's mischievous hand. What is the matter, Dean? Ma Hongjun inquired, bewildered as his hand was swatted away. Casting a stern glance at him, Flandre proclaimed, Come, everyone, let us raise a glass. As he spoke, the group poured the fine wine, instantly filling the air with its rich aroma. Glancing at the slightly rosy liquid in his cup, Li Xian took a whiff and turned to Flandre. Does it have a fruity note? Indeed, this is fruit wine, and it possesses a delightful flavor with a commendable potency. Flandre replied, downing a generous gulp. Li Xian glanced at his cup and, with resolve, tilted his head back to drain it in one go. Cough, cough. Lin Mohan mimicked the others, and as the rich fruitiness coursed down her throat, a sudden spicy coolness enveloped her, turning her cheeks crimson. Laughter erupted within the dining hall. Take it slow, though this is fruit wine, it has quite the kick, Li Xian cautioned, pouring a glass of water for Lin Mohan. Subsequently, the group began to relish their meal. Dean, are you familiar with the evil soul masters? Li Xian inquired, directing his gaze towards Flandre after savoring a bite of food. Flandre's eyes sharpened at this. Have you encountered an evil soul master? Li Xian nodded. When I visited Maple Leaf City, I inadvertently stumbled into an illusion, a stronghold of the evil soul masters, with at least several hundred present. However, the higher-tier evil soul masters were scarce. Most were at the soul venerable or soul sect level. As their conversation momentarily waned, a palpable tension settled over the dining table. All the teachers leaned back in their chairs, their expressions complex, clearly indicating that they had encountered evil soul masters in the past. Oscar and the others, sensing the shift in atmosphere, set down their chopsticks. It was their first encounter with such a term. Only Dai Mubai, seated beside Ma Hongjun, furrowed his brow. As a prince of the Star Luo Empire, he was well aware of the implications. Evil soul masters, regarded as malevolent entities, were to be exterminated on sight, whether within the territories of the Heaven Dou Empire or the Star Luo Empire. This was precisely why many remained oblivious to their existence. Generally, the strength of an evil soul master significantly surpassed that of ordinary soul masters, as their soul power held an insidious quality, often leading to their triumph in battles between soul masters. With a slight sigh, Flandre shared this knowledge, directing his gaze towards Oscar and the others. As Flandre's eyes fell upon them, Oscar and Ma Hongjun instantly focused, fully aware that the dean was imparting valuable lessons. Seeing their nods of understanding, Flandre adjusted his glasses and continued, Let us not dwell on such matters. Everyone, drink up. With the atmosphere having cooled, Flandre immediately interjected with a cheerful tone. Cheers. As night gradually descended, the dining table reverted to its original state. Glasses clinked and drinks were exchanged, this time more than when Li Xian had left. You fatso. Are you raising fish? Dai Mubai exclaimed as he pulled Ma Hongjun up and filled his cup to the brim. Come on, Mubai. That is not how it's done. You should be drinking under the table with Brother Xian. Why bully me, a novice? Ma Hongjun lamented, staring at his overflowing cup with a face full of resentment. Hearing Ma Hongjun's complaints, Dai Mubai felt exasperated. Li Xian had consumed nearly double the amount and still appeared unfazed. Only a fool would attempt to drink with him. Come on, Brother Xian, let us share a drink. Oscar raised his glass to clink with Li Xian's. With a resounding clash, Oscar downed his drink and promptly became incapacitated. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai watched in disbelief as Oscar fell limp, while Li Xian remained composed. They were taken aback by his remarkable capacity for alcohol. Glancing at the two, Li Xian teased, How about the three of us share a drink? No. Ma Hongjun hastily waved his hands. Nearly toppling from his chair in fright, Dai Mubai feigned ignorance, diligently using his chopsticks to enjoy the dishes on the table. To be fair, they were quite delectable. Observing their reactions, Li Xian shook his head and turned his attention to Lin Mohan, who had already succumbed to slumber. He couldn't help but cover his forehead. He had advised her against drinking, but she had dismissed his concerns and downed 3 cups, becoming utterly inebriated. By the way, Director, where will Mohan sleep tonight? It suddenly dawned on him that he hadn't prepared a room for her. She can just sleep in your bed, You and little Oscar can share, came the suggestion. Li Xian nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this could work. After an indeterminate amount of time spent drinking, Oscar had awoken. But upon seeing Li Xian still engaged with the teacher, he promptly returned to a state of unconsciousness. Oscar then roused Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, and the group, slightly unsteady, made their way back to the dormitory. After laying Lin Mo Han on the bed, Li Xian covered her with a light blanket before departing to Oscar's room. Upon entering, he discovered that Oscar had already fallen asleep. With a smile, Li Xian opted for the rocking chair on the balcony, where he reclined, gazing at the unusually bright moon in the sky. Eventually, he succumbed to fatigue, slowly closing his eyes and drifting into slumber. Chapter 64, Relaxation. The following afternoon, Li Xian gradually opened his eyes, and as he lifted his head, he noticed the sky had become overcast with dark clouds. It was evident that a heavy rain would soon follow. Stretching lazily, he yawned before heading to freshen up. Passing by his room, he noticed it was empty. "Ah, you're awake." As he approached, Lin Mo Han greeted him cheerfully. "How did you sleep last night?" Li Xian smiled at the fresh-faced young woman. "Very well." Casting a fleeting glance at the time, Lin Mohan swiftly waved his hand and dashed away. A waft of fragrant breeze brushed past, and with a resigned shake of his head, he made his way to a familiar place. After freshening up, he emerged to find Dai Mubai hastily clutching his toiletries. Upon spotting Li Xian, he nodded slightly, requesting, "I hope you can accompany me in battle shortly." In that fleeting moment, a faint voice reached his ears. Certainly. At the same time, what was Dai Mubai engaged in? His daily escapades with other women were a stark contrast. Once prepared, Li Xian stood patiently awaiting Dai Mubai's arrival. Suddenly, a brilliant blade of light illuminated the previously dim surroundings. Extending his hand, he gently caressed the weapon, a rush of connection flooding through him. After scrutinizing the blade for a moment, he noticed a delicate thread appearing along its edge, prompting him to lean in closer. As he traced it with his fingers, he felt no cracks, yet the entire blade had grown even more resilient than before. Realizing all was well, Li Xian exhaled in relief. A shattered spirit soul was no trivial matter, as it could lead to severe repercussions. What could have caused this transformation? As he pondered the blade, a deep voice resonated behind him. "Li Xian, are we ready to begin?" Turning around, he saw Dai Mubai, fully prepared, standing a short distance away. "Summon your spirit soul. Let us make this quick." Casting a calm glance at Dai Mubai, Li Xian gripped the blade horizontally, emanating a palpable aura of brilliance. A surge of righteous energy instantly enveloped Dai Mubai. With a firm step, Dai Mubai found himself pushed back a few paces by the overwhelming aura. Moments later, as the pressure dissipated, beads of sweat appeared on his brow. This level of power could not be that of a soul sovereign. Observing Li Xian's tranquil demeanor, Dai Mubai's mind raced. "White tiger, manifest." In an instant, a colossal white tiger materialized behind him, mirroring his unique heterochromatic gaze, emanating an aura of menace, with a prominent kingly symbol upon its brow. Unlike the spirit forms depicted in anime, Li Xian found himself slightly impressed by the grounded reality of the beast, as the animated versions often appeared less appealing. "Here I come." With a glance at Li Xian, Dai Mubai strode forward confidently. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Instantly, a beam of white light shot forth from his mouth, targeting Li Xian with astonishing speed, fleeting as a whisper. As the ray approached, Li Xian's spirit rings began to shimmer, a violet halo encircling him. Second soul skill, Light Shadow. Just as the beam neared, Li Xian's figure vanished without a trace, leaving behind a small crater in the ground, wisps of smoke rising from it. Where did he go? Observing the absence of his opponent, Dai Mubai swiftly scanned his surroundings, searching for Li Xian's silhouette. However, no matter how diligently he sought, Li Xian remained elusive. "I have always been right behind you." Suddenly, a plain voice resonated from behind Dai Mubai. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Dai Mubai leaped forward, immediately turning to aim at the source of the sound, unleashing a ray of light. Shining blade. The moment the white beam was fired, Li Xian slashed out a wave of sword energy. However, the intensity of the sword energy was somewhat diminished compared to usual, as Li Xian had restrained his power. Bang! The two soul skills collided instantaneously. White light and golden light flickering incessantly. "This is bad." Dai Mubai's expression hardened. He witnessed his soul skill being cleaved apart by the sword energy after merely 2 seconds. Gradually dissipating, the sword energy surged towards him. First soul skill, White Tiger's Barrier. The yellow soul ring beneath Dai Mubai glimmered, and a white protective shield materialized 10 centimeters from his body. At that moment, Dai Mubai's aura significantly strengthened. Even though he attempted to evade, it was already too late. Dai Mubai could only brace himself to endure the sword energy. Sizzle. The very next second after the shield appeared, the sword energy struck his body. A violent tearing sensation coursed through him, prompting a cry of pain from Dai Mubai. The feeling of being torn apart intensified. Yet the might of the sword energy had indeed been reduced. Furthermore, Dai Mubai had utilized a soul skill that enhanced his defenses. So as the faint sword marks began to emerge on his skin, the sword energy ultimately dissipated. Thud, thud, thud. In that fleeting moment of dissipation, Dai Mubai was thrust back several meters, each footfall leaving a distinct imprint in the earth, a testament to the force of the impact. Gasping for breath, he opened his mouth wide, lowering his gaze to the minor sword marks on his arm, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Li Xian, meanwhile, looked at him with a grin. So what do you think of this match? He exchanged glances with the other two, and they all nodded in agreement. Once Dai Mubai had steadied his breath, he stood up, glancing at Li Xian before turning his attention to Flender. I understand, Dean. This time, that kid will surely train earnestly. Observing the still bleeding arm of Dai Mubai, Xiao Xian emerged from behind the two, his purple soul ring shining brightly, and a green candy appeared in his hand. He approached Dai Mubai and handed it to him. Here, eat this, it should heal quickly, Xiao Xian said with a smile directed at Dai Mubai. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai accepted the candy and swallowed it whole. As it settled in his stomach, a warm sensation surged through his limbs, and he looked down at the wound on his arm, which gradually began to fade. Minutes later, only a few pale marks remained. Thank you, Teacher Xiao. Dai Mubai expressed his gratitude before walking up to Li Xian. Their eyes met, and Dai Mubai conveyed a look of appreciation. Li Xian smiled and shrugged, leaning closer to Dai Mubai. As for chasing girls, no problem, as long as you commit to your training. We men understand each other. With a knowing smile, he patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder before departing the plaza. Dai Mubai merely nodded, his gaze following Li Xian until he vanished from sight. Chapter 65, Interlude. After Li Xian departed, Zhao Wujia approached Flanders, and with a shared glance, they took their leave. Upon entering the cafeteria for breakfast, Li Xian contemplated the appropriate place for Lin Mohan, as she was evidently ill-suited for Shrek Academy. At the dining table, as he chewed thoughtfully, it dawned on him that the most suitable location for Lin Mohan would indeed be Soto City. However, the thought of her potentially falling into the clutches of malevolent individuals, without anyone to assist her, echoed the misfortunes she had previously encountered at the auction house. Though his urge to intervene had been influenced by the Dark Blade's manipulation, he could not simply disregard her plight. Just then, while deep in contemplation, Li Xian observed Xiao Xian diligently preparing spicy sour noodles, and a sudden idea struck him. As this notion surfaced, Xiao Xian glanced around in confusion, noting that he was alone with Li Xian. Strange, why did a chill run down his spine just now? Furrowing his brow in thought, Xiao Xian presented the completed dish to Li Xian. Teacher Xiao, wait a moment. After handing the noodles to Li Xian, Xiao Xian intended to leave to attend to other matters when Li Xian called out to him with urgency. Is something the matter? Xiao Xian turned back, a vague sense of foreboding stirring within him, causing his expression to betray his unease. After slurping a mouthful of noodles, Li Xian set down his chopsticks and finally spoke. I plan to have Mohan apprentice under you, although not in the realm of cultivation, but rather in the culinary arts. He briefly elaborated, his gaze filled with anticipation as he regarded Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian promptly retrieved a chair and sat down, pondering deeply with his arms crossed over his chest. Li Xian paused his noodle consumption, attentively observing Xiao Xian. After a moment, Xiao Xian lifted his head and glanced at Li Xian, muttering, that is permissible, but will the young girl agree? I am willing to be your apprentice. A soft, resolute voice suddenly emerged from behind them. They turned to see a young girl standing straight, her gaze unwavering. Upon recognizing her, Li Xian smiled and waved for Lin Mohan to join him. He then procured another chair for her to sit down. I truly wish to learn, and I have nowhere else to go. Moreover, Dean Flanders agreed yesterday that I could stay here. I am aware of my lack of skill, but I desire to contribute in any way I can to assist everyone. After a brief pause, Lin Mohan continued, if I learn to cook, it will alleviate the burden on Teacher Xiao, who prepares meals so early each morning. I can take over the kitchen duties. After expressing her thoughts, Lin Mohan anxiously glanced at Li Xian and Xiao Xian, her small hands tightly clasped, her fair face flushed with embarrassment. Given this, I shall accept you as my apprentice, Xiao Xian declared, casting a glance at Li Xian, as if to subtly convey, you ought to express your gratitude. With a dismissive roll of his eyes, Li Xian tossed a piece of parchment, inscribed with a delectable recipe, towards his friend. Spicy rabbit head. Oh, Xiao Wu. Do not hold it against me when you join Shrek Academy, he chuckled inwardly. After a moment of silent amusement, he nodded at Lin Mohan. In the next instant, she stood and bowed deeply to Xiao Xian. Thank you, teacher. Xiao Xian waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for such formality. Hey, aren't you going to thank me? Li Xian interjected, feigning displeasure as he teased her. Upon hearing this, Lin Mohan solemnly prepared to bow to Li Xian, prompting him to quickly rise and steady her. All right, I shall cease my teasing, she giggled, observing the flustered youth. Ah, Xian, is this spicy rabbit head truly edible? After examining Li Xian's recipe for a moment, Xiao Xian's astonishment grew. Indeed, it was quite alarming. In the Douluo continent, consuming the heads of animals or soul beasts was virtually unheard of, and the wealthy denizens of Soto City would likely find it repulsive, which would hinder profitability. Seeing this, Li Xian could not help but pout. How could such a delightful dish be subjected to ridicule? However, he soon reflected that diverse customs existed across regions. And even in his past life, many individuals disliked rabbit heads. Contemplating further, Li Xian presented another parchment to Xiao Xian, who, upon inspection, found the bold characters, Mapo Tofu. Teacher Xiao, this should suffice, Li Xian remarked as he eagerly devoured his sour and spicy noodles. Meanwhile, Lin Mohan savored the exquisitely delicious snow spirit porridge. It was fascinating to discover that tofu could be prepared in such a manner, truly a profound culinary art. After reviewing the Mapo tofu recipe, Xiao Xian couldn't help but express a mild admiration. In truth, the rabbit heads could cater to the mercenaries near the Star Dou Forest, who favored robust flavors. After finishing his noodles, Li Xian wiped his mouth and spoke. Hearing this, Xiao Xian nodded in agreement. It was indeed a splendid idea. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing three figures, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai. The enticing aroma in the air immediately captivated Ma Hongjun. Observing Lin Mohan enjoying her porridge, he hastily engaged in conversation. Dai Mubai also nodded in acknowledgement to Li Xian and Lin Mohan. I drank too much yesterday. My stomach feels completely empty. It's quite uncomfortable, Oscar lamented, looking rather dispirited as he sat down and spooned some porridge. Concerned, Li Xian quickly produced a herb known for its revitalizing properties, obtained from the illusionary realm. Oscar stared blankly at the herb before lifting his gaze to Li Xian, inquiring, "What is this?" "It's a revitalizing herb," Li Xian replied. "Speak plainly, Xian go. It's a tonic." Ha ha ha. The laughter erupted throughout the dining hall, with Li Xian grinning as he waved the herb at Oscar. "Keep your distance," Oscar exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment. A fleeting shadow passed by, leaving Li Xian momentarily dazed. He observed as Oscar grasped the herbs in his hand. Li Xian could only shake his head helplessly in response. Of course, these were not celestial herbs, merely some rare medicinal plants found in the outside world. What is happening? Why all the commotion? Suddenly, Flander entered, looking perplexed at the gathering. Ma Hongjun quickly stepped forward to explain, and Flander soon wore a smile. "Fatty, I challenge you to a duel. Come on, let's take it outside. No use of martial spirits. Then let's forget it." Chapter 66, Re-entering the Star Dou Forest. After the interlude in the cafeteria, Lin Mohan began to settle into a routine, diligently learning culinary skills under Xiao Xian's guidance. During the day, apart from Li Xian, the other three were dragged by Flander into relentless training. Cries of agony reverberated in the vicinity, while Li Xian, enjoying a chilled watermelon from a distance, chuckled at the scene. Under Ma Hongjun's drooling gaze, Li Xian scooped a large piece of the cool fruit and slowly placed it in his mouth, savoring it gently. Thud! The three could not help but swallow hard. What a ruthless heart. Oscar gritted his teeth, watching the trio exhaust themselves under the scorching sun. Li Xian shifted slightly, revealing a large ice bucket containing 3 hefty watermelons. Upon seeing this, the three sprang to life, invigorated and full of energy. Truly worthy of brother Xian. You possess a kind heart, Oscar exclaimed as he dashed over to the ice bucket. On a distant balcony, Flander chuckled helplessly before departing the dean's office for a nap. After all, sleeping in such weather was the utmost comfort. Even Dai Mubai, the most physically robust among the three, leaned on his knees, attempting to catch his breath. "Xiao Ao, Fatty, Mubai, it's time for watermelon." Whoosh. Before Li Xian could finish speaking, Ma Hongjun and Oscar leaped up, each retrieving a watermelon from the ice bucket. "Why do you intend to go to the Star Luo Empire? It is quite different from the Heaven Dou Empire." Beneath a large tree, Dai Mubai bit into the refreshing watermelon, his unique heterochromatic eyes fixed on Li Xian. His gaze then drifted to the Star Luo Empire, a place that instilled fear and hesitation within him. What he did not know was that a little girl was living in constant trepidation there, merely striving to survive. In the end, Li Xian and the trio made their way to the familiar grove, lying on the grass and relishing the familiar scent, their lips curling into smiles. The next day, Li Xian arrived early at the cafeteria, where he spotted Lin Mohan busily preparing meat buns. He marveled at her extraordinary culinary talent. Even Xiao Xian, a seasoned chef with decades of experience, praised Lin Mohan without reservation. In just one day, Lin Mohan had mastered 3 dishes. Though they were not particularly complex, their flavors were delightful. Her knife skills still needed refinement, yet her progress was commendable. Ah, Li Xian, you have arrived. As Li Xian stepped through the door, Lin Mohan approached with a warm smile, carrying a basket of steamed buns. Noticing her, Li Xian quickly took it from her and, upon opening it, a plume of steam escaped, revealing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Come, try one, Lin Mohan urged, sitting beside Li Xian, her small hand resting on her fragrant cheek, her eyes squinting with delight as she watched him. The art of steaming buns was not something she learned from Xiao Xian. Rather, it was a skill she had acquired long ago from her grandmother who had raised her in her childhood. As he picked up a bun with chopsticks and took a bite, Li Xian's eyes widened in surprise. Delicious indeed. He chewed slowly, a look of admiration spreading across his face. Observing his reaction, Lin Mohan let out a sigh of relief, having been anxious about her culinary efforts. At dinner the previous night, Xiao Xian announced that Lin Mohan would only be responsible for cooking on weekends, allowing her to focus on her studies during the week. Although today was Wednesday, which typically fell under Xiao Xian's jurisdiction, she had negotiated to take charge of breakfast. This detail, however, was unbeknownst to Li Xian. After finishing the meal, he intended to set off, as his journey would lead directly to the Star Dou Empire without any stops. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, Oscar and the others were already waiting for him. The last time Li Xian departed, Oscar and Ma Hongjun had not bid him farewell, leaving them with a tinge of regret, so they had risen early this morning. Although Dai Mubai was not well acquainted with Li Xian, as a student of the academy, he certainly would not arrive late. This time, Flander merely patted Li Xian on the shoulder, encouraging him to go forth. All right. With that, Li Xian engaged in a quiet conversation with Oscar and the others, then turned to the young lady beside him. Their eyes met, and Lin Mohan's charming face broke into a smile as she gave him a thumbs up. In response, Li Xian waved goodbye before leaving Shrek Academy. As Li Xian's figure gradually faded from view, Oscar and the others felt a sense of melancholy. Lin Mohan, on the other hand, held back tears. Thank you. Bucoli City, a small town situated 50 kilometers from the border between the Tiandou Empire and the Star Dou Empire, was indeed modest in size, yet its commerce thrived. However, the patrolling soldiers here were far fewer than in other border towns. Though it was a genuine frontier city, its geographical position was quite remote. With the formidable Tianmen Pass located just 45 kilometers ahead, Li Xian planned to enter from the northwest of the Star Dou Empire and then sail along the sea. A journey he had never undertaken in his past life due to time constraints, as he resided in an inland mountainous city. The region was indeed hilly, with 2 rivers converging nearby. As dusk settled in, the sky darkened, marking nearly 10 hours since he had departed from Shrek Academy. Fortunately, Soto City was not far from the border of the Tiandou and Star Dou Empires. Had he descended into the plains immediately, it would have taken several days. Glancing at the map, Li Xian made his way directly into the city. This was not a map of the Tiandou Empire, but rather a continental map shared by both empires. After casually selecting a rather decent hotel, Li Xian made his way to his usual spot, the balcony. The ambience of this city is undeniably exquisite, surpassing that of many other border towns by a considerable margin. Notably, the Star Dou Forest lies a mere 20 kilometers away, while the Heavenly Gate Pass is situated a full 60 kilometers from the Star Dou Forest, with towering peaks obstructing the forest, leaving only a narrow passage for ingress and egress. The Star Dou Forest spans 2 empires, with 2/5 of its area belonging to the Tiandou Empire and the remaining 3/5 to the Xinglua Empire. It is an immense primal forest characterized by its complex terrain, featuring wetlands, marshes, and more. Regrettably, the proximity of Bucoli City to the Star Dou Forest hinders its development, rendering it significantly less prosperous than the larger city that lies beyond. This location serves as a focal point for the beast tides originating from the Star Dou Forest, marking it as a site of great disaster. Consequently, the Tiandou royal family has little ambition to develop this place, relegating it to a mere transit station. Even the Xinglua Empire seldom opts to launch an offensive against the Tiandou Empire through this forest. Upon rising early the next day, and after freshening up, Li Xian packed his belongings and set off toward the Star Dou Forest. Due to recent tensions near the Heavenly Gate Pass, where lives had been lost, access to and from the pass had been suspended. Thus, he was compelled to take a detour through the Star Dou Forest, stealthily making his way toward the Xinglua Empire. However, this route was fraught with peril, as the terrain was exceedingly intricate, teeming with swamps, hidden currents, and clusters of soul beasts. If luck were not on his side, he might encounter soul beasts that had existed for millennia shortly after entering. After departing Bucoli City, it took Li Xian half an hour to arrive at the entrance of the forest. Curiously, there was a sizable town at this location, bustling with mercenaries, all living on the edge. Ignoring the clamor and shouts of those around him, Li Xian proceeded through the entrance without hesitation. Chapter 67. The Evil Soul Serpent. Unlike the entrance he had previously traversed with Flander, the entrance to the Star Dou Forest from Bucoli City was fortified with an array of checkpoints, with numerous pits every 50 meters, each lined with sharp iron spikes glinting ominously. A faint purple poison was even sprinkled atop them. Observing the heightened security, Li Xian furrowed his brow, as such preparedness was indicative of the dangers that lay ahead. The nearest city in the Xinghua Empire was 70 kilometers away, which explained the reluctance of either nation to launch a surprise attack despite being at war. Consulting his map, Li Xian noted the distance between the two cities and then stowed the map away, casting a glance at the towering trees surrounding him. To the astonishment of many mercenaries, he swiftly leaped onto a tree, skillfully navigating from branch to branch. After all, the treetops offered far greater safety than the ground below. With agility akin to that of a monkey, Li Xian traversed the interconnected branches of the great trees, his purple soul ring shimmering subtly beneath him. A silhouette appeared on an exceptionally broad branch. As Li Xian calmed his mind, his gaze fixed intently on the movements below. The ground trembled violently under the sudden, thunderous roar. A minute later, a herd of colossal soul beasts gradually passed beneath the tree where Li Xian crouched. Wood-armored dragon, he murmured, watching the departing creatures. The wood-armored dragon possessed a faint trace of draconic lineage, yet it was almost negligible. Its overall appearance bore some resemblance to the armored dragons of Li Xian's previous life. It was a herbivorous soul beast with a relatively gentle disposition, though one should never provoke its offspring, lest the herd charge with ferocity. As the herd moved further away, Li Xian rose to continue his journey. The largest among them was approximately 6,000 years old, making this particular group relatively small. In the next moment, he gradually vanished from the area, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, with only the enormous footprints on the ground indicating that a creature had passed through. Amidst the verdant thickets, dark red and purple hues flickered, albeit subtly. He resolved to travel in the form of a shadow. How he wished he could soar through the skies. As Li Xian transformed into an afterimage, he observed the dense forest rapidly receding behind him, his thoughts drifting. After all, if it were Flandra, he would likely have summoned his martial spirit and taken flight, considering they were merely on a journey rather than engaging in combat. Suddenly, a foul, rancid maw lunged towards Li Xian, its two black-purple fangs snapping dangerously close. In an instant, the mouth clamped down on Li Xian, yet at that very moment, his figure began to dissipate slowly. It was, in fact, a mere afterimage. The malevolent soul serpent, realizing its bite had met with nothing but air, began to writhe as it resumed its search for the elusive target. Its black tongue flicked out, delicately sensing the lingering scent in the air, before its massive head turned towards a large tree in the distance. Startled by the ambush, Li Xian stared at the soul beast with disbelief. An 8,000-year evil soul serpent, he thought, tightening his grip on the shadow blade. His gaze piercing as he faced the serpent, both observing one another intently. The reason Li Xian refrained from charging directly was that this particular soul beast was a social creature, stealthily attuning himself to his surroundings. Li Xian quickly mobilized his soul power. In the next moment, 5 identical auras emanated from the shadow blade, each not less than 3,000 years old, truly a troublesome predicament. His eyes darted as he meticulously sensed the lurking evil serpents in the vicinity, sharpening his focus. The most terrifying aspect of this soul beast was that if bitten, one would soon find themselves lost in a haze of confusion, plagued by illusions, ultimately losing all rationality. This phenomenon was not due to poisoning that harmed the body, but rather a temporary influence on one's martial spirit. Such effects could only be largely disregarded upon achieving the soul sage rank and manifesting one's true martial spirit. Thus, evil soul serpents under 30,000 years were regarded as among the most formidable threats to soul masters below the soul sage level. Although the venom of a serpent under 10,000 years was not exceptionally potent, this was the Star Dou Forest. Who knew what other 10,000-year soul beasts one might encounter while in a state of madness? Only ranged combat, no close encounters. A profound silence permeated the air as Li Xian's shadowy blade gradually dissipated. In the next moment, he grasped a radiant blade of light in his hand. Whoosh! The malevolent serpent, positioned directly opposite Li Xian, seized the opportunity to lunge forward, its foul stench inciting revulsion. First soul skill, Radiant Blade. Thud! At the instant the serpent charged, Li Xian leapt onto another branch, his soul ring flickering. He swung the light blade, unleashing a wave of sword energy towards the serpent. Hiss! Just as Li Xian landed on another grand tree, another serpent emerged from the shadows, concealed by leaves, though it was considerably smaller. Whoosh! Remaining composed and unperturbed, Li Xian directed the light blade diagonally at the approaching serpent, releasing another wave of sword energy that dazzled and obscured the serpent's vision. Crack! The keen edge of the blade struck the serpent at its core, cleaving it in two, which then fell to the ground. Surprisingly, the serpent did not perish. The remaining half continued to snap at Li Xian from the ground. Whoosh! Sizzle! The serpent's sharp teeth clashed against the blade, producing a series of jarring sounds. Li Xian's gaze sharpened as he looked into the distance, observing numerous trees that had been severed by the sword energy. This charging serpent was none other than the 8,000-year-old malevolent serpent that had narrowly evaded the sword strike. Just as the serpent's jaws clamped down on the light blade, a purplish-black toxic mist slowly emanated from its mouth. Second soul skill, Shadow of Light. As the toxic mist approached, mere inches from Li Xian, a flash of golden light enveloped him, causing his figure to vanish from sight. Bang! The serpent, deprived of its support, crashed onto the branch, displacing a multitude of leaves that fluttered downwards. Utilizing his soul skill, Li Xian reappeared on a branch several meters away from the recent skirmish. Expanding his mental energy, he sensed no other serpents nearby, which brought him a momentary sense of relief. Malevolent soul toxic mist. Gazing at the still-present purplish-black mist, Li Xian murmured to himself. This toxic mist was indeed the innate ability of the malevolent serpent. Besides biting its target, it could also employ toxic mist to launch surprise attacks, the consequences of which were far graver than a mere bite. Hiss! Hearing the hissing sound, Li Xian swiftly raised his head, spotting four malevolent serpents slowly slithering from the shadows. Except for the one severed in half, all remaining serpents had gathered together. The leading serpent fixed its gaze on Li Xian, and a semblance of human-like expression appeared in its vertical pupils as it slowly extended its tongue. The other serpents obediently followed suit. 5 serpents, each at least 3,000 years old, collectively hissed at Li Xian. Exchanging glances, a chill breeze swept in from behind the serpents. Li Xian, astonished, watched as the 5 serpents opened their mouths to exhale toxic mist. The mist, carried by the cool wind, surged directly towards Li Xian. Not yet a millennium old, they have attained rudimentary intelligence. Observing the serpent's cunning use of the wind to launch an assault, Li Xian couldn't help but murmur. The toxic mist, propelled by the breeze, swiftly approached him. This is not good. Light blade, heart of the radiant sun. As the words faded, a brilliant golden light enveloped Li Xian, repelling the toxic mist carried by the wind. Moments later, as the mist dissipated and the golden radiance faded, Li Xian stood firm, embedding his sword into a branch, gripping the hilt with both hands. His gaze fixated upon the sinister serpents. The gentle breeze had robbed him of the time to escape, yet the slender beams of light cascading through the leaves allowed him to harness the sunlight for protection rather than depleting his internal reserves. With newfound wisdom, the leading serpent realized that its assault had failed to affect its prey. The ominous black aura surrounding Li Xian made it uneasy. In a swift motion, the 5 serpents darted towards him, leaving trails upon the branches. They opened their jaws, releasing tendrils of toxic mist into the air. Witnessing this, Li Xian retreated several paces. His eyes locked onto the serpents as he summoned his soul power. Third, in the next instant, as Li Xian prepared to unleash his third soul skill, he found himself dumbfounded, gazing skyward. A colossal eagle-like soul beast emitted a piercing cry that unleashed a shockwave, shredding the surrounding foliage into fragments. Bereft of the leafy cover, the scorching sun poured its rays upon the expanse, yet amidst the warmth, a chilling breath of death loomed ominously. Chapter 68, Thousand Rin Snow. With its platinum wings unfurled in the air, the creature's talons seemed capable of rending anything asunder. Its massive form descended, overshadowing the space that had just been torn apart by its shriek. In an instant, several serpents were shattered by the sound, their black blood cascading to the ground like raindrops. A series of purple soul rings gradually ascended. The terrifying force of the impact sent Li Xian hurtling backward. Crash! He collided violently with a great tree, leaving a deep impression upon its trunk before crashing down to the ground. Exhaling deeply, Li Xian concealed himself behind the tree. His gaze filled with astonishment as he beheld the magnificent creature before him. This was a 5,000-year-old soul beast, the celestial feather eagle. He had intended to seek one out himself upon reaching the soul emperor rank, yet he had not anticipated encountering one so soon. This should not be. The cry must be one of its innate abilities, heaven-shattering cry. I should have been severely injured from that impact. Brushing the dirt from his trousers, Li Xian stood slowly, bewildered as he gazed at the magnificent beast resting upon the tree. Plop! A droplet of golden liquid fell upon Li Xian's arm, spreading a warm sensation throughout him. What is this? He reached out to wipe the droplet from his arm, glancing up at the motionless celestial feather eagle. He then sniffed the air, a faint metallic scent mingling with a delicate fragrance wafting toward him. This is blood. Surprised, Li Xian realized that the celestial feather eagle appeared gravely injured. The blood trickled down the branches, saturating the ground beneath. Suddenly, the once still celestial feather eagle flapped its enormous wings. Its platinum feathers glimmered brilliantly, and as it moved, a fierce wind surged forth, causing the surrounding trees to sway precariously. Upon witnessing the situation, Li Xian swiftly retreated to a distance, concealing his body. After all, a soul beast of 50,000 years could easily bring about his demise. Caution was indeed warranted. After standing quietly for a while, Li Xian resolved to leave this perilous place. To inflict serious injury upon such a soul beast, one would need to possess at least 100,000 years of experience or the status of a title Dalu. Just as he began to step back, a sudden, urgent voice rang out. Young master, we have located him. Moreover, there is another person present. Though the speaker remained unseen, the rough timbre of his voice carried an immense pressure that enveloped the area. Upon hearing this voice, Li Xian halted in his tracks, as an overwhelming mental force locked onto him, causing cold sweat to trickle down his brow. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as Li Xian turned his head to see a spear plummeting from afar, crashing into the ground and creating a vast crater beneath the Tianyu eagle. Coiled around the spear was an unusual serpent, emanating an intense aura of oppression. A title Dalu. Observing this scene, Li Xian's expression grew grave as he lifted his gaze toward the direction from which the spear had come, spotting several figures drawing closer. Serpent spear, your strength has diminished. Even a 50,000-year soul beast has managed to evade you. One of the figures taunted mockingly. Begone. What I employed was a tactic of bait and switch. You know nothing. The serpent spear retorted, flustered by the derision. Haha. A group of individuals approached Li Xian, engaging in jovial banter, drawing ever nearer. As they approached, Li Xian pondered his escape. Just then, the appearance of an ethereal figure rendered him motionless. What manner of being was this? Radiant, gentle, and commanding. It seemed that words eluded him in their attempt to describe her. 3 pairs of wings fluttered behind her, as delicate as silk, swaying gently with the breeze. Her celestial countenance bore a soft smile, and she was clad in a form-fitting golden gown, seamlessly woven from golden threads, devoid of excessive embellishments. The ancient yet elegant design showcased her flawless figure, accentuating perfect curves, while her azure eyes mirrored the vastness of the sky, exuding an intoxicating allure. A golden collar embraced her slender, alabaster neck, and her long golden hair cascaded casually down her back, unkempt yet striking, contrasting sharply with her immaculate gown. From a distance, Li Xian felt a stirring deep within his soul, a transcendence of spirit. The light blade even radiated an overwhelming desire. Li Xian recognized her identity. Yet, he had never anticipated that his heart would be so profoundly moved. Qianrenxue, as he beheld the enchanting figure now within arm's reach, Li Xian could not help but exhale a soft sigh. Swish! Several figures materialized beside Li Xian. The serpent spear Dalu glanced at Li Xian before turning to Qianrenxue, his tone tinged with respect as he inquired, Young master, how shall we deal with this individual? As the words fell, the mental prowess of Snake Spear Dalu remained fixated on Li Xian. After all, it was quite astonishing that a soul Zun would dare to venture alone into the mixed region of the Star Dou Forest. It left him pondering whether the individual was a fool or simply mad. The girl known as the young master slowly turned her head, and in the next moment, their gazes collided, devoid of words, yet their eyes spoke volumes. The azure depths of her eyes met with the of Li Xian, and subtly, Qianrenxue observed a smile at the corner of his lips, while a faint golden glow began to shimmer upon her white wings. No need for that. We are here to acquire a soul ring, and will depart immediately after. After their shared gaze broke, Qianrenxue turned her attention to the Tianyu eagle hanging from the tree, her voice ringing clear and melodious. Understood. Subsequently, the others disregarded Li Xian, moving past him, while he gazed at the departing Qianrenxue, casting a glance at the light blade in his hand. Unbeknownst to him, at some point, a delicate feathered sword pattern had emerged along the blade's surface, revealing 3 pairs of wing-like engravings. From a distance, at least 3 title Dalu activated their martial spirits. Standing guard nearby, suddenly, a flash of golden light surged forth, and a massive longsword swept through the air. As Li Xian turned to leave, the Tianyu eagle let out a chilling cry. Moments later, a dark soul ring began to rise slowly. In that fleeting instant of departure, He remained unaware of the platinum-hued small sword that had materialized upon his forehead, oddly adorned with wing-like patterns, only to vanish in an instant. How intriguing. Is he of the same ilk as what grandfather described? As she observed Li Xian's figure fade into the woods, Qian Rinxue revealed a subtle smile. She was indeed familiar with him, having remembered him for many years. Yet, why did her heart flutter with an inexplicable sensation, absorbing the soul ring? Qian Rinxue's mind fell into a contemplative silence. Young master, remain true to your heart. Chapter 69, Dark Demon Tiger. Having left the woods several hours ago, Li Xian glanced at the map and estimated that he still had about 5 or 6 hours of travel before reaching the borders of the Star Dou Empire. The cities of the two empires lay almost in a straight line, interrupted only by the expanse of the Star Dou Forest. What level could she possibly be at now? As he traversed the forest, Qian Rinxue's visage frequently flickered through Li Xian's mind. In truth, he felt that her masquerade as Xue Qinghe in the Heaven Dou Empire was merely a hindrance to his own cultivation, considering she was a congenital level 20. Boom. What was that? A tremendous sound resonated in Li Xian's ears. Without a second thought, he hastened towards the source of the thunderous noise. Swish, parting the foliage before him. Li Xian lifted his gaze and beheld a magnificent waterfall, cascading downward like a majestic eagle. The immense sound roared like a furious lion, deafening in its intensity. The waterfall appeared as if bestowed by the divine, plummeting from great heights. The impact upon the rocks along the shore, transforming the gentle whispers of the breeze rustling through the grass into a thunderous cacophony. Beneath the waterfall, the clash of water resonated like the furious howls of countless soul beasts, echoing their wrath towards the heavens. The waters of Wuxia are remarkably clear, so clear that they possess a green hue akin to a vast, flawless jade. Whenever the surface ripples, it sends forth splashes that evoke the thunderous charge of 1,000 galloping horses. The surging river cascades down the cliffs with a roaring force, an unceasing torrent that stretches for miles. This breathtaking scene momentarily leaves him entranced from afar, gazing upon the majestic waterfall. A profound thought emerging from the depths of his heart. This is the essence of nature. Yet, as one ventures into the wild, the artistry of nature reveals itself, instilling a sense of boundless freedom. It is time to depart. With one last glance at the waterfall, Li Xian summoned his spiritual energy and moved forward, though the resounding roar behind him lingered in his memory. 2 hours later, the sky began to darken, thick clouds gathering ominously, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. The forest was on the brink of a violent storm. Aware of this, Li Xian quickened his pace. Perhaps due to the impending downpour, he encountered no formidable spirit beasts along the way. Most were rather ordinary. Save for the moment he passed a swamp where he witnessed a magnificent white jade fire deer, aged at least 20,000 years, swiftly vanquished by a colossal crocodilian spirit beast, an 80,000-year-old earth fury crocodile. Even from a distance, the sight left Li Xian breathless. Spanning at least 20 meters in length and thicker than the mightiest trees, its dark brown body bore a ferocious maw lined with glistening, razor-sharp teeth. With a single roar, it sent all spirit beasts in the swamp fleeing in terror, while the surrounding terrain bore the scars of its ferocity. Many spirit beasts, unable to escape, perished upon the protruding spikes of the ground. Regaining his composure, Li Xian proceeded with utmost caution through the dense forest, extending his spiritual awareness to meticulously sense every movement around him. Boom! A thunderclap shattered the sky. The Star Dou Forest plunged further into darkness, and light rain began to fall, foreshadowing the impending torrential downpour. As he leaped from tree to tree, Li Xian wiped the rain and sweat from his brow. His expression was tinged with a mix of excitement and anxiety, for according to his map, he was merely an hour away from the small town belonging to the Star Dou Empire. The tension mounted, for nightfall had nearly enveloped the forest. Along this journey, he had slain no fewer than 10 spirit beasts, the strongest being a couple of 1,000 years old, and the weakest merely a few years. Splash! Glancing upwards, Li Xian finally felt the moment of tension arrive as raindrops began to hammer down upon the earth. Thud! As he dashed through the banana leaf thicket, he splashed into a puddle, sending murky water flying. With the thunderstorm raging, Li Xian opted to remain on the ground to avoid being struck by lightning while perched in the trees. After all, he is Li Xian, not Lei Xian. Help me! A faint cry for help emerged through the downpour, prompting Li Xian to turn, bewildered, as the rain obscured his sense of direction. Help! Help! Ah! Just as he scanned the surroundings, the urgent call echoed again. Found it! However, this time, Li Xian concealed his presence, transforming into a mere shadow as he stealthily advanced towards the source of the cries for help. Boss, this black tiger is incredibly formidable. It may only be 10,000 years old, yet it surpasses us. The voice belonged to a bald man, his face marred by several long scars. The dimly lit forest exuded an ominous aura as he exchanged a glance with the man referred to as Boss, and both shared a knowing smile. The individual called Boss was a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, his muscular physique adorned with prominent veins that coiled like serpents across his arms. From a distance, it was evident that this was a mercenary group consisting of 6 members, accompanied by the lifeless body of a man who had lost half of his form. Roar! The immense claws of the dark magic tiger struck towards the mercenaries, generating a powerful gust that stung their faces painfully. Everyone stand firm. Dou bellowed, swiftly evading the tiger's lethal strike. A sudden wail pierced the air as the group realized that the dark magic tiger had cunningly feigned an attack on Dou, only to target a hapless individual beside him. The onlookers' expressions turned icy as they beheld the unfortunate soul, crushed beneath the tiger's paw, blood splattering onto the ground, only to be washed away by the rain moments later. Roar! The dark magic tiger lowered its head towards the lifeless human, opening its gaping maw to devour the fallen. Thud! The sound of swallowing echoed like a death knell in the ears of the remaining members. In mere seconds, the body lay in shambles. Observing the dark magic tiger's apparent indifference towards them, Dou exchanged a glance with the surviving members. 5th soul skill Flame Slash, he shouted, charging forward, albeit with an oddly peculiar speed. Xin, concealed in the shadows, silently watched the unfolding confrontation, gripping the dark blade in his hand. He remained impassive as he bore witness to the battle between man and beast. Kill. Perhaps spurred by Dou's lead, the others, save for the one who had spoken to him earlier, summoned their martial spirits, their soul rings shimmering, illuminating the murky surroundings. Swish. 3 mercenaries hurriedly unleashed their soul skills against the dark magic tiger. What an opportunity, they thought, exhilarated and frenzied, for until their attacks neared the soul beast, they had not observed it make any move. Roar. A thunderous roar erupted from the dark magic tiger. No. The 3 men watched in horror as the tiger abruptly raised its head, desperately attempting to flee, but it was too late. Whoosh. A single swipe scattered their efforts as the dark magic tiger, exhaling a foul breath, struck fiercely at the trio. Boss, save us! They cried. Terror etched across their faces as they sensed the stench behind them. Swish. In that fleeting moment, the dark magic tiger's claw, enveloped in dark energy, engulfed the 3. Bang. Like watermelons being crushed, the 3, drenched in blood, gazed in disbelief at the man they revered as Boss, who wore a smile at the corner of his mouth. Farewell, my friends. Chapter 70, Soul Bone. Swish. With a flaming greatsword, the blade swept across the bodies of the 3, ultimately striking fiercely upon the claw of the dark demon tiger. Roar. The greatsword cleaved through half of the tiger's claw, the intense flames scorching its fur into charred remnants. This agony elicited a pained roar from the otherwise formidable beast. Chong now? Observing his martial spirit injure the dark demon tiger, Dou called out to his companion. Nyo Chong. Whoosh. In the next moment, a shadow darted past, a pitch-black dagger aimed at the tiger's head. 5th soul skill. Shadow Kill. The violet soul ring shimmered as Nyo Chong transformed into an afterimage, thrusting the dagger with ferocity. Bang. The tiger's eyes displayed a flicker of disdain. And in the next instant, a dark circular wave erupted from its maw. Not good. The dagger collided violently with the wave. Whoosh. A figure was propelled far into the air, crashing down to the ground with a resounding thud. Damn. Dou growled in frustration as he gripped his greatsword and yanked it free from the tiger's claw, crimson blood spraying forth. Roar. In pain. The dark demon tiger fixed its gaze on Dou, retreating several meters with a powerful leap. Puff. Exhaling a cloud of white breath. It raised its forepaw to reveal the exposed bone, its eyes reflecting a human-like fury as dark gases enveloped its form. In the next moment, its entire body contorted into a grotesque shape. No doubt, a weakened version of the dark demon evil god tiger, Xin murmured to himself with a smirk. Not good. It's going berserk. Nyo Chong, now on his feet, urgently shouted at Dou. The 2 exchanged a knowing glance, simultaneously declaring, 6th soul skill, Blade Extreme Flame Slash. 5th soul skill Shadow Kill. As the words left their lips, a colossal flaming greatsword materialized before the dark demon tiger, the blazing flames evaporating the rain around them, casting a brilliant light. Flash. In the next instant, Dou brought the flaming greatsword down with tremendous force, aimed squarely at the tiger's head. Roar. A furious roar erupted from the tiger, black mist surging forth like a torrent, colliding with the flaming blade. Whoosh. As the black mist met the greatsword, the afterimage of Nyo Chong, almost imperceptible, inadvertently lunged with his dagger, targeting the tiger's vital points. The speed was blinding. Clang. However, as the dagger struck the tiger's throat. A crisp sound resonated in Niu Chang's ears, yet drowned out by the rain. Feng Dedeo remained blissfully unaware. Gazing in surprise at the dark demon tiger, Niu Chang locked eyes with it, witnessing the extreme mockery and murderous intent reflected therein. Boom! The clash of black mist and the great sword sent vibrations through the air, dispersing the rain. At the epicenter of the collision, a massive crater slowly formed, charred and desolate. Sparks scattered into the grass, quickly extinguished by the relentless rain. Whoosh! Realizing his attack was futile, Niu Chang promptly activated a displacement soul skill, vacating the area. Impossible, my fifth soul skill couldn't pierce through it. After reaching a place of safety, Niu Chang murmured in disbelief. Beside him, Feng Dedeo looked on in astonishment at his old comrade, well aware of the formidable power of Niu Chang's soul skill. Turning to gaze at the dark demon tiger, which remained steadfast in its position, he began to contemplate a retreat. Xiangzi, prepare to flee. Feng Dedeo whispered, his lips barely moving. Both men were intent on withdrawing when a roar that reverberated through the forest erupted from the dark demon tiger, sending a chill down their spines. Even Li Xian felt goosebumps rise involuntarily. Hastily, Li Xian turned to see the dark demon tiger, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, charging towards the two mercenaries who were preparing to escape. Its paws struck the ground, splattering muddy rainwater. Realizing retreat was no longer an option, Feng Dedeo, in a fit of rage, surged forward, unleashing his sixth soul skill, the blade of extreme fire slash. The dark soul rings flickered as he summoned all his strength for a decisive blow, and a massive fiery blade materialized above them. With a thunderous roar, a violent explosion of energy engulfed the surroundings. Strangely, a sinister crimson glint appeared in Feng Dedeo's eyes. Niu Chang darted around rapidly, his dagger striking at the dark demon tiger whenever the opportunity arose, evading to search for the next chance. After several attempts, he managed to pierce through the black mist surrounding the beast, causing a copious amount of blood to spurt forth. Seizing the moment, he targeted the exposed areas bereft of the dark aura. Damn it, we've gone too far. Feeling a surge of soul power within him, Feng Dedeo's gaze hardened with ferocity and hatred. He had not anticipated that a soul beast, a mere 10,000 years old, could possess such strength. The image of a cloaked figure flashed through his mind, causing his body to tremble. Yet the overwhelming power coursing within him was intoxicating. Returning to the present, he beheld the accursed tiger, drenched in blood. Though it was merely wounded, the sight incited the bizarre creature into a furious rage. With a deafening roar, it unleashed a series of colossal shockwaves directed at Feng Dedeo and the evasive Niu Chang. The sound of destruction filled the air as numerous trees and bushes were obliterated, leaving chaos in their wake. Dodging the shockwaves, Feng Dedeo leapt high into the air, brandishing his somewhat peculiar sword, and delivered a fierce downward slash. In response, the dark demon tiger pursued, erupting with a violent black mist, condensing the energy in its paws, which had become remarkably solid due to the inflicted damage. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sound startled Niu Chang, who was attempting a sneak attack. In the next moment, the massive form of the tiger reappeared, its enormous claws crashing down upon him. With a sickening thud, Niu Chang was sent flying several meters away, blood pouring from his mouth, staining his clothes. He fell to the ground, unconscious. Xiangzi, watching his old comrade fall gravely injured, Feng Dedeo's eyes darkened entirely. The flames around him ignited with a tinge of black. The well-concentrated blade descended in a swift arc. Boom. Roar. At this moment, the dark demon tiger was engulfed in a furious rage, delivering a devastating slap that shattered the surrounding area. It recoiled and leaped, the dark energy around it growing ever more frenzied as its claws viciously lunged toward Feng Dedeo. It was the end. From a distance, Li Xian murmured to himself. Boom. A dark shadow and a crimson figure collided in an instant. Crack. The two exchanged glances, and a primal roar erupted from Feng Dedeo as his muscles bulged, pressing his great blade down with ferocity. His square jaw contorted into a grotesque grimace, tendrils of dark energy rising from his back. Roar. The deafening cries echoed, and the beast began to retreat, fear flashing in the dark demon tiger's eyes. It was terrified, afraid of death. Yet, as a born ruler, the dark demon tiger let out a furious roar, tapping into a legacy from its memories, its entire body suddenly adorned with intricate patterns. Its massive form erupted with torrents of blood, washed away by the rain. The runes on its body pulsed with an enigmatic energy, merging into its dark aura. You shall perish. Fearing that the final strike might not conclude the battle, Feng Dedeo summoned the last remnants of his soul power, growling as his great blade transformed into a haze of darkness that swung downwards. Simultaneously, the runes infused into the dark demon tiger's body, amplifying its already formidable presence. Boom. A colossal sound reverberated, scattering countless fragments, thud after thud. The debris flew like arrows, obliterating the entire area. Witnessing this, Li Xian hastily retreated 100 meters. This area was truly perilous. He then raised his gaze, a mushroom cloud-like plume of smoke billowing upward, his rain-soaked face bearing a look of astonishment. Before him lay a vast pit, at least 100 meters wide, surrounded by scorched earth, patches of grass igniting from stray sparks, even as rain continued to pour from the sky. Phew! Without overthinking, Li Xian stood atop the pit, his gaze fixated within, where a circle of black soul rings slowly ascended, revealing the enormous body sprawled on the ground, its bones grotesquely exposed. On the other side, Feng Dedeo knelt, gasping for air. Who are you? At the moment Li Xian approached, Feng Dedeo glared intensely at him. This is... Upon seeing the man's pitch-black eyes, Li Xian instantly became alert. The last time he encountered such eyes was in the illusions among those sinister soul masters. I have come in search of the sound. Li Xian replied, feigning trepidation. Hearing this, Feng Dedeo scrutinized Li Xian with piercing eyes before turning his attention to the lifeless dark demon tiger. His tone laced with ire. Damned creature. Feeling the excruciating pain coursing through him and the complete depletion of his soul power, Feng Dedeo cast a furtive glance at Li Xian. The great blade in his hand tightened unconsciously. Earthfire blade. Observing the mercenary's martial soul, Li Xian murmured deep within himself. What is that? Feng Dedeo's eyes suddenly brightened as he gazed at the dark demon tiger's left paw. Li Xian, puzzled, turned his head, his gaze sharpening as he noticed a piece of black-blue bone lying on the ground beside the dark demon tiger's left claw. A soul bone. Chapter 71. The Kill. The soul bone in hand. The moment the soul bone manifested, both Li Xian and Feng Dada's expressions darkened. Concealed beneath a facade of calmness, Li Xian feigned curiosity. Brother, what is that? In response, Feng Dada remained silent, his pitch-black eyes fixated on Li Xian, seemingly attempting to uncover a hidden truth. After a brief pause, Feng Dada smiled faintly and said, It's nothing. I merely hope you could assist me by retrieving that item. His tone was gentle, and upon hearing this, Li Xian nodded slowly, turning away while a smile crept onto his lips, fully aware that Feng Dada was cognizant of his deceit. What kind of person would dare to venture alone into the Star Dou Forest? In the next moment, Li Xian strode purposefully towards the soul bone, each step bringing him closer to its location. Observing this, Feng Dada, half kneeling on the ground, revealed a cruel and sinister grin as he slowly raised his weapon. His gaze fixated on Li Xian's neck. Die. With a swift motion, a crimson blade shot towards Li Xian in a straight line, leaving a trail of red in its wake. In the rain-soaked night, droplets cascaded down, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Feng Dada, exhilarated, envisioned the moment when the youth would be cleaved in two, blood spraying forth. Bang! The sound reverberated. Within the obscured view, flashes of golden light flickered briefly, only to be swiftly concealed by the relentless downpour. As the rain intensified, visibility diminished further. Feng Dada wiped his face, dazedly staring at the spot where Li Xian had just been. His martial spirit was embedded in the corpse of the dark demon tiger, yet the young man was nowhere to be found. Instantly, his expression soured. He was acutely aware of his current predicament, one leg and one arm severed, his soul power depleted, and movement rendered impossible. Brother, what you are doing is utterly unethical. The cacophony of rain striking the forest sent chills down his spine. Slowly, he turned his head to find a shadow looming behind him. 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, rising ominously. In the enveloping darkness, the dark red heavy sword was unmistakable. The night seemed to be illuminated solely by this faint glow. Boom! A blinding flash of lightning streaked across the sky, momentarily illuminating the entire forest. In that instant, Feng Dada's gaze was locked onto Li Xian, who bore a smile at the corner of his mouth. Swish. The dark red light sliced through the night, as Li Xian swiftly severed Feng Dada's right hand. Blood gushed forth as Feng Dada collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Before attempting to kill me, one must be prepared to be killed themselves. Hiss. I have never slain a soul emperor before. His tone was disturbingly calm, instilling fear in those who heard it. Li Xian glanced at Feng Dada, then swung the dark blade fiercely downwards, and in the next moment, another arm fell brutally to the ground. Damn you little bastard. The armless Feng Dedeo lay on the ground, propping himself up with his waist, turning his head to fix a fierce gaze upon Li Xian, who roared in anger. Remember in your next life not to associate with evil spirit masters. As he spoke, the black spirit ring beneath Li Xian shimmered, and an altar, adorned with peculiar runes, slowly enveloped Feng Dedeo. With swift steps, Li Xian approached, standing beside the corpse of the dark demon tiger, and gently picked up the black-purple spirit bone. The spirit bone emanated a gem-like aura, resembling an arm, radiating a faint glow. Li Xian gazed at it, somewhat entranced by its exquisite beauty, thinking, now, it belongs to me. You bastard, you shall die? Upon hearing this, Li Xian shrugged. His aim remained resolute. Regardless of whether Feng Dedeo had attempted to ambush him, he would have eliminated this foe. Glancing at the sky, Li Xian leaped up towards the opening of the pit and made his way towards the location of the agile spirit master. Boom! Just as Li Xian departed, a tremendous sound erupted from within the pit. Whoosh! The dark blade fell directly. Inside the cave, a brilliant fire illuminated the surroundings. The rain intensified, rendering visibility nearly impossible. After some contemplation, Li Xian decided to seek refuge in a nearby cave temporarily. Crackling. Watching the dancing sparks, Li Xian fell into deep thought. Truly, this was a realm of fantastical wonders. Reflecting on his recent victory over a spirit emperor, he felt a sense of silence wash over him. Although the foe he had just vanquished was a spirit emperor, it was astonishing how feeble the physical strength was without the protection of spirit power. Especially after sustaining severe injuries from the battle with the dark demon tiger. Lying on a blanket, Li Xian cradled his head, gradually drifting into slumber. The following day, tranquility enveloped the outside of the cave, though the sky remained cloaked in a somber hue, the clouds shrouding the entire expanse. After freshening up, Li Xian emerged from the cave, stepping onto the damp ground and inhaling the crisp air, feeling rejuvenated. He continued on his journey, passing the site of last night's battle. Approaching, he noticed the corpse of the dark demon tiger still lay there, half submerged in rainwater, while Feng Dedeo had long since turned to ash. Satisfied, Li Xian hastily departed the area. As he left the cave, he glanced at the map. He estimated that in 1 or 2 hours, he would exit the Star Dou Forest. Returning to a state of normalcy, a dark red figure darted through the green forest, stirring the air and causing droplets to fall from the leaves. Baihe City, a settlement bordering the Star Dou Forest, represented the lowest tier of cities within the Star Luo Empire. Its economy was barely stable, given its proximity to the perilous forest. A sect named Baihezong had established itself there, enduring for a century, with its current leader being a formidable spirit emperor. Within the city, a handsome young man strolled slowly down the street, surveying his surroundings. This individual is undoubtedly Li Xian. After a journey of nearly an hour and a half, he finally departed from the starry forest and arrived at a human city. Everything here is satisfactory. Yet one detail left Li Xian somewhat speechless: the absence of a post station, which meant he would have to walk to the next large city. A daunting distance of 50 kilometers. Not wishing to squander time, Li Xian procured provisions and water from a shop, equipped himself accordingly, and then departed from this small town. His next destination, Starmoon City. Chapter 72, Starmoon City. The status and economy of Starmoon City are comparable to those of Soto City, making it one of the most significant cities near the borders of the Star Luo Empire, particularly given its proximity to the Starry Forest. After careful consideration, Li Xian decided this would be his first choice. The absence of a post station business within the Star Luo Empire posed a challenge. Inside a grand and opulent building, Xian sat quietly in a chair. This was a transfer station where one could board carriages, located about a kilometer outside White Crane City. With a slight sigh, Li Xian glanced at the departure times displayed on a wooden board. Indeed, the Douluo continent operates on a ticketing system akin to that of trains or high-speed rail in his previous life, with the notable distinction that one must await carriages. Unfolding a map, Li Xian's gaze fell downward. Starmoon City was approximately 800 kilometers from the Imperial capital of the Star Luo Empire. Even by carriage, the journey would undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time. Thus, he resolved to plan meticulously, visiting each city in succession for training and exploration. Closing his mouth, Li Xian stowed the map away, and after about half an hour, a messenger arrived to inform him that it was time to depart. "Sir, please proceed to carriage number 5, spoke a young woman, her features delicate and youthful, appearing to be in her early 20s. She wore a professional yet feigned smile as she addressed Li Xian. Very well. Nodding in acknowledgement, Li Xian rose and followed her through a small door. Upon exiting, he beheld a large carriage awaiting them, large enough to accommodate at least 20 passengers. The team consisted of 10 horses, not ordinary ones, but rather those bred from spirit beasts. Once aboard, the carriage was nearly filled with passengers, leaving only one window seat available. Without hesitation, Li Xian took that seat, settled in, and closed his eyes to rest after casting a glance at the other travelers. With a rhythmic jolt, the carriage began to move. After a while, Li Xian opened his eyes to observe the landscape outside. Vast rice fields stretched alongside the main road, which was in far better condition than the thoroughfares of the Tiandou Empire. No wonder the Tiandou Empire would eventually fracture, while the Star Luo Empire remained steadfast. Li Xian murmured to himself, reclining comfortably in his seat, his gaze fixed on the outside world, where it was evident a small village lay nearby. The houses along the route bore a striking resemblance to those found in Western Europe in his previous life, spacious and airy, with some homes featuring windmills that turned gracefully, sending splashes of water into the air. The day remained overcast as he traversed the long main road, taking in the scenery. Suddenly, as a cool breeze brushed against him, Li Xian's attention was captured by a tree. It was a heavenly sakura orchid tree. The pink blossoms swayed gently in the breeze, with delicate petals akin to jade, gracefully falling to the ground, creating a soft pink carpet beneath. The verdant grass, stirred by the wind, undulates like a gentle wave. This tree reaches nearly 100 meters in height and is awe-inspiring even from a distance. A glance at the other passengers reveals faint smiles on their faces. "Excuse me, could you share the significance of that tree?" Li Xian turned to see an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 60s, with an assortment of fresh herbs at her feet, still bearing traces of soil, evidently destined for sale in Star Moon City. Li Xian nodded, observing the old woman. In the next moment, silence enveloped the carriage. All eyes turned toward him, leaving him somewhat flustered. The elderly woman pondered for a moment before speaking with a smile. "That tree was planted over 1,000 years ago, as per the tales of our ancestors. It is said to have been planted by a great soul master for his beloved. At that time, the empire was not known as the Star Luo Empire. It was marred by chaos and incessant strife. This nobleman rose from humble beginnings and unified the empire in just 20 years. Tragically, on the day of unification, his wife passed away." Pausing briefly, the old woman continued, "That nobleman is now revered as the founding emperor of our Star Luo Empire. The tree is known as the Heavenly Sakura Orchid, and it stands as the only one of its kind in the entire empire, a poignant tribute to his beloved. The founding empress's martial soul was indeed the Heavenly Sakura Orchid." The other passengers were already acquainted with this tale, choosing to remain silent out of respect for the founding emperor, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the old woman's narration. Li Xian found himself taken aback. A seemingly ordinary story held a profound innocence for the people of this world. In contrast, he had grown immune to such melodramatic tales after his previous life experiences. Yet, it was undeniably beautiful. Gazing at the breathtaking scenery, reminiscent of a celestial realm, Li Xian felt the bloodlust stirred by the dark blade within him begin to subside. "By the way, young man," the elderly woman interjected, "my elders say that if one prays beneath that tree with their beloved, they shall receive the blessings of the divine. You should consider trying it one day. Such a moment will surely come." Star Moon City occupies an area nearly 3 times larger than Dou City. Yet both cities are of the same caliber. Due to its proximity to the Star Dou Forest, this vast expanse remains sparsely populated, having been designated by the royal family over 300 years ago as a grand city. In recent years, the surrounding smaller towns have gradually integrated into it. The city is governed by a formidable soul master, ranked at level 87. The carriage gradually approached the city gates, entering through the north gate, which boasts 8 grand entrances. After undergoing thorough checks, they were permitted entry, with a stringent inspection process in place. Soldiers patrolled both the walls and the ground, hundreds standing guard with utmost seriousness. In this respect, the Star Luo Empire far surpasses the Tiandou Empire by countless streets. Given the quality of these soldiers, without the Spirit Hall, Tiandou would have long ceased to exist, and even the top 3 sects would prove ineffective. After being inspected by the Sentinel soldiers, Li Xian was granted entry without having to pay the city fee. Upon entering, the carriage swiftly arrived at the terminal, which consisted of 6 imposing structures, each standing 30 meters tall, resembling a palace from the outside. Once he alighted from the carriage, Li Xian took out a medicinal herb and placed it into the old woman's basket. This herb, gathered from the illusionary realm, was highly beneficial for one's vitality and could fetch around 1 to 200 gold soul coins if sold. "Young man, I cannot accept this," the old woman protested. Li Xian merely smiled at her response, waved his hand, and quickly departed. Only after Li Xian's figure vanished did the elderly woman accept the herb in her hands. "Now, my grandson's life-saving money has arrived." In just over 10 minutes, the herb was purchased by a passing merchant for 150 gold soul coins. Li Xian was indifferent about giving away the herb. He had an abundance stored in his spatial soul guide. However, he lamented not having gathered more previously, as they were becoming increasingly scarce in the outside world. It baffled him why those evil soul masters did not harvest them, such a waste. Shaking his head, he exited the gate and gazed at the bright streets below the stone steps, a smile gracing his lips as he stepped forward. Chapter 73, News. As Li Xian strolled along the bustling street, he brushed shoulders with the throngs of people, many adorned in attire reflecting the local culture. He first checked into a hotel for 2 days, and then began to wander leisurely through Silver Moon City. Tall ginkgo trees lined the meticulously arranged pathways, with numerous carriages traversing the roads, giving Li Xian the sensation of being immersed in a game. "Hello, could you please bring me a cup of lemon tea?" he inquired of the attendant at the tea house. Nodding, the attendant promptly began preparing the tea. "Sir, please find a seat. I will bring it to you shortly," she said with a smile. Without further ado, Li Xian chose a spot by the window, intending to spend 2 days in Silver Moon City. "Hey, have you heard? There has been an uprising of evil soul masters in the Heaven Dou Empire." "What are evil soul masters? Is that true?" Suddenly, a wave of chatter erupted within the tea house, and Li Xian's attention sharpened at the mention of evil soul masters. A group of people quickly gathered around, eager for information from the individual seated at the back. "Good tea." The middle-aged man savored his drink leisurely, leaving Li Xian somewhat exasperated by the man's calm demeanor in the face of urgency. Quick, don't drink. Tell us what happened in the Heaven Dou Empire." The crowd clamored. Cough, please remain calm." After a brief pause, the middle-aged man began. "I heard it from someone at the City Lord's mansion. You know that Chief Steward Chung? During our last drinking session, he mentioned it, and many people overheard. Apparently, in a place called Maple Leaf City within the Heaven Dou Empire, an evil soul master organization was exposed. Somehow, it was revealed, and the Spirit Hall annihilated them, sending 5 titled Douluos to deal with the situation." "What? 5 titled Douluos?" Suddenly, an uproar ensued. "What is a titled Douluo?" "It represents the pinnacle of power on the continent, and there are scarcely a handful of them. Yet, astonishingly, 5 have appeared this time." Upon hearing this, Li Xian subtly pursed his lips. The Spirit Hall is certainly not lacking in titled Douluo. Ah, how thrilling. Yet, even more excitement lies ahead, so please, remain quiet and listen to my words. After sipping some tea to soothe his throat, he noticed that everyone else had also quieted down, their gazes fixed upon the middle-aged man. It is said that only 2 individuals from the Evil Spirit Master organization managed to escape, and both are of titled Douluo caliber. They lured passing spirit masters into an illusion, only to slay them and extract their blood essence. The scene was indeed harrowing, and the area has since been cordoned off. However, it remains uncertain where those 2 titled Douluo have fled. One can only hope they do not come to our Silver Moon City. As the word settled, the patrons in the tea house exchanged glances, many of whom were unfamiliar with the term Evil Spirit Master. Yet, the announcement of 5 titled Douluo dispatched by the Spirit Hall suggested that these evil spirit masters were certainly no benign entities. Could it be that they have ventured this way? Surely not. Do not frighten me. Ah, perhaps they are right here in this tea house. Enough. Amidst the banter from the crowd, Li Xian furrowed his brow. The individual he encountered that night in the Star Dou Forest could undoubtedly be an evil spirit master. However, it was evident that this person had only recently become one. The evil energy within them had yet to awaken. Could it be? In the next moment, a cold sweat broke out on Li Xian. It was unmistakable. Those 2 evil spirit masters must have fled to the Star Dou Empire. Drawing a deep breath, he finished his tea and retreated to a shadowy corner, casually donning a lifelike human mask, for those evil spirit masters were aware of his appearance. Moments later, an unremarkable youth emerged from an alleyway, with a ruddy complexion and an utterly average visage, one that blended seamlessly into the crowd. He touched his face, feeling no discomfort, and nodded in satisfaction. After settling the tea bill, Li Xian left the tea house and began to meander through Silver Moon City. Thud, thud, thud. Half an hour later, he arrived at a square bustling with a throng of people. The sound of drums echoed incessantly, and the crowd formed concentric circles. Observing this, Li Xian made his way closer. How splendid. Wow. Before he could step inside, a chorus of exclamations erupted. With a swift exertion of spirit power, Li Xian easily maneuvered into the throng. By heavens. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a dragon's head, reminiscent of a Western dragon. In the square, approximately 15 individuals and 30-odd pillars stood erect on the ground. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. Is this not a dragon dance? These performers bore a meticulously crafted red dragon, leaping from pillar to pillar with remarkable agility, each movement breathtaking, especially considering that the tallest pillar soared nearly 10 meters high. With a whoosh, the performer at the dragon's head prepared to leap towards the highest pillar, while the onlookers held their breath in suspense. Between the 2 pillars, there lies a distance of approximately 2 meters, compelling the onlookers to lift their heads in order to behold the spectacle above. A white soul ring flickers in midair, and instantly, the 6-person red dragon dance resembles a vibrant burst of fireworks, undulating gracefully in the sky as countless glimmering sparks cascade around the dragon. With a firm step upon the tallest pillar, the middle-aged man at the head of the dragon gazes down at the audience, a smile gracing his lips. He then exchanges glances with his teammates, and in the next moment, the dragon dance accelerates, no longer a slow, deliberate leap, but rather 6 individuals, each upon their own pillar, leaping rhythmically, each employing their soul techniques, as the fiery sparks rain down. In that moment, the vision of the audience is consumed by the vivid red figure. Time appears to stand still, until moments later, a fervent cheer erupts, a sound that resonates deeply within the hearts of all present. After discreetly tossing a gold soul coin into the copper plate, Li Xen quietly departs. For he possesses not but a singular gold soul coin. At the food stall, Li Xen savors the warmth of fried meat while observing families gathered in joyous reunion around him. Within the Soulmaster Academy, he witnesses youths of similar age engaged in intense competition, their parents surrounding them, exuberantly cheering as if invigorated by an unseen force. With a faint smile, Li Xen soon takes his leave. In the auction house, he observes the fervent struggles of the crowd, the sight of foolishness intertwined with wealth, and succumbs to slumber. The day passes swiftly, and as night descends, Li Xen finds solace in the embrace of darkness. He cherishes the beauty of the night in the Douluo world, where the sky is adorned with countless stars, unmarred by industrial pollution. Standing on the hotel balcony, he exhales a breath of white mist, gazing down at the illuminated streets below, as gentle moonlight bathes the surroundings. Chapter 74, Waiting. Following the jubilant echoes of the night, the city of Silvermoon finds itself draped in tranquility by day. Various individuals traverse the cobbled streets, each visage radiating warmth and cheer. As Li Xen meanders aimlessly through the thoroughfare, a wooden sign catches his eye, inscribed with words that convey a clear message. An announcement reads, "In the far western reaches of Silvermoon City, an unusual occurrence has transpired in Tuck Town. Out of a population of 4,638 individuals have perished. The City Lord's office hereby advises the residents of Silvermoon City to refrain from visiting Tuck Town for leisure. Should one wish to ascertain the truth, one may join the investigation team at the City Lord's office, with a minimum requirement of Soul King level. Upon completion of the investigation, a reward of 10,000 gold soul coins will be granted. It is noted that the team is led by 4 formidable Soul Dou, 2 of whom are of the 89th level in the Assault class. Tuck Town is renowned as a delightful destination, boasting the most exquisite scenery in the northwest of the Star Dou Empire, a breathtaking canyon. However, the mere mention of a canyon brings a twinge of discomfort to Li Xen. In truth, he harbors no desire to venture there, but the Dark Blade's mischief has subsided, only for the Light Blade to stir once more, vibrating insistently within him. All right, I understand," he mutters. "There's no need to get so worked up. I shall go, won't I? I truly regret awakening you." With a resigned smile, Li Xen sets off on foot towards Tuck Town. Upon contemplating these thoughts, the radiant blade immediately ceased its tremor. However, unbeknownst to Li Xen, the platinum-colored small sword concealed upon his forehead emitted not a whisper of aura for him to perceive. Instead, it radiated a pure essence of light that enveloped the radiant blade. 2 hours later, Li Xen gradually transitioned from the main road into a narrower path, a necessary route to Taker Town. Yet, despite the passage of time, he encountered not a single soul, only a myriad of disordered hoofprints scattered along the way. It appeared the reconnaissance team had already ventured to Taker Town. As he ran, Li Xen observed the tracks beneath his feet, and in the next moment, his speed increased significantly. Strangely, there was an utter absence of sound. Although it was daytime, a chilling sensation pervaded the air. Alas, sensing this familiar feeling, a wave of exhaustion washed over Li Xen. However, in the following instant, a peculiar warmth surged into his mind, instantly clearing his vision. He halted abruptly. What is this? The ground was merely uneven in places, and at that moment, the chilling aura dissipated entirely. Taking a deep breath, he resumed his stride, re-entering the path. This time, numerous hoofprints reappeared. The notable difference was the unmistakable warmth on his body, a stark contrast to the previous chilling sensation even under the sun. This was indeed the true pathway to Taker Town. Gazing ahead at the path, flowers bloomed alongside it, and the unevenness had vanished, revealing a smooth and spacious way. As a town that thrived on trade near the canyon, they were acutely aware of the significance of well-maintained roads. Hence, this route was not only meticulously leveled, but also diligently repaired at the slightest sign of wear. It was time to proceed. With those words, Li Xen's figure gradually faded from the area. After several hours, during the peak heat of the sun, a large group of riders emerged from the direction Li Xen had departed. The 4 leaders among them exuded an astonishing aura. They have emerged. It seems we were not mistaken. This must be the work of that soul-devouring evil spirit master. The speaker was an elderly man with white hair yet a youthful visage, standing tall like a lance, his gaze sharp and piercing. A title DouluoDalu evil spirit master. This is troublesome, particularly one of the mental type, remarked another elder beside him. White elder, let us continue onward. The longer we delay, the more unforeseen occurrences may arise, urged the youngest-looking middle-aged man on the far right, his tone tinged with urgency. Very well, let us set forth, replied the white elder, not uttering another word. With a command, dozens began to advance, clearly ensnared by the recent illusion. Meanwhile, after a long journey, Leopards finally arrived at Taker Town, where wisps of smoke wafted through the air, and many chimneys continued to emit their plumes. The town exuded an air of tranquility, hiding amidst the dense thickets. Leopards observed the children frolicking below the hillocks, while women nearby engaged in cheerful banter as they wove. A peculiar sensation flickered in Leopards' eyes just moments ago. 38 lives had been extinguished, yet the townsfolk displayed no semblance of sorrow. Time elapsed, and Leopards remained quietly concealed within the woods, perplexed by the town's indifference. However, the radiant blade did not impart any malevolent aura to him. Suddenly, the ground trembled under the rapid gallop of horses. Sensing this commotion, Leopards discreetly shifted to a more concealed position. Almost a minute later, a large group on horseback approached the town's entrance. This must be the reconnaissance team. From his vantage point in the foliage, Leopards scrutinized the individuals below. Shortly thereafter, around 10 people emerged from the town and appeared to exchange a few words before the members of the reconnaissance team swiftly entered. With a thud, the gates closed slowly, emitting a muffled sound. Observing this, Leopards silently prepared to await the arrival of nightfall. Only then could he move stealthily. In the special form of the dark blade, he would find it difficult to be detected unless he chose to reveal himself. As time trickled by, the sun gradually descended, and lights began to illuminate the streets of the town. The moonlight spilled onto the ground but was soon obscured by clouds. With a swift motion, a dark crimson figure vanished into the thickets. Chapter 75, The Disappearance. Under the cover of night, the residual shadows cast by the dark blade rendered Leopards' figure elusive, seamlessly merging with the darkness. Tuck Town was not particularly large. Its tallest structures rose no higher than 4 stories, constructed for the martial soul hall. Observing the hoofprints on the ground, Leopards stealthily followed the trail. Following the marks, he soon arrived outside a relatively spacious and somewhat well-decorated building. However, wary of being detected by the Star Dou within, Leopards maintained his distance, noting the quiet horses outside and the stillness of the few individuals, save for the leader. Is it true that no one has ever died in this town? A voice within the building, belonging to the white-clad elder, carried a hint of astonishment. Indeed, sir. Our town has always been like this. There has been no rumor of 38 deaths, replied the hunchbacked mayor, his brow furrowed in confusion. He, too, appeared bewildered. If 38 people had truly perished, it would be a calamity. As the words lingered, the 4 exchanged glances, nodding to one another. In the next moment, they rose to their feet. The white-clad elder turned to the hunchbacked man and inquired, "May I ask where the canyon is located?" To the north of our town. It is quite near the Star Dou Forest. By the way, sir, do exercise caution. Recently, several outsiders have ventured to the canyon and have gone missing. We have had to temporarily seal off the path leading there, the hunchbacked elder warned as he noted their intention to go to the canyon. Thank you for the warning. With that, the 4 promptly resolved to depart for the location of the canyon. Father, those vanished travelers number precisely 38. Just as Bai Gongfong and his companions were about to step beyond the threshold, a voice resonated from behind them. Instantly, they turned to regard the middle-aged man, whose gaze bore an air of authority. They have emerged. In the shadows, Leopards' crimson eyes fixated on the reconnaissance team departing on horseback. His steps poised to follow them immediately. Oh, what are we to do? 38 individuals have vanished in an instant. Our town's future development is grim. A voice echoed, prompting Leopards to pause, taking refuge outside the house to eavesdrop on the ensuing conversation. Father, when did a plaza materialize in the gorge? I distinctly remember those individuals disappearing within a plaza. Upon hearing this, Leopards furrowed his brow. The term plaza resonated with him profoundly. Plaza? What plaza? I have roamed the gorge for decades and have yet to encounter any plaza, the middle-aged man replied, observing his son with a perplexed expression. Indeed, at the deepest part of the gorge, there stands a massive tree. That tree has vanished, replaced by an expansive plaza constructed of stone slabs, even more level and pristine than the plaza in our town. Noticing his father's bewilderment, the middle-aged man felt a surge of dread. After a moment of mutual scrutiny, both father and son wore expressions of sheer terror. Bang! The heavy door slammed shut, prompting Leopards to emerge, his demeanor calm as he regarded the tightly shut door. It must be another teleportation array, though he was uncertain if it was orchestrated by the evil soul master. Pondering this, Li Xian set forth, following the hoof prints. He shook his head in resignation at the father-son duo's fearful expressions. After all, they were but ordinary folk, naturally apprehensive in the face of such extraordinary occurrences. The light blade still sensed no malevolent aura. Could it be that the gorge was not the work of the evil soul master? Leaping upon the branches, Li Xian attuned to his martial soul within, yet no sensations emerged, only an increasing compulsion to advance. Very well, I shall discover the truth through contact. After a prolonged silence, Li Xian cast aside his disjointed thoughts, quickening his pace into a run. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance team had already reached the gorge. At first glance, the gorge did not appear particularly high. Various flowers, grasses, and trees adorned the roadside. Although obscured by night, even their spiritual awareness could discern the beauty around them, a vivid tableau of chirping birds and fragrant blossoms. It appears quite tranquil, remarked a middle-aged man, standing at 6 feet tall, with gray hair and clad in a blue robe, as he surveyed the entrance to the gorge. I too have sensed no presence of evil energy. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, their expressions revealing concern toward the speaker. A woman in her 40s, her skin fair, figure slightly plump, yet her voice bore the weight of age, betraying her years. Xiaohe, are you truly unable to sense anything? Bai Gongfang inquired, his countenance darkening. The woman known as Xiaohe was, in reality, nearing 70. Indeed, there exists an absence of malevolence in this place. On the contrary, the essence of light is profoundly intense. Upon receiving the message conveyed by the martial soul, Wang He slowly began to speak. Her expression, however, was one of astonishment, for the luminosity in this locale was unprecedented. In her 74 years of life, she had never encountered such a phenomenon. Once Wang He finished speaking, the others exchanged puzzled glances, for the individual before them, seemingly an ordinary middle-aged woman, was in fact an 89th level soul Dalua, wielding the martial soul of the snow jade spirit flower and one of the esteemed offerings of the Star Dou Empire. What shall we do next? Inquired the elderly man with gray hair, his crimson eyes fixed upon Bai Gongfeng. I believe we must venture inside and take a closer look, replied Wang He, her curiosity regarding the radiant essence within the canyon piquing her interest. She then turned to the others, who were still undecided. Subsequently, the assembled soul masters, who had been recruited, collectively glanced in her direction. Upon hearing her words, Bai Gongfeng contemplated for a moment before deciding to explore the depths of the canyon. Let us proceed. We shall investigate the canyon. Indeed. With that, the exploration team mounted their steeds and ventured into the expansive canyon, which was remarkably spacious and not at all crowded. Once inside, they encountered no dangers. Rather, the canyon was enveloped in moonlight, resembling a delicate veil, creating a stunning visual. After a brief journey of several minutes, the group reached the end of the canyon, where a towering tree stood majestically, its branches gently emanating a green luminescence. Bai Gongfeng scrutinized it carefully, frowning as he remarked, "It is merely an ordinary tree, hardly worthy of being classified as a soul beast." At this, a cacophony of murmurs erupted behind the four, as everyone exchanged confused glances. "What is it, Xiaohe?" Bai Gongfeng asked, casting a puzzled look at Wang He. "It is nothing," Wang He reassured him, prompting Bai Gongfeng to nod in acknowledgement, though he failed to notice the momentary daze upon her countenance. Before long, the atmosphere within the canyon grew tranquil. Upon exiting, Li Xian, who had been concealed in the shadows, emerged. The closer he drew to the canyon, the more agitated the light blade became, indicating that something within was drawing its attention. Listening to the chorus of insects within the canyon, Li Xian surveyed his surroundings and then proceeded inside. Chapter 76, A Different Realm. Upon entering the canyon, Li Xian discovered a multitude of smaller branches within, with only the path ahead being the longest. Observing this, he summoned his soul power and advanced forward. Along the way, he noted no abnormalities. Instead, a refreshing and invigorating aura enveloped him. Light Spirit Tree. Upon inhaling the scent that floated in the air, Li Xian reached a swift conclusion. The Light Spirit Tree emits a healing luminescent dust for half of every decade, which poses no harm to individuals but is highly beneficial, particularly for those possessing light martial souls. Li Xian was aware of this because a similar tree existed within the Martial Soul Palace, as recorded in a tome. It had endured for over a millennium. Regrettably, it could not be relocated, otherwise it would have proved immensely profitable. With a hint of disappointment, Li Xian shook his head and took a deep breath of the invigorating air. With each inhalation, an extraordinary sensation enveloped him, as if the use of his martial spirit became remarkably fluid. After approximately 20 minutes of running, Li Xian arrived at his destination. Before him stood the luminous spirit tree, as recorded in ancient texts. Indeed, it was real, yet hadn't the middle-aged man mentioned a plaza nearby? Casting a glance at the luminous spirit tree, Li Xian turned to survey his surroundings, but apart from the myriad sounds of insects, there was naught else. Buzz. In the next instant, Li Xian felt a violent tremor within his body's light blade. Whoosh. In an instant, and without his conscious summons, the light blade materialized upon his left hand. Coinciding with the emergence of the dark blade, the golden and dark red glimmers intertwined, two heavy swords appearing in his grasp, emanating a presence foreign to Li Xian that gradually enveloped the entire canyon. Li Xian gazed at the phenomenon in bewilderment. It was known that these two forms could not coexist simultaneously. When one appeared, the other would remain dormant within. Buzzing. The two heavy swords began to tremble, instinctively pointing towards the luminous spirit tree not far away, their brilliant auras expanding while the spirit tree grew increasingly ethereal. Whoosh. A dazzling white light swept past, prompting Li Xian to close his eyes. Soon, as the white light dissipated, he cautiously reopened his eyes, revealing a pristine and flat plaza before him. At the very center of the plaza, a familiar rune array materialized. Boom. A brilliant beam of light shot up from the canyon, piercing the heavens. What could that be? Inside a wooden cabin, the white priest and several others gazed in astonishment at the white column ascending into the sky. That location is the canyon. In the next moment, Wang He stood up and spoke, exchanging glances with the others before they hurriedly mounted their horses and galloped towards the canyon. Meanwhile, Li Xian observed the gradually fading presence of his form, his expression growing serious. In the next heartbeat, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, as though he bore no burden at all. Whoosh. The plaza fell silent, leaving only a trace of the previous white light. Half an hour later, four figures emerged before the plaza, the white priest and his companions regarding the scene with solemn expressions, for they distinctly recalled that just moments ago, it had been a grand tree. Let us investigate what lies ahead, spoke the elderly zealous, his hair a stark white. Upon hearing this, the group hastened forward, and with a resounding crash, they were instantaneously ensnared by the rune array. Not good, Zealous exclaimed, swiftly summoning his martial spirit, a massive hammer materializing in his grasp. And he struck fiercely at the edge of the array. Yet the next moment, they stood in stunned silence, Zealous' giant hammer colliding with the wall of light, sending rippling waves of energy cascading outward. What do we do? The white priest turned to Wang He, only to find him seemingly unfazed. This is a teleportation array. Wang He spoke slowly. What? Upon hearing the words, several gazes instantly converged. A cacophony of shrill cries erupted, prompting Li Xian to slowly open his eyes. The moment of teleportation was accompanied by a blinding white light that forced him to shut his eyes once more. Before him lay a forest, where towering trees stood in clusters, albeit with an unusual appearance. In the next instant, an ominous aura enveloped him, as a foul gust of wind swept across Li Xian's face. Reacting swiftly, he took a step back and leaped onto the branches of a large tree. Peering down, he was astonished to discover that the entity attacking him was a creature with a single eye, predominantly black and red, wielding a thick, brownish-white club. It was evident that the fierce wind had originated from that very club. The creature lifted its club, baring its teeth at Li Xian, emitting a chilling sound from its mouth. Humph. First soul skill, Radiant Blade. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling purple light shimmered, followed by a golden crescent sword aura slicing directly towards the monkey-like monster below. The creature, enraged by the luminous attack, swung its club fiercely at the oncoming sword aura. To Li Xian's surprise, the wooden club emitted a sound akin to steel being cut upon impact. Realizing its weapon had been severed, the monkey-like creature instinctively turned to flee deeper into the forest. However, it was too late. Third soul skill, Shattering Light. Li Xian exclaimed, leaping to a higher vantage point. The ancient soul ring beneath him flickered, and in the next moment, he unleashed a horizontal slash of light. 3 golden flames of sword aura, imbued with a sacred essence, surged towards the creature. The monkey-like monster let out a frantic roar, but within seconds, the fiery sword aura enveloped it entirely. Moments later, it was reduced to nothing but ash, leaving behind a charred mark on the ground. A yellow soul ring gradually ascended, prompting Li Xian to exclaim in astonishment. This is a soul beast. Shortly thereafter, a colossal figure appeared where Li Xian had just been. Another one-eyed monkey-like creature sniffed the familiar scent lingering in the air, its gaze fixated on the pile of blackened ash on the ground. A thunderous roar echoed through the forest. Witnessing this, Li Xian hastened his departure from the area. However, unfamiliar with the terrain, he wandered for a good 5 or 6 hours until, exhausted, he ascended a tall, normal tree. Gazing up, he finally spotted a city approximately 2 kilometers away. Calming his breath, he quickened his pace towards the human settlement. Upon reaching the city, Li Xian was astounded as he gazed at the rows of soul-guiding devices piled atop the city walls, their dark cannon muzzles aimed at the vacant land beyond. Though their diminutive caliber offered little in terms of intimidation. This is it. Outside the city gates, Li Xian recognized the familiar sight, and with a gulp, he swallowed hard. The name of the city, Jiyuan City, adorned the gate. Looking around, he found himself amidst a throng of people, many emerging from the forest. Though their conversations left him somewhat bewildered, of which he could comprehend only fragments. Having not been charged an entrance fee, Li Xian followed the peculiar attire of the crowd into the city. The architecture within bore a striking resemblance to that of Sitoa City, yet the passers-by were animated, exuding excitement and cheer. After wandering aimlessly for a considerable time, Li Xian arrived before a sign, his gaze fixating on the characters inscribed upon it, half of which eluded his understanding. However, a few words stood out unmistakably: recruitment for the Sun and Moon Kingdom. 77th chapter, the future of soul guide devices. As he contemplated the familiar yet foreign phrase, Li Xian turned to survey his surroundings, noticing that many individuals were adorned with soul-guiding devices. In that instant, the realization dawned upon him that the infernal teleportation array had transported him to the Sun and Moon continent. No, it should not yet be called the Sun and Moon continent. It was evident that this land had yet to be unified. With these thoughts in mind, Li Xian began to meander through the city. In this entirely unfamiliar environment, he resolved to maintain a low profile. However, the numerous passers-by regarded him with expressions of surprise, as if they had never encountered such attire before. Feeling the weight of their curious gazes send a shiver down his spine, Li Xian hastily departed, only stopping when he reached a narrow alley. There, he changed into a set of black garments. Although the style remained slightly incongruous, it was a significant improvement over the previous platinum robe. A clear, bell-like chime resonated from Li Xian's hand as he prepared to venture outside, prompting him to glance down in confusion. To his astonishment, a rune array materialized in his palm, the very teleportation array that had brought him here. Furrowing his brow at the unusual phenomenon, he cast a wary glance at the alley's entrance. Lowering his gaze again, he observed a white line rotating clockwise. Albeit at a leisurely pace, it appeared that within 2 days, this line would converge upon itself. Could it be? After a moment of contemplation, an idea began to take shape in his mind. For someone who had perused hundreds of fantasy novels in a past life, this concept felt oddly familiar to Li Xian. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it. He was far more intrigued by the prospect of this continent, which would eventually collide with the Douluo continent. Thousands of years hence, inside a tea house, a steaming cup of green tea was placed before him. In this still disunited Sun and Moon continent, each kingdom possessed its own currency, compelling Li Xian to exchange a dozen gold soul coins for a peculiar, flattened round silver coin. Goodness, what a loss. As Li Xian gazed at the 10 golden soul coins exchanged for 10 silver coins, he silently raised a middle finger at the exuberant clerk behind the counter. A cunning merchant. Ah, old Jia, you have arrived. Inside the tea house, the patrons, engrossed in their tea, turned their attention to a venerable elder with a head of completely white hair. Dressed in a gray coat, his neatly arranged white locks gave him an air of dignity. His steps belied the frailty typically associated with old age, and his gaze was gentle as he nodded in acknowledgement to the clerk who greeted him. Just like always. A cup of Biluakan, please. Certainly, old Jia, please have a seat. We will bring it to you shortly. With that, the white-haired elder surveyed the surroundings and chose a spot to settle down. Exuding a powerful aura of soul energy, he was undoubtedly a soul emperor, maintaining a low profile. Li Xian listened intently to the conversations around him. Old Jia, do share some interesting tales with us. Each day is filled with monotony, either at home with my wife or hunting soul beasts in the evil soul forest. It's quite dull. Indeed. With the impending war against the kingdom of Yunyu, we are all feeling rather weary. You all are in luck. I happen to have some intriguing stories to tell. Would you care to listen? With a smile, old Jia glanced at the tea placed before him and inquired of the eager crowd. In an instant, the patrons hastily shifted their tables and chairs, forming a lively circle around old Jia, their expressions brimming with anticipation. Excellent tea. He took a delicate sip, calming his thoughts, and then looked at the attentive audience before him. As he spoke, the patrons exchanged glances, their feelings mixed regarding the development of soul-guided devices. Why the ambivalence? The answer was simple. They were exorbitantly expensive. Take, for instance, the cannon displayed at the city gate. It appeared formidable, but was only effective against soul beasts with weaker defenses that were under a century old. Furthermore, it could only fire once every 5 minutes, with a notably low degree of accuracy. A single rain could render it inoperable. Consider that a single round of ammunition cost 50 silver coins, a staggering price. Old Jia, why does the king wish to invest in the development of soul-guided devices? Our soul masters are already sufficiently powerful, inquired a burly man with a square face. His muscles rippling as he spoke, radiating an aura of strength. Upon hearing the man's words, the others cast anxious glances at old Jia. After all, their kingdom had only just begun to stabilize. Once they dealt with the kingdom of Yunyu and the kingdom of Liang, they could achieve unification, becoming the sole rulers of this continent. After a moment of contemplation, old Jia finally spoke. This initiative was initially proposed by a titled Douluo, a formidable being of rank 93. What? In an instant, the tea house fell into a profound silence. The mention of a titled Douluo conjured images of tremendous power, a force so rare that it could be counted on one's fingers across the continent. It was precisely due to the matter raised by His Majesty that the king began to earnestly contemplate the implications. Indeed, soul-guided devices are costly. However, one must consider the potential evolution of artillery through successive generations of research. Presently, we can only contend with soul beasts under a century old, but what of the future? Centuries, millennia, even tens of thousands of years. As the discourse extended, the elder's voice grew increasingly resonant, leaving the assembly astonished at the previously gentle old man now exuding a fervent zeal. They lowered their heads in contemplation, daunted by the thought of artillery capable of vanquishing soul beasts aged 10,000 years, yet intrigued by the spectacle of weaponry that could confront those of a millennium or more. As these thoughts swirled, the patrons of the tea house found their eyes alight with visions of the potential devastation within the evil Soul Forest. Meanwhile, Li Xian discreetly raised the corners of his mouth. Although much of the conversation eluded him, he grasped certain fragments and found admiration for the aspirations of this era. Indeed, the prospect of a single cannon dispatching a 10,000-year soul beast seemed plausible, yet it was clear that the present age was fraught with challenges and much lay ahead. It was no wonder that after the collision of the two continents in the future, had it not been for the predominance of tidal Douluo-level powers on the Douluo continent, the Sun Moon Empire would not have suffered defeat. Finishing the now-cold tea in his cup, Li Xian pondered for a moment before settling the bill with the attendant and taking his leave. That lad, as he watched Li Xian depart. The familiar aura of brightness dissipated, and Elder Jia furrowed his brow at the retreating figure. Ah, Elder Jia, shall we continue our discussion? Indeed, indeed. Chapter 78. The valley. After departing the tea house, Li Xian found himself uncertain of his next destination. Glancing around the expansive street, he meandered aimlessly. I heard that 4 soul Douluo-level experts have arrived in the evil Soul Forest, and they even slew a 50,000-year-old one-eyed demon king. My goodness, for soul Douluo-level experts, who defeated the one-eyed demon king. What folly! Those individuals seemed peculiar, muttering something about Star Luo. Their words were somewhat incomprehensible, but I gleaned this from Ergo, a soul beast hunter, who claimed that their mercenary group encountered those individuals within the evil Soul Forest. Li Xian halted in his tracks, his gaze drawn to a group of women engaged in conversation. Star Luo, they must be the 4 soul Douluo from the reconnaissance team, evidently unfortunate enough to be transported to the Sun Moon continent. After a moment's thought, he intended to approach the women to inquire about the situation, but recalling the potential language barrier and fearing to alarm them, he ultimately decided against it, opting instead for the very place he had fled from. Meanwhile, 4 elegantly clad individuals rode along the road, their expressions a mix of curiosity and confusion. They had encountered locals speaking a torrent of words they barely understood, catching only fragments that hinted at Sun Moon. Xiaohe, what is your perspective? Bai Gongfeng glanced over the unfamiliar terrain and casually posed the question to Wang He. I believe, aside from our Douluo continent, there may indeed exist another land, which is truly marvelous. Although the voice was soft, the few individuals present managed to comprehend it clearly. For those who have experienced much, such revelations elicited little astonishment. Bai Gongfeng raised his hand, revealing a skull resembling jade to the assembly. A skull from 50,000 years ago, yet the name of the soul beast remains unknown. With fervent gazes fixed upon the crystalline skull in his grasp, the group expressed their admiration. First, let us meet old Bai. What do you hold in your palm? As they were about to depart, the youngest among them, a middle-aged man, inquired. Upon hearing this, the group turned their attention to Bai Gongfeng's palm, where a circle of runic formations had manifested, accompanied by a white line that moved gently. What is this? They exchanged puzzled glances, only to discover that each of them bore a similar white line in their palms. The other individuals fell into contemplation. Why not accompany me to a certain location? Just as they were mired in thought, a familiar voice resonated from a distance. Upon hearing it, they looked up to see a handsome young man addressing them, a smile gracing his lips. Recognizing the voice, Zealers immediately tugged on the reins and rushed to Li Xian's side, a formidable aura pressing down on Li Xian instantaneously. Whoa! Feeling the intense pressure, Li Xian instinctively steadied himself. Enough, Zealers. At these words, the oppressive force vanished without a trace. Bai Gongfeng, who had approached, regarded Li Xian with a smile and asked, "Young man, are you aware of the situation here?" "Indeed." In response, Bai Gongfeng and the others nodded slightly, acknowledging him as a commendable young fellow. "You mentioned leading us to a place. What do you mean?" Wang He, standing nearby, questioned Li Xian, suspecting he might be one of the 38 missing travelers. With a smile, Li Xian met their gazes and proposed, "Shall we converse as we proceed? It is quite a distance to our destination." The group did not refuse and acquiesced. Li Xian mounted the horse he had recently acquired and began to lead the way forward. The others followed suit, mounting their horses as well. As for potential dangers, they felt little fear unless they encountered a tidal Daluo of level 94 or higher. Along the journey, the group engaged in casual conversation. This place is called the Sun Moon Kingdom, currently embroiled in conflict with several other kingdoms. This land is indeed not our Daluo continent, but rather an unfamiliar realm. As for the skull you hold, it likely belongs to a one-eyed soul beast known as the One-Eyed Demon Lord. Upon hearing this, Bai Gongfeng glanced at the soul bone that had not been retrieved into the soul guide device before turning his gaze back to Li Xian. Throughout the journey, Li Xian continuously shared information about the Sun Moon continent with the group, to which they nodded in understanding. Then, Wang He recalled something and asked, "You mentioned taking us to a certain place. What is it called?" "A truly splendid location." Sensing the intense fluctuations of energy coursing within him, Li Xian spoke mysteriously to the group. Primarily, it was his fear of encountering the malevolent soul master that led him to gather a few henchmen. Upon hearing Li Xian's sincere words, Wang He exchanged glances with her companions, and at that moment, Zelas discreetly nodded in agreement. Observing Li Xian's remarkable achievement of reaching the Soul Duo rank at such a tender age, Wang He effortlessly wore a gentle smile, though a flicker of intrigue resided within her heart. "Very well," she declared, prompting smiles to grace the lips of Wang He and her companions. "Ah, Lightblade, you have truly put me in a predicament," Li Xian muttered with a wry smile as they walked ahead. They continued onward for an indeterminate duration until a vast canyon emerged before them. The canyon was shrouded in dense fog, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Nevertheless, Li Xian pressed on, following the guidance of the light blade as he ventured into the mist. Witnessing this, Bai Gongfeng and the others exchanged knowing glances, seemingly having reached a silent consensus, and followed in Li Xian's footsteps. Time passed, and soon an expansive lake came into view, nestled amidst towering mountains, its waters crystal clear. Strangely, the lake exhibited a mesmerizing duality of gold and silver hues. At its very center, a circular expanse of golden water radiated a brilliant light, much like a warm sun casting its glow. Surrounding this radiant center, a crescent silver moon embraced the golden lake, exuding a soft, silvery luminescence. The entire lake was dominated by this enchanting interplay of gold and silver, their brilliance cascading outward, climbing the mountains and extending into the distance. In this desolate yet breathtaking locale, upon entering, Li Xian felt an inexplicable light surge within him. Chapter 79, The Mysterious Voice. The Valley of Qiankuan Sentiments. Recognizing the familiar scene, Li Xian could discern its significance without a second thought. "What is this place?" Bai Gongfeng inquired, her astonishment evident as she surveyed their surroundings before turning her gaze to Li Xian. "This place is called." Suddenly, a peculiar wave of energy surged, prompting the group to summon their martial souls. In an instant, the air around them lit up with a myriad of flickering soul rings. "This is not good. This place suppresses soul power," Bai Gongfeng exclaimed, sensing the oppressive force stifling her own soul power. Without needing to articulate it, Wang He and her companions noted the unsettling changes, acutely aware that as soul masters, their soul power was being forcibly constrained, something even a tidal Daluo could not achieve. Meanwhile, Li Xian remained stationary, refraining from summoning his martial soul. Before long, a golden bubble began to rise, seemingly guided by an unseen force, enveloping Li Xian within its embrace. In the next moment, a wave of dizziness washed over him. "Do I really have to answer questions when I don't even have a partner?" he quipped, feeling a mix of tension and humor. After an indeterminate period, as the sensation of vertigo gradually subsided, Li Xian finally reopened his eyes. He seemed to have arrived in a transparent realm, where everything around him appeared to be crafted from shimmering gold and silver crystals. He remained ensconced within the bubble, yet his footing was upon a vast circular platform. This platform radiated a delicate golden hue, spanning approximately 20 meters in diameter. However, as he surveyed the scene, it was evident that he stood alone within a solitary circle. Gazing upwards, he beheld the brilliance of a golden sun and a silver moon illuminating the expanse above him, surrounded by a tapestry of ethereal light and shadow. beyond the confines of the platform. His vision could not penetrate any further. Why am I the only one ensconced within this bubble? Li Xian murmured, observing several indistinct figures on the other side. Where is that fellow? Zealous took a moment to steady his breath, turning his head only to discover that Li Xian had vanished from his original position. Meanwhile, Li Xian was intently examining his surroundings, enveloped in an abundance of luminous energy that surged within him like a flowing stream. Welcome to the Valley of Inquiries and Emotions. Little one. Suddenly, a voice, ambiguous in gender, resonated in Li Xian's ears. Are you the god of love? Li Xian blurted out upon hearing the voice. However, as soon as the words left his lips, the mysterious voice fell inexplicably silent. I am not the god of love. I merely oversee this realm temporarily. After a prolonged pause, the enigmatic voice resumed, seemingly unperturbed by Li Xian's mention of the deity. Is there something you require of me? Not comprehending the voice's intent, Li Xian lifted his gaze and inquired straightforwardly. Indeed, the voice responded, now tinged with a hint of surprise. I have guided you here, but at present, your strength is significantly inadequate. It would be more beneficial for you to return once you attain the rank of Soul King in your realm. Though perplexed by these words, Li Xian suppressed his curiosity. You possess a medicinal herb, do you not? I can assist you in restoring it. While Li Xian waited, the mysterious voice spoke again. At this, Li Xian recalled the nearly withered celestial herb he had acquired at the auction. He promptly retrieved a jade box from his soul guide, within which lay the ailing herb. As the box emerged, a wondrous force lifted it into the air, where golden and silver lights gradually melded into the herb. From afar, Li Xian observed as the once dying plant began to bloom anew, glistening with delicate white frost upon its branches. The herb exhibited a predominantly ethereal purple hue, flecked with hints of white, measuring 20 centimeters in length and resembling a miniature peony, exuding an air of mystery. Gazing upon the revitalized herb, Li Xian's eyes sparkled with fervor. I do not recommend that you consume this herb, which you refer to as celestial. Just as Li Xian contemplated when to ingest the herb, the mysterious voice cautioned him. Why? This herb embodies lunar femininity. Your martial soul possesses both attributes, each having reached their zenith. You are only suited to consume herbs that balance light and darkness, rather than one with a singular attribute. Otherwise, your martial soul may suffer adverse effects. As Li Xian lowered his gaze to the celestial herb in his hands, an overwhelming sense of frustration washed over him. With a swift motion, his figure vanished from the circle. Having completed the task, he pondered the urgency behind the desire to find a successor for him. Just after Li Xian's departure, a mysterious voice seemed to address another person, reflecting on the grievances accumulated over the years. The responding voice was melodious and exceptionally gentle. Well, you have been in the divine realm with him for so many years. It is only fitting to find a successor. Thank you. Once those final words were uttered, the space fell into an utter silence. Outside, the white-robed attendants remained silent, only to see their bodies begin to dissipate, vanishing in the blink of an eye amidst their terror. The valley returned to tranquility. However, the encounters he faced were markedly different from the original narrative. He merely repaired the celestial herb, and that was the end of it. Enough, I shall follow the map. With that thought, he sprinted far ahead. Chapter 80, Starry City. 6 months later, in a remote forest, Li Xian gazed impassively at the lifeless bodies sprawled before him. These were desperate rogues, and after wandering for half a year, he encountered these bandits while boarding a carriage to Starry City. Is it resolved? Can we proceed on our journey now? Approaching the carriage leader, Li Xian's unusual eyes met those of the middle-aged man, a chill running down the latter's spine. Promptly, the leader called out, All right, everyone settle in. We continue our journey. He communicated with the carriage driver, and soon the carriage swayed onward towards Starry City. Inside the carriage, Li Xian closed his eyes. Now 12 years old, he had undergone notable changes in strength, appearance, and height, reaching a stature of 178 centimeters. As his abilities flourished, the light blade and dark blade began to offer him unique sensations. His posture grew increasingly upright, though his powerful muscles remained concealed beneath his robe. He found himself increasingly inclined to wield the dark blade in combat, as it bestowed upon him an absolute calmness, allowing him to achieve remarkable efficiency in battles. Attention! We are 50 kilometers away from Starry City, and we shall arrive by noon. Outside, the leader rode a solitary horse, relaying this information to each carriage. The sun's rays illuminated his face, revealing a strikingly handsome visage, with features as if sculpted, sharp, and defined. Although his exterior suggested a carefree demeanor, the glimmer in his eyes commanded respect. His long, lustrous black hair framed an intriguing pair of heterochromatic eyes, captivating to the point of drawing one in. With a prominent nose and lips of balanced fullness, a dazzling smile played upon his face. exuding an air of rebellious charm, yet subtly hinting at an elegant gentleness. Seated behind Li Xian, several young ladies wore expressions of deep embarrassment, fidgeting with the hems of their garments. The scene seemed to hang suspended in time. Xinglua City, the imperial capital of the Xinglua Empire, boasted a level of prosperity that surpassed even that of Tiandou City. Owing to its absolute centralization of power, each generation of emperors from the Xinglua royal family proved to be exceptionally remarkable. However, the ruthless competition for the throne instilled a sense of dread. As the imperial capital, the northern gate of Xinglua City featured 12 grand entrances, each towering 20 meters high and spanning 20 meters wide. The thoroughfares connecting to Xinglua City thronged with countless individuals entering and exiting at every moment, while the soldiers stationed here were equally distinguished. In the distance, Li Xian's carriage drew near the city gates, revealing a continuous stream of merchant caravans, academic groups, and visitors eager to explore the city. There were no fees for entry. However, the soldiers responsible for inspections were notably strict, their discerning gazes ever vigilant for anything amiss. Clatter. The sound of hooves striking the cobblestones filled the air as the convoy passed the inspection. Li Xian exchanged a glance with the inspecting officer, followed by a brief smile, before turning away. It was not until Li Xian's figure vanished completely that the officer resumed his watch over the city below. Once inside, a scene of orderly solemnity intermingled with delight unfolded before Li Xian's eyes. The streets bustled with activity, patrolled by soldiers, ensuring a high level of safety. Not wishing to visit the bustling marketplace, Li Xian alighted from the carriage midway, leaving behind several disappointed young ladies. As was customary, Li Xian first sought out a tea house, ordering a cup of tea to quietly soothe his mind. Over the past 6 months, he had taken many lives, and now, indulging in a moment of relaxation seemed a splendid choice. Sir, your Yushan snow tea is ready. Please enjoy. Upon hearing this, Li Xian turned to see a young attendant gently placing the teacup on the table, offering a warm smile before departing. Nodding, he lifted the cup to his nose, inhaling the rich, fragrant aroma that enveloped him, and eagerly took a sip, invigorated by its refreshing taste. He spent the afternoon in the tea house, and as dusk approached, he rose to settle his bill. After leaving the establishment, he strolled along the brightly lit streets, but the sky had turned ominously overcast, heavy clouds looming overhead, casting a feeling of oppression. As he walked, he observed the throngs of strangers passing by, students, families reunited, friends gathering, and couples playfully entwined. Watching the ebb and flow of people stirred a sense of envy within Li Xian, particularly when he glimpsed a pair of lovers hand in hand, a sight that made him yearn for darker resolutions. Alas, the decline of societal morals was disheartening. Shaking his head, he continued to meander through the commercial district. Hey sir, I'd like an order of those tiger skin chicken feet, and a serving of fried potatoes as well. Outside a vendor's stall, Li Xian smiled at the enticing delicacies before him, the rich aroma tempting his appetite. Ah, my young friend, you have discerning taste. These snacks are renowned throughout Xinglua City. The shopkeeper chuckled as he conversed with Li Xian, his hands deftly preparing a delectable snack that was soon placed into Li Xian's hands. 20 copper soul coins. The shopkeeper smiled at Li Xian. Excellent. Without delay, Li Xian quickly produced the payment, though it was a golden soul coin. Rather than wait for change, he opted to purchase a multitude of snacks, ultimately filling his soul guide device with an abundance of treats, knowing they would not spoil. Farewell, shopkeeper. Li Xian waved a hand in parting as he exchanged pleasantries with the merchant. Take care. Holding a fried potato, he strolled through the streets, which were becoming increasingly deserted. Perhaps due to the impending downpour. He glanced skyward. Plop. A single raindrop splashed against his cheek, refreshing. It was time to seek shelter. Observing the rain intensifying, Li Xian hurriedly sought a hotel for lodging. Seated on the sofa, shielded by the window, Li Xian gazed outside. Utilizing a dazzling blade of light as an impromptu illumination tool, carelessly set aside. Before him lay a table laden with an array of steaming food, exuding warmth. Suddenly, the rain began to pelt the bustling city, the joyous sound echoing around him, allowing Li Xian to finally relax. In just a few years, the Continental Soul Master competition would arrive. He aspired to ascend to the rank of Soul King before then. What surprises awaited me in the Qian Kuan Inquiry Valley? Regaining his composure, Li Xian muttered to himself, a chicken claw resting at the corner of his mouth. As night deepened, the skies unleashed a torrential downpour, accompanied by the occasional rumble of thunder. In a luxurious estate within Xinglua City, a modest room housed a girl with a vacant gaze, staring at the rain-soaked sky. An inexplicable sense of oppression weighed heavily upon her, making it hard to breathe. What shall I do with my future? Under the flickering candlelight, the girl's exquisite features were revealed. She appeared youthful, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders, her skin smooth and fair, embodying a strikingly voluptuous figure that belied her age. Draped in a black coat, her expression remained indifferent and cold, contrasting sharply with her otherwise stunning visage. An aura of chilling stillness enveloped her, making one feel uneasy. I shall not surrender, even if it ultimately leads to death. With that declaration, silence enveloped her, save for the relentless sound of rain. Chapter 81. Zhu Zhuqing. In a secluded cave nestled within a dense forest, a solitary figure sat cross-legged upon a stone pedestal, none other than Li Exan. After arriving in Xinglua City several days prior, he had ventured away from the urban sprawl to explore the forest, located 10 kilometers outside the city, wandering daily. Should I absorb this soul bone? Its age is still too young, merely 10,000 years. Grasping a soul bone in his hand, Li Exan pondered with keen intensity. This particular bone had been acquired half a year earlier from the Dark Demon Tiger, a diluted version of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, significantly weaker in power and exceedingly rare across the continent. After a lengthy period of contemplation, Li Exan ultimately decided against absorption. He intended to seek ways to enhance the soul bone's age in the future. As for gifting it, that was out of the question. Exhaling softly, Li Exan stepped outside, his gaze sweeping the surroundings before he leapt onto a high branch, gaining an expansive view from his elevated position. Suddenly, the sound of multiple footsteps reached his ears. He turned to see 5 or 6 figures clad in black, moving in unison towards a common destination, seemingly in search of something. Watching their receding silhouettes sparked a flicker of interest in Li Exan. These individuals were merely soul respecters, hardly a concern for him. With this thought, he descended from the tree, landing with a thud as he transformed into his shadowy form. In an instant, tendrils of dark red soul power began to envelop him, and with a swift motion, he became a blur, following the black-clad figures. Before long, the group reappeared within Li Exan's line of sight. With each advancement, he meticulously observed his surroundings, a habit cultivated over the past 6 months. To his surprise, he found himself once again at the mouth of a gorge. Just 10 minutes had passed, yet this gorge was not particularly large, and as he paused, a ripple of emotion stirred within his otherwise calm demeanor. However, the scene before him was strikingly different from his previous encounters. The area was densely overgrown with vines, each capable of supporting an adult's weight. Yet positioned precariously above the ground, a fall could prove disastrous. To one side lay a lush bamboo grove, lending the area an air more reminiscent of a martial arts training ground than a mere gorge. Intriguing. After observing the landscape for a moment longer, Li Exan swiftly ascended the rocky terrain. Concurrently, the 6 black-clad figures descended into the gorge, their pace noticeably slowing as if alerted to an impending threat ahead, further piquing Li Exan's interest. Upon halting, Zhu Zhuqing leaned against a rock, wiping the sweat from her brow, her fair cheeks flushed with a hint of color. Blissfully unaware of the looming danger. Zhu Zhuqing? Li Exan murmured, his eyes narrowing in recognition as he concealed himself behind the rock. He was all too familiar with the girl below. This meant that the figures were indeed there to eliminate her. His gaze shifted to the approaching black-clad individuals, who began to stealthily close in on Zhu Zhuqing's position, utilizing the dense foliage and vines for cover. A smirk curled at the corners of Li Exan's mouth as he carelessly tossed a stone down, the sound startling Zhu Zhuqing from her rest. In an instant, 2 golden soul rings emerged, and her expression sharpened, scanning her surroundings with intensity. Meanwhile, one of the assailants sat cross-legged by the rock, a smile playing on his lips as he watched the startled black-clad figures. The gorge fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves in the wind. Sensing the imminent danger, Zhu Zhuqing began to retreat cautiously towards another passage. Due to the essence of his martial soul, each step he took upon the ground was utterly soundless, allowing him to retreat several dozen meters without a trace. The group of cloaked figures, seemingly growing impatient, exchanged glances, and the next moment, various martial souls flickered behind the concealing vines. The hurried sound of footsteps echoed, and upon hearing it, Zhu Zhuqing wasted no time in fleeing, her delicate face devoid of any fear, as if she had grown accustomed to such ambushes. I merely wish to survive. Sister, why must you do this? As she deftly navigated through the vines, she swiftly distanced herself from the pursuit of the black-clad figures. Although her gaze momentarily dulled, it quickly brightened with a resolute determination. Boss, the second young lady is too fast. We cannot catch up, exclaimed one of the smaller black-clad men while running alongside the larger figure at the forefront. Once the group vanished from sight, Li Exan rose and leisurely followed, the advantage of altitude becoming increasingly apparent. Just as Li Exan reached a position parallel to Zhu Zhuqing, he noticed her speed had significantly diminished, her face etched with exhaustion. Yet she pressed on, barely matching the pace of her pursuers. Seeing this, Li Xian couldn't help but smile. It's time for the light blade to join the fray, he declared. In the next instant, a radiant light blade materialized in his hand, its dazzling brilliance momentarily stunning both Zhu Zhuqing and the black-clad men. Who is he? They wondered, perplexed, but the blinding sunlight obscured their view. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, gazing at the long-haired youth, observed the circle of soul rings manifesting beneath him, 1,000-year soul rings. Slightly taken aback, her beautiful purple eyes were filled with questions about Li Xian's intentions, but she would soon find out. First soul skill, Radiant Blade. In an instant, the purple soul ring flashed, unleashing a formidable crescent-shaped blade of energy infused with a sense of destruction, hurtling directly towards the black-clad men. Make sure to cherish this gift. Li Xian chuckled lightly as he turned to leave. Below, the cloaked figures beheld the approaching blade of energy, each swallowing hard in trepidation. Zhu Zhuqing, captivated by this unforgettable scene, slowed her pace, yet her violet eyes were fixed intently on Li Xian, as if she wished to etch his image in her memory before vanishing from sight, racing towards safety outside the canyon. Simultaneously, within the canyon, the overwhelming aura was so astonishing that it rendered them nearly immobile. Use your soul skills to defend, barked the leader of the black-clad men, instantly rousing the others from their stupor. In a flurry, they unleashed various soul skills towards the blade of energy. However, in the split second they relaxed. The blade transformed into 3 distinct energy blades. Shocked, they widened their eyes as they witnessed their soul skills colliding with the crescent blade, only to find the other 2 energy blades slicing directly towards them. Though emanating a radiant essence, an intense sense of lethality surged forth. Scatter! Scatter! The robust figure clad in black bellowed, then leaped toward the imminent sword aura before him. With a flourish, he unleashed his 3rd spirit skill, the pulsating fist. A striking blue cyclone enveloped the leader's palm, which then transformed into a fist, forcefully colliding with the sword energy. The air crackled with intensity. So powerful, exclaimed one of the others. We're here to assist you. Just as the formidable black-clad warrior seemed on the brink of being torn apart, the remaining comrades rallied to his side. Yellow spirit rings illuminated around them, and various colored spirit skills surged forth to meet the 2 sword energies. It was only through their combined efforts that they managed to withstand the onslaught. Tick-tock. Each of their faces bore deep gashes, blood cascading to the ground. The excruciating pain compelled them to bend their knees, kneeling in submission. After 10 agonizing seconds, the sword energy began to wane. Bang! A crisp shattering sound echoed through the gorge as the golden sword energy gradually dissipated into myriad motes of light. The central sword energy had long since vanished, its potency not enduring like the 2 other sword strikes. Thud! One by one, the sounds of bodies collapsing followed. Huff, huff! The 6 of them disregarded their wounds, collapsing onto the ground, not even wanting to move a finger. With a weary sigh, one of them sat up, his expression troubled, realizing that their target had already fled to an unknown location. Chapter 82, The Clash. Meanwhile, Li Xian had distanced himself considerably, by a small stream. He cupped his hands to splash the clear water onto his face. After several repetitions, he wiped his face with the sleeve of his garment. Why did you save me? A crisp, cool voice emerged from behind him, causing Li Xian to pause momentarily. In the next instant, the air fell into an unexpected silence, laden with awkwardness. Shaking his head in resignation, Li Xian turned to face the girl standing not far away, his eyes lighting up momentarily, only to be extinguished by Zhu Zhuqing's icy gaze. You must recognize those black-clad figures, do you not? Observing the girl who remained silent, Li Xian retrieved a gourd from his soul-guiding device, tilting his head back to take several gulps of water before asking, Your strength is quite impressive. I have never encountered someone so formidable at your age. He found a stone to sit upon and smiled at Zhu Zhuqing. Surely, I am far inferior to you, she replied, her tone slightly softened, perhaps due to Li Xian's earlier act of saving her. However, her demeanor remained distant. Li Xian shrugged, falling silent. Regardless, I thank you for today, but I hope you refrain from getting involved further. It could endanger you. Casting one last glance at Li Xian, Zhu Zhuqing gradually turned away, her footsteps light as she swiftly faded from his sight. Women. Inside a barbecue restaurant, Li Xian gazed at the chilled beer before him, raising it to his lips for a hearty gulp. Instantly, a refreshing sensation coursed through his entire being. Bliss. With the alcohol warming his insides, Li Xian felt revitalized. The establishment bustling with patrons. Plates of barbecue delights were being delivered to each table, creating a lively atmosphere. Bang! Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the tavern, silencing the patrons as the table was shattered. 3 figures appeared at the entrance, one of whom, a young server in his 20s, was struck aside. crashing into a nearby table that splintered upon impact, scattering bottles and dishes across the floor. The crowd turned their furious gazes toward the door, but upon recognizing the newcomers, expressions of shock replaced their anger. Did they not see the warning signs? The leader of the trio sauntered forward, looking down with a cruel smile at the server he had just sent flying, instilling fear in the onlookers. Damn, how did this scoundrel end up here? Upon seeing the young man's face, many patrons quickly averted their eyes, as if they dared not meet his gaze. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Indeed, this barbecue is perfectly cooked. Your chef's skills are commendable, boss. Just as fear gripped the crowd, a sudden voice shattered the chilling silence. All eyes turned to the source, where Li Xian sat. With a loud crash, the sound of shattering glass rang out as Li Xian's right eye, once golden, darkened to a crimson hue. He lifted his gaze to regard the man who looked down upon him. You're quite bold, aren't you? Do you not know who I am? The androgynous young man pulled a chair beside Li Xian, his gaze playfully scrutinizing him. Let me guess, a fool? The moment those words left Li Xian's lips, the tavern fell into a stunned silence, with every patron staring blankly at him. Alas, this scene, reminiscent of a novel, was unfolding in my own life, Li Xian thought with exasperation. Beside him, Bai Tao's eyes glinted with malice as he slowly extended his hand toward Li Xian's neck. In a swift motion, just as his palm neared its target, a silver-gray dagger plunged into Bai Tao's abdomen. A piercing scream erupted. The patrons, witnessing the chaos, frantically fled the tavern, exclaiming in disbelief. He dared to attack the grandson of the revered Bai. In an instant, the tavern was emptied. Meanwhile, a pool of blood spread across the floor, staining it crimson. Li Xian nonchalantly patted Bai Tao's neck, then turned his gaze towards the remaining two men, who stood frozen in shock as if paralyzed. I must flee again. This is troublesome. Li Xian mused, his unusual crimson eyes fixed on the two. Clang. The dagger clattered to the ground with a sharp sound. Excellent. First soul skill. Sweep through the armies. In an instant, a yellow glow illuminated the tavern as a nearly 3-meter-long black spear with a hint of red appeared, shimmering with a fierce wind, hurtling towards Li Xian. Without evasion, Li Xian summoned his dark blade and sliced horizontally at Bai Tao. The two forces collided with a resounding boom, unleashing a wave of energy. The items within the tavern were instantly shattered by a shockwave, while the owner, watching from outside, felt his heart bleed. It is impossible that you could block my bloodshed spear without utilizing your soul skills. White Tide exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing his attack effortlessly thwarted. At the age of 20, he was already a soul master, yet the boy before him appeared to be no more than 13 or 14. And yet he had withstood the assault with sheer force. I shall not play with you any longer. Sensing the approaching heavy footsteps nearby, Li Xian promptly abandoned the idea of engaging in combat, channeling his soul power to draw his dagger back to him. He cast a calm glance at White Tide and remarked, when you leave the city, do take care not to wander alone. With that, Li Xian's figure swiftly vanished from the tavern. Thud. A hefty bag fell at the tavern owner's feet. Apologies, consider this as compensation. In the darkness, Li Xian's voice was gradually drowned out by the clamor of approaching soldiers. Observing this, the tavern owner hastily picked up the money bag, weighing it in his hands, and the heart that had just bled began to settle. Inside the tavern, White Tide's grip on his spear trembled slightly, gazing at the spot where Li Xian had vanished. A chill swept through him. Even though his grandfather was a formidable soul Dou, it offered him no solace in this moment. Suddenly, a regiment of soldiers surrounded the tavern, and a resolute middle-aged man stepped inside. How unfortunate to see him again. Upon entering, Wang Guodong immediately spotted the last person he wished to encounter among the aristocrats. Furrowing his brow, he approached White Tide, asking, what trouble has arisen this time? Meanwhile, two of his jovial companions greeted Wang Guodong with sycophantic smiles before hastily following White Tide out. Alas, how could such a renowned family have such a grandson? Wang Guodong murmured as he glanced around the dilapidated tavern. He quickly dismissed the notion of pursuing the matter further. With White Tide present, it was almost certainly his doing. The bloodstains on White Tide's attire caught his eye, particularly the intricately crafted wound on his abdomen, which seemed to draw only a modest amount of blood. Posing no mortal threat, stepping outside, he noticed a middle-aged man standing nearby, holding a bag. Wang Guodong approached and inquired, are you the owner here? Yes, my lord. The tavern owner replied, glancing at the nearly destroyed establishment. Wang Guodong produced a bag of gold soul coins, intending to compensate the owner, as there was no avoiding the fact that White Tide was his nephew. He had cleaned up enough of his messes already. No, I cannot accept any more. The compensation has already been given to me. The tavern owner hurriedly waved his hands at the sight of the money bag. Given to you? By whom? That fellow just now. Wang Guodong, incredulous, pointed in the direction of the departing white tide. No. It was given to me by the youth who had a dispute with that young master. A youth? After a moment of reflection, Wang Guodong decided to toss the pouch of money to the tavern keeper and subsequently joined the ranks of other soldiers as they departed from the establishment. Chapter 83, Pursuit. Not far from the tavern, atop a towering edifice, Li Xian quietly observed the departing escort team. He then peeled away the imitation human skin mask from his face and nodded before making his exit. He had prepared the mask upon entering Xinglua City, wary of being discovered by the cloaked figures. With no soldiers in pursuit, Li Xian felt a sense of relief. After all, he had only utilized the dark blade once in Xinglua City. Against the black-clad adversaries, he had employed the light blade instead. If he were still within the Tiandou Empire, he would have exercised caution, but within the Xinglua Empire, such restraint was unnecessary. Whoosh! A fleeting shadow glided through the night, vanishing from the rooftop. The once lively area fell silent in an instant. Within his hotel room, Li Xian spread a map across the table, his gaze sweeping over each city depicted upon it. He noted that outside Xinglua City lay 10 satellite towns, encircling the Imperial capital in a protective embrace, while other locations were scattered and distantly positioned. Tick-tock. Time slipped away, marked only by the turning clock. Bang. A dagger was firmly embedded in the most conspicuous location on the map, Black Sea City, situated near the seashore in the Starry Forest. This place was rife with pirates and fugitives, a veritable den of iniquity. Corruption ran rampant here, compounded by its proximity to the ocean, which posed a constant threat of tsunamis, rendering it practically a forsaken city. A rather intriguing locale, wouldn't you agree? Whoosh. Behind Li Xian, the dark red dark blade shimmered ominously on its stand, casting a dim light, as if celebrating his decision. Sigh. The candlelight flickering on the wall was extinguished by a gust of wind, plunging the living room into darkness. Yet within that darkness, 2 dim red glimmers flickered. The following morning, Li Xian planned to set off, but on Zhuke Avenue in Xinglua City, he encountered 2 individuals, a woman strikingly similar to Zhu Zhuqing and a towering man, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, adorned with golden locks and an air of arrogance. After merely a few exchanged glances, the pair vanished from Li Xian's sight. Zhu Zhuqing and Davis. The Zhu family, being a prominent house allied with the royal family, boasted an exceptionally grand estate within Xinglua City, sprawling over an extensive area. The corridors were lined with artificial waterways, adorned with corals that could only be found in the depths of the ocean, while rare plants flourished in the surrounding gardens. Thud. Nearby, on a tall pavilion, Zhu Zhuqing rested her delicate hand against the wall, her gaze fixed upon the approaching figure of Zhu Zhuqing, her expression teeming with complexity. It seemed that due to their shared bloodline, Zhu Zhuqing immediately recognized her sister's silhouette, her lips curving into a gentle smile that appeared warm yet concealed deeper meanings known only to Zhu Zhuqing. Davis, walking alongside Zhu Zhuqing, noticed her sudden pause and followed her gaze, a smirk of disdain creeping across his face. Realizing the impending danger she would soon face, Zhu Zhuqing chose to depart from the spot, fully aware that what lay ahead would be far more perilous than her previous encounters. Halfway through her journey, she halted, her head slightly bowed, and a hint of melancholy graced her fair visage. Why must you flee? Even I continue to persevere. Below, Zhu Zhuyan furrowed her brows, seemingly displeased with the inefficiency of her subordinates. Davis, wrapping his arm around Zhu Zhuyan's slender waist, offered a gentle smile and remarked, "Why bother with such vexation? My dear brother has seemingly vanished to some remote corner of the Tiandou Empire, neglecting even his betrothed. Should we truly be concerned about the succession to the throne under such circumstances?" At his words, Zhu Zhuyan lifted her gaze to meet Davis's, ultimately nodding, though the fierce glint in her eyes remained undiminished. In the room, Zhu Zhuqing stood silently upon the floor, gazing at a map before her, which marked locations not within the Xinglua Empire, but rather the Tiandou Empire. The notion of stealthily departing was impossible. The mansion was rife with Zhu Zhuyan's watchful eyes. Wandering the streets outside, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of confusion, uncertain of her next destination. She raised her head to the azure sky, the vast expanse above instilling within her a feeling of liberation. Yet, as she lowered her gaze, her eyes suddenly fixed upon a handsome youth seated beside a tea house on Zhuke Street, a stranger who felt oddly familiar. In that instant, the young man turned to her, offering a gentle smile. The scene seemed to freeze in time. Sitting on the chair, Li Xian was equally surprised to encounter Zhu Zhuqing once more, though she appeared somewhat despondent. Contemplating this, he waved his hand in farewell. As he watched her figure fade from sight, he hastily settled the bill for the tea, downing the last of it before departing. Yet, the next moment, he halted, observing 10 individuals with complex expressions following in Zhu Zhuqing's wake. Intrigued, he smirked and decided to follow their movements. Exiting through the northern gate, Li Xian spotted Zhu Zhuqing hastily advancing ahead, drawing the attention of passers-by. While the 10 followers maintained a leisurely distance, their pace carefully balanced. 20 minutes later, in the dense forest, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Zhu Zhuqing, her expression as frigid as ice, sensed 10 presences not far behind, led by a soul master of the soul sect, while she herself had only just acquired her second soul ring as a great soul master. With a swish, she expertly navigated the familiar terrain of the forest, gradually increasing the distance between herself and her pursuers. Meanwhile, Li Xian, lingering at the back, moved with ghostly swiftness, closing the gap to Zhu Zhuqing without revealing his presence. Maintaining a safe distance, casting a glance behind, she noticed that those pursuing her were still at the foot of the mountain, deliberately leaving traces at the wooden bridge as if to feign their passage. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly concealed herself behind a rock obscured by dense foliage. Meanwhile, seated cross-legged atop a grand tree, Li Xian observed the vigilant Zhu Zhuqing, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Hurry, if we let her escape again. The young lady will not let us off easily. The speaker was the previous leader of the Soul Masters, who, due to his prior blunder, had been replaced by a soul sect leader this time. This area was familiar to the second young lady. The terrain was known to her, which was why she had managed to elude them so easily moments ago. The soul sect leader glanced ahead, his soul power surging forth, instantly leaving the others behind. Upon witnessing this, the rest channeled their soul power and raced forward. With a firm step onto the narrow mountain path, the leading assassin, clad in a black robe, scanned the surroundings, soon spotting a river not far ahead. He hastened toward it, followed closely by the others. Wei crossed the bridge. After carefully examining the vague traces on the ground, the leading assassin fixed his sharp gaze across the river, where a few modest hills awaited. What now? Shall we continue the pursuit? Inquired one of the black-clad figures. Turning to the speaker, the leading assassin declared, once everyone has crossed the bridge, split into groups of 3. I shall proceed alone. Remember, upon encountering the second young lady, eliminate her without delay. Understood. At his command, the group swiftly ascended the wooden bridge, rushing toward the opposite shore. Once the surroundings fell silent, Zhu Zhuqing, her complexion somewhat pale, emerged cautiously. Glancing at the bridge, she promptly retreated in the direction from which she had come. Observing this, Li Xian couldn't help but nod in admiration. Come out. In the next moment, as Li Xian pondered the earlier events, he saw Zhu Zhuqing approach the tree where he concealed himself. He looked down to find her gaze filled with a hint of joy as she regarded him. Realizing her discovery of his presence, Li Xian ceased hiding and leapt down with a smile. When did you notice me? He inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing. You possess an aura of a certain dark attribute within you. I cannot explain why I sensed it, but it led me to you. Zhu Zhuqing candidly revealed her perception to Li Xian without any desire for concealment. A dark aura? Could it be the dark blade? Upon hearing her words, Li Xian immediately thought of his own dark blade martial spirit. What? At this, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly turned her body, spotting 10 individuals standing at the location of the bridge. Although their faces were obscured by black robes, each exuded a palpable killing intent, fixated directly upon her. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell into silence, and with a hint of fear, Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the figure in black. She forced a bitter smile at Li Xian, urging him to leave quickly, for staying would only bring him harm. Their target was her. It seemed she had already foreseen her fate, and in that moment, her fleeting fear transformed into unwavering resolve. After all, death was inevitable. It would be better to unleash her full power, at least to prove that she had truly lived. Meow. In the next instant, as her martial spirit manifested, Zhu Zhuqing's claws took on a spiked form, her eyes shimmering with vibrant hues, green in the left, azure in the right, while her long hair cascaded gracefully down her back. 2 circles of yellow soul rings gradually ascended, and with eyes resembling Li Xian's peculiar dual pupils, she fixed her gaze upon the cloaked figure. Go. Feeling the silence behind her, Zhu Zhuqing grew anxious. In response, Li Xian smiled, stepping in front of her despite her bewildered expression. As he approached the swiftly advancing group, a smile graced his lips, and with each step, circles of soul rings emerged beneath him. The moment the rings began to rise, the figure in black halted abruptly, his obscured eyes widening in shock. Behind Li Xian, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes fixated on him. 3 soul rings of purple, black, and another hue emerged with an overwhelming pressure. Surrounding Li Xian were numerous faint golden light points, which gradually coalesced into his hand, forming a golden heavy sword in an instant. The shadows cast by the sword sent chills through the air. 3rd soul skill, Shatter of Light. He murmured. gripping the hilt of the luminous blade and delivering a diagonal slash from below, the black 10,000-year soul ring flickering as 3 fiery sword energies surged forth. The intense heat was unmistakable, and where the sword energy passed, bright flashes of light erupted. 4th soul skill, Earth Shield. As the sword energies approached rapidly, the pressure they exerted momentarily slowed the black-clad assassin's soul power. With a flash of the purple soul ring, a shield adorned with sharp protrusions appeared in the hands of the soul master, its overall hue a dull brown. Upon unleashing the soul skill, a wave of energy surged forth, and the shield crashed down onto the ground, seemingly melding with the earth itself. When the shield struck the ground, the 3 fiery sword energies were already upon them. Sizzle, bang. The moment they collided with the shield, a series of piercing sounds erupted, the shield radiating an intense heat. The figure gripping the shield felt the pressure beneath their feet increase drastically, sinking into the ground as they stared in astonishment at the golden red flames flickering before the shield. I am a soul master. Yes, hold on a little longer. Observing the sword energies halted by the shield, Leoxian wasted no time as his black soul ring shimmered once more, and in the next second, 5 fiery sword energies charged forth. That is the person who saved the second lady last time. A keen-eyed figure in black immediately recognized the familiar scene. Hearing this, the shield bearer's gaze sharpened. But the next moment, they were stunned by the rapid approach of 5 fiery sword energies. You all advance. With an angry shout, the leader of the black-clad figures commanded the other 9 to summon their martial spirits, each one charging directly towards Leoxian. In an instant, a myriad of martial souls manifested within the narrow valley. Zhu Zhuqing, positioned behind Leoxian, observed the approaching 9 adversaries, contemplating the opportune moment to launch a surprise attack. Do not move. At these words, Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, an inexplicable sense of trust welling up within her. After casting a glance at Leoxian's silhouette, she ultimately chose to remain still. 1st soul skill, 2nd soul skill, 3rd soul skill. A cacophony of incantations erupted, unleashing a flurry of soul techniques directed at the fiery blade aura. Boom. In an instant, brilliant light illuminated the narrow valley, rendering it extraordinarily bright. Although the fiery blade aura lacked the visceral tearing sensation of a radiant blade, the heat emanating from it scorched the bodies of the cloaked figures. Excellent, splendid. More. Leoxian chuckled at the unfolding scene. As he spoke, 3 additional fiery blade auras surged toward the cloaked figures, who were left aghast. Chapter 85. If it can't be shattered, so be it. The relentless barrage of attacks thrust the cloaked figures into disarray. This was a Millennium Soul skill, capable of being unleashed in rapid succession without any respite. In a way, the technique known as Light's Shatter might more aptly be named Light's Flame. Observing the cloaked figures seared by the intense flames, Leoxian shook his head and stepped forward. With each stride, the golden light blade shimmered ever more brilliantly under the sun's rays. He paused only when he reached a distance of 20 meters from the cloaked figures. The profound purple soul rings beneath him seemed to defy the very essence of a Millennium Soul ring. Not good, this fellow is approaching. One cloaked figure, whose martial soul was that of a wolf, narrowed his gaze and spoke urgently. The others, startled by his words, turned to face the approaching youth, their internal soul power surging forth to momentarily stave off the flames. 1st soul skill, Radiant Blade. Observing the defenses of his adversaries, Leoxian retracted his mocking gaze, channeling a murderous intent as he executed a horizontal slash. In the next moment, crescent blade auras, imbued with the aura of death, surged toward the cloaked figures. To avoid delay, he unleashed a rapid succession of 7 or 8 crescent blade auras. What? The soul master who initially withstood the fiery blade aura erupted with formidable soul power. Propelling his shield forward, he advanced, pushing against the fiery blade aura. With each step, his feet sank into the earth. Ah! A scream pierced the air as the soul master faltered, momentarily obscured by his shield, yet the sound was unmistakably clear to him. Damn it! 3rd soul skill, Earth Shatter Strike. His purple soul ring flickered, and the spikes on his shield protruded menacingly. The entire shield emanated a subtle, wavering aura before it collided violently with the fiery blade aura. Boom! In an instant, the fiery sword energy was dispersed. And just as the black-clad figure from the soul sect reveled in surprise, the ensuing scene plunged him into despair. The flames, though momentarily scattered, swiftly converged once more, their searing heat threatening to melt his shield. Impossible! Stunned by the sight, the black-clad figure became momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, the crescent sword energy followed the momentum of the fiery sword energy, striking down one after another of the black-clad assailants. Limbs flying and crimson splatters raining down upon the narrow valley path. The gruesome spectacle did not cause Leoxian to furrow his brow. his gaze remained tranquil, as if the act of taking lives had long since become second nature to him. However, for Zhu Zhuqing, this was her first encounter with such carnage, and her delicate visage paled instantly. Her eyes shifted towards the seemingly gentle boy, now revealing a ruthlessly ferocious demeanor. Yet soon after, her gaze turned icy as she regarded the black-clad figures, those who had come to kill her. Resolute, she declared, first soul skill, netherworld thrust. In the next moment, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her body, her long legs propelling her swiftly toward the remaining few scorched individuals. With her martial spirit activated, her jade hand formed into sharp, protruding fingers. With a leap, she ascended the stone wall, her violet pupils fixated intently on one black-clad figure kneeling on the ground, her sharp fingertips poised to strike. This time, Li Xian did not intervene, merely preparing for the possibility of Zhu Zhuqing facing retaliation. Whoosh! A gust of wind surged forth as the targeted black-clad figure struggled to turn his head. In the next second, his pupils were filled solely with the sight of those black-purple fingertips plunging toward his neck. Splash! Blood erupted like a fountain, gushing forth rapidly, staining the nearby pristine flowers with a crimson hue. Third, one of the most resilient black-clad figures, a soul master, exclaimed, his gaze bloodshot with urgency. At this moment, only 3 of them remained alive. Having successfully landed her strike, Zhu Zhuqing wasted no time, swiftly darting toward a safer area. Observing this, Li Xian smiled. He found the scene quite commendable. Whoosh! A fragrant breeze wafted past as Zhu Zhuqing approached him, prompting Li Xian to steal a glance and remark, "Well done, you?" Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Li Xian, her beautiful eyes wide with curiosity. "Let me deal with these individuals first," he replied, though still perplexed. Zhu Zhuqing suppressed her urge to inquire further. In the next moment, Li Xian transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging forward. While the fiery sword energy and tearing sword energy finally dissipated, leaving only fine ash scattered on the ground. Whoosh! Just as the remaining 3 black-clad figures were catching their breath, a dark red shadow appeared before them. Upon looking closer, they saw a smiling face. Yet the eyes were chillingly cold. First soul skill, Shadow Slash. They faintly heard a low voice, and the next instant, the sharp blade sliced through the air. Bang! The blade struck the hand of the black-clad soul master holding the shield, his gaze filled with hatred as he glared at Li Xian. "I will slay you." The third soul skill, the Wave Fist. Beside the leading figure cloaked in black, a fist enveloped in a blue vortex struck fiercely towards Li Xian's head. Swish! The fist made contact, yet the black-clad assailant soon realized it was merely an afterimage. Furrowing his brow, he scanned the surroundings. While the shield-bearing companion pressed his body closely against the few surviving allies, the shield held protectively before them. Swish! As they searched for Li Xian's presence, a circular altar inscribed with mysterious runes descended upon them, encircling them completely. "What is this?" The group exchanged perplexed glances at the slowly rising altar. "This gift must be cherished." Suddenly, Li Xian leapt down from a nearby rock, swiftly arriving at Zhu Zhuqing's side. Casting a glance at Li Xian, Zhu Zhuqing frowned. Observing the several individuals ensnared within the altar, boom! The shield collided with the soul power barrier of the altar, leaving only a ripple in its wake. "It cannot be broken." The shield-wielding figure glanced at Li Xian, who stood outside, hands crossed. "Allow me," another individual announced as his fist manifested the blue vortex once more, crashing against the soul power wall. Whoosh! Yet, it merely resulted in a faint splash of waves. "Is it unbreakable?" "Then, that is precisely correct." Li Xian smiled as he extended his left hand, gently snapping his fingers. Seemingly sensing something, the group turned their gazes toward Li Xian, who reciprocated their attention. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the valley, shattering the surrounding stone walls. A pit, 5 meters deep, appeared at the site of the recent detonation, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Whoosh! As a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the dust, Zhu Zhuqing widened her eyes, only to find that the aftermath of the explosion revealed no trace of the assailants. They have been dealt with. An individual who had just broken through to the soul sect, possessing a commendable martial spirit. Such a pity, Li Xian remarked nonchalantly, surveying his handiwork. They are the Zhu family's trained assassins, yet they rank among the lowest tier, their strength generally lackluster. The formidable assassins, she lacks the authority to command. With everything concluded, Zhu Zhuqing sighed in relief and addressed Li Xian. No wonder there was such disarray in their coordination. At that moment, Li Xian comprehended why their teamwork had been so chaotic, and he paid little mind to her reference to she. "All right, where do you intend to go next?" Pulling the hidden blade from the ground, Li Xian glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and inquired. After all, he was planning to head to Black Sea City, which was quite a distance away. Upon hearing Li Xian's question, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head in contemplation, then produced a map. I intend to visit the Heaven Dou Empire. Observing the map in Zhu Zhuqing's hands, Li Xian nodded in understanding, only to realize that the current timeline seemed amiss. Zhu Zhuqing was merely 11 years old, and she wouldn't be heading to the Heaven Dou Empire for another year. Chapter 86, A Reunion with Chang Zhenglong. With these thoughts, Li Xian couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Zhu Zhuqing. What is it? Upon witnessing the scene, Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Li Xian with wide, perplexed eyes and inquired. It's nothing. Reflecting on the fact that so much time had elapsed without revealing his name to Zhu Zhuqing, Li Xian immediately spoke up. My name is Li Xian. With her beautiful eyes fixed on him, Zhu Zhuqing, in a moment of spontaneity, blurted out her own name. Realizing this, she felt her ears grow warm, lowering her head, leaving Li Xian momentarily taken aback. Soon after, Zhu Zhuqing began to descend towards the valley, and Li Xian promptly followed suit. The two walked side by side along the narrow path of the valley, with Zhu Zhuqing walking on the left, wearing a somewhat melancholic expression as she kept her head down. Although they had resolved the current pursuit, she pondered the uncertainty of future encounters. Perhaps luck would not favor them again. Sensing the atmosphere becoming somewhat somber, Zhu Zhuqing lifted her gaze to the gentle smile on Li Xian's face and asked, What about you? Where do you intend to go? These brief encounters had encouraged Zhu Zhuqing to engage in more profound conversations with Li Xian, as she often refrained from speaking due to a lack of friends. Hearing her question, Li Xian inhaled deeply before responding. I plan to go to Black Sea City. Are you familiar with it? Black Sea City. That is the infamous den of vice in the Star Dou Empire, rife with intricate factions. Even the Empire's numerous purges have failed to resolve the chaos there. What do you intend to do there? Zhu Zhuqing halted her steps, raising her head to look at Li Xian with concern. Rather than going to Black Sea City, you would be better off heading to Seaside City. As Li Xian contemplated her suggestion, he recalled a place from Zhu Zhuqing's childhood that she had visited. Seaside City. He lowered his head, stroking his chin, deep in thought about which destination to choose. How about you guide me there? Unsure of his choice, Li Xian set aside the map and, with a teasing glint in his eyes, addressed Zhu Zhuqing. All right. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the side of Zhu Zhuqing. All right. A gentle breeze swept through, and the boy and girl shared a moment of mutual gaze, the scene frozen in time, with only the corners of their garments fluttering. Returning to reality, Li Xian felt an uncanny sensation of being swept away, especially as the dark blade within him buzzed restlessly. Seemingly disappointed in him for his deception, they had initially agreed to venture to the den of vice, yet he felt he had let himself down. What the hell? Be quiet. He attempted to calm the turmoil within him and turned his gaze towards the window. Noticing this, Zhu Zhuqing's lips curled into a subtle smile. What do you plan to do in Seaside City? Observing the slight awkwardness in the atmosphere, Li Xian took the initiative to ask Zhu Zhuqing. There is something I must retrieve from that place. Zhu Zhuqing spoke candidly to Li Xian, for Seaside City was known to be a very safe haven. Otherwise, she would not have allowed him to accompany her. Upon hearing this, Li Xian nodded. Mu bai, oh mu bai, don't hold it against me. And thus, 3 days later the carriage ambled along the fragrant official road, traversing the plains that lay merely a dozen kilometers from the coastal city. Vibrant flowers adorned the surroundings, swaying gracefully in the salty sea breeze. For Li Xian, however, this picturesque landscape elicited little emotion. Having seen such sights frequently of late, he had grown somewhat weary of their beauty. Yet, his gaze fell upon Zhu Zhuqing, who was intently observing the blooming sea of flowers outside. Though her expression remained as frosty as ever, Li Xian could perceive the stirrings of her emotions. He pondered whether accompanying her was indeed the right choice. Leaning back against the plush seat of the carriage, Li Xian closed his eyes and contemplated his journey. He sensed that he was on the brink of breaking through to level 40 in his soul power, which would bring its own challenges with the soul rings. As the carriage progressed, a walled city devoid of fortifications came into view, revealing houses painted in pristine white and sky blue, each adorned with radiant blossoms. The rhythmic crashing of waves provided a melodious backdrop to the scene. Upon entering the coastal city, Li Xian noted the clean, orderly streets bustling with visitors, the majority of whom were clearly travelers from afar. Above, flocks of seagulls soared gracefully. This place served as a resort designated by the Empire, with the true city lying elsewhere. Observing Li Xian's gaze, Zhu Zhuqing offered an explanation. With a gentle clatter, the carriage came to a halt. The two stood upon a stone bridge near the seaside, gazing at the vast expanse of azure ocean. Waves lapped against the shore, where throngs of people reveled in joyful play. A protective net had been erected 1,000 meters from the shore, for the aquatic soul beasts were far more numerous and perilous than those on land. Suddenly, a voice broke the tranquility. prompting them to turn around and discover a middle-aged man standing nearby. "Brother Long?" Li Xian exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. "Haha, little brother, it truly is you." Chang Zhenglong approached with a broad smile, greeting him warmly. "This is," Chang Zhenglong inquired, eyeing the girl beside Li Xian with curiosity. "This is my friend, Zhu Zhuqing." Li Xian introduced her succinctly. Suddenly, Chang Zhenglong leaned closer to Li Xian and whispered, "I thought she might be your girlfriend." Li Xian rolled his eyes at the teasing, while Zhu Zhuqing seemed oblivious, turning slightly away with a faint blush gracing her ears. "By the way, Brother Long, how did you know I was here?" Li Xian asked, smiling at the cheerful Chang Zhenglong. "This area is the territory of our sect. I spotted you from the observation deck and was taken aback. I almost thought I was mistaken, but it truly is you," Chang Zhenglong replied, his tone laced with surprise. Soon, it seemed he had matters to attend to, and after exchanging pleasantries with Li Xian, he departed. "You know him?" Zhu Zhuqing finally turned to Li Xian. Her curiosity piqued. "Yes," Li Xian nodded, memories of their shared experiences in the illusion flickering through his mind. Indeed, as they walked side by side under the guidance of Zhu Zhuqing, their shadows were elongated on the stone bridge, one tall and the other short. Chapter 87, Hand in Hand. After nearly half an hour of walking, they arrived at an old house. Its door firmly shut, and the lawn outside appeared quite disheveled, giving off an overall impression of dilapidation. "What is this?" Li Xian inquired, scanning the surroundings. Zhu Zhuqing retrieved a rusty key from her pocket and, raising a somewhat corroded iron lock, slowly inserted the key into the keyhole. With a click, the lock resisted, likely due to its age. "Why not just kick it open?" "This is too cumbersome," Li Xian suggested, preparing to extend his foot. "Stop." Zhu Zhuqing shot him a glare, then applied force, and with another click, the door finally opened. As the door swung wide, a musty scent of decaying wood wafted out, and cobwebs adorned the walls. Without uttering a word, Zhu Zhuqing strode towards the innermost room, prompting Li Xian to hurry after her. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's urgency was a first for Li Xian. The floor creaked beneath their feet, and as he glanced around, he noticed only an old wooden plaque hanging on the wall, the room itself bearing signs of age. A smile crept onto Zhu Zhuqing's lips as she looked at the plaque. Li Xian chose not to interrupt. Silence often serves as a more profound companion in such moments. Minutes passed before Zhu Zhuqing retracted her smile, cradling the plaque against her chest. Turning her violet eyes towards Li Xian, she softly uttered, "Thank you." "It's nothing," he replied, waving his hand dismissively as he stepped outside. It seemed the house had long been emptied, with nothing left behind. Click. The door was locked once more. And after casting a final glance at the house, they retraced their steps. Throughout their journey, Zhu Zhuqing remained particularly quiet, which allowed Li Xian to relax a bit. As he was uncertain how to initiate conversation, they continued walking side by side until they reached another wooden bridge near the seaside. Looking down, they saw the shoreline was merely 100 meters away, where waves relentlessly crashed against the rocks, sending up sprays of foam. The sun appeared to be setting, casting a golden hue in the dusk sky, where seagulls soared freely, their silhouettes painted against the soft light. "This was left to me by my grandmother," Zhu Zhuqing said, her gaze fixed on the sea, revealing a purple necklace nestled within the plaque. "She told me that one day, the person I love would help me put it on, and I would receive blessings." In the stillness, Li Xian glanced down at the plaque Zhu Zhuqing held close. "Your grandmother surely wishes for you to find someone who can accompany you through life. Perhaps she is watching over you from somewhere." As he spoke, he unconsciously reached out to pat Zhu Zhuqing's head, and in that instant, both of them froze, his hand trembling slightly in the air. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward until the evening began to fade. Zhu Zhuqing, pursing her lips, finally spoke. "Aren't you going to that person for a drink?" "Drink?" Li Xian exclaimed, suddenly recalling the note that Chang Zhenglong had given him. Glancing at the address written on it, he promptly took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and headed towards their destination. "Come with me." "What?" Under the twilight, their hands were firmly clasped together. To Li Xian's astonishment, Zhu Zhuqing did not pull away but willingly followed his lead. The softness of her palms sent a delightful rush through him. Zhu Zhuqing, lagging half a step behind, gazed at Li Xian's tall figure, then glanced down at the point where their hands met, a subtle smile creeping onto her lips. "Hi," she sect. Upon seeing the three characters on the plaque, Li Xian surveyed his surroundings and nodded slightly. Not far from the entrance stood a familiar figure, Chang Zhenglong, resembling an iron tower, seemingly waiting for someone with an anxious expression. Observing this, Li Xian smiled at Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Let's go. They've been waiting long enough." The sound of their footsteps caught Chang Zhenglong's attention. He lifted his gaze toward the source of the noise, and, upon seeing them, his face broke into a grin. However, noticing their interlaced hands, an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. You rascal, it's almost dark, and I thought you had gotten lost. As he approached, his eyes were drawn to the clasped hands of Li Xian and Zhu Zhuqing. At this, a faint blush colored Zhu Zhuqing's fair cheeks, prompting her to swiftly release Li Xian's hand and avert her gaze. Chang Zhenglong, catching this moment, exchanged a knowing glance with Li Xian, one that only a man would understand. All right, let's go. Tonight, we shall enjoy a hearty meal. As your elder brother, I must at least show my gratitude to the host. Noting the darkening sky and the gathering clouds, Chang Zhenglong spoke up. They encountered few people on their way. Only a handful. Li Xian found this puzzling, as the sect appeared quite large from the outside. Just in time. Upon hearing this, Li Xian and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances. Soon, they arrived in a spacious room, where a large table was set in the center, laden with an abundance of seafood, and even some sea spirit beasts. The aroma alone was enough to whet Li Xian's appetite. However, upon seeing the array of alcoholic beverages laid out nearby, he couldn't help but grimace. This is a gout-inducing feast. Chapter 88, The Thumbs Up. Upon entering, Li Xian noticed a few others in the room, one of whom he recognized, Chang Zhenglong's younger brother, Chang Zhenghu. As for the other two, they were unfamiliar to him. Two beautiful women in their 30s, exuding a gentle charm, smiling at him, and Zhu Zhuqing. The lady to my left is my wife, and to my right is my sister-in-law. Chang Zhenglong introduced them with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Xian finally understood. Smiling and nodding at the two. You, my friend, have arrived rather late. You shall owe 3 cups as a penalty. As Li Xian approached, Chang Zhenghu immediately jested. You always do this. Before Chang Zhenghu could finish his words, the elegant woman to his right gently tapped him, her eyes filled with a hint of exasperation. All right, take your seats. Let us begin, and I shall explain why your timing is rather fortuitous. Chang Zhenglong, who had been placing clothes aside, walked over and pulled out a chair for Li Xian. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing was engaged in conversation with the two beautiful women. Suddenly, a series of chilled bottles of liquor were brought to the dining table. Glancing at the number of bottles beneath the table, Li Xian couldn't help but swallow hard. With a crisp sound, Chang Zhenglong opened a bottle and placed it directly before Li Xian. Come, let us drink, he exclaimed, and the three shared a knowing glance, their eyes glimmering with delight as their bottles clinked together, indulging in the moment. Ah, what a fine wine. By the way, where did you wander off to after that? After finishing a bottle, Chang Zhenglong composed himself and inquired, for it had been over 6 months since they had escaped from the illusionary realm. Reflecting on his recent experiences, Li Xian felt a pang of nostalgia. Time certainly flew by too swiftly. Huh, did you not encounter any romantic escapades on your journey? Chang Zhenghu teased as he listened to Li Xian's recounting. Instantly, everyone in the room turned their attention to Li Xian, especially Zhu Zhuqing, whose smiling face suddenly grew solemn. This seafood is quite delectable. Let us all partake. Faced with such a loaded question, Li Xian could only laugh it off. Observing this, the Chang brothers and the two beautiful women exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads as if to say they had been through similar situations. Only Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, watching Li Xian with a contemplative expression. Sensing the atmosphere shift to an awkward silence, Chang Zhenglong's demeanor grew serious. Xian, did I not mention a legend that exists here? A place known as Sea God Island. He casually picked up a piece of meat and swallowed it before continuing. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's grip on his chopsticks hesitated slightly, his gaze turning thoughtful. He was indeed familiar with Sea God Island. It was the place where Tang San obtained the sea goddess position, often regarded as a formidable boon. Could there have been recent developments? After a moment of contemplation, Li Xian set down his chopsticks and, with keen interest, asked, What do you mean? Well, about half a month ago, a group of fishermen was out at sea, attempting to catch blood jade tuna. This species, while not a sole beast, is of immense value. The fishermen braved their lives to venture into the deep waters. After a pause, Chang Zhenglong continued, The crux of the matter is this. On that fateful day, a fierce storm struck, and their ship was tossed about, ultimately leading them to a certain location. Sea God Island. Li Xian interjected, his eyes wide with realization. Indeed, Chang Zhenglong nodded in affirmation, and the room fell silent. Is that place truly remarkable? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her gaze fixed curiously on Li Xian. Casting a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, Li Xian felt somewhat speechless, considering she had later accompanied Tang San to Sea God Island as well. That place is home to individuals even more formidable than titled Douluo. Li Xian did not conceal this matter. He shared everything he knew with Zhu Zhuqing, which could be considered an advance revelation of the plot. In truth, the gods within the realm of Douluo are, to be frank, not particularly formidable. In the face of some truly powerful fantasy worlds, they would likely be easily dispatched with a mere slap. However, upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing exhibited little reaction, maintaining an inexplicably calm expression, which left Li Xian somewhat bewildered. After all, they were gods. Shouldn't she be astonished? He casually inquired, and the others also cast curious glances towards Zhu Zhuqing, who was entirely different from the character he had come to know in the original narrative. I did not expect you, a young girl, to think this way. In this regard, I find myself lacking. Your point is valid. Whether or not they are gods is irrelevant to us. What truly matters is our own strength. The Chong brothers and their respective wives nodded in agreement, subsequently raising a toast to Zhu Zhuqing. Can you drink? If not, then it's no trouble. Noticing this, Li Xian quickly took hold of Zhu Zhuqing's hand. The Chong brothers exchanged knowing glances, their faces adorned with an enigmatic smile. All right. Feeling the warmth of his grip on her arm, Zhu Zhuqing paused for a moment before nodding in affirmation. With that, Li Xian released her hand, and they all raised their glasses together. Yet, merely a short while later, Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. In response, Li Xian advised her to take smaller sips. I truly wish to explore the ocean, but after that storm, the deep sea is no longer accessible. That area is teeming with ancient sea soul beasts. We even uncovered a soul beast of 100,000 years during our reconnaissance. Reflecting on these past days, Chang Zhenglong had not been idle. The sea rhinoceros sect had also gathered considerable information. So many people from the sect have ventured into the ocean in search of opportunities on Sea God Island? At that moment, Li Xian understood why such a large sect had so few members present. Indeed, but the situation is quite dire. Those soul beasts seem to have received instructions, and various hostile species are now mingling. Speaking of this, Chang Zhenglong expressed a measure of exasperation, while Chang Zhenghu silently consumed his meat. It appears that Sea God Island is not welcoming to outsiders. Li Xian deduced this without needing to guess. It seems, as you mentioned, that aside from the inhabitants of that island, no one can command the 100,000-year soul beasts. Contemplating this, Chang Zhenglong temporarily abandoned the idea of exploration. The dangers of the ocean were simply too great. After all, several members of the sect had already sustained injuries, and fortunately, there had been no casualties. All right, Brother Long. I toast to you. The 6 glasses were raised in unison, and they slowly drank. The outside world grew increasingly dim, with flashes of lightning illuminating the sky and the rumble of thunder echoing. Well, I should take my leave and rest. Today has truly been joyful. Xian, you shall stay here for the time being. I will take my leave now. After exchanging pleasantries with Li Xian, Chang Zhenglong smiled and slowly departed with his wife. Good. The moment he turned away, Li Xian silently gave a thumbs up. Observing this, Chang Zhenglong mirrored the gesture. Chapter 89, Kanji. What is it? Observing Li Xian cheerfully greeting Chang Zhenglong, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but feel a tinge of confusion. Upon hearing her words, Li Xian paused, turned around, and waved his hand before stepping directly into the room, leaving Zhu Zhuqing outside with a look of bewilderment. It wasn't until she entered the room that she began to comprehend the situation, gazing at the distance between the two rooms. Even Zhu Zhuqing's usually serene expression betrayed a hint of anxiety. She reached out to touch the wall of the room where Li Xian resided, standing silently for a moment. Only when fatigue began to overtake her did she proceed to freshen up. Boom. Outside in Heibenching, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, while the sea occasionally surged with towering waves, all obstructed by the wall built along the beach. From above, the city glowed brightly, steadfast against the onslaught of wind and rain. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning split the sky, and in the darkness, the two young individuals stared up at the ceiling. Ultimately, as if sharing an unspoken connection, they turned their heads simultaneously to gaze at the white wooden wall before them. Unbeknownst to Li Xian, their proximity was entirely a consequence of the Dark Blade's vengeance. The profound darkness inexorably influenced Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul. Their martial souls began to resonate, yet Zhu Zhuqing's soul level was too low for them to fully realize this. However, even if Li Xian were aware, he would likely commend the actions of the Dark Blade. Splash! Outside, the downpour continued, accompanied by the clamor of thunder and lightning. Several kilometers away from the beach, a group of enormous soul beasts quietly observed the coastal city. Among them, one soul beast exhibited a streamlined form, its dorsal fin protruding from the water, reminiscent of a great white shark from Li Xian's past life, its eyes fixed intently ahead, emanating an intimidating aura that instilled fear in the other soul beasts. After an indeterminate period, the storm gradually subsided, and the sea returned to normal, the presence of the soul beasts vanishing without a trace. Oh, a high-pitched, melodious call resonated outside, prompting Li Xian to open his eyes, shaking his head slightly in discomfort. The effects of last night's indulgence still lingered. Whoosh! A surge of golden soul power gradually emerged from his body, forming a protective shield that dispelled his discomfort entirely. Exhaling, Li Exine donned his shoes and approached the window, observing the gray sky still drizzling with fine rain. He then moved to the bathroom within the room. And after a refreshing wash, he felt rejuvenated. The entire city seemed to be at rest, save for the birds soaring in the sky. Leaning against the window, a gentle breeze wafted in, and with a crisp sound, Li Exine turned his head to see Zhu Zhuqing had also opened her window. Their eyes meeting in a shared smile. "Are you hungry?" Li Exine inquired, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's somewhat lackluster demeanor. This was something he had requested from Long Ji's wife the previous night, as time within the soul guidance device was paused, though it could not accommodate living beings. After a night has passed, the delicious meal remained enticing. Li Exine extended his hand, placing the bowl of rice porridge before Zhu Zhuqing, who raised an eyebrow at the fragrant white congee before her. Momentarily stunned, Zhu Zhuqing's stomach audibly protested, and a faint blush appeared on her fair cheeks. Nevertheless, she reached out to accept the bowl filled with porridge. Observing this, Li Exine turned his head away, suppressing a chuckle. Soon, the sounds of chewing and swallowing filled the air, prompting a smile to grace Li Exine's lips as he closed his eyes, savoring the refreshing breeze. "Where shall we go today?" As she enjoyed the warm porridge, Zhu Zhuqing felt a comforting warmth spread within her, revitalizing her previously languid spirit. She was quite eager to explore the Haishan Island, a hub for extraordinary items, but given her current strength, venturing there would likely lead to peril. Thus, they could only contemplate a visit to the sea for now. At this, Zhu Zhuqing paused, recalling that Brother Long had mentioned the presence of numerous sea soul beasts in the ocean. It might be dangerous to go now, she expressed. Concern etched on her face as she glanced at Li Exine. Perhaps today might still be a possibility. As they conversed, a bold voice echoed around the corner. Li Exine turned to see Chang Zhenglong approaching with his wife. "Brother Long," Li Exine greeted, and Chang Zhenglong nodded in return before stating, "The sea soul beasts that were gathered have disappeared." "Disappeared?" Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, inquiring further. This revelation cast a shadow over Li Exine's expression, as he pondered whether the sea soul beasts might have feigned departure, lying in wait for others to set sail. Acknowledging Li Exine's thoughts, Chang Zhenglong admitted, "I had considered that as well. Many have already ventured out to sea, but such haste is ill-advised." Exchanging knowing glances, both men shared a smile, understanding each other's concerns. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." In Zhu Zhuqing's puzzled gaze, Li Exine and Chang Zhenglong reached a consensus, yet it was not the moment to act on this thought. The situation in the ocean could rapidly escalate, potentially endangering their lives. "Although we cannot venture into the sea today, you two might explore the auction house in Binhai City, where many rare treasures from the ocean await." After concluding the discussion about sailing, Li Exine was uncertain of where to go next, but Chang Zhenglong suggested a destination. The auction house. At the mention of this, Li Exine nodded, though he feared that his soul guide's gold coins would be insufficient, merely allowing him to observe the proceedings. "Our auction house is not like the ones in the Imperial capital," Chang Zhenglong remarked, seemingly sensing Li Exine's hesitation, and a mysterious smile graced his lips. Chapter 90. The last three items. On the clean, orderly streets, Li Exine and Zhu Zhuqing walked side by side. Thanks to Chang Zhenglong's suggestion, Li Exine had found a place he wished to visit, for aside from the dangers of the ocean, Binhai City offered a plethora of enjoyable attractions. Uncertain of the true meaning behind Long Ji's words, Li Exine slowly began to speak while walking. Nevertheless, this air of mystery instilled within him a sense of anticipation. "You'll know once you go." Upon hearing Li Exine's sigh, Zhu Zhuqing stifled a laugh, covering her mouth as she softly remarked. At that moment, Li Exine fixed his gaze intently upon her, recalling that Zhu Zhuqing had indeed been to Binhai City before and thus possessed knowledge he lacked. "Oh, so you dare to conceal this? Take that." With that, Li Exine reached for Zhu Zhuqing's head, but she deftly dodged his grasp. "Humph." With a light chuckle, Zhu Zhuqing immediately took off running ahead, leaving Li Exine to watch his outstretched hand suspended in the air. Ah, women. Outside the auction house in Binhai City, Li Exine gazed up at the expansive structure, which was significantly larger than the auction house in Tiando City. However, seeing the throngs of people dressed in ordinary attire, he sensed that they were not particularly wealthy, which elicited a slight nod of acknowledgement from him. Upon entering, they discovered at least 100 individuals queued for registration. Li Exine noted with curiosity that there were 5 auction areas behind the front desk, but he pondered little on this and obediently followed the line with Zhu Zhuqing. After approximately 10 minutes, the pair finally reached a staff member at the front desk. "Please register," the staff member requested as Li Exine approached. She produced a form, and Li Exine glanced down at it. The content was simple, requesting his name and age among other details. Wasting no time, he promptly wrote down his name and handed the form to Zhu Zhuqing. Once everything was in order, The staff member smiled and presented 2 wooden tokens to Li Xian. The first 4 auction areas are fully booked. However, there are still plenty of spots in the 5th area. Enjoy your auction. Thank you. He handed 1 token to Zhu Zhuqing and looked down to inspect his token, which simply bore the number 5, devoid of any anonymity-providing mask. With that, Li Xian followed Zhu Zhuqing into the 5th auction area. Inside, there were at least several hundred seats, half of which were already occupied. There were no private boxes, and everyone appeared to be engaging in cheerful conversation within the hall. The auction stage, in comparison to that of Tiandou, indeed fell short. This harmonious atmosphere is a first for me, Li Xian remarked to Zhu Zhuqing, observing the scene before him, which was unlike any he had encountered previously. Once seated, Zhu Zhuqing explained, although Binhai City appears large, there are not many outsiders. Most of the attendees are locals, many of whom know each other. I see. Nodding in understanding, Li Xian glanced around and suddenly noticed that everyone seemed poised, as if awaiting someone's arrival. Did I hear correctly? A silver coin? With these thoughts, Li Xian turned to Zhu Zhuqing, only to find her smiling at the auction stage. Jiangjia, hurry up and start. Yes, indeed. After all, I'm here to see you, not to bid on anything. Laughter erupted around them. In an instant, the hall was filled with continuous laughter, leaving Li Xian both amused and perplexed. The woman referred to as Sister Jiang feigned an angry expression, only to smile as she glanced backstage, signaling the commencement of the auction. The first item on the block was the Haiyuan Peril. With a gentle parting of her crimson lips, a maid emerged from backstage, holding a tray that bore a striking blue pearl. The pearl struck a familiar chord with Li Xian. The Haiyuan Pearl, when held in the mouth, grants the possessor the ability to remain submerged underwater for 10 minutes without the need to breathe. Observing the pearl on the tray, Sister Jiang announced its properties. Intrigued, Li Xian turned to see the eager faces around him. He realized that many in Binhai City relied on the sea for their livelihoods, and such a pearl could, at times, mean the difference between life and death. Contemplating this, he decided to limit his bids to 2, starting with 1 gold soul coin and 5 silver soul coins. Raising his paddle, he promptly increased the bid by 5 silver soul coins. In that moment, a sense of disorientation washed over him, feeling quite out of place. 5 silver soul coins for the first increase. Is there anyone else? Sister Jiang inquired, scanning the crowd. A handsome young man from the 5th row responded. 2 gold soul coins. After a brief silence, a burly man in the 2nd row, weathered by the CES trials, declared, 2.5 gold soul coins. 2.6 gold soul coins. I'll take it from here. 4 gold soul coins. The atmosphere grew lively, though the increments remained modest. This auction format gave Li Xian a taste of opulence, especially since he possessed 10,000 gold soul coins within his soul guide. 5 minutes later, the price for the Haiyuan Pearl soared to 7 gold soul coins. In truth, the pearl's maximum value was only 8 gold soul coins. Any higher would rely on sheer luck in dire circumstances, rendering it priceless. Ultimately, Li Xian bid 9 gold soul coins. Yet the pearl was claimed by the weathered gentleman for 9.5 gold soul coins, securing his victory. First time, second time, third, Sister Jiang announced. Congratulations on successfully acquiring the first item. She smiled at the successful auction of the day's initial piece. The elderly man beamed with excitement, as 9.5 gold soul coins was a substantial amount. His annual income barely reached 200 gold soul coins. As the auction proceeded, 2 hours had passed, resulting in the sale of 97 items, with Li Xian winning 4, one of which was a beautiful purple bracelet meant for Zhu Zhuqing. Now, for the final 3 items. Their true worth eluded even our auction house, as this was the first time they had appeared before our appraisers. Thus, it was left to the bidders to determine their value. Apologies for the uncertainty. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged through the air, drawing Li Xian's intense gaze toward the auction stage. Zhu Zhuqing, noticing the solemn expression on Li Xian's face, turned her attention to the item on display. Surprised to witness such seriousness from him regarding an auction piece for the first time, Sister Jiang smiled at the audience below and slowly unveiled the white cloth. Li Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 91, The Bracelet and the Firefly Arm. As the cloth was lifted, Li Xian's expression transformed into one of profound shock. There lay a piece of stone, grayish-black and resembling an arm, devoid of any discernible aura, appearing quite ordinary. However, when Li Xian channeled his soul power, he perceived within the stone a shimmering golden radiance akin to fireflies. Yet, this light seemed elusive. The moment his soul power ceased to connect with the stone, it dimmed drastically, revealing no glimmer at all, as if it were crafted specifically for him. The purpose of this stone remains unclear for now, but rest assured, should any unforeseen events arise post-auction, our auction house will provide a tenfold compensation. Observing the hushed crowd below, Sister Jiang felt a sense of helplessness. This item was discovered by a highly esteemed elder in Binhai City during an outing, rumored to have fallen from the heavens. Nonetheless, all items at the auction are provided by the residents of Binhai City, which is why the auction house has garnered such affection, compelling them to accept the stone from that elder and proceed with the auction despite their reluctance. As silence enveloped the hall for quite some time, Sister Jiang's smile took on a hint of bitterness, and she raised the auction hammer, preparing to declare it unsold. 1 gold soul coin. Suddenly, a voice resonated within the hall, drawing the attention of all present. A boy, approximately 13 or 14 years of age, smiled and raised his bidding card. Is someone actually bidding? Spending a gold soul coin on a mere stone? How impulsive! The hall erupted with a cacophony of remarks, yet Li Xin remained unfazed. Sister Jiang offered a grateful smile towards him. Everyone, please quiet down. Upon hearing her request, the crowd, though somewhat mocking, gradually fell silent and turned their gaze back to the auction stage. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Sister Jiang inquired eagerly as the surroundings settled into silence. Li Xin sighed in relief, though Zhu Zhuqing appeared puzzled about his interest in this item. Now, we shall proceed to the second item for auction. Without hesitation, Sister Jiang announced, and a maid brought forth the penultimate item, the Sea Breath Pearl, provided by our Sea Rhinoceros sect of Binhai City. This pearl can obscure one's presence. If you are a soul master of the Soul Saint level, using it could even allow you to evade detection by titled Douluos, albeit for only 1 hour each day. Instantly, the hall erupted with expressions of delight, as none anticipated the rare Sea Breath Pearl would be featured in the 5th auction segment, occurring only once every 6 months. Although it can deceive even the most formidable titled Doulouo, what they truly sought was the ability to conceal their presence from the soul beasts of the sea while submerged. This revelation brought immense joy to those whose livelihoods depended on the ocean. Had it not been for the investment from the Sea Rhinoceros sect in this auction house, such a worthless gem would never have graced this venue. The Sea Breath Pearl. Observing this item, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in astonishment. Is this truly surprising? At that moment, Li Xin recalled witnessing Chang Zhenglong utilize this very pearl within the illusion realm, an occurrence that had eluded even the most formidable titled Doulouo-level evil soul masters. In response to Li Xion's inquiry, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, explaining that such pearls had been auctioned several times in Star Dou City, with even the lowest price fetching a staggering 300,000 gold soul coins. 300,000. Upon hearing this, Li Xian furrowed his brow. Indeed, I did not anticipate such pearls would be available in Binhai City, yet the exterior design and inscriptions of this pearl starkly contrast with those auctioned in Star Dou City, revealing that it is evidently of a more ordinary variety. Leaning closer to Li Xian, Zhu Zhuqing whispered softly. After hearing this, Li Xian abandoned any notion of bidding, instead opting to quietly observe the fervent competition around him. The bidding commenced at an astonishingly low price of a single gold soul coin, ultimately escalating to an incredible 100,000 gold soul coins, a 10,000-fold increase. The successful bidders turned out to be various consortiums from Binhai City. Now, we shall commence the final auction item. Please welcome today's our assistants. After the Sea Breath Pearl was removed, Sister Jiang smiled and directed her gaze towards the audience. In the next moment, a burly man ascended the stage bearing a large stone. The crowd erupted in astonishment. They had not expected another stone to appear. Fear not, this is not merely a stone, but rather a piece of starfish meteorite iron. Such meteorite iron is exceedingly rare across the continent, and thus, this auction item retains its starting price of a single gold soul coin. Sensing the commotion from the crowd, Sister Jiang promptly clarified, 100,000 gold soul coins. Suddenly, amidst the shocked gazes of the audience, a few individuals seated in the front row called out. Li Xian turned to observe these people, noting that they bore no resemblance to the locals of Binhai City, instead appearing to be clad in attire typical of blacksmiths. Each individual possessed remarkably robust arms and resolute expressions. People from the Steel City. Li Xian deduced internally. Haha, ancient Heber. You two have come to Binhai City to join the fray. Just as the bidding had commenced, a voice suddenly erupted from the last row, prompting the audience to glance back, where yet another group of burly men sat, their clothing strikingly similar. Ah, you too, Albert? Scoffed the middle-aged man at the forefront of the first row. Humph. Raise the bid. Yes, master, replied the young man beside Albert. 200,000 gold soul coins. A wave of commotion ensued. Although the items at the Binhai City auction house typically fetch prices below 10,000 gold soul coins, sometimes even during off-peak seasons, the auction would showcase items ranging from a mere few coins to a maximum of but 100. Yet, occurrences like today, with bids rapidly escalating into the tens of thousands, were a rarity, even for them. However, none of this stirred Li Xian's sentiments. Ultimately, He conferred with Zhu Zhuqing before deciding to take his leave. The two individuals arrived at the auction item reception area, where the rules of the Seaside City's auction house differed from those of Tiando City. There was no need to wait for the auction to conclude before making a payment and collecting items. After producing 300 gold soul coins, Li Xian and Zhu Zhuqing made their way outside together. The sky was a brilliant expanse of blue, and the scorching sun bathed the earth in warmth. As they walked, captivated by the shimmering ocean, their pace slowed considerably. Suddenly, a string of purple bracelets caught Li Xian's attention. "This is a gift for you," he exclaimed. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed rosy under the sunlight. With a smile, he presented the bracelet before her. Adorned with resplendent purple gemstones, the bracelet sparkled beautifully in the sunlight. This exquisite piece was named Serenity, a symbol of friendship between a boy and a girl. According to the creator, these heart-cleansing gemstones could only be found in the depths of the sea, inaccessible to the outside world. "Who said I didn't want it?" Zhu Zhuqing retorted playfully, her ears turning crimson as she accepted the bracelet, which she then gracefully placed upon her porcelain-like wrist. Gazing down at the bracelet, she fell into a moment of silence. Realizing it had been ages since she had received a gift, perhaps since she was just a child. "Thank you," she said softly, looking up into Li Xian's eyes, her voice imbued with a gentle warmth. This softness was something Li Xian had never witnessed before, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. "What are you staring at? Let us go," Zhu Zhuqing teased, a smile gracing her lips as she stepped forward, leaving Li Xian momentarily entranced by the moment.